Ha ha. Goat. I believe you. Of course, I believe you. Qin Chang'an was overjoyed upon hearing Qin Mingyu's words. With age comes wisdom, and he knew very well that trust is the foundation of a successful marriage. Once a couple establishes trust, the marriage is secure. At over 70 years old, Qin Chang'an cared more about the continuation of the Qin family line than making money. After all, what good would it be to leave behind a fortune if the family line ended? Master, are you sure you want to sell that item? After Qin Chang'an hung up the phone, Old Bai walked over slowly and asked. At this point, there's no other choice. Qin Chang'an sighed slightly. The business world is all about money. With the Lin and Liu families joining forces, we are on the brink of disaster. We have to give it our all. Old Bai nodded, indicating his understanding. He was well aware that despite the Lin and Liu families being strong and regarded by outsiders as equals to the Qin family, once the Qin family's ace was revealed, these two families would have no chance of winning in the business world. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Qin Mingyu also felt conflicted. She wanted to trust Ling Yu completely, but the photos and videos were like a thorn in her side, making her feel very uncomfortable and restless late at night. The next day, at the Lin family's residence, groups of medical personnel were coming in and out early in the morning. Lin Fei watched these famous doctors and miracle workers busily consulting in the villa. Her sister's condition had worsened, and her vital signs were gradually fading. If she wasn't saved within 3 days, she would lose her life completely. This time, not only Director Guan and Zhou Zhang, the miracle doctor, but also many other well-known and even folk doctors were called in. A group of people gathered in the hall, discussing ways to cure Lin Qingshuan. However, with both the heart and brain, two of the most critical organs, having severe issues, it was an extremely challenging task. Even curing one of them was difficult, let alone both. No one believed it was possible to save the patient in this condition. Director Guan and Zhou Zhang had long since raised their hands in surrender. In contrast, some folk doctors and unconventional practitioners were boasting and making grand claims. Ha ha, you all can't do it, but I can. I have a great immortal pill here, guaranteed to cure all diseases. Just one pill will bring Miss Lin back to life. Are you kidding me? My spirit coffin 9 needles technique doesn't even require medicine. Just a few needle pricks, and Miss Lin will wake up. My Deadwood reviving massage technique has snatched countless people from the jaws of death. Let me give Miss Lin a full body massage, and she be bouncing around in no time. Hearing these novel-like claims, Director Guan was very displeased. Modern people are severely brainwashed by those online novels, making many believe in miraculous medicine. To him, these claims were utterly ridiculous. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Good. Very good. So you all have confidence in curing my daughter, right? General Lin entered with 8 uniformed men, his presence as overwhelming as an invisible wave, making it hard for people to breathe. Those who had been boasting fell silent immediately. Who just said they could cure my daughter? No matter what method you use, as long as it works, I'll give you 50 million yuan immediately. Hearing the 50 million offer, the folk doctors and unconventional practitioners had their eyes light up. But then General Lin's eyes turned cold as he added, but if you fail and are here just to scam money, I'll kill you on the spot. What? The group recoiled in fear. Director Guan pointed to the 3 who had been boasting earlier and said sternly, weren't you very confident just now? 1 pill, 1 needle, 1 invincible massage on. Now is your chance to prove yourselves. The 3 quickly retreated. General Lin's gaze remained fixed on them, as he asked coldly, who has the confidence to save my daughter? I'll give you a 20 million yuan advance. The 3 trembled. They wanted the money, but also needed to stay alive. In the past, if they couldn't cure a patient, they'd just get scolded or beaten up. But risking their lives? No way. Useless. A bunch of useless people. If you can't treat her, what are you doing here? General Lin was furious, directly berating the so-called miracle doctors. He still held a high military rank and led troops, so even the most arrogant doctors didn't dare to challenge him. Guan Ruru, Director Guan's daughter, had just graduated from a medical program. The Guan family and the Lin family had a certain friendship, so she accompanied her father not for money but for friendship, experience, and medical ethics. but she didn't expect that their good intentions would be met with such public humiliation from General Lin, making her feel very uncomfortable. Liu Rushui wanted to persuade General Lin to calm down. After all, Lin Qingshuan's condition was so severe that it wasn't the doctor's fault they couldn't treat her. But just then, a commotion came from outside. Someone was arguing with the Lin family's guards. Next, a confident voice was heard. "I can save Qingshuan. Let me try." Everyone turned to look. A young man, showing remarkable courage, pushed past the armed guards and entered. It was Ling Yu. The guards wanted to expel him, but General Lin coldly instructed, "Let him in." The guards stepped aside. Ling Yu walked in confidently and said to General Lin, "I'm here to save Qingshuan. I can wake her up now." His words made everyone gasp. This young man had such audacity. They were all helpless, but he claimed he could do it. Ha ha ha. General Lin laughed loudly before sternly saying, "I just said publicly that anyone who saves Qingshuan will receive 50 million yuan. But if you fail, I'll kill you." The word kill carried a heavy weight. Many in the room looked at Ling Yu with mockery, thinking he was overconfident and now in a difficult position. Guan Ruru was also surprised, wondering where he got such confidence. Was he unaware of Lin Qingshuan's condition? "Ruru, that's the Ling Yu I mentioned before," Director Guan quietly told his daughter. "Oh, so it's him." Guan Ruru's eyes showed a hint of expectation. Her father had previously mentioned a young doctor at their hospital who was more skilled than himself. So it was him. Could he really do it? "Ling Yu, are you sure you want to treat her?" General Lin deliberately asked again in public. Lin Qingshuan was his favorite daughter, and he certainly didn't want her to die. But if she was going to die anyway, it should at least bring the Lin family significant benefits out. Legitimate reason to attack the Qin family, bringing great commercial advantages to the Lin family. "Yes, I'm certain. I will treat her," Ling Yu said, standing tall and confident. The doctors present were all astonished. They knew Lin Qingshuan's condition. She was practically at death's door. How could anyone possibly treat her? Is this guy really willing to risk his life for 5 million? Truly, people die for money just as birds die for food. Guan Roro admired Ling Yu's confidence and courage, but hearing these voices around her, she misunderstood Ling Yu's motives, thinking he was in it for the money. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu continued, "If I fail to treat her, I will pay with my life. But if I succeed, I want General Lin to promise that he will never oppose the Qin family in business again." What? Everyone was stunned once more. Guan Roru's bright eyes widened. So he wasn't here for the money. What was his relationship with the Qin family that he would risk his life to resolve their conflict? "HMPH, if you can revive Qingshuan, I will immediately withdraw all actions against the Qin family. For the next 3 years, I won't engage in any business conflicts with them." General Lin waved his hand decisively. "Good." Ling Yu didn't haggle further. The most pressing matter was saving Lin Qingshuan, not only to resolve enmity, but also to repay her for saving his life. Soon, Ling Yu was taken to the room where Lin Qingshuan was. Inside, 4 nurses were attending to her. At first glance, Ling Yu's heart sank. Lin Qingshuan's face was lifeless. He quickly uncovered her and his heart sank even more. Her body was already showing signs of decay. Once a work of art, her body had lost all its beauty. Yet the machines indicated she still had faint breaths. Ling Yu examined her condition. Her heartbeat was irregular. The bullet wound she had sustained had been operated on, but the surgery was imperfect. Lin Qingshuan's unique physical structure, and the surgeon had operated based on standard human anatomy, leading to post-surgery blockage and heart dysfunction, causing various complications. "She needs immediate surgery," Ling Yu firmly stated. But performing major surgery in her current state posed a significant risk of death on the operating table. As expected, when Ling Yu asked for an assistant, the 4 nurses all shook their heads and stepped back. "I need an assistant for cardiac surgery. Who here has nursing experience?" With time running out, Ling Yu stepped outside, addressing the medical professionals gathered there. A stir went through the crowd. They exchanged glances, but no one dared to volunteer. Everyone knew that assisting in the treatment of the Lin family's eldest daughter could bring fame and fortune, if successful, but it could also cost them their lives if they failed. Guan Roro clenched her fists. her face flushed, unable to summon the courage to speak. Ling Yu, seeing their reaction, was deeply disappointed. As healers, they didn't even have the courage to try. Ling Yu's gaze swept the room, everyone avoiding his eyes, until he paused on Director Guan. Director Guan sighed, looking ashamed. Ling Yu knew that Director Guan wasn't suited to be his assistant and was about to look away when a young woman next to him stepped forward. I'll help you. As her words fell, the room stirred again. Ro, Director Guan called out to his daughter. Though he didn't continue, his expression said it all. Zhou Zhang, an old rival of Director Guan in the medical field, pretended to advise kindly. Old Guan, persuade your daughter. Otherwise, all your years of careful nurturing will be in vain. Director Guan felt immense pressure. If he dissuaded her, people might say they were unwilling to help, damaging their reputation and medical ethics. If he didn't, and the treatment failed, General Lin's previous threat loomed large. Dad, I believe in him, Ro said, her face still red, and walked directly towards Ling Yu. Every healer takes an oath when they start practicing, but today Ro realized. Many had lost their way, their initial dedication corrupted by fame and fortune. Ling Yu's confidence and courage shone like a light in the darkness, deeply affecting her. She didn't want to become like the others present, too timid to even try saving someone. What kind of healer would that make her? Ling Yu, I'm Guan Ro. Can I be your assistant? Guan Ro asked nervously, looking at Ling Yu. Seeing the purity in her eyes, Ling Yu smiled faintly. Sure, come in. So, Guan Ro followed Ling Yu into the room. Liu Rushui watched the scene with a smile. General, it seems in desperate times, we must rely on the young. General Lin didn't reply, his expression complex. Inside the room, everything for the surgery was prepared. Ling Yu put on a mask and gloves, reaching out his hand, number for extended scalpel. Guan Ro quickly placed the scalpel in his hand, stealing a glance at him. He seemed to glow faintly. He's kind of handsome, she thought. But how could she have such thoughts during a surgery? No way. She quickly looked away, feeling her face heat up. Ling Yu didn't notice her distraction and directly made the incision. His technique was precise and steady. Guan Ro was amazed. How did this young man, not much older than herself, acquire such surgical experience? Increase the antibiotic dosage. Oh, right. Snapped out of her reverie, Ling Yu's instructions. Guan Ro hurried to comply. Needle and thread. Got it, she responded quickly, impressed by his suturing speed and precision. No wonder her father held him in such high regard. He was indeed a genius. Administer blood transfusion. Right away, she realized she had been staring again. Oh no, she thought. How could she be so distracted during surgery? She mustn't let this happen again. Finally, Ling Yu sighed in relief, slowly removing his gloves. Dr. Ling, is the surgery complete? Guan Ro quickly handed him a towel to wipe his sweat. Ling Yu glanced back at the young woman. She didn't have the pleasant scent that Qin Yuxuan did, but her pure eyes were very comforting. Perhaps this is what an angel in white looks like, he thought. Yes, it went smoothly. Thank you for your help, he said sincerely. Don't underestimate her contribution. The cooperation between the surgeon and the assistant often determines the success of a surgery. It was their first time working together, yet they coordinated seamlessly, which was impressive. The success of the surgery is all due to Dr. Ling's exceptional skills. Guan Ro quickly lowered her head, her face flushed, speaking softly. Ling Yu looked at the young woman and couldn't help but scratch his head. Did she have social anxiety? Why did she blush so easily? This was the first time he'd met such a woman, and it left him a bit at a loss. However, he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of Guan Roru's personality, as long as she could handle the assistant's work, it was fine. Ro, please sterilize a set of silver needles for me. Yes, right away. Guan Ro immediately, and to sterilize the needles, he couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Dr. Ling, what are the silver needles for? And are you a Western doctor or a Chinese doctor? She had many questions, so her inquiries were a bit jumbled. Ling Yu had just performed a Western surgical procedure on Lin Qingshuan, but now he needed silver needles. Was he proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine? Ling Yu smiled calmly. Thanks to your help, Qingshuan's heart surgery was very successful. Her bodily functions should be restored. The silver needles are to stimulate her brain and help her wake up. Guan Roro was secretly amazed, her big eyes widening even more. Could this man really succeed? Lin Qingshuan's condition required an extremely difficult Western cardiac surgery followed by profound Chinese acupuncture techniques. If Lin Qingshuan were truly revived, it would be a miracle in the medical field. Here, Dr. Ling, you must succeed. Guan Roro handed the sterilized silver needle to Ling Yu, her eyes filled with anticipation. She desperately wanted to witness such a miracle. Ling Yu nodded, took the silver needle, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled the methods described in the Shenghu medical manual. According to its instructions, he pressed his 3 fingers on Lin Qingshuan's Fengqi, Baihui, and Sishinkong acupoints. Then, he precisely inserted the silver needle into the two-way acupoint. Slowly, he twisted, rotated, and lifted it. Guan Roro watched intently. Ling Yu's acupuncture technique was as steady as that of an old Chinese doctor with decades of experience. How could such a person exist? Where did he acquire his medical skills? Was it an illusion, or did she just see Lin Qingshuan's eyelids twitch slightly? Blinking again, the patient was still motionless. However, compared to before, the patient's face had indeed regained a hint of vitality. Needle. Oh, right. Sorry. Hearing Ling Yu's voice, Guan Roro realized she had failed in her duty as an assistant again. She quickly sterilized and handed over the second silver needle. This time, she didn't dare keep her eyes on Ling Yu and hurried to sterilize the third needle, afraid of making a mistake. As expected, Ling Yu soon reached for the third needle. The fourth, until she handed him the 18th needle, Ling Yu finally stopped asking for more. Guan Roro, overwhelmed by the workload, was sweating profusely. Taking a moment to glance at Lin Qingshuan, she saw her head covered with silver needles, resembling a porcupine. Just this one skill convinced Guan Roro that her father, a seasoned Chinese doctor, could not match such exquisite techniques. Each needle was placed perfectly, and the patient's complexion had visibly improved. Why hasn't she woken up yet? Ling Yu was dissatisfied with his performance. He wasn't sure if he had made a mistake, or if his master's medical records were inaccurate. Qingshuan, please wake up. Ling Yu, out of options, held Lin Qingshuan's hand tightly. First, to feel if her body temperature was normal. Second, out of emotion. You have to wake up. I can be your personal doctor and see you every day to ensure you live. Even if the Zhao family is powerful, I will get justice from Zhao Wuji for you. Didn't you say kiwi fruit is very sweet? Wake up, and I'll pick some for you again. Every year on your birthday, I'll sing happy birthday to you. Is that not enough? Guan Roro, being a sensitive person, was deeply moved by Ling Yu's genuine emotions. Dr. Ling, what is your relationship with Miss Lin? Was she your girlfriend before? She is my exclusive patient. I used to treat her regularly, but in the end, she took a bullet for me and saved my life, Ling Yu admitted honestly. I see. Guan Roro, who enjoy watching romantic dramas and reading novels, found this story quite romantic. First, the male protagonist saves the female protagonist. Then, the female protagonist sacrifices herself to save the male protagonist. Finally, the male protagonist risks everything, including his life, to save the female protagonist. Watching Ling Yu tightly hold Lin Qingshuan's hand, his eyes red, she couldn't help but sigh. This was indeed a touching and admirable love story. She wondered when she would experience such a story with someone. Ling Yu whispered many words into Lin Qingshuan's ear, but she remained unconscious. He didn't know what went wrong. According to his master's medical records, similar patients had woken up this way before. Could it be that Lin Qingshuan's body hadn't fully recovered? Or was the anesthetic still in effect? Just as he was about to let go and re-examine her, the once weak hand involuntarily tightened around his. Although the grip was faint, Ling Yu could feel it was Lin Qingshuan's initiative. Qingshuan, are you awake? Ling Yu quickly sat back down, leaning close to Lin Qingshuan's ear. Guan Roro was startled. Was Dr. Ling experiencing hallucinations due to his emotions, or had Miss Lin really come back to life? The next moment, she witnessed a miracle with her own eyes. Ah, Miss Lin. Miss Lin's eyelids moved. They really moved, Guan Roro exclaimed in disbelief, even though she saw it with her own eyes and experienced it firsthand. How could such a critically ill patient wake up? Dr. Ling, you are truly a miracle worker. You brought someone back from the brink of death. Guan Roro exclaimed with excitement and admiration. Ling Yu just smiled calmly. There's no such thing as a miracle doctor who can bring people back from the dead. It's just that the patient hadn't given up, and the doctor found the right treatment method. Ling Yu wasn't being modest. After reading the Shenwu medical manual, he realized how many incurable diseases existed in the world. Besides, if Lin Qingshuan hadn't had some autonomous breathing, even a god couldn't save her. Stories of resurrecting the dead are mere exaggerations in novels. The next moment, Lin Qingshuan's eyes truly opened a sliver, and her parched lips made a barely audible sound. Guan Roro couldn't hear it clearly because the patient was still too weak. However, Ling Yu smiled wryly because he heard it. Lin Qingshuan was asking him to sing The Wine Rises Again, a song he still didn't know very well. In the hall, the murmurs grew louder. Many of the doctors invited by the Lin family were getting restless. They had wanted to leave, but since General Lin hadn't spoken, they didn't dare to leave on their own. They had been waiting there since morning, and now it was already afternoon, yet there was no sign of Ling Yu and Lin Qingxi coming out. I think that guy must have killed Miss Lin, otherwise, why wouldn't he come out? Definitely, someone should go in and check. Right, we can't let him escape. The group spoke as if it were a fact. In their minds, Lin Qingxi was beyond saving. Some of the more depraved men even suspected that Ling Yu was taking advantage of the situation to molest Miss Lin, and maybe even harass Guan Ruru, thinking that if he was going to die anyway, he might as well be a lustful ghost. The agitation grew, and Liu Rushui couldn't hold back any longer. She said to the meditating General Lin, "General, perhaps we should go in and take a look." General Lin suddenly opened his eyes and stood up with a gust of fury. "Deputy Yan, take a squad and follow me." "Yes, General." Deputy Yan immediately led a squad of 12 armed soldiers, lining up neatly behind General Lin. Seeing this display, Lin Fifei clenched her little fists nervously. What should she do? She couldn't let her father kill brother Ling Yu. The others, on the other hand, were eager for a show. They couldn't cure Lin Qingxi and felt a twisted sense of satisfaction at the prospect of someone else failing, or even losing their life because of it. This way, no one would think their medical skills were lacking. Instead, they would seem wise. Soon, the group arrived at the door of the room where Lin Qingxi was. "Ling Yu, get out here." Hearing the commotion outside and the shouts, Guan Ruru quickly opened the door and stepped out. "What are you doing? The patient needs peace and quiet, don't you know that?" Guan Ruru sternly scolded Deputy Yan. "HMPH, rest, I bet Miss Lin is already beyond saving. Move aside." Deputy Yan unceremoniously shoved Guan Ruru aside. Guan Ruru fell to the ground. Director Guan hurried to help his daughter, but Guan Ruru kept shouting, Hey, you can't go in now. Ruru, stop shouting, the general is already furious." Director Guan quickly hushed his daughter, fearing the general's wrath. "General, please." Deputy Yan, having cleared the way, respectfully invited General Lin in. General Lin snorted coldly and was about to step inside, when Lin Fifei hurriedly blocked him, crying and pleading for Ling Yu. "Dad, no matter if brother Ling Yu can save sister or not, please spare his life. I'm begging you." "Move aside." General Lin gently pushed her aside. The more his daughter was enamored with Ling Yu, the stronger his desire to kill Ling Yu grew. "Hey, now there's a show to watch." "Yeah. Do you think the general will really kill the kid Ling? He deserves it if he dies, overestimating himself and courting disaster." The group of quack doctors hid in the back, gloating. But when General Lin entered, he was stunned. Standing beside him, Liu Rushui was equally shocked, unable to believe her eyes. How is this possible?" Deputy Yan, as if seeing a ghost, exclaimed in disbelief. The people outside, unable to see in, were all dumbfounded. What was happening inside? At that moment, Ling Yu was facing away from the door, singing a slightly off-key rendition of The Wine Rises to Lin Qingxi. "The evening wind lifts your white hair. You lower your head and speak ... Despite the lack of skill, his singing was deeply moving. Liu Rushui, looking at her most beloved daughter, who wasn't related by blood, felt her eyes grow moist. She knew this must be her daughter's happiest moment. Lin Qingxi had really come back to life. Seeing General Lin and Liu Rushui, Lin Qingxi, although unable to call out, managed to move her eyes and slightly part her lids, as if calling for them. The wind rises, you must strive to survive. Liu Rushui finally shed tears, rushing to her daughter's bedside, crying out in joy. Lin Qingxi smiled wearily. Ling Yu stood up and turned to face General Lin. After a few seconds of eye contact, Ling Yu calmly said to the obviously shocked General Lin, "General Qingxi has been revived, but she needs time to recuperate before she can get out of bed. Please provide her with a quiet environment for recovery." General Lin slowly clenched his fists. He had indeed wanted to kill Ling Yu before, regardless of whether Ling Yu had shielded his daughter from a bullet or not. But now he understood why his daughter, so outstanding with many choices, had fallen for this man. It turned out he was truly remarkable. With such medical skills, if he wanted wealth and power, it would be easy to achieve. "General Lin, I'll be leaving now. Someone like you wouldn't go back on your word, right?" Ling Yu said, not waiting for a response, as he began to walk past him. "Wait." General Lin didn't shout stop, but the command was clear. Hearing this tone, Liu Rushui was also surprised, realizing that the always dominant General Lin had recognized the young man's skills and status. "Is there something else?" Ling Yu turned around and looked at General Lin, unafraid. "I keep my word, but until Qingxi fully recovers, you must come to the Lin residence daily to take care of her. If anything happens to her, you'll still be held accountable." General Lin exerted pressure on Ling Yu. Ling Yu glanced at Lin Qingxi, her eyes sparkled. "All right," Ling Yu agreed, but stood tall. "I'm not doing this because you demand it, but because Qingxi is my best friend. I'll come every day to take care of her until she's fully recovered." General Lin snorted coldly, his eyes full of anger. Liu Rushui found it amusing, thinking how wonderful it would be if Ling Yu married her daughter. She had never seen a young man who wasn't afraid of the general. Ling Yu walked out of the room. The group of people made way for him, their expressions filled with disbelief. They couldn't see inside, so they didn't know Lin Qingxi had awakened. But since he came out alive, they knew he had indeed saved the Lin family's eldest daughter. How did he do it? Ha ha. Ling Yu. Director Guan hurried over to strike up a conversation. "Your medical skills are even more impressive than I imagined. It's a pity you're not working at Renai Hospital. If you ever have free time, you're welcome to visit my home. I'd love to learn some of your medical techniques." In the past, Ling Yu would have refused directly, but now, he glanced at Guan Ruru, who blushed and lowered her head shyly. Seeing this, Director Guan smiled and said, "Ruru's medical skills might not be the best, but her cooking is excellent. You must come and try it sometime." Seeing the enthusiasm and thinking about how well Guan Ruru had worked with him, Ling Yu agreed. "All right, Director Guan. If it's not too much trouble, I'll visit when I have time and discuss medical techniques with you." Qin Family Manor. Qin Chang'an was unaware of the happenings at the Lin family. After a phone call with Qin Mingyu last night, he decided to quickly raise 1 billion yuan to help his granddaughter fend off her rivals in the business arena. Early in the morning, he dressed up and was about to leave the front yard to get into his car when Lin Fei hurriedly caught up from behind. "Master, please wait." "What is it?" Qin Chang'an turned around, staring at her as he asked. Seeing his gaze, Lin Fei instinctively felt a bit panicked because this old man had suppressed her in the Qin family for so long, making her subconsciously fearful. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage and asked, "Master, where are you going?" "Madam, you're overstepping," Bai Lao, who was behind Qin Chang'an, immediately reminded. "The master doesn't need to report to you where he's going." Lin Fei took half a step back but gritted her teeth and said, "Master, are you leaving Yan City? Are you planning to sell the thing left by Ruxian?" Hearing this, Qin Chang'an's face darkened instantly. "What? Who told you? Are you trying to meddle in this?" Upon confirming Qin Chang'an's intention, Lin Fei became even more agitated. "Master, it doesn't matter who told me. Everything in the Qin family belongs to you, but I am also the first heir to Ruxian's estate. If you want to sell it, you need my consent." Insolence, Qin Chang'an immediately shouted coldly at Lin Fei. I am the head of the Qin family. If you say everything belongs to me, doesn't that contradict what you said later? Go back to your room. Lin Fei didn't listen and continued to stare at Qin Chang'an. Bai Lao immediately stepped in front of her and gently persuaded, Madam, please don't do anything you'll regret. Then he waved his hand, instructing the guards, take Madam back to her room to rest. Yes. The Qin family bodyguards immediately moved to escort Lin Fei back. Ignoring them, Lin Fei pushed the guards away and walked up to Qin Chang'an, summoning her courage to say, Master, I won't meddle in whatever you want to sell, but the things left by Ruxian should be mine. If you insist on selling them, I'll take you to court. Insolence, Qin Chang'an finally lost his patience and slapped her hard. Then, breathing heavily, his face turned unnaturally red. Master, take care of your health. Bai Lao quickly gave Qin Chang'an a heart-saving pill and gently massaged his back to calm him down. After catching his breath, Qin Chang'an continued to berate her. Lin Fei, don't think I don't know. You married Ruxian for the benefits. Everything Ruxian developed belongs to Chang'an Group, Pan has nothing to do with you. Even if you go to court, you'll only humiliate yourself. Lin Fei gritted her teeth but remained defiant. Master, I can't win against you now, but if you insist on doing this, we'll see each other in court. With that, she didn't return to the villa but walked directly out. Master, should we put Madam under house arrest? Bai Lao asked. Given the Qin family's influence and power, it would be easy to confine Lin Fei to the villa for life. Qin Chang'an, however, found such actions beneath him. Let her be. I, Qin Chang'an, have a clear conscience in my life. There's no need to do that. Let's go. He then got into the car and headed to the private airfield. Qin Yushuan happened to return home just in time to see her mother's car and her grandfather's private helicopter leave the manor one after the other, her mind filled with thoughts. Is Mom really going to confront Grandpa? In the evening, Qin Mingyu, who was having a meeting at Chang'an Group headquarters, received urgent messages from Qin Ruhan and Zia Shaodi during a break. Meeting adjourned, Qin Mingyu immediately ended the meeting and hurried back to her office to call her grandfather. Unfortunately, Qin Chang'an didn't pick up. At this moment, he was sitting in a spacious and bright room. The surroundings emitted a soft white glow. Across the long table sat a middle-aged man with a cigar, dressed lavishly, with a slick-back hairstyle, flanked by two bodyguards who looked like iron statues. Mr. Qin, I'm pleased you could meet with me. The middle-aged man, although a bit arrogant, spoke politely and gentlemanly. Let's get straight to the point. If you are willing to sell us that item, name your price, and I won't bargain. Qin Chang'an, though not surprised by the attitude, felt uneasy about setting a price, fearing any amount would lead to regret. After a long silence, during which the other party remained patient, Bai Lao leaned in and whispered to Qin Chang'an, Master, Miss has called several times. Would you like to speak with her before making a decision? Qin Chang'an hesitated briefly, then smiled and said, Mr. Ang, I apologize, I need to attend to an urgent matter. Can we continue this conversation later? The middle-aged man gestured for him to proceed. Qin Chang'an stood up and left the room. Outside on the lawn, after ensuring no one was around and there were no cameras, he had Bai Lao contact Qin Mingyu. Hello, Grandpa. Mingyu. What's the matter? Qin Chang'an's tone revealed his nervousness. Despite his years of business experience, he hadn't felt this way in a long time. Torn between not wanting to sell his son's legacy and fearing the collapse of the Qin family. Grandpa, Lin Yu has returned to Yun City and has already revived Lin Qingshuan. What? Really? The usually composed Qin Chang'an was overjoyed, laughing heartily. Great. This means General Lin has no excuse to continue targeting our Qin family in the business war, right? Yes. So the company's financial issue won't be as pressing for now. You can hold off on any drastic measures. Qin Mingyu knew what her grandfather was up to but chose not to mention it directly. Good. I understand. Qin Chang'an sighed in relief, exclaiming, I knew choosing Ling Yu as my grandson-in-law was the right decision. How about it, Mingyu? Isn't Grandpa's judgment spot on? Qin Mingyu felt a strange emotion. Was this embarrassment, Grandpa, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Ha ha. Alright, when you get back, bring Ling Yu to the Qin family. Isn't it almost New Year's? After Qin Chang'an finished speaking, Qin Mingyu really hung up. Ha ha. It turns out my granddaughter has this shy side too. Despite his joke, Qin Chang'an didn't forget his duties, immediately instructing my law. Make arrangements to secure the Zhugong energy diagram. I'll go back to continue the discussion with Mr. Aang. Bai Lao understood immediately, knowing that the master was concerned about the possibility of the other party resorting to force if the deal fell through. He nodded and went to make the necessary arrangements. Mr. Qin, where is your personal bodyguard? Mr. Aang asked with a half-smile upon seeing Qin Chang'an return to the room alone. Ha ha, he had to excuse himself for a stomach issue. My apologies, Mr. Aang. Qin Chang'an replied lightly and sat down again. Mr. Qin, have you decided on a price? Mr. Aang continued to inquire politely. Oh, I'm really sorry. Qin Chang'an apologized sincerely. Mr. Aang, I've suddenly decided not to sell the Zhugong energy diagram. It's a semi-finished product, and I'm worried it won't have much commercial value, causing you a significant loss. Mr. Aang interrupted with a smile. Mr. Qin, you're very honest, but our Chanwu group has plenty of money, and we are least afraid of losses. Even so, Qin Chang'an continued with a smile. I know Chanwu Group is a top international conglomerate, unlike my small Qin family. But even if you don't fear losses, I can't let you suffer losses. Otherwise, the reputation of the Qin family would be ruined. Mr. Aang maintained his smile and, after a brief pause, said, Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your consideration. But we also have to consider you. We can sign an agreement for this transaction, ensuring no one will disclose it. This way, even if we incur a huge loss, it won't affect the Qin family's reputation. How about that? No. No. Qin Chang'an immediately waved his hand in refusal. Even if Mr. Aang is so considerate of us, I, Qin, cannot harm my partners for a bit of profit. I'll take the energy diagram back for further development. When it's perfected, I'll contact you, Mr. Aang. How does that sound? Seeing his unwillingness to sell, the smile on Mr. Aang's face gradually faded. The two bodyguards behind him made slight movements. Although nervous, Qin Chang'an maintained a smiling face, saying, Mr. Aang, I'm truly sorry for wasting your time. Let me compensate you for all your losses on this trip. Just name your price. The two bodyguards had already placed their hands behind their backs, seemingly ready to act on Mr. Aang's command. Fortunately, Mr. Aang did not give such an order. His vanished smile returned as he said, Mr. Qin, you are too kind. As the saying goes, business is not the end of friendship. If you ever decide to sell, feel free to contact us again. Of course, Qin Chang'an replied with a broad smile, secretly sighing in relief. The Chanwu Group is a powerful and mysterious conglomerate headquartered abroad. Many years ago, when Qin Ruxiang led the team to design the Zhugong energy diagram, they showed a strong desire to purchase it. At that time, the Qin family was not short of money, and no matter how generous the offer, they refused to sell it. The main reason Qin Chang'an didn't want to sell the energy diagram was its immense commercial value. If developed, it could lead to a groundbreaking new energy product, far surpassing other energy products, with epoch-making significance, possibly even causing global upheaval. Energy has always been a core resource influencing the world order. For these reasons, the Qin family chose to keep the energy diagram and the semi-finished product developed by Qin Ruxiang. If not for the recent alliance between the Liu and Lin families pushing the Qin family to the brink, Qin Chang'an wouldn't have considered selling the energy diagram. Now that the crisis had been averted, he naturally wanted to withdraw gracefully. Mr. Aang, I must take my leave now. Mr. Qin, please go ahead. Mr. Aang gestured magnanimously. His subordinates, seeing Mr. Aang had no intention of detaining Qin Chang'an, exchanged puzzled glances but dared not question. As Qin Chang'an left, a sinister gleam appeared in Mr. Aang's eyes. Whether it's the Zhugong energy diagram or the Qin family's semi-finished product, Our Chanwu group is determined to obtain them, Mr. Aang said with a cold smile after Qin Chang'an departed. Evening. Qin family manor. Qin Yuxuan entered her mother's room, smiling at Lin Fei, who had just returned. Mom, aren't you having dinner tonight? Not hungry, Lin Fei responded coldly without turning around. You need to eat to stay healthy if you want to fight them, Qin Yuxuan said, placing the food she brought on the table. This piqued Lin Fei's interest, and she turned to look at her daughter, the only one in the Qin family who supported her. Mom, I found the Qingmu flower and made soup for you. Drinking it should reduce the cold poison in your body, Qin Yuxuan said, serving a bowl of soup to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was momentarily surprised before accepting the bowl. Did you really find it? Of course, Mom, you are my closest family. No matter how difficult, I will do it for your health, Qin Yuxuan replied with a smile. And if you want to reclaim Dad's inheritance, I will support you. You are his spouse and the legal first heir. Lin Fei trembled slightly. After a moment, she bit her lip and said, I did consult the lawyer today. But our chances of reclaiming your father's inheritance through legal means are slim. Qin Yuxuan nodded, knowing this already. Otherwise, her mother would have taken legal action long ago. But I am so unwilling to accept it. Your father's entire inheritance has always been controlled by your grandfather. Why? What right does he have? Lin Fei was so agitated that she spilled some of the soup. Mom, don't be upset, Qin Yuxuan quickly comforted her. There will be a way, right? Grandpa shouldn't deny you the inheritance and hit you. It's really wrong. Looking into her daughter's eyes, Lin Fei was lost in thought before finally gritting her teeth and saying, Yuxuan, you're right. That old man is heartless and unjust. I don't need to consider feelings. No matter what, I will get what belongs to me. By any means necessary. Seeing Lin Fei's fierce expression, Qin Yuxuan gently patted her back. Mom, don't get too worked up. Have some soup first. Lin Fei nodded and drank the hot soup. Afterward, she felt her icy heart warm up a bit, realizing that she still had a close family member by her side and wasn't entirely alone. Mom, today is the great cold. In 2 days, it will be the 2023 Lunar New Year. Everyone will be back for dinner tonight. You shouldn't stay in your room all the time. That's not what the mistress of the Qin family should do, right? Qin Yuxuan persuaded. You're right, we may be in a weak position, but we are not afraid of the Qin family. I am the mistress of the Qin family. Lin Fei didn't want to be marginalized and decided to go to the hall, unknowingly triggering another family storm. In the main hall of the Qin family, Qin Chang'an and a group of Qin family women were having a winter dinner, when Qin Yuhan suddenly bounced in, shouting, Everyone, we're back. Everyone quickly looked at the cheerful Qin Yuhan, but their gazes soon shifted to Qin Mingyu, who followed behind her. Ah, Mingyu is finally back. Mingyu, I've been waiting for you for so long. Was it work that kept you so busy? Come in and have some hot soup. It's freezing outside. Yes. Yes. It's always so cold during the New Year. Mingyu, why are you still working so hard, even working overtime close to the New Year? A group of Qin family women quickly surrounded Qin Mingyu, which made Qin Yuhan angry. She pouted and complained. Hey, aunts and cousins, didn't you see me? Do I have no presence in your eyes? I also worked overtime with my sister until now. All right, you've worked hard too. Come and have some soup. Qin Hanshu quickly patted her little head and pulled her toward the large round dining table. Heh, thank you, third aunt. Qin Yuhan, who got angry easily, quickly smiled again. But before she could sit down, she saw Qin Yuxuan walking in with Lin Fei, and her face turned dark immediately. All right, Qin Yuxuan, you shameless woman, how dare you come back to the Qin family? Qin Yuhan, like a wild horse off the reins, broke free from Qin Hanshu's hand and rushed toward Qin Yuxuan, pointing at her. Everyone in the Qin family was stunned, not knowing what had happened between the sisters this time. Yuhan, what do you mean by that? Qin Yuxuan wore an innocent expression with a bitter smile. I'm a member of the Qin family and haven't married out yet. If I don't come back to the Qin family, where should I go? You woman, still pretending here? Chin Yuhan got even angrier seeing her like this. She directly started to pull at her, shouting, "Admit it. Did you deliberately seduce my brother-in-law? How could you be so shameless and do such a disgraceful thing?" "What?" The Chin family members were shocked. Chin Yuhan's words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. "Yuhan, let go, it hurts." Chin Yuxuan struggled but couldn't break free and was almost in tears. Chin Mingyu, watching this scene, even though she knew Chin Yuxuan was pretending to be weak, still intervened. "Yuhan, stop it." Only then did Chin Yuhan coldly let go, but Lin Fei, with a cold face, quickly walked over and slapped her. Slap. The joyous atmosphere in the hall instantly turned icy. "Mom, why did you hit me?" Chin Yuhan covered her burning cheek, feeling wronged. Lin Fei stared at her sternly. "How dare you ask why I hit you? Do you not respect your elders? Yu Xuan is your sister, and you dare to lay hands on her." "Mom," but Chin Yuhan tried to speak. Lin Fei interrupted with a cold snort. "Yu Xuan has many suitors outside, but she has always remained pure. Not to mention she wouldn't seduce someone like Lingyu, even if they were together. It must be Lingyu's scheming nature, eating from one bowl while looking at the pot." "Mom, you have to be reasonable. Yuhan, stop talking and come here." Chin Mingyu called her back. "What exactly happened?" Chin Chang'an, leaning on his cane, stood up angrily, wanting to get to the bottom of the matter. He trusted Lingyu completely. That boy wouldn't know how to flirt, let alone with Chin Yuxuan. But Yuxuan had always been very obedient in front of him, so how could she seduce her brother-in-law? How did this happen? "Yes. Mingyu, what exactly happened?" Chin Honshu and the other women wanted to hear from Chin Mingyu. Chin Yuhan and Chin Yuxuan each had their own stories, which no one believed, that they trusted whatever Chin Mingyu said. "Grandpa, it's nothing serious. You don't need to worry." Chin Mingyu walked to Chin Chang'an with a calm smile, full of confidence and poise. "Some petty people secretly took photos of Lingyu and Yuxuan together and sent them to me. But I trust that Lingyu is definitely not the type to cheat. My man, don't I know him well enough?" As she spoke, she looked directly at Chin Yuxuan. Chin Yuxuan, unable to meet her gaze, looked full of grievances. "So that's how it is." Chin Chang'an nodded and made the final decision. "I also believe in Lingyu. And I believe that Yuxuan, being so well-behaved, wouldn't do anything with her brother-in-law. It must be a misunderstanding. Before Lingyu comes to the Chin family, don't mention this again, and don't make wild guesses." "Yes, Grandpa." Chin Mingyu supported Chin Chang'an back to his seat, looking unconcerned. Chin Yuxuan's gaze flickered. Chin Yuhan's mouth hung open wide. Her sister had once been so jealous over a candlelit dinner between her brother-in-law and Lin Qingshuan that she got herself drunk. Now, with something this serious, she didn't care at all. Her sister had evolved. How quickly had she leveled up in this game? Lin Fei, discipline your own daughter. Chin Honshu, firmly siding with Chin Mingyu, walked over and glared coldly at Lin Fei. This look completely ignited Lin Fei's anger. "Chin Honshu, what do you mean? How far do you want to bully us, mother and daughter?" Lin Fei pointed at her and cursed, entirely different from her usual elegant demeanor. She had had enough. She couldn't take it anymore. "I mean exactly what I said." Chin Honshu, with her fiery temper, wasn't going to back down just because Lin Fei was angry. The more agitated Lin Fei got, the more aggressive she became. "Chin Yuxuan is the daughter you raised. Of course, as her mother, you deserve credit for whatever shameless thing she does. Humph, daring to seduce her brother-in-law deliberately, with ulterior motives." These words infuriated Lin Fei. Her face turned red as if blood would spill out any moment. You've gone too far. I'll fight you." Lin Fei lunged at her, grabbing Chin Honshu by the neck. "Oh no, stop fighting. Stop it." The Chin family daughters were terrified. The Chin family had always had strict family rules, and they had never seen such a scene. Several women hurriedly tried to intervene. Chin Chang'an, furious, knocked his cane on the ground. "Enough. Lin Fei, what kind of behavior is this?" Unexpectedly, Lin Fei couldn't overpower Chin Honshu. Her temper flared, and she pinned Lin Fei to the ground, giving her a flurry of slaps. "How dare you hit me? seeking death. Today I'll teach you, this ungrateful woman, a lesson. One slap after another, Lin Fei's face swelled like a bun, and even blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. The surrounding Qin family women were terrified, and no one dared to step forward to stop the fight. Stop, please stop. Qin Chang'an wanted to call a halt, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart and clutched his chest tightly. Master, Bai Luo quickly got him some medicine and had no time to intervene. Qin Yushuan dared not interfere, merely calling out for them to stop. Just as Qin Hanshu raised her hand again, someone grabbed her wrist. Who dares to stop me? Qin Hanshu thought it was Qin Yushuan and intended to beat up the person stopping her as well. But when she turned around, she was stunned. Qin Mingyu slowly lowered her hand and coldly said, "Stop it." Qin Hanshu immediately ceased her actions, though her mouth remained unforgiving. Who dares to mess with me? They're just asking for humiliation. Because of the positioning, no one in the Qin family went to help Lin Fei right away. Lin Fei's hair was disheveled, her face swollen and bleeding from the mouth, a truly pitiful sight. Qin Ruhan couldn't help but feel heartache. Although she wasn't from her birth mother, that was still her biological mother. She quickly went to help Lin Fei but was pushed aside by Qin Yushuan, who coldly said, "Stop pretending to be sympathetic." Qin Ruhan was momentarily stunned. "Mom, let's go. It seems this family can't tolerate us anymore." Qin Yushuan supported Lin Fei, speaking with full grievance. "Remember this, all of you. Remember this." Lin Fei's eyes were bloodshot, her body trembling as she screamed angrily, "It's you Qin family people bullying me. You force me. Lin Fei, swear, I will make sure you all are ruined. I want you all to die miserably." Shut up, Qin Chang'an shouted after taking his medicine, his face turning an unnatural shade of red. "Dad." Qin Hanshu hurried over, worried about Qin Chang'an's health. But Qin Chang'an slapped her across the face, scolding, "What kind of behavior is this? What status do you hold to solve problems with violence? Where are your manners? Who taught you to fight family members like this?" The room fell silent once again. Qin Hanshu, being very filial, didn't make a sound despite being slapped and scolded, like a child who had done something wrong. As long as her father's health was okay, that was enough for her. Qin Chang'an angrily reprimanded, "You, stand aside." Qin Hanshu quickly moved to the side. Qin Mingyu knew why her grandfather was so angry. The conflict between Lin Fei and the Qin family was already sharp and irreconcilable, and Qin Hanshu's actions only intensified the conflict, potentially bringing disaster to the Qin family. After all, even if Lin Fei's heart leaned towards her maiden family, she was still the Qin family's daughter-in-law. "Lin Fei, are you all right?" Qin Chang'an's attitude softened considerably. Although he had been tough on Lin Fei earlier in the day, he hadn't intended to escalate the conflict directly. Now that things had escalated this far, he had to find a way to placate Lin Fei. HMPH, stop pretending to be sympathetic. Lin Fei indeed showed no gratitude. "I am leaving the Qin family right now, and I will reclaim what is mine. By any means necessary." Seizing the opportunity and feeling justified, Lin Fei made her intentions clear. She then left the hall, supported by Qin Yushuan. "Master, should we stop them?" Bai Luo was also worried about the seriousness of the situation. He knew well the principle that harmony in the family leads to prosperity. "Let them go. They probably won't stay even if we try to stop them." Qin Chang'an understood that the situation was hard to salvage. Moreover, with the water and fire-like conflict between Lin Fei and Qin Hanshu, separating them might be better to prevent further clashes. Another reason was that he didn't want Qin Mingyu and Qin Yushuan to meet. Despite Qin Mingyu's outward display of trust and composure, he knew that internally, she must still have doubts, and a confrontation between the sisters was inevitable. Just as he expected, Qin Mingyu's hands slowly clenched into fists as she watched Qin Yushuan's retreating figure. In front of Qin Yushuan, she had to show her trust in Lingyu, otherwise, it would play into Qin Yushuan's hands. But after Qin Yushuan left, a seed of doubt lingered in her heart. She needed Lingyu to confess the truth himself. On the other side, Lingyu returned to Yunshan Shi community. He hadn't contacted Qin Mingyu beforehand, intending to surprise her, but was taken aback to find she hadn't come home tonight. Just as he was about to call her, his phone rang. "Hello, Mom? Ziyu, have you returned to Yun City?" Chen Ailan knew about Ling Yu's trip to Donxing Mountain, but after his return, he had gone straight to the Lin family, prioritizing waking up Lin Qingshuan, and hadn't called his mother. "Mom, I'm back." "Good, as long as you're safe." "As long as you're safe," Chen Ailan repeated, clearly relieved. To avoid worrying her, Ling Yu hadn't detailed the situation with Lin Qingshuan, and Ling Ruoxu hadn't mentioned it either. Chen Ailan, being from a lower class, wasn't interested in the struggles of Yun City's upper class, and was unaware of the entanglements between the Lin and Qin families. As an ordinary mother, her main concern, besides her son's safety, was her daughter-in-law. "Ziyu, it's almost the new year. When are you and Mingyu coming home?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yu remembered the approaching holiday. Thinking back 3 months, he never imagined his marriage with Qin Mingyu would last until the new year. The thought of bringing his wife home to celebrate and spend time with his mother was indeed a beautiful one, provided the Ice Queen agree. Would she agree? Ling Yu had no certainty but reassured his mother, "Mom, I'll be home tomorrow to help decorate, but I need to confirm Mingyu's schedule first." Still need to confirm? Does she have to work even during the new year? Chen Ailan was anxious. Although she and Ling Ruoxu had already finished the decorations, she longed for a lively family gathering. If her daughter-in-law couldn't come home, her enthusiasm would drop by 90%. "She probably doesn't," Ling Yu quickly reassured her. "Mom, don't worry, I'll do my best to convince Mingyu to come home for the new year, even if it's just for a day." "Well, I'll be waiting for your news then." Chen Ailan anxiously hung up. Ling Yu knew he had to confirm with the Ice Queen. However, an unexpected event occurred. He called Qin Mingyu, and although she answered, she cut him off coldly before he could speak. "How long have you been back before thinking of calling me?" "Sorry, I'm busy right now. Beep beep." Listening to the dial tone, Ling Yu sighed wryly. This was the Ice Queen's unfiltered nature, going cold at the slightest disagreement. Was she angry? What should he do? If he had known, he wouldn't have left Qin's house so abruptly that day. Sigh. "I better discuss this with my sister." Ling Yu thought of seeking advice from his sister, even though her experience in relationships was limited. Coincidentally, just as he was about to call Ling Ruoxu, his phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number from Yun City, not flagged as a scam by the National Anti-Fraud app. Who could it be at this hour? Ling Yu answered the call. "Hello, is this Dr. Ling?" A sweet, shy voice came from the other end. "Guan Ruru, it's you." Ling Yu hadn't expected this. "Yeah, it's me." Guan Ruru's voice was gentle, even more so than before. However, she seemed hesitant to speak. Coincidentally, Ling Yu wasn't a particularly talkative man either, so after a long pause, he finally asked, "Miss Guan, what's the matter?" "Well, it's like this. My father asked me to find out when you might be free during the new year." Guan Ruru's voice grew quieter and quieter. Although Ling Yu couldn't see her, he vividly remembered the shy nurse he'd recently worked with, and he could almost imagine her blushing as she spoke. I'm afraid I won't have much free time these next few days. I'll be busy visiting relatives during the new year." "It's hard to say, but I'll try my best to find some time," Ling Yu replied honestly. Although he had promised Director Guan that he would visit, he might not actually had any spare time. "I see." Guan Ruru's voice sounded disappointed. She didn't hang up, nor did she continue the conversation. Ling Yu found her personality to be quite classical, gentle, shy, and passive. With her, he had to be more proactive than usual. "Well, I'm actually trying to find a way to appease my wife. She seems to be angry with me," he said, breaking the silence. "What? Dr. Ling, you're married?" Guan Roro sounded surprised, then quickly added with a light laugh, "Why is she angry?" "Well, I'm not entirely sure," Ling Yu admitted with a wry smile. "She's just cold by nature. I really don't know what to do now." "Maybe I can help you." Guan Ruru's voice suddenly became more enthusiastic, losing the earlier shyness. "You can help me?" Ling Yu was curious. While he trusted other women with this sort of thing, he wasn't sure about the shy Guan Roro. Did she have enough experience with relationships? Of course, I've been in a relationship before, and as a woman, I understand women better than you men. Guan Roro said proudly. With my help, I'm sure we can win back your wife's heart. Well, thank you in advance, Ling Yu laughed, scratching his head. He hadn't expected to get such unexpected assistance. Guan Roro then went on to suggest many ways to mend his relationship. Apart from those that involve spending a lot of money, Ling Yu found most of her suggestions practical and chose one to implement the next day. The following morning, Qin Mingyu went to work as usual. When she was busy, she could forget about Ling Yu, but whenever she paused, she would unconsciously check her phone. HMPH, that guy hasn't even called or sent a message. Each time she looked at her phone, her anger would increase. In front of Qin Yuxuan, she had to maintain the appearance of trusting her husband, so as not to let her sister's scheme succeed. She knew very well that Qin Yuxuan wanted to break her and Ling Yu apart. But she was not as emotionally evolved as Qin Ruhan imagined. Jealousy is a woman's prerogative and instinct. Which wife wouldn't care if she saw her husband naked and embracing another woman? She had been waiting for Ling Yu's explanation, but didn't know how to bring it up. Such a thing was infuriating and embarrassing, especially since she was a high-cold female president. Could she question her husband about infidelity like a petty woman? Especially, and the other woman was her sister. It was all very upsetting. President Qin, are you feeling unwell? Xia Shouty's sudden voice interrupted Qin Mingyu's days. Qin Mingyu looked up, her brows furrowed. Why didn't you knock before coming in? I did, but President Qin didn't hear me. Xia Shouty was both Qin Mingyu's subordinate and her best friend, so she could naturally shift her tone. Oh, really? Qin Mingyu wasn't angry but sighed slightly. President Qin, are you thinking about Ling Yu? Xia Shouty tentatively asked. She didn't expect Qin Mingyu's reaction to be so intense. She gently patted the desk. Me? Thinking about him? Nonsense, why would I think about him? I'm thinking about business, about the Liu family competing with us in the market. I don't have time for anything else. Oh, I see. Xia Shouty smiled, then nodded, though her expression clearly conveyed disbelief. What are you smiling at? Qin Mingyu's gaze turned genuinely angry. How dare this woman laugh at her? Nothing. I'm just relieved that President Qin isn't pining over a man. How could our high-cold female president of Jianqi Group be troubled by love? It wouldn't make sense, Xia Shouty teased, leaving a stack of documents on the desk before walking out. Qin Mingyu felt Xia Shouty's smile held a hidden meaning, but she couldn't figure out what she was up to. Whatever. She couldn't focus on work right now, so she decided to head home. As she walked out of the building, she noticed that Ziwan wasn't waiting with the Bentley. What's going on? Qin Mingyu frowned. Ziwan had been her driver for many years and rarely made such mistakes. The security guard hurried over, bowing. President Qin, driver Wan is on leave tonight. He asked Secretary Xia to inform you. What? Qin Mingyu's eyes flashed cold. She had guessed Xia Shouty was up to something. With her capabilities, she wouldn't make such a mistake. So was it deliberate? The security guard trembled, standing still and afraid to move. President Qin, if you need a car, I'll notify the fleet immediately. No need. Qin Mingyu waved him off, dismissing him as she saw her Maserati approaching. Finally, she understood Xia Shouty's scheme. So she had teamed up with that idiot Ling Yu to play games. Was this her plan? Watching Ling Yu step out of the Maserati with a bouquet of roses, Qin Mingyu felt a mix of emotions. Joy, anger, happiness, frustration, she couldn't tell. Ling Yu, with a flushed face, stood at the bottom of the steps, looking up and holding out the flowers. This was the first time he had ever given flowers to a woman. And it had to be to his ice-cold wife. He feared she might refuse, which would be awkward. His heart was pounding. Qin Mingyu didn't take the flowers. She crossed her arms and coldly said, "Humph, liar." Ow. Ling Yu was stunned. He hadn't expected this reaction from his wife, which wasn't in any of the contingency plans Guan Roro had given him. Still not admitting it, huh? Qin Mingyu looked at Ling Yu's dumbfounded expression and ruthlessly exposed his tricks. First of all, you conspired with Xia Shouty and others to deceive me, playing a surprise appearance card. Secondly, there's a purchase time on this rose card. Clearly purchased this morning. Ling Yu, this is premeditated. Ling Yu, embarrassed, chuckled. Luckily, Qin Mingyu continued with a cold hum. Don't just stand there. Why aren't you opening the car door for me? Oh, right. Ling Yu hurriedly went to open the back door. Qin Mingyu's eyebrows furrowed. Why wasn't he opening the passenger door? Didn't he want her to sit beside him? Thinking that she was still angry, she walked towards the Maserati, only to find that the back seat had been completely refitted into a beautiful, pure white seat. It was not only spacious, it also exuded a sense of solemnity. Seeing Qin Mingyu's surprised expression, Ling Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. He scratched his head and smiled. Mingyu, do you like the specially made wife seat? In fact, the script prepared by Guan Roro wasn't like this. It was, do you like the queen's throne I've specially made for you? From now on, you're the only queen in the house. But that line was too cheesy. Ling Yu couldn't bring himself to say it. Although the impact of the dialogue was weakened, Qin Mingyu liked this kind of natural yet slightly romantic gesture. It wasn't greasy and had a touch of authenticity. Is this something you came up with? Qin Mingyu didn't immediately get in, instead staring at him. Ow. Not exactly ... Ling Yu scratched his head again, awkwardly smiling. It was taught to me by a female friend. Just don't feel awkward about it ... Just for the effort you, this fool, put in. I won't scold you this time. But don't try so many tricks next time. After scolding him a bit, Qin Mingyu finally got into the car. Watching Ling Yu drive away with the beautiful CEO, the security guard, the only witness, took a while to close his mouth. So this is how the toad eats swan meat. With this kind of trick. Should he also learn it? Go pursue Miss Qin from the Qin family. While others liked the aloof goddess, he preferred those lively little beauties, like Qin Mingyu. Although Qin Mingyu got into the car, she didn't speak to Ling Yu all the way. Ling Yu also didn't rush to discuss business while driving. When they returned to the Yunshan elegant residence and entered the house, Qin Mingyu wanted to go straight to her room. Only then did Ling Yu gently grab her wrist. Mingyu, I need to talk to you. Qin Mingyu, however, shook off his hand. Let Dian turn to him with a cold glare. It seemed she could freeze him for 30 years. What's wrong? Ling Yu looked a little pale as he took her phone. He finally understood why his wife was so cold and angry. How do you explain this? Sitting on the sofa, Qin Mingyu, with her arms crossed, had the air of a stern CEO questioning her subordinate. How do I explain this? Ling Yu sighed helplessly and spread his hands. This did happen, and at the time, Qin Yuxuan was bitten by a snake in the wilderness. I couldn't just leave her alone. Qin Mingyu was very angry. How dare this man speak so confidently? Fortunately, her sharp eyes observed Ling Yu's calm gaze, indicating he had no guilty conscience. Then why did she go with you to the wilderness? Qin Mingyu continued to press. I was going to Dongxing Mountain to find my master. And coincidentally, she was looking for a medicinal herb called Qingmu flower for her mother. So we happened to meet there. Ling Yu explained everything to Qin Mingyu. Finally, he frowned and added, it was just the two of us at the time, so who could have taken those photos and videos? Qin Mingyu coldly smiled, her lips still as beautiful as ever. Now you know what kind of woman Qin Yuxuan is, right? Ling Yu was slightly stunned. The facts were right in front of him, but he still found it hard to accept that Qin Yuxuan was such a cunning woman. She couldn't have predicted when he would arrive at Zaipeng village and then stage the whole act, right? And her warmth towards Little Swallow, could she also fake that? Don't have any more contact with her in the future, understood? Qin Mingyu demanded directly. She could forgive Ling Yu for this incident since Qin Yuxuan was intentionally throwing herself at him. And Ling Yu had been honest about it, not engaging in any romantic activities. Since she chose to believe him, she wouldn't keep bringing this up, but if it happened again, she wouldn't accept it. Well, Ling Yu hesitated a bit. Qin Mingyu's gaze became even angrier. She had already let go of the past grievances, giving him a way out. Did this man still want to be entangled with Qin Yuxuan? Even if that woman wasn't his cousin, he should cut off contact with her. Mingyu, I can promise to keep my distance from her, but it's impossible not to have any contact with her. Ling Yu responded rationally. For his wife's sake, he could give up his relationship with Qin Yuxuan. But she was still Qin Mingyu's sister and was helping take care of Little Swallow and guarding Baiqing village. Ling Yu couldn't cut off all contact with her. He didn't want to lie just to appease his wife at the moment. That wasn't his style. As expected, Qin Mingyu was angry. She pointed a cold finger towards the door. Fine. In that case, get out now. Sleep outside in the cold tonight. Mingyu. Lingyu was a bit at a loss. Although he had endured worse conditions in the northern region before. Was it really necessary to have such a hard time with himself, especially during the Lunar New Year? Get out. Qin Mingyu stood up, pushing him angrily. Go find your Qin Yushuang. If you want to be with her, don't expect to be with me. Don't try to have your cake and eat it too. Mingyu. I didn't. Lingyu wanted to explain, but he realized that his wife was serious, so he didn't dare to resist and let himself be pushed out. Sigh. Lingyu sighed, not feeling angry with his wife. After all, he understood Qin Mingyu's feelings. Perhaps many women had thrown themselves at Qin Mingyu before. If it were any other woman, they would probably have beaten him with a broom, smashed him with a durian, or even threatened divorce. All Lingyu could do now was to wait for Qin Mingyu to calm down and talk to her properly. Downstairs, rubbing his hands, Lingyu thought about how it was impossible to sleep outside in this weather. Maybe he should go back to his own place for now and try to make it up to his wife tomorrow. He could find a way to appease her with the help of Guanruru, the emotional strategist. However, his phone suddenly chimed. Lingyu checked it and smiled. Come up. It was a message from Qin Mingyu. Lingyu quickly looked up. His eyesight was excellent, and he could see Qin Mingyu looking down at him from the 17th floor window. She must have thought he was going to sleep on the bench in the community again. Lingyu hurriedly went back upstairs. Qin Mingyu opened the door and immediately pretended to be indifferent. Don't think I'm asking you to come back to sleep. I'm just hungry and want something to eat. Make me something. Okay. No problem, Lingyu smiled and agreed. He knew his wife hadn't had dinner yet, so he would make her a hearty meal to please her, and improve their relationship while she was in a good mood. Lingyu had never been skilled at this before, but as a man, pleasing his wife was a natural talent. When the timing was right, he naturally understood. Sure enough, as Lingyu busied himself in the kitchen preparing a feast, Qin Mingyu also passed by the door and took a peek. How could this man make so much food with just a casual effort? Qin Mingyu's sneaky glance was caught by Lingyu, who turned around and caught her in the act. Qin Mingyu felt a bit embarrassed. She was about to say something when Lingyu preemptively said, Mingyu, why don't you take a hot bath first? There'll be a feast waiting for you when you come out. Qin Mingyu quickly pretended to be aloof. Humph. Who asked you to care? I only allowed you to come back and cook for me. After eating, you still have to go out and face the northwest wind. With that, she hurriedly walked away. Seeing his wife like this, Lingyu felt a tickle in his heart. He hadn't realized his CEO wife had such a childish side. How adorable, Qin Mingyu said, who asked you to care but still followed Lingyu's instructions and took a comfortable hot bath. When she came out in a bathrobe, she found a table full of steaming food. Are you wasting food? You made so much. Qin Mingyu said, but her mouth was watering. How could this guy, who used to be a gynecologist, have such excellent cooking skills? I want to fatten you up so that fewer men will try to hit on you in the future. Lingyu joked casually, making Qin Mingyu blush. Lingyu had just spoken his mind, but seeing Qin Mingyu's reaction, he realized he might have accidentally said something corny. What had gotten into him? Dream on. I'm full after just a few bites. Qin Mingyu intended to eat less. But once she started, she couldn't stop until she burped, realizing she had been indiscreet. Burp. Lingyu had eaten more than her. Knowing Qin Mingyu wanted to maintain her goddess image, he quickly burped to cover for her. Qin Mingyu felt a strange feeling in her heart. She knew Lingyu had heard her burp, and she was extremely embarrassed. However, this idiot understood how to take care of her feelings. She had never realized that before. I'll wash the dishes, and then I'll leave. After taking a short break, Lingyu stood up to clean, carrying the dishes to the kitchen. You stop, Qin Mingyu said, in a commanding tone, stopping him in his tracks. What's wrong? Lingyu turned around, pretending to be confused, secretly laughing. It seemed his wife had calmed down and softened up. Thank goodness he had seen the strategies Guanruru had sent him yesterday. Women indeed like being pampered. Even the domineering female CEO was no exception. Being gentle and considerate always works. In consideration of you making me something to eat, I'll allow you to sleep at home tonight. But if you don't behave well, I'll kick you out any time, Qin Mingyu said proudly. Before, Ling Yu wouldn't have fallen for this, but now that he was in the wrong, having been caught in bed with her little sister and photographed, Qin Mingyu's behavior was already very magnanimous. Thank you. Ling Yu thanked her seriously. Qin Mingyu pretended to be coy and turned her face away. She was very clear that any other man would have flattered her with words like thank you, madam, or other sweet nothings. She didn't like hearing those. She just liked seeing this idiot being serious. Oh, by the way, Mingyu, will you come home with me for the new year? My mom really wants us to spend the new year with her. Ling Yu had enough patience to bring up this matter only, and the time was right. Qin Mingyu furrowed her eyebrows, showing some hesitation. As the head of a prestigious family, Qin Mingyu had a packed schedule for the new year. She had a lot of important people to visit and receive. Suddenly, taking time to go to Ling Yu's house for the new year, even if it was just for a date, would make her schedule even tighter. Is it not okay? Ling Yu's eyes couldn't hide his disappointment, but he didn't force her. Qin Mingyu naturally noticed, and she was well aware of the customs in Longguo. It was only right for a husband to take his wife home for the new year.
Since she had decided to be this idiot's wife, shouldn't she spend at least one day with him for the new year? Okay, on New Year's Eve you come to my house for dinner, and on the first day of the new year, I'll visit your house for the New Year's greetings. That's settled, Qin Mingyu said decisively, without leaving any room for negotiation, and then went back to her room. Ling Yu's expression gradually brightened up. The fact that the Ice Queen agreed to spend the first day of the Lunar New Year with him at his house was already very rare. Hopefully it would be enough to appease his mother when the time came. On New Year's Eve morning, early as it was, there were visitors at Ling Shitang's house. They're here! Ling Shitang was quite surprised because their house rarely had visitors on New Year's Eve, let alone this early in the morning. Upon opening the door, he found it was actually Jie Qiuyan and her son Jie Chunyan. What are you here for? Ling Shitang's face immediately became wary, and he couldn't help but frown. It had been a while since their divorce, and with Lin Qingshuan's help, Jie Qiuyan hadn't even taken a single hair from their house when she left. But now, abandoned by Zi Zhijun, she was left with no other options. Shitang, please, let me come back home. Jie Qiuyan burst into tears, looking utterly desolate. Although it was Zi Chunyan's idea for her to do this, it was also her genuine desire. After the divorce, she regretted it deeply. Her recent experiences made her realize a harsh truth. There were far fewer wealthy men in the world than there were beautiful women, and even fewer would be willing to marry a woman like her who had already borne children. But it was all a facade. Mom? Little Wei watched her cry and started crying himself. It was just a child's nature. Jie Qiuyan seized the opportunity to embrace her son, hoping to use it as a way to return home. But Ling Shitang resolutely pushed her away, angrily saying, Jie Qiuyan, forget it. I've said it before. I can overlook your past. But if you cheat on me after marriage, I won't tolerate it. Get out. Go away. Shitang, Jie Qiuyan hesitated, almost blurting out something, but then held back. At that moment, Ling Shitang's phone rang. Oh, it's Teacher Ting Ting? You want to discuss something with us? All right, discussing over the phone might lead to forgetting, so I'll bring Little Wei over immediately. After hanging up, Ling Shitang didn't have any more time to continue arguing with Jie Qiuyan. He locked the door and took his son out. Jie Qiuyan looked at the changed locks with despair, feeling utterly helpless.
Tahuzi watched his desolate and clenched his fists in anger, vowing to avenge her when he had the capability to vent out his frustration. Dad, why won't you let Mom come back home? I miss Mom. Our home feels so empty without her. Little Wei sat in the back of Ling Shitang's electric car, crying softly and pleading. Though he missed his mom, he was also sensible enough to know that the fault lay with her. And it was reasonable for his dad not to want her around. Ling Shitang was an honest man, and a man with a temper. While he used to pamper Zi Qiuyan, the situation had changed drastically. He couldn't go back to living with a woman who had cheated on him, even if it meant risking his life every night sleeping beside her. Soon, the two arrived at Yu Tingting's bachelor apartment. "Teacher Tingting, we're here." After knocking on the door, Ling Shitang warmly greeted Yu Tingting with a smile. "Ah, Little Wei's dad is here. Please come in." Yu Tingting also warmly welcomed the father and son inside, though she hadn't expected Ling Shitang to pay her a visit. But it didn't matter. "Teacher Tingting, sorry for the sudden visit." Ling Shitang apologized sincerely. He had initially just wanted to find an excuse to persuade Ziqian to leave, to avoid her continuing to entangle with him at home. It's okay, discussing things face to face is usually clearer. Yu Tingting invited the two to sit down in her bachelor apartment and then made tea to entertain them. Ling Shitang and his son sat down, looking around at the delicate little nest, feeling impressed. It was evident that Yu Tingting's life wasn't luxurious, but it was refined. Having spent years with Ziqian and experiencing her sloppiness, Ling Shitang naturally had a fondness for a woman like Yu Tingting. Of course, being an honest man, he also knew that he wasn't worthy of a young and beautiful woman like Yu Tingting, and he dared not entertain any improper thoughts. "Here, Dad, have some tea." Yu Tingting placed 2 cups of homemade milk tea in front of Ling Shitang and his son, smiling politely. "Ah, thank you." Ling Shitang felt a bit excited, thinking that this young teacher was quite generous and skillful in her crafts. It had been a long time since he had any contact with the opposite sex, and even a simple smile from her made him feel a bit stirred. "Teacher, your milk tea is delicious." Little Wei finished his milk tea and wiped his mouth, still feeling unsatisfied. "Hehe, if you want more, teacher will pour you some more. This is made by teacher herself, so feel free to drink as much as you like." Yu Tingting continued pouring milk tea for Little Wei. As she leaned forward, her curvaceous figure was quite attractive, causing Ling Shitang to blush and awkwardly turn away. "Dad, teacher wants to discuss something with you." Yu Tingting barely glanced at Ling Shitang, as her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Ling Yu. She didn't notice Ling Shitang's expression, but upon hearing his question, she immediately thought of Ling Yu's younger brother. A single woman staying in Yun City for New Year's, spending a day with a charming man like him would be wonderful. Teacher, please go on." Ling Shitang was still nervous. After divorcing Ziqian, he had very little contact with the opposite sex. Visiting a single woman today, he couldn't help feeling a bit strange. However, he also wanted more interaction with someone as cultured as Yu Tingting. Yu Tingting turned to arrange her tea set, not seeing Ling Shitang's expression, but upon hearing his question, she assumed he was referring to Ling Yu and his availability. After all, Ling Yu had just gotten married this year, and he must have had more responsibilities than before. How could he have time to accompany Little Wei in making videos? Parents can also participate. If Little Wei's dad is busy, Little Wei's uncle can come instead. It depends on your schedule. Yu Tingting blushed slightly as she spoke. Is that so? Ling Shitang had no idea about Yu Tingting's intentions, nor did he realize her infatuation with Ling Yu. All she cared about was her own time. Besides, Ling Yu had just gotten married this year, so he must have had more on his plate than usual. How could he possibly have time to accompany Little Wei in making videos? "Let me check, there shouldn't be a problem," Ling Shitang replied cautiously. "Really?" Yu Tingting's eyes lit up immediately. "Great, then please arrange it with Little Wei's dad, set the time with him, and you can come find me anytime." "Oh, okay. Ling Shitang thought she was referring to him and Little Wei setting the time, so he quickly agreed and added, "Except for visiting relatives on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, we should be free at other times. After all, we don't have many relatives now." After the divorce, he didn't even need to visit his extended family. Just checking on Chen Ailin would suffice. "Oh, so you'll be together on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year?" Yu Tingting had been mentioning Ling Yu all along, unaware that Ling Shitang had misunderstood her. "Yes, we'll visit his uncle that date, and we should be free afterward." Ling Shitang always felt there was something odd about Yu Tingting's questions, but his intelligence couldn't grasp what exactly was wrong. "All right then, confirm the time with him, and you can come over anytime." Okay. Ling Shitang repeated 3 okays in a row, feeling quite excited inside. He had been worried about spending the Lunar New Year alone after the divorce. But now, if he and his son could make videos with teacher Yu Tingting, it would be a great New Year's gift and might alleviate his son's pain of being a single parent. After discussing things, Ling Shitang and his son left Yu Tingting's house. Ling Shitang was in a great mood all the way and said to his son sitting behind the electric scooter, "Let's go. Let's buy some new clothes for the Lunar New Year. We'll wear them together with teacher Yu Tingting when we make videos." "Dad, do you like teacher Yu Tingting?" The child spoke without reservation. Fathers can see through their children's eyes, and Ling Shitang was no exception. "What? How can you say such things?" Ling Shitang pretended to be angry and scolded. "Your old man is just a rough fellow and a divorced single parent at that. Do you think I'm worthy of teacher Yu Tingting?" I also think you're not worthy. In every aspect. Theft, little ways straightforward words almost made Ling Shitang spit blood. What did he mean by every aspect? Could a 7-year-old child say such lines? Kids these days, haha, although it's true, you shouldn't say it directly. Do you think your old man has no face? Ling Shitang was annoyed by his son's words, but still felt cheerful. People always need to have some fantasies. As long as the illusion isn't shattered, they'll remain in good spirits. But in the next moment, Little Wei reminded him, "Dad, I think you misunderstood teacher Yu Tingting just now. She probably wants uncle to bring me to make videos with her." "What?" Ling Shitang slammed on the brakes in panic. "Dad, don't you realize?" Little Wei was much sharper than his father and pointed it out directly. When teacher Yu Tingting looked at uncle just now, her eyes were shining just like when Dad looks at teacher Yu Tingting. If she didn't want uncle to bring me, she wouldn't have looked at him like that. This. Ling Shitang now recalled that was indeed the case. And he also had enough self-awareness to know that with his appearance, he couldn't make a woman's eyes shine like that. Oh no, this is a big misunderstanding. We've promised teacher Yu Tingting. What if uncle is not available later? What should we do? No. We need to call uncle right away. Ling Shitang hurriedly dialed Ling Yu's number. At that moment, Ling Yu was at home pasting couplets with his mother, decorating the house for the new year. Knowing that Chen Mingyu agreed to come home on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Chen Ailan was overjoyed. But upon hearing that it was only for one day, she sighed again. Ling Yu was just about to comfort his mother when he suddenly received a call. "Hey, cousin, what's up?" "Hey, Ziyu. I just wanted to ask, do you have any time during the Lunar New Year this year?" It's hard to say. I'm not sure yet even about visiting director Guan. I really don't have time for anything else. This. Ling Shitang suddenly panicked. "Cousin, what's wrong?" Ling Yu felt something was off. Nothing. You just stay busy. We'll talk when you come over for the new year." Ling Shitang hesitated, not mentioning the matter. Before Ling Yu could hang up, Chen Ailan snatched the phone from her son's hand and instructed him, "Shitang, since there's no housewife at your home this year, why don't you and Little Wei come over to spend the new year with me?" "Mom. I mean, Auntie, is that okay?" Although Ling Shitang now called Chen Ailan Mom, he knew very well that he wasn't her real son. He was worried that if he and Little Wei went to her house for the new year, Ling Yu's wife might object. "What's not convenient about it? With someone to take care of, just call me Mom, and I'll treat you and Ziyu like my own sons. Besides, since Mingyu is only coming home for one day during the new year, I'll be alone." "Oh, really? Well then," Ling Shitang agreed. "Well, since you're divorced from Qian, Mom should find you another daughter-in-law. The new year is a golden time for blind dates." Hearing Chen Ailan mentioning blind dates again, Ling Yu recalled his own miserable past. 18 failed blind dates in a row. He really hoped his cousin wouldn't break his record. But Ling Shitang seemed somewhat hopeful about the blind dates. He had long envied Ling Yu for marrying Chen Mingyu through a blind date. With such a good example, he also yearned for success and to marry a second Chen Mingyu. Of course, he knew he didn't measure up to Ling Yu, so even if the other party was 10 times worse than Chen Mingyu, he would accept it. It would still be 10 times better than Ziqian. After handing the phone back to Ling Yu, Chen Ailan picked up her own phone. It seemed she was about to arrange a blind date for Ling Shitang immediately. "Mom, are you calling the matchmaker again?" Ling Ruoxu also suddenly appeared, apparently overhearing the conversation between the two and Ling Shitang just now. Ling Yu thought the same. However, they didn't expect Chen Ailin to shake her head and say, "No, I'm calling John Milan's mother." "What?" Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu exclaimed simultaneously. "What's going on? Wasn't Zhang Milan the one who used to chase after Ziyu? Ziyu is married now. Why are you calling her for? Is this some kind of sour grapes?" Chen Ailin was taken aback by the other party's strong reaction, feeling a bit confused. The Wei Shufen didn't stop there and sneered triumphantly. "Ha, Ailin, didn't we hear that your son was quite impressive? Didn't he butter up a rich beauty and even drove a Maserati? How come he got dumped so quickly? Now you want to go back and find my daughter? What's this? A bad horse wants to eat back its own grass." "Oh, this ... Chen Ailin was stunned by the sudden onslaught of words. Wei Shufen continued to gloat. "Too late. It's really too late. My daughter is getting married, and the wedding is on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. Since you called, we'll send you an invitation too. Remember, the whole family must come. My daughter is marrying into a wealthy family, and we're waiting for your blessings. Make sure you don't dare not to come, hehe." "All right then." Chen Ailin was a kind person. Knowing that the other party was showing off, she still agreed. After all, they knew each other, and if they refused to go after receiving the invitation, they might be laughed at by others. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ailin looked embarrassedly at Ling Yu. Ling Yu didn't know what to say. Originally, his cousin asked if he had any free time during the Lunar New Year, and he couldn't even give a definite answer. Now, why did more trouble have to come up? He also knew Wei Shufen was a big mouth. If his mom agreed and then didn't go in the end, that woman would probably talk about it everywhere. And the busybodies around would mock his mom. "Mom, we'll see when the time comes. Worst case scenario, I'll just give a big red envelope and call it a day." Ling Yu could think of the simplest way to handle it. After all, he wasn't lacking in money right now. He just didn't want to deal with the Zhang family anymore to avoid feeling disgusted. All right then, Chen Ailin didn't dwell on it. She didn't overthink things and was already thinking about finding a wife for Ling Shitang, so she immediately contacted the matchmaker again. While Ling Yu was busy helping decorate the house for the new year with his sister, they chatted about her and Uji's situation. Ling Ruoxu only mentioned that she would divorce after the new year. She shouldn't have rushed into marriage due to their mother's pressure. Ling Yu supported his sister's decision, as he also believed that he wasn't a man worth entrusting one's lifetime to. As they were talking, they heard some commotion outside. "Excuse me, is Ling Yu here?" Upon hearing the voice, Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu hurried out of the courtyard. To their surprise, there were a Lamborghini and a Mercedes-Benz parked outside. The owner of the Lamborghini was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 30s. "Auntie San?" Ling Yu immediately recognized her, as Qin Mingyu had shown him pictures of the main people in her family in advance, so he wouldn't have face blindness and not recognize them when he went to her house. "Hehe, your figure is indeed excellent, and your looks are not bad either." Qin Honshu licked her lips greedily, then with a gesture, a man and a woman came down from the Mercedes-Benz and forcefully pulled Ling Yu out. Hey, Auntie San, what are you doing?" Ling Yu was flustered. Why did this woman resort to physical force so easily? Ling Ruoxu was also a little shocked. Why did this scene look like human trafficking? This woman was actually trying to take her brother away in front of her eyes. What's wrong with the world? What else can I do? Of course, I'm going to take you for a makeover. Otherwise, if you enter the Qin family like this, I'm afraid many people will find you unsightly. Qin Honshu completely treated Qin Mingyu as her daughter, even more so than her real daughter, so she naturally wanted to do her best for her. Ling Yu's first impression was okay, but with a little touch-up, he would surely shine brightly. With her experience, she had seen many big stars before and after their rise to fame. Now, compared to those male celebrities with traffic, like Chicken Taimiai and Zizan, Ling Yu was far better even before the makeover. Inside, after Chen Ailin finished her call, she heard some commotion outside, and quickly went out to see what was happening, only to find Ling Ruoxu standing at the door. "What just happened? Where's Xiaoyu?" Ling Ruoxu pointed to the Lamborghini that had already driven away and shrugged. "Mom, you're too late. Your son was just taken away by a middle-aged woman. What? Taken away by someone? Chen Nailin was shocked. In this day and age, how could someone abduct her son, who was already so big? Shouldn't they call the police? After 2 hours of careful grooming by Qin Hanshu, Ling Yu finally emerged from the dressing room of the high-end clothing store. Not bad. Really good. Qin Hanshu, like buying and selling less stock, carefully examined Ling Yu from top to bottom, and then personally tittied up his details. She almost didn't give his buttocks a pat. This image of yours could easily pass as a wealthy scion. Hehe. Qin Hanshu was very satisfied with her actions. When Qin Mingyu saw her husband later, she would surely be impressed, maybe even shocked. She couldn't wait to see her reaction later. Ling Yu, however, was speechless. Why was Qin Mingyu's aunt so domineering? She didn't care if he was willing or not and just forced him into all this. If it weren't for her relationship with Qin Mingyu, Ling Yu would have wanted to turn his face away. The iceberg woman was sometimes unreasonable. Was she learning from her? Mr. Ling, you have a call. At this moment, Qin Hanshu's female assistant handed Ling Yu his phone. When he changed clothes earlier, he had entrusted all his belongings to the female assistant. Seeing that it was a call from Qin Mingyu, Ling Yu quickly reached out to take the phone. But unexpectedly, with a whoosh, someone snatched the phone ahead of him. Hey! Ling Yu, where are you? Qin Mingyu's angry voice came from the other end. She had just sent a message to Ling Yu, and this man hadn't responded to her. Heh. Mingyu. Don't worry, I promise your man will arrive at the Qin family estate on time. Qin Hanshu responded smugly. Auntie, don't go overboard with all this. Otherwise, that man won't be the same as before. Qin Mingyu understood immediately what had happened upon hearing the voice. She didn't continue to blame Ling Yu but simply said, Auntie, don't go overboard. Otherwise, that man won't be the same as before. Then she hung up the phone. She liked Ling Yu's genuine and unpretentious nature and was worried that Qin Hanshu would dress him up like those stereotypical wealthy signs. Heh, perhaps I went a bit overboard with the styling. Qin Hanshu looked at Ling Yu, adorned with various luxury brands and accessories, feeling like she might have gone too far. However, she didn't intend to correct her mistake and just waved her hand, saying, Let's go, son-in-law. Let's go home. With that, Qin Hanshu wanted to pay the bill, but Ling Yu gently caught her wrist. The salesperson hesitated for a moment. Qin Hanshu was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Ling Yu. This man had been cooperative all along, so what did he want to do now? Auntie, since this is my stuff, let me pay for it myself. Ling Yu responded earnestly, despite Qin Hanshu's unexpected expression. You? Qin Hanshu looked surprised. Heh. Do you even know how much your whole outfit costs? It's in the 6 figures, can you afford it? She wasn't trying to look down on Ling Yu, just stating the facts. Ling Yu smiled and replied seriously, Auntie, although I may not earn as much as Mingyu does, I can still afford to buy my own things. If you have a good relationship with Mingyu, you wouldn't want others to say I'm living off her, right? This time, Qin Hanshu was truly touched. Initially, her impression of Ling Yu was that he had a good appearance and could marry into the Qin family without much fuss. But now, she was deeply impressed by Ling Yu and felt a sense of sincerity that couldn't be ignored. He insisted on his dignity as a man. He always stood tall. Heh, all right then, suit yourself. Well, thank you, Auntie, for taking the time to choose for me. Ling Yu handed over his card to pay, and Qin Hanshu was satisfied with his gratitude, finding it quite polite. However, Ling Yu's next words were unexpected. Although, I don't like any of it. Theft. Qin Hanshu suddenly felt like she was going to spit blood. This son-in-law of the Qin family wasn't as likable as she had imagined. Entering the Qin family manor, Ling Yu felt a bit unsettled. He thought tonight's New Year's Eve banquet would be similar to the last time, maybe just with more people. But he didn't expect the entire estate to be lit up with lanterns and decorations, with red everywhere. Lantern lights complemented each other, and people were bustling around, making it seem like a grand imperial garden from ancient times. What's going on? This year, the Qin family's New Year's Eve dinner was actually held in a separate building. It had 3 floors, front and back gardens, hundreds of tables, and every seat was taken. This is too extravagant, Ling Yu suddenly felt immense pressure, his eyes widening. Seeing his expression, Qin Honshu smiled proudly and said, "Almost the entire city of Yun wants to curry favor with the Qin family. Anyone with a little bit of family ties will come today for some prestige. Many wealthy merchants and tycoons from Yun City will also seize this opportunity to expand their network at the Qin family's New Year's banquet, you understand?" Ling Yu nodded, somewhat understanding. So this is the lifestyle and socializing style of the upper class. Thinking about the future, when his relationship with Qin Mingyu is made public, he would inevitably have to frequently experience such grand occasions, and he felt a bit unsure about it. But he couldn't just give up the wife he loves because he doesn't want to deal with these social occasions, right? Heh, son-in-law, do you now realize how remarkable your wife's family is? Just a reminder, don't ever let Mingyu down. Qin Honshu continued to smile and said, "Our Mingyu is the #1 beauty in Yun City. Countless wealthy young men pursue her endlessly. For so many years, many have wanted to see who would eventually be the man to marry her. If you ever make her sad, I guarantee many men will want to make things difficult for you, and I understand." Ling Yu nodded with a wry smile, feeling even more pressure. Even before experiencing the influence of the Qin family, he wouldn't dare to bully the iceberg lady. Okay. He had always been the one bully. At this moment, in the top-floor banquet hall, the New Year's banquet was about to begin. More than half of the people present were waiting anxiously, because many had heard that the Qin family's young miss had secretly married. Most importantly, her husband was an unknown commoner. Everyone says that the Qin family's young miss is exceptionally wise and has extraordinary vision, but I think she's blind. Second young Master Liu has sincerely pursued her for many years, but she rejected him. Instead, she chose to marry a commoner. At the table, a man in a white suit, striking a pretentious pose, sneered while shaking his wine glass. The surrounding gazes immediately fell on the person sitting next to him, second young Master Liu from the Liu family. Second young Master Liu was in a very bad mood and downed another glass of wine. Earlier, the Liu family had joined forces with the Lin family to compete against the Qin family in the business arena, and he had hoped they could bring down the Qin family. Then, he could marry Qin Mingyu, gaining more leverage. But unexpectedly, the Lin family withdrew halfway, and now it seemed that Qin Mingyu still wanted to publicly announce her relationship with Ling Yu. With this, he had completely lost his chance. The thought of a woman he had loved for many years ending up in another man's arms was unbearable for him. As if someone was constantly tugging at his nerve endings, wanting to pull out a bloody strip until it stopped. Second young Master Liu, you seem a bit distressed. The man in white quietly leaned in and whispered to second young Master Liu, "How about I help you? I'll help you deal with that commoner. Wouldn't that be more exciting than anything else?" Second young Master Liu immediately perked up at the suggestion. With his vast experience in wooing women, he could tell at a glance that Qin Mingyu hadn't been fully explored yet. She still walked with the gait of a fledgling bird, her legs tightly closed. If he couldn't win her heart, at least taking her first would be a fulfilling experience in life. Heh, that might not be a good idea, right? It's too damaging, but it's quite exciting and fun. Haha. Birds of a feather flock together. Anyone sitting with second young Master Liu was definitely not a good person. All these people treated women as playthings and were capable of anything. In the past, second young Master Liu wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Considering the Qin family's influence, especially since today was on the Qin family's turf. However, if he didn't do it now, the first time of the woman he had loved for so many years might be taken away by Ling Yu, that commoner. At this moment, Qin Mingyu also made her appearance. Seeing her in a white gown, elegant and charming, captivating everyone present, second young Master Liu's eyes darkened as he said, "Jia Xiaobo, if you can help me fulfill my wish, I guarantee I won't treat you unfairly." "Mr. Liu, you're exaggerating. What's the big deal? It's just a simple favor," Jia Xiaobo replied, tapping the thick gold ring on his index finger with a smug expression. "Everyone knows I'm the king of the nightclubs, never failed to bed a woman yet. Tonight, I'll find an opportunity to help you get Miss Chen into bed, get rid of that country bumpkin, and maybe even film it. Not only will it keep Miss Chen in line, but it'll also be a treat for the boss." Heh. Liu Heding's spirits lifted at Zhao Xiaobo's words. Indeed, Zhao Xiaobo was reliable. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyu and Qin Qiangang entered the room together, hand in hand, and slowly made their way towards the stage of the banquet. Wow, it's Mr. Qin and Miss Qin. Miss Qin is so beautiful, truly deserving of being Cloud City's #1 beauty. Her grace is unparalleled. Qin Mingyu didn't need to say or do anything. Just her presence alone caused a commotion in the entire room. Many second-tier celebrities marveled at her, recognizing her as the most sought-after star in Cloud City. Ha ha! Welcome everyone to the Qin family celebration. Qin Qiangang, with his esteemed position in Cloud City, immediately commanded attention as soon as he spoke. He was in high spirits today, and as Qin Mingyu had guessed, he intended to publicly announce Lin Yu's affiliation with the Qin family. With Lin Yu's presence at the event, his objective would be achieved. After a brief speech, Qin Qiangang gestured towards Qin Mingyu, indicating that she would make the announcement herself. The room fell silent, everyone eagerly awaiting her words. His name is Lin Yu, Mingyu spoke directly, without any preamble or mention of his background. In an instant, the room erupted into whispers and murmurs, saying that the Qin family has taken Nin a son-in-law. Is this true? We haven't received any official confirmation about this. I heard from unofficial sources that Miss Qin has been cohabiting with a man. Is it true or false? How is that possible? Miss Qin is known to have misandry. How could she be cohabiting with a man? It must be rumors, definitely rumors. Right, rumors. Seeing the increasing chatter, Qin Qiangang laughed loudly, trying to calm the crowd. Thank you all for your concern about my granddaughter. Whether or not she has a man will be announced by her. The room fell silent again, all eyes fixed on Qin Mingyu, awaiting her announcement like a crucial exam result. His name is Lin Yu. Qin Mingyu's tone remained calm and composed, as she directly stated Lin Yu's name without any additional information. The audience's attention immediately shifted to another part of the banquet hall, where Qin Hanshu excitedly shouted, "Everyone, Lin Yu is here." All eyes turned towards him, and indeed, Lin Yu stood next to her. In terms of looks, he was quite impressive. His physique was enough to captivate the entire room. Perfect proportions, muscular but not overly so. Many women's eyes lit up at the sight. However, everyone knew he was Qin Mingyu's man, so their standards were high. But, alas, the man Lin Yu was, at least in appearance, wasn't exactly what everyone had expected. Some whispered, "What? Such an ordinary man." Exactly. How did Miss Qin choose him? Is this the real-life version of an underdog's comeback? I can't believe it. At this moment, Lin Yu couldn't deny feeling pressure, but he managed to maintain a calm expression. He understood that he was here tonight to have a New Year's Eve dinner with his wife's family, not to satisfy public aesthetic standards. He didn't need everyone's approval. He just needed Qin Mingyu's acceptance. As the center of attention, Qin Mingyu gracefully walked to Lin Yu's side and reached out her jade hand, gently hooking his arm. Many people gasped at this scene, and those who had hoped to win Qin Mingyu's favor felt their hearts shatter. Miss Qin, congratulations to you both. May I propose a toast to you and wish you well? After Qin Mingyu and Lin Yu took their seats, a group of guests immediately began to clamor, lining up to toast the couple. Of course, it was all for Qin Mingyu. Who would show face to her man? Not even a glance. Although Lin Yu understood this dynamic, he didn't mind. He just did his best to accompany his wife. Hey, big dummy, sister isn't good with alcohol. You have to take care of her. Qin Ruhan came over to remind Lin Yu, seeing too many people coming to toast. She pouted and said, "You're still in the probation period with sister. If you don't understand how to be considerate and take care of sister, I won't let you off." Lin Yu smiled wryly and promptly shielded Qin Mingyu from 3 rounds of drinks, asserting his dominance as a husband. Fortunately, he had a good tolerance for alcohol. Seeing this scene, Liu Heding finally couldn't bear it and signaled to Zhao Xiaobo. Zhao Xiaobo understood, and together with several cronies, began to loudly heckle Lin Yu. "Hey, Lin Yu, we heard you're physically weak, a yawn way. Can a man like you handle alcohol? Won't you just be struggling to keep up with your life? Ha ha, indeed. Being able to drink to death with Miss Qin is worth celebrating. Come on. Let's go toast him together. I'm just worried, has he really married into the Chin family? What if he drinks himself to death? Miss Chin will become a widow, won't she? Hush, what are you saying? With Miss Kin's status, how many men wouldn't want her? If he dies, there'll be another one, ha ha. Their conversation became increasingly vulgar. However, according to Dragon Kingdom customs, many people believed that the more mundane the atmosphere, the more lively the occasion. And many wanted to assert dominance over Lin Yu. So Zhao Xiaobo's actions received silent approval. Many people at the scene didn't despise Zhao Xiaobo and the others. Rather, quite a few looked at Lin Yu with pity and mockery. It seemed he could only accept it. What else could he do? He had just drunk so much alcohol. If he tried to tough it out, getting drunk would be a minor issue, but he might end up getting drunk to death. Ling Yu's temper certainly wouldn't back down in front of these people. However, Qin Mingyu quietly pulled him back, fearing he might lose his temper and fall into a trap. These people around Li Hitang were all rich second generation, and she also knew that Zhao Xiaobo was a frequent visitor to nightclubs with a strong tolerance for alcohol all year round. Just as Ling Yu was about to take up the challenge or find a way to decline, he suddenly strode towards Zhao Xiaobo and the others. This fool, Qin Mingyu muttered to herself, knowing he didn't want her to lose face, which was why he didn't continue to stop him. Qin Ruhan saw the situation and thought Ling Yu didn't dare to take up the challenge, so she was anxious. It was her brother-in-law's first show in the Qin family, so many people were watching. Wouldn't he end up being a laughingstock if he didn't perform well? Qin Qiangong, on the other hand, remained calm, smiling contentedly without intending to intervene. Qin Hanshu's gaze even carried a hint of excitement. HMPH. To become a part of the Qin family, one must either have wisdom or real strength. Otherwise, how could it be so easy? All right, just when everyone thought Ling Yu would back down or find a way to decline, he strode confidently towards Zhao Xiaobo and the others. Come on, good buddies, how do you want to drink? Ling Yu pretended to be familiar as he patted Li Hitang's back, almost making this dandy spit out everything he had eaten yesterday. He was well aware that all these actions were orchestrated by Li Hitang. Hey, kid, Zhao Xiaobo intercepted him, grinning smugly. Just to be clear, this is you trying to show off. If you drink yourself to death, it's none of my business. Ling Yu smiled calmly and directly downed a bottle, only then responding, you said what I wanted to say to you. Zhao Xiaobo, not as composed as Ling Yu, was instantly furious at being provoked like this on the spot. All right, you drink a bottle, and I'll match you with one. He had been wandering the nightlife scene for so many years, but rarely had he been so provoked. Straightforward, Ling Yu didn't waste time bantering with him, and instead picked up another bottle and poured it into his mouth. His movements were hearty, and his throat rolled rhythmically, very masculine. Many women were fascinated by this scene, and gradually understood why Qin Mingyu chose him. Qin Mingyu maintained a calm demeanor, but inside she felt like thunder was roaring. That was 55-degree liquor. Did this fool think it was a little sweet like bottled water from the countryside? Did he want to die? However, after Ling Yu consecutively finished off several bottles, he remained unfazed. But everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Was he really drinking Baiju? When Zhao Xiaobo attempted to grab the second bottle, he suddenly collapsed onto the table. The splash soaked Li Hitang and the other rich second generation. The whole room burst into laughter. How is this possible? Li Hitang also suspected that there was a problem with the alcohol, and quickly opened the remaining bottles, only to find that they were all genuine Baiju. Ling Yu then picked up another bottle and finished it in one go, leaving Li Hitang completely stunned, almost kneeling. Everyone in the room applauded Ling Yu, acknowledging that this man indeed had some skills, and being with him would at least feel safe. Who else wants to challenge me? With Zhao Xiaobo lying flat on the ground, Ling Yu scanned Li Hitang and the others. These people were taken aback. For a moment, no one dared to meet Ling Yu's eyes. Who would want to drink against a madman? Ha ha, impressive, impressive. Just as Liu Hedong was at a loss for how to respond, a magnetic male voice rang out. Ling Yu and the others turned to see that it was Liu Yejian, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Walking towards them, Liu Yejian smoothly picked up 3 wine glasses from the table and poured 3 glasses of red wine. He offered one to Ling Yu. As the CEO of the Liu Group, He always attracted attention in any setting in Yun City. Here, allow me to offer my sincerest blessings to you, this lovely couple, a hand extended in friendship. Even though Ling Yu suspected that this calculating playboy might not have good intentions, in front of so many people, he could only politely accept the glass. Afterwards, Liu Yejian slowly handed another glass to Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu's eyes held a faint smile at this top rival in the business world. This was the game of the upper echelons. Even if they fought bitterly behind closed doors, they had to wear a smile in public. It was a form of respect for a formidable adversary. Bless you both. Liu Yejian clinked glasses with Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu, then downed his drink. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu did the same. This scene drew applause from the entire room. Everyone knew that Liu Yejian and Qin Mingyu were two of the most outstanding CEOs in Yun City. Their clinking of glasses could easily become tomorrow's headline news. Cameras at the event captured the moment. Come on, He Tang, as a pursuer of Mingyu for over 10 years. You should also generously congratulate the goddess on finding true love. Finally, people understood why Liu Yejian showed up to give his younger brother a way out. Otherwise, with Liu Hedon's level, he would just become the butt of everyone's jokes. Mingyu, I wish you happiness. Liu Hedon quickly picked up the glasses of wine and walked over to Qin Mingyu, offering her one. Tears welled up in both their eyes, as if in mourning. They acted convincingly. Ling Yu noticed a slight flicker in his eyes, and suspected he was trying to hide something with his expression, so he glanced at the glass he handed to Qin Mingyu. The color was slightly off from normal wine. Sure enough, he had spiked it again. Such audacity, even in this setting, he dared? But with his status as a young master of the Liu family, he couldn't forcibly stop him under the guise of offering blessings, right? Wait. Ling Yu called out. All eyes turned to him. With a slight smirk, Ling Yu raised a glass. Since you're offering blessings to Mingyu and me, wouldn't you mind if I join in? Applause erupted once again in the room. What a harmonious love triangle. But unexpectedly, Ling Yu accidentally spilled red wine on Liu Hedong's clothes. Ah, sorry. Receiving blessings from my rival got me a little excited. Liu Hedong quickly put down the glass and began wiping it off him. Laughter filled the room once again. Dan. Liu Hedong was about to curse but realized that all eyes were on him. For the sake of the plan, he quickly turned his anger into a smile. I just wanted to say, if you ever make Mingyu unhappy, I won't let you off the hook. Oh. I see. Ling Yu flashed a bright smile. You scared me. I thought for a moment you were still as crude as before. Ready to curse me. Laughter erupted once more, followed by applause. Many people in the room knew who Liu Hedong was, so his humor won over quite a few. Qin Mingyu also smiled slightly, surprised by this fool's unexpected performance. Seeing Liu Hedong showing no signs of suspicion, Liu Yejian shook his head with disappointment. He's like mud, unable to stick to the wall. Then, he turned and left the scene. Hey, we're all at the same table. Just the three of you drinking doesn't seem right, does it? If you're going to drink, let's all drink together. Friends of Liu Hedong's at the table also began to approach, offering their glasses. They didn't dare to challenge them to a drinking contest, but offering a toast was still a way to join in the fun. Ling Yu accepted each glass with a smile, clinking glasses with them one by one, then downing each drink. His impressive drinking capacity earned cheers and applause from the guests. After the toasts, other rich kids gestured to Liu Hedong, indicating he could proceed with the plan. Liu Hedong sensed their intentions and, pretending to take a moment to think, raised a glass to Qin Mingyu. Mingyu, I've liked you for over 10 years. You should know how I feel. Seeing you finally bid farewell to being single today fills my heart with unease. I've had a few things on my mind for a long time. Could I have a moment alone with you? Qin Mingyu's face showed disdain, not wanting to give Liu Hedong this opportunity, but Ling Yu boldly said, Mingyu, give him a chance. Let him get it off his chest. Though Qin Mingyu didn't understand what Liu Hedong was up to, she knew this fool must have a plan, so she reluctantly nodded and stood up. As Qin Mingyu and Liu Hedong left, many people in the room wondered. Qin Ruhan came up to Ling Yu and asked, pouting, Hey, big fool, what are you up to? Why did you let my sister and that annoying guy leave the banquet? Want to know? Then come with me. Ling Yu said, and Ruhan followed him out. Qin Honshu saw the male and female leads of the night leave one after the other and knew something must be up. But of course, she chose to believe in Qin Mingyu and Lingyu. It was the affair of the young people, let them play. She and Qin Changong and the others stayed behind to help entertain the guests at the scene. After sobering up, Zhao Xiaobo and a few friends stealthily followed Liu Heading and Qin Mingyu. Quick, get your phones ready. Second young Master Liu is about to start with Miss Qin. We must record the whole thing so we can enjoy Miss Qin's graceful figure every day in the future. Just thinking about it excites me, ha ha. Once they left the banquet hall, they skulked along, unaware that Lingyu and Qin Ruhan were following behind them. Damn, what do those guys want to do? Qin Ruhan had long known about the lewd nature of Liu Heading and Zhao Xiaobo, who couldn't seem to refrain from their filthy antics. But she never expected them to dare to mess around with her sister at the Qin family home. They're practically asking for death. Qin Ruhan immediately wanted to call someone to deal with them and protect her sister. However, Lingyu gently took her hand, smiling confidently. Don't worry, your sister won't suffer any losses. Seeing Lingyu's expression, Qin Ruhan began to regard him in a new light. Though her big fool of a brother-in-law might be emotionally dense, his mind was sharp. Could it be that he had already made arrangements? Was that why he was so confident about letting her sister talk to Liu Heading alone? Qin Mingyu sat in the room, legs crossed in a cold and aloof manner, staring at Liu Heading. She hadn't said a word the whole time. She hadn't even really listened to what Liu Heading was saying. She still had misandry. As for when her misandry started, she couldn't quite remember, but she remembered clearly that it was 10 years ago. When Liu Heading pestered her relentlessly, that she developed this aversion to men who acted like lapdogs. Mingyu, won't you reconsider? What can Lingyu offer you that I can't? Liu Heading's mouth hadn't stopped moving. He had been waiting for the drugs to take effect on Qin Mingyu. Then he could take advantage of her, and then claim she had been the one to initiate it. Yes, everything was going to be fine. However, as he waited, he began to feel uneasy. Why did he suddenly feel a burning desire, a need to unleash? What was going on? Why isn't there any movement inside? Yeah, isn't the drug taking effect too slowly this time? Zhao Xiaobo and the others outside the room started to feel impatient. They felt like they were burning up. Initially, they thought it was just impatience, but gradually they felt like they were losing control. Seeing a group of lecherous men guarding outside the room where her sister had gone, Qin Ruhan had already wanted to go and see what they were up to. Now seeing them starting to undress, she couldn't hold back her temper anymore. However, Lingyu gently took her hand, revealing, Miss Qin, Liu Heading slipped a drug drink to your sister just now. I switched the drinks during the process, and when the others came to post, I added the drug drink to their glasses. Qin Ruhan's eyes widened in shock. Is it true? Like everyone else, she hadn't seen her brother-in-law's actions at all. Lingyu smiled calmly. True or false, Miss Qin, you'll see when you take people to check. I leave it to you to decide how to deal with these scoundrels. With that, Lingyu strode over. Zhao Xiaobo and the others turned around at the commotion. Lingyu kicked each one of them into the room. Mingyu, I've come to take you back. Lingyu held on to the door handle and walked in. Inside, Liu Heading looked at him in surprise. Qin Mingyu, however, stood up calmly and walked slowly to Lingyu's side. Hey, Mingyu, you can't leave. Liu Heading, his body burning up, rushed towards Qin Mingyu. He was still waiting to unleash. What would he do if the goddess left? But Qin Mingyu still didn't look back, seemingly not hearing anything he said. Liu Heading was just starting to feel that something was wrong when he suddenly felt an overwhelming heat, an urge to indulge. What was happening? Why isn't there any movement inside? Yeah, isn't the drug taking effect too slowly this time? Zhao Xiaobo and the others outside the room were confused and impatient. Their bodies were getting hotter and hotter, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. Damn, I can't hold it in anymore. Let's go for it. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they pounced on Liu Heading. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop it. Liu Heading, knocked unconscious by Lingyu's kick, finally regained his senses and began to shout frantically. But his companions had turned into demons, seemingly unstoppable. Before long, the door to the room opened. Qin Ruhan, accompanied by Qin's bodyguards, stood outside. Seeing the scene inside, she was almost petrified. It was horrifying. She regretted being so curious. Why did she open the door? She saw the most disgusting scene imaginable, and countless idioms flashed through her mind. A desperate situation, men attacking men advancing and retreating. Miss Chin Ruhan. Miss Chin Ruhan, are you here to save us? Quick, let us out, we want women. Jia Xiaobo and the others were shocked at first, but then they reacted and tried to rush over frantically. Quick, beat them back, Chin Ruhan gave the order, and the bodyguards punched and kicked, pushing them all back. You guys go in and live stream these filthy scoundrels. I'm out of here. Chin Ruhan's nickname as the little demoness wasn't just for show. These guys were so clueless, daring to do such things at the Chin family's place, they had to face the consequences. Yes, Miss Chin. The bodyguards accepted the order and closed the door. Nope. I need to wash my eyes. Too spicy. Too spicy. Chin Ruhan closed her eyes, rubbed her eye sockets, shook her head, and walked towards the restroom. On the other side, Ling Yu and Chin Mingyu quickly returned to the table. With the toasting and socializing coming to an end, all the Chin family members were sitting around a large round table. Ling Yu miraculously discovered that except for him and Chin Chang'an, everyone around was a woman. Had the yin overwhelmed the yang to this extent? Was the Chin family cursed? Hehe, it's not easy for a man to join the Chin family's table, Chin Hanshu made an opening remark. Chin Chang'an immediately burst into laughter. Mingyu, since you've acknowledged this man's identity, don't you want to introduce him to the Chin family members? Mingyu furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Given her personality, she clearly didn't like doing this kind of thing. Mainly because there were too many people at the table. It was troublesome. No need for Mingyu to introduce. I know everyone's names and identities. As soon as Ling Yu said this, Chin Mingyu's eyes brightened slightly. The women around also showed some surprise. When did he get to know them? Standing up, Ling Yu first addressed a middle-aged beauty, a purple-black Xiaomsam. This must be Aunt Chin Yuer, right? Mingyu often praises your beauty and intelligence. You were once the undefeated great lawyer of Yun City and now manage 3 law firms, a major pillar of the Chin family. Chin Yuer had a cold expression and had not made eye contact with Ling Yu. Upon hearing his words, she was slightly stunned and forced out a smile. Mingyu's intelligence is not inferior to mine. She is the true pillar of the Chin family now. Come on, Auntie. Let me toast to you. Seeing Ling Yu's initiative and Chin Mingyu's presence, Chin Yuer clinked glasses with Ling Yu. Seeing this scene, Chin Mingyu also understood her aunt's thoughts. It seemed she still looked down on Ling Yu. This must be Auntie's daughter, Yang Yurao, right? Truly inherited your mother's beauty. And this is the 4th aunt, Chin Qingyi ... Ling Yu didn't care about the expressions of the Chin family members. In any case, he called out their names one by one, then toasted and exchanged pleasantries. He knew that everyone in the Chin family came from wealthy backgrounds, and many of them looked down on him as a commoner. He couldn't make everyone satisfied at the first meeting, but at least he couldn't perform too poorly, embarrassing Chin Mingyu. What a fool. Watching this scene, Chin Mingyu felt inexplicably moved. She knew that Ling Yu was actually not good with words. Perhaps tonight, he forcibly changed himself for her. Miss 5, this toast is for you. Ling Yu poured another glass of wine and smiled at a young woman. He wasn't good at socializing, especially at such large family gatherings, but he was gradually getting better. He no longer addressed everyone by their names directly. No need. I don't drink. Chin Zimai didn't even glance at Ling Yu, directly rejecting him with a cold attitude. In her eyes, Ling Yu was simply not on par with Chin Mingyu, and this relationship wouldn't last long anyway. It was just the honeymoon phase for Chin Mingyu with him. Given some time, when she got tired of this game, they would naturally break up, and she didn't need to entertain such a man. After all, she had never seen a relationship between someone flying in the sky and someone crawling on the ground lasting forever. This attitude made Ling Yu feel a bit embarrassed, even though he was mentally prepared for it. It was still uncomfortable. Ha, that's enough, Ling Yu. You don't need to toast everyone individually anymore. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle this dinner. After Ling Yu exchanged pleasantries with the main members of the Chin family, Chin Chang'an called a halt, relieving Ling Yu. Otherwise, He was worried that Ling Yu, despite his good alcohol tolerance, would collapse after drinking so much and toasting everyone individually. Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and after toasting the others, he sat back down next to Qin Mingyu. As Qin Mingyu expected, he wasn't good at socializing, but when he came to the bride's family, he had to step up even if he wasn't good at it. This was also emphasized by Chen Ailin. Generally, when the bride's family evaluated the groom, the first thing they looked at was whether he could speak. If he remained as taciturn as before, no one would like him for sure. "All right, let's start," Qin Qianggong shouted, and everyone dared to start eating. Bai Lao had been silently standing behind him, squinting as if he were asleep, but in fact, he had been observing Ling Yu all along. This kid had drunk so much, yet he could still hold himself together. His internal strength cultivation was not simple at all. It seemed like he had made progress compared to before. At the next moment, Ling Yu quietly asked Qin Mingyu, "Why don't I see your mother and Qin Yushuang?" As soon as Qin Yushuang's name was mentioned, Qin Mingyu's mood turned sour. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, let's eat." "Oh." Ling Yu shrugged and decided not to continue asking, preferring to avoid necessary trouble. Before long, there was a sudden commotion in the banquet hall. People started shouting one after another. "What the heck is going on? Is it appropriate for a group of men to play this? How is this being live-streamed? Can this even be broadcast? Wait, isn't that second young Master Liu and his group?" As people screamed and stared at their phones, those with weak hearts and poor mental endurance wished they could gouge their own eyes out after just one glance. Qin Mingyu didn't need to look at her phone. She immediately guessed what was happening and turned her gaze towards Qin Ruhan. "It's none of my business. I didn't force them to do this. I just helped them start the livestream. It's their own fault." Qin Ruhan stuck out her tongue innocently, her face full of innocence. Qin Mingyu stood up immediately and walked towards the room where the incident occurred. Even though it was Liu Heding's fault, his identity was still there, and today, this was Qin family's territory. If the matter escalated, the Liu family would definitely cause trouble. Ling Yu followed quickly. He had initially intended to give Liu Heding and his group a small lesson, but now it seemed that things had escalated. Sister," when Qin Mingyu was about to open the door, Qin Ruhan intercepted her. "Don't open it. The scene inside is extremely explicit and not suitable for children. I'm afraid it will hurt your eyes." With just a glance, Qin Mingyu's forehead, as beautiful as jade, developed a few bumps. Indeed, it's painful to see, Qin Mingyu's tolerance was much greater than Qin Ruhan's. Seeing the naked men lying on the ground, she immediately ordered the Qin family bodyguards, "Drag them back." "Yes, miss." The bodyguards nodded respectfully and began to move. Qin Mingyu turned and walked away. Ling Yu followed behind her, looking somewhat apologetic. "Mingyu, did I make things worse again and trouble you?" "It's not your fault." Although Qin Mingyu didn't want to escalate the situation, she didn't blame Ling Yu for it either. It was all the scum's fault for Liu Heding to behave like this in the Qin family's territory. Fortunately, Qin Ruhan didn't know her sister's thoughts, otherwise she would loudly accuse her sister of being biased. Why was it that when she caused trouble, her sister blamed her, but when her brother-in-law caused trouble, she didn't blame him at all? Qin Mingyu originally wanted to return to the banquet, but a deputy steward hurriedly walked towards her in the corridor. "Miss, something's wrong. Young Master Lin is causing trouble outside, and our people can't stop him." "It's him again." Qin Mingyu frowned and hurried down. Because of the recent conflicts between the Lin and Qin families in the business world, the Lin family members were not invited to tonight's banquet. Qin Mingyu thought that the Lin family had some face and wouldn't come over like the Liu family. Only, she forgot about this Lin Qinglong. "Let me in quickly, otherwise, I won't be polite to you." At this moment, outside the gate of the Qin family mansion, Lin Qinglong was causing a scene like a rogue. Although the bodyguards guarding the gate of the Qin family mansion were not ordinary people, Lin Qinglong's martial arts were too powerful. Like a rhinoceros charging, 7 or 8 people couldn't stop him, and they were all knocked down by him. "Ha ha! Is this all the skill the guards of the Qin family have?" Lin Qinglong, feeling proud, clapped his hands. He hadn't planned to come, but he only found out midway that Qin Mingyu was going. to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Ling Yu tonight. How could that be allowed? Once this matter was settled, he would have no chance to pursue Qin Mingyu anymore. So, of course, he had to come and challenge Ling Yu. At all costs, however, as soon as he tried to force his way into the Qin family mansion, a figure appeared silently in front of him. Clad in a gray robe, his eyes were squinted as if he were asleep, but his mouth spoke. Who said the Qin family only has this much skill? Mr. Bai. Lin Qinglong, who had just been proud, suddenly felt a chill all over his body, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. The old man appeared in front of him without him noticing at all. If the other party wanted to harm him, he might have been in trouble already. Ling Yu happened to be walking out with Qin Mingyu at that moment, and seeing this scene, he was also secretly surprised. It was rare to see Lin Qinglong showing fear. This old man, Bai, was indeed hiding his true abilities. Lin Qinglong, are you looking for trouble? Qin Mingyu walked over quickly, her face cold as she stared at Lin Qinglong. Lin Qinglong became even more frightened, scratching his head and laughing. Ha ha, Mingyu. You knew I was coming, so you immediately came to greet me. I'm so happy. Hearing such shameless words, even Ling Yu couldn't help rolling his eyes. Get lost? Qin Mingyu couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. There's nothing to talk about between the Qin and Lin families now. If you don't behave yourself in the Qin family and cause trouble, you'll end up like Liu Hedong. Liu Hedong? What happened to that scumbag? Lin Qinglong blinked curiously, asking. Even in the upper class, there was a hierarchy of disdain, and Lin Qinglong looked down the most on those who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. Before Qin Mingyu could answer, a group of bodyguards appeared, dragging out several naked men. Lin Qinglong fixed his eyes on them, and one of them had blood flowing from his buttocks. Wasn't that Liu Hedong from the Liu family? Oh my god. Lin Qinglong was shocked, quickly covering his own buttocks, thinking, the Qin family was so ruthless. They actually use such uncivilized methods to deal with Liu Hedong. Ha ha. I promise, I won't cause trouble in the Qin family, Lin Qinglong. In front of the goddess and the old man, how could he still dare to act as recklessly as before? He immediately softened up. Not at all like a young master, more like a scoundrel. The deputy steward even thought he was about to slink away. But who would have thought that Lin Qinglong would then grin and say, I'm here to duel Ling Yu. Until he passes my test, he can't be with you, Mingyu. After all, I'm his #1 rival, Ling Yu. Qin Mingyu. A rival is a rival, but calling himself the #1. Truly. Lin Qinglong was the king of self-indulgence. Lin Deshao, the relationship between Ling Yu and Miss Qin has already been made public tonight. He's now considered part of my Qin family. If you want to cause trouble for him in the Qin family, you'll have to get through me first. The old man interjected calmly, but his words carried an unmatched sense of oppression. Lin Qinglong then immediately grinned again, saying, ha ha, I have a traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young. I dislike fighting with old people the most. So, out of respect for the old man, I'll cancel the duel with Ling Yu for today. But he must come with me now. Lin Deshao, stop fooling around. Go back now, the old man advised again. Ling Yu is the highlight of the Qin family's banquet tonight. How could he be taken away midway? Qin Mingyu also had no intention of paying attention to Lin Qinglong, preparing to turn back to the banquet. However, unexpectedly, Ling Yu took the initiative to ask, Lin Qinglong, what else do you want? What else? Have you forgotten? Damn it. Lin Qinglong cursed loudly. Didn't you promise to visit Qingzhuang every day? It's already the second day, and Qingzhuang's condition is critical again. Sure enough, it was because of this matter. Both Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu had guessed Lin Qinglong's true motive for coming here just now. But this self-indulgent king insisted on challenging Ling Yu to a duel. All right, I'll go with you. Ling Yu immediately agreed. After all, a gentleman keeps his word. This was something he had promised personally. Qin Mingyu's eyes trembled slightly, and she felt a bit stiff. Mingyu, I'm sorry, Qingzhuang's condition is not good. I must go see her first. Ling Yu was also worried that his wife might not agree, so he quickly looked at her. Qin Mingyu's vermilion lips moved slightly, but in the end, she said nothing and turned back to the banquet. What else could she say? Lin Qingzhuang was their lifesaver, And could she stop Ling Yu from going? And she was Ling Yu's wife. If her husband had to leave the family banquet halfway to see another woman, could she pretend to be indifferent? She was not that kind of woman. So she could only remain silent. Silence represented not only acquiescence, but also hidden anger. The old man observed this scene, his slightly narrow eyes widening a bit, and a hint of meaningful smile curved his lips. It seemed that Miss Chin had, indeed, changed. She had become someone who could be happy for a man, angry for a man, make concessions, and change for a man. Whether Lin Qinglan was Ling Yu's #1 rival was uncertain, but Lin Qingshuan was definitely Miss Qin's #1 rival. Watching his wife's back, Ling Yu could only sigh silently. He really wanted to perform well in front of his wife today, and he also wanted to maintain this marriage. But he really couldn't ignore Lin Qingshuan. Ha ha. Let's go. Lin Qinglan was the happiest one. He not only disrupted Ling Yu's debut in the Qin family, but also could take him back to see his sister. He firmly believed that by shamelessly causing trouble, Ling Yu would eventually be kicked out by Qin Mingyu. Yes, he firmly believed that he was the man who understood Qin Mingyu the most. Qin Mingyu returned to the banquet alone. Qin Hanshu immediately asked, "Mingyu, where's Ling Yu? Wasn't he leaving with you just now? He has something to do." Qin Mingyu didn't mention that Ling Yu had left, just wanting to avoid the topic. The atmosphere at the banquet changed drastically. That man was the focus of the Qin family tonight, and now, the upper-class gathering had turned into a networking event. Qin Chang'an still had to entertain some important figures. As for Qin Mingyu, she refused any attempts at conversation and directly left the scene, returning to the private residential area of the Qin family estate. "Mingyu, what happened? Why did Ling Yu leave? How could you just let him go?" Qin Hanshu followed Qin Mingyu back, determined to get to the bottom of the truth. Also following her were the 5 younger sisters, including Qin Zimei. Qin Mingyu knew Qin Zimei's character. She would definitely keep asking until she got the truth. She could only sigh softly and said, "Qing Zhuan's condition is unstable. He went to see her." "I see." Qin Hanshu finally understood. She also knew that the Lin family had recently withdrawn from the energy market, no longer competing viciously with the Qin family. It was because Ling Yu had saved Lin Qingshuan. While she understood Qin Mingyu, Qin Zimei didn't. She coldly remarked, "Mingyu, don't blame the 5th sister for being nosy. She's doing it for your own good. I think this Ling Yu is quite adept at drinking. He's definitely not an honest person, but the kind who can manipulate people with his body and mouth. He'll pretend, then orbit among various rich and influential ladies, reaping both wealth and love. You can play with him for a while, but when you're tired of him, dump him. Don't develop genuine feelings for him, otherwise, he'll become the second Lin Fei of the Qin family." The women of the Qin family all harbor great animosity towards Lin Fei, because ever since this woman married into the Qin family, she has constantly harmed the interests of the Qin family, using her status as a Qin family daughter-in-law to constantly benefit her natal family. Projects, markets, funds, even land rights, futures, no matter what it is, she would send benefits to her family, Lin's, rather than the Qin family. Some successes, some failures. This parasitic existence in the Qin family has long made the women of the Qin family detest her. If it weren't for Qin Chang'an prioritizing the overall situation, they would have wished to get rid of her long ago. Because of Lin Fei's example, most of the women of the Qin family choose not to marry, so as not to let men marry into the Qin family. Even if daughters are married off, they have no real power in the Qin family and cannot send the Qin family's assets outside. But the Qin family, originally declining, cannot continue like this. The Qin family still needs men. So now, Qin Mingyu's man naturally became the focus of the Qin family, and all the women of the family would scrutinize him. It wouldn't be easy for him to truly enter the Qin family's door. "Purple Mei, how can you speak like that? Stop it." Qin Hanshu saw Qin Mingyu's expression and quickly stopped Qin Zimei. "Why stop? I'm doing it for Mingyu's own good. For the good of the Qin family." Qin Zimei still refused to stop. Qin Hanshu stared at her. Ling Yu was chosen for Mingyu by Dad. After a 3-month probation period, don't you believe in Dad and Mingyu? Qin Zimei still didn't give in. "I know Dad and Mingyu both have great wisdom, but even horses stumble at times. Besides, Mingyu's expertise is not in emotions. As someone with experience, what's wrong with passing on some advice to her? Qin Hongshu knew her younger sister was sharp-tongued and she couldn't argue with her for a while. Although she was also a member of the Qin family who was keeping an eye on Qin Mingyu, she sincerely didn't think Lingyu was the harvester of noble ladies as described by her sister. Qin Mingyu also didn't believe it. She had been with Lingyu for 3 months, and that idiot didn't spend a penny on her, insisted on repaying the money he borrowed, and chose to leave with nothing when they divorced. She knew better than anyone whether that man was pretending to be honest or not. What's going on? Why are you arguing? Mingyu, either dump Lingyu or not. The match isn't right. I used to think he was doing quite well, but for him to dare not give face to our Qin family, what kind of man is he? Those who can't keep their position clear, we won't take them. We've already had a precedent. Everyone, quiet. Qin Mingyu was a bit annoyed, coldly stopping these women. It's so nosy. Qin Mingyu turned and went back to her room, leaving a large group of Qin family women to argue in the hall after a moment of stunned silence. On the other side, Liu Hedong had already been sent back to the Liu family villa by the Qin family's people. What happened? How's Hedong? Where's Hedong? Zhao Weiyi was Liu Hedong's mother. She just heard someone say her son was in trouble, but she didn't know the details yet. The Liu family's servants just reported that the second young master had been sent home. Mom. Liu Hedong lay on the large sofa in the hall, and when he saw Zhao Weiyi, tears flowed from his eyes like a child, with a look of despair. What's wrong? Son? What happened to you? Zhao Weiyi saw that her son was physically intact, and the stone in her heart was finally a little relieved. She had just received messages from relatives and friends saying that her son had a big problem, or that her son was too much of a fool, but no one said anything specific. She was so worried. Mom, I've been defiled by several men, and it was broadcast live. Oh, I don't want to live anymore. How can I live like this? Liu Hedong cried bitterly in his mother's arms. Tonight's experience was definitely the black shadow of his life. The physical pain made him feel like he was burning, and the psychological trauma was like black flames burning inside him. He would never be able to lift his head again in his life. How could this happen? How could the people of the Qin family dare to do this to my son? Even if I have to give up my life, I will never let the Qin family off. Zhao Weiyi gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot, and her whole body trembling. The roundness on her chest, with her thin clothes, shook violently as if she was in electric shock. This was the normal reaction of every mother when she saw her son being humiliated. Yes, we won't let the Qin family off. I must kill Lingyu with my own hands. Liu Hedong's eyes gradually turned bloodshot, tears and snot flowing, and his face became as ugly as a demon from the 18th layer of hell. Liu Yejian has been in the corner of the living room, silently watching this scene. He didn't walk out, nor did he intend to say anything to comfort his younger brother. Instead, he was expressionless, ready to leave the scene. Only, when he turned around did he realize that a middle-aged man with a single bearded face was standing behind him. Dad. Liu Yejian called out. Liu Qianqi nodded slightly, wearing a long coat. He had a deep, ocean-like demeanor, as if he were a lake that could never be seen through. Weren't you supposed to go to the Qin family's banquet with your younger brother today? How did Hedong end up like this? I don't know. Liu Yejian smiled bitterly. It seems that the Qin family doesn't welcome us, so I left in a hurry after toasting. But Hedong still wanted to continue pestering Qin Mingyu, and this is the result. Liu Qianqi frowned, his eyes staring at Liu Yejian, and then he walked out with a full face, to see the situation of his youngest son. Liu Yejian also followed him out. Qianqi, no matter what, you must avenge Hedong. I can't swallow this humiliation. Zhao Weiyi saw Liu Qianqi and immediately pressured her husband. I understand. Liu Qianqi didn't refuse at all. Qin family's actions undoubtedly meant declaring full-scale war against their Liu family. If their son was subjected to such outrageous humiliation at the Qin family, how could their Liu family still have a foothold in Yun City if they remain indifferent? This grudge, our Liu family will settle it. Even if we can't settle it, we'll destroy the Qin family together. Liu Qianqi fiercely kicked over the table next to the sofa, rolling on the ground continuously. However, Liu Yejian still remained expressionless. He knew very well that sometimes emotions were not power. The Liu family had tried various methods to deal with the Qin family and Qin Mingyu, and they had even sent out assassins several times. If those methods had worked, the Liu family wouldn't still be bullied by the Qin family now. Ha ha. Exciting. Too exciting. On the way back to the Lin family, Lin Qinglong kept shouting in the car. After calling for a while, he finally looked at Ling Yu sitting in his car, his eyes filled with admiration. Not bad. That scoundrel Liu Hedong deserved to be dealt with a long time ago. Who is so capable to come up with such a method? It's damaging, but I like it. Ha ha. The live broadcast of Liu Hedong's incident had fermented for some time, and now almost the entire city knew about it. Lin Qinglong had just watched a small part of it while driving. He found it extremely satisfying. He despised Liu Hedong and had never looked favorably upon this rival, thinking that pursuing Qin Mingyu with such a person was simply beneath him. Unfortunately, given the opponent's background and influence, as well as their distant familial relations with the Lin family, Lin Qinglong, although disliking him, had never been able to do anything to him. Now seeing Liu Hedong in such a miserable state, it was truly gratifying. Ling Yu, however, shrugged and didn't respond to his words. He intended to give Liu Hedong a small punishment as a warning, but he didn't expect Qin Ruhan to go so far as to forcibly confine him to a room and even broadcast it live. He was speechless. Stop the car. Lin Qinglong was about to drive the car straight into the villa, but Ling Yu suddenly shouted to stop. Lin Qinglong braked abruptly. Before the car had come to a complete stop, he saw Ling Yu standing outside the car. Lin Qinglong also got out of the car, laughing loudly. Ha ha. Your agility is impressive. No wonder you're the #1 on the list of people worth defeating by Lin Qinglong. Ling Yu, however, had no time to banter with him. He stared at a luxury car parked in the Lin family's garage. There was no mistaking if license plate was from Yanjing. Zhao Wujin is here again? Ling Yu asked in a low voice. Lin Qinglong was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Yes, that's indeed his car. Hey, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yu had already stormed into the Lin family villa. Lin Qinglong could only spread his hands, feeling that Ling Yu was too disrespectful to him, as his #1 rival. Was this indifferent and impolite behavior influenced by Qin Mingyu? In the blink of an eye, Ling Yu had arrived in the Lin family's grand living room. Although the Lin family was heavily guarded, no one dared to stop Ling Yu tonight because they knew he was there to treat the young lady. Zhao Wujin, come out, come out, Ling Yu shouted angrily. He had promised to avenge Qin Mingyu and Lin Qingshuan, and he intended to keep his word. Dr. Ling, please don't shout in the Lin family's mansion. Soon, the Lin family's new steward led people to surround the living room. However, Ling Yu ignored his words and continued to shout. Zhao Wujin, stop hiding. You can't hide forever. Knowing Ling Yu's identity and status, the steward didn't dare to do anything without the master's orders. He could only instruct someone to inform General Lin. After a moment, General Lin didn't come out, but Zhao Wujin appeared. This time, accompanying him was a young woman. She wore a tight blue yoga suit that perfectly outlined her graceful curves. She wore a short vest on her upper body, tied her hair into a ponytail, had a melon-seed face, looked refreshing and capable, and her eyes carried a cold gleam. Zhao Wujin, you finally show up. Ling Yu directly intended to take Zhao Wujin's life, regardless of the opponent's status. However, there was still a curve at the corner of Zhao Wujin's mouth, showing no fear at all. HMPH, reckless man, overestimating your abilities. The woman in the tight suit spat out coldly, directly forcing Ling Yu back with a kick. What speed? Ling Yu retreated, still staring at Zhao Wujin. Wow. There's a good show as soon as I enter. Lin Qinglong, who arrived late at this moment, couldn't help but exclaim. He, as the only master of the Lin family, had no intention of taking sides or stopping the conflict. He even seemed to enjoy watching the scene. Are you Ling Yu? The woman looked disdainfully at Ling Yu, completely ignoring him. And if I am, Ling Yu responded indifferently. Since the woman knew him, she must also be aware of his previous battles with Zhao Wujin's 3 top experts and the incident of killing the ghost tiger. However, her eyes still held such arrogance. What ability did she have? HMPH, You trash who uses women as shields aren't worthy of being Zhao Wujin's opponent. The woman sneered directly. Within 3 moves, I'll defeat you. Let you be arrogant. Hiss. Lin Qinglan sucked in a breath. Was Ling Yu arrogant, or was it this woman? Although he had lost to Ling Yu with some reservations last time, if she could defeat Ling Yu within 3 moves, wouldn't that mean she was even more powerful than him? Lin Qinglan, the eldest son of the Lin family. Too arrogant, is that so? I'd really like to see what someone who can defeat me within 3 moves looks like, Ling Yu retorted sharply. The woman sneered, then leapt into the air. Her speed was extremely fast. Her agility was several times better than the previous Grand Master. Ling Yu didn't want to be passive, so he actively threw a punch at her. However, the woman's flexibility exceeded his imagination. She dodged his fist in midair and, using her waist strength, rotated her legs 90 degrees, clamping them around Ling Yu's neck. Scissor kick, neck strangulation. With a military background, Ling Yu was no stranger to close combat techniques like this, but it was the first time he had encountered someone who could execute them so effortlessly. Ling Yu quickly flipped onto the ground, breaking free from her stranglehold. The woman continued to exploit her advantage in flexibility, firmly clamping Ling Yu with her legs, but using her supple upper body, she seized Ling Yu's right arm around her chest. Wow! Lin Qinglan exclaimed directly. He admired the woman's moves. They were not something an ordinary person could execute. He also envied Ling Yu's good fortune. Being locked in such a hold should feel quite comfortable, right? Smelling her fragrance, softening his arm, it felt great. Trash, it's only been 2 moves. The woman's lips curled arrogantly. Zhao Wujin also smiled faintly. It seemed that in terms of practical combat, Lan Ji's strength was indeed far superior to the Grand Master. I admit, you are indeed very skilled. Ling Yu stared at Lan Ji and said, his gaze still showing no panic or distraction. Lan Ji's arc immediately froze. Ling Yu suddenly clenched his fist, his muscles tensing, and shouted loudly, but so what? You don't understand the principle of 1 force against 10. Your cultivation is destined to be extremely limited. Ha! Ling Yu finished speaking and directly swung his arm, smashing Lan Ji's entire body towards the other side. The whole scene was shocked. What kind of strange strength was this? Lin Qinglan's mouth hung open. Ling Yu, compared to last time, had improved his strength considerably. Zhao Wujin's expression became serious. Lan Ji's eyes instantly became flustered. In her fighting career, she had never encountered a situation where she was locked down and still managed to forcefully break free using strength. Boom! Ling Yu's arm smashed into the floor, cracking it open into a large pit. Despite the narrow escape, Lan Ji's steps were thrown off by the immense inertia, causing her to repeatedly retreat and collide with a pillar in the hall. Before she could react, Ling Yu's large hand grabbed her neck. Ling Yu lifted her body with one hand and asked coldly, "Is this considered the 3rd move?" Lan Ji struggled with all her might, but it was futile. Under the huge disparity in strength, all her other advantages amounted to 0. Moreover, apart from her physical flexibility, she had no absolute advantage over Ling Yu in other aspects. She lost. What was even more unbearable than the physical discomfort was her loss of face. Ling Yu didn't even slap her, yet her cheeks felt burning pain. Just now, boasting about defeating someone in 3 moves, and now being defeated in 3 moves herself. I don't fight women who pose no threat to me. Get lost. Ling Yu casually threw Lan Ji aside with a flick of his hand. Landing unsteadily, she looked extremely embarrassed. Ha, this guy really doesn't know how to appreciate a woman's kindness. Lin Qinglan saw Ling Yu's victory and felt quite pleased in his heart. Lan Ji was too arrogant just now. If Ling Yu had really been defeated by her in 3 moves, what would he? Lin Qinglan. B. Clap, clap, clap. The whole place fell silent. Then unexpectedly Zhao Wujin began to applaud. Walking towards Ling Yu. Do you think I dare not kill you? Ling Yu was very displeased with his behavior, his eyes filled with even more killing intent. Whether you dare or not, I won't bet on it, but you can't kill me here tonight. Zhao Wujin's eyes were full of confidence. His confidence made Ling Yu extremely annoyed and disgusted. But he was right, there were already guns aimed at Ling Yu from all around. If he dared to harm Zhao Wujin, as the host of the Lin family, he would have to take responsibility for Zhao Wujin's safety. Lan Ji was right, you really don't deserve to be my opponent, Zhao Wujin provocatively said, but his expression showed no signs of provocation. He was just stating the objective fact. He was recognized as the respected Infinite Venerable, the Dragon Country's sage, the young master of the Zhao family in Yanjing. In terms of reputation and family power, he was far superior to Ling Yu, a grassroots existence. Why should Ling Yu be his opponent? Ling Yu was accustomed to the arrogance of his enemies and didn't want to argue with words. After all, there had already been quite a few arrogant people who died at his hands. You all step back, I want to talk to him alone, Zhao Wujin suddenly ordered. Young Master Zhao, this is too dangerous. Lan Ji was shocked. Lin Qinglong was also startled. Wasn't Zhao Wujin seeking death by doing this? Young Master Zhao, you are a distinguished guest of the Lin family. We must be responsible for your safety. Of course, the steward dared not retreat. Don't worry. Ling Yu won't kill me. Zhao Wujin was extremely confident. With a sigh, the steward slowly led the people of the Lin family away. Ha ha, you guys talk. Goodbye. Lin Qinglong's personality wouldn't linger in such a situation. Besides, he knew very well that these two men became enemies because of his sister, not because of Qin Mingyi. In the end, Lan Ji could only retreat as well. After all, staying at the scene couldn't stop Ling Yu. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Ling Yu curiously asked. Is killing intent undiminished? Why would you want to kill me? Zhao Wujin immediately laughed and asked, do we have a mortal enemy? No, right? Killing me, besides bringing endless disaster to you and the Qin family, what benefit would you gain? Ling Yu was momentarily stunned. Lin Qingshuan also came to his senses. Indeed, he and Zhao Wujin had no mortal enemies. But something still felt off. Zhao Wujin continued, Ling Yu, Lan Ji was right just now. Although you have some intelligence, you are still a brute. You think of this world too simply, but you don't know that there is no absolute justice and evil in this world, nor are there unchanging relationships. You subconsciously regard me as an enemy, but in fact, we have no mortal enemies. On the contrary, we may even become the closest partners. These four words made Ling Yu think he was hearing things, and he couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps he really wouldn't lose his rationality, but it was absolutely impossible for him to cooperate with such a person. Don't be so quick to refuse. Zhao Wujin saw through his thoughts and approached with a gentlemanly smile. Ling Yu became even more wary. Wasn't Yanjing's young master afraid of him making a move? What trick did he have up his sleeve? However, Zhao Wujin was not the despicable person he imagined. Without any hostile actions, just leaning in and whispering to him. Northland War Wolf King, you probably still have other high-level missions, right? Maybe I can help you. Ling Yu trembled suddenly, as if struck by lightning. However, soon, he frowned in confusion. Zhao Wujin, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Wujin took a step back, still smiling like a gentleman, but with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Ling Yu, you're a good actor. You really deserve the professional training you received. But unfortunately, you can't deceive me. After a pause, he continued. Originally, it wasn't the Qin family that brought you out of the police station. Although I couldn't find out about that force, I'm very clear about Ghost's background. Do you think, with so many clues combined, I wouldn't be able to guess your identity? Ling Yu was secretly shocked. It seemed that this guy was really smart. However, no matter how smart he was, speculation was still speculation, and speculation couldn't be used as evidence. Ling Yu still smiled and said, I really don't know what you're talking about. Ignoring his feigned ignorance, Zhao Wujin continued to smile and said softly, tonight is your first appearance in the Qin family, right? I can help you establish yourself in the Qin family, and even, he paused again, leaning in to whisper to Ling Yu, help you eliminate the big shot in Yanjing, avenging you and the War Wolf Corps for the past 3 years. What? Ling Yu's eyes narrowed, shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that after hiding in Yun City for 3 years, his identity would still be guessed, and the other party even guessed his top-secret mission. It seemed that Zhao Wujin must die. However, Ling Yu remained calm for the time being, disdainfully smiling. No need, I am the son-in-law of the Qin family. I will work hard to make the Qin family recognize me on my own, and I really don't know what you're talking about. What Wolf? I'm not? Ling Yu, you're being boring. Zhao Wujin spread his hands. There's no one else here now. I guarantee that our conversation will not be known to a third person. Since we all know it in our hearts, what's the point of pretending to be ignorant? Of course, there was a point. Even though Zhao Wujin said so, Ling Yu wouldn't be fooled. Instead, he pretended to be foolish to test Zhao Wujin. I'm curious, what do you want to gain from me? I'm just a penniless nobody. Zhao Wujin pushed his glasses up. The glass couldn't hide the sharpness in his eyes. He saw through Ling Yu's act of foolishness, but still told him, there's indeed nothing I want from you. That the Qin family has something I want, so you want to use me to get what you want from the Qin family. Ling Yu immediately picked up on his words. Smart, Zhao Wujin praised. Ling Yu, I must apologize for my previous actions. You deserve to be my rival, although I don't want you to be. After saying that, he really bowed deeply to Ling Yu, with a very humble attitude. Ling Yu felt indifferent. He didn't need Zhao Wujin's apology. On the contrary, Zhao Wujin's attitude made him even more vigilant. He wasn't afraid of being enemies with Zhao Wujin, but it was frightening. That Zhao Wujin actually wanted to be friends with him, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. However, Ling Yu still asked, following the flow, what do you want from the Qin family? As far as I know, the assets of the Qin family are far from comparable to the Zhao families. Even the entire Qin family shouldn't be in your eyes, right? Although the Qin family was the wealthiest family in Yun City, there was still a considerable gap compared to the top-tier families in Yanjing. Zhao Wujin stood up straight, pushed his black glasses again, and his eyes returned to calmness, as if he had instantly turned into a studious person. Smiling faintly as he said, You've been with Qin Mingyu for so long, don't you know what the most valuable thing in the Qin family is? I don't know. Ling Yu shook his head solemnly. Being with Qin Mingyu was originally just to deal with his mother's matchmaking. And secondly, his actions toward Qin Mingyu were never about her wealth. Zhao Wujin didn't smile or doubt, but with a hint of envy, he said, It seems you genuinely like Qin Mingyu. Congratulations on obtaining the most precious and rarest thing in the world. That is, love. Ling Yu remained noncommittal, offering no response to Zhao Wujin's words. For you, the most valuable thing in the Qin family is surely Qin Mingyu's affection. Mutual love is priceless, but for us outsiders, there are two different things. Zhao Wujin said, piquing Ling Yu's curiosity. Having been inside the Qin family and aware of Lin Fei's constant pillaging, which had drawn resentment and disgust from the Qin family, Ling Yu was eager to know Lin Fei's ultimate goal, something he was completely unaware of. One is the Nine Palaces energy diagram, and the other is called the Heart of the Sun. Zhao Wujin didn't hide anything from Ling Yu, directly stating, these are both semi-finished products developed by the Qin family in the field of energy. One is a technology, the other a product, yet the Qin family abandoned them midway, storing away two items with infinite commercial value. As long as you can, sorry, I refuse. Ling Yu interrupted Zhao Wujin as soon as he got the information he wanted. He and Zhao Wujin would forever be enemies, never friends. Who would waste time with such an enemy? Zhao Wujin's eyes flashed with annoyance, but after making eye contact with Ling Yu again, he curved his lips. You'll agree sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry. Seeing his confident expression, Ling Yu felt even more repelled. After Zhao Wujin left the hall for a while, Liu Rushui appeared. She was dressed in a fiery red morning dress, giving a feeling of innerwear worn as outerwear. The flesh-colored silk bodysuit enveloped her figure, revealing her belly button. Adorned with plum decorations, her eyes like those of a girl brimming with affection. Even though critical areas were covered, she exuded immense sensuality. One had to admit, this woman was truly adept in this aspect. She was practically a seductress. Dr. Handsome, you finally came. Both mother and daughter have been waiting for you. Liu Rushui spoke without the previous hostility, but it made Ling Yu quite uncomfortable. He knew Liu Rushui was only a few years older than him, but in terms of seniority, she was Lin Qingshuan's mother. What man would feel comfortable being teased by his friend's mother? I came to see Qingshuan. Heh, that's great. I was worried you'd forget about my daughter. Come, let me take you to see her. Liu Rushui took Ling Yu's wrist, her enthusiasm blazing. However, Ling Yu felt extremely awkward and subtly freed himself from this enchanting woman's grasp. Heh. Liu Rushui chuckled lightly, showing no embarrassment. Soon, Ling Yu found himself in front of Lin Qingshuan again, only to discover Zhao Wujin also standing by her bedside. Dr. Ling, Qingshuan is counting on you. Seeing Ling Yu again, Zhao Wujin's expression was completely different from before, as if they hadn't just met. That was the terror of Zhao Wujin's demeanor. Who are they? Ling Yu approached and noticed that the nurse caring for Lin Qingshuan was different from before. Liu Rushui's expression also seemed somewhat odd. They are medical professionals I specially invited from Yanjing. They are very authoritative and well-known there, Zhao Wujin said with a smile. Qingshuan is my princess, and I must ensure she survives. Seeing his smile, Ling Yu didn't feel any warmth. Instead, he felt a bit eerie. This man was a smiling demon, a dark knight. Please leave, Ling Yu ordered firmly. General Lin wasn't present today, and Liu Rushui looked a bit reluctant. That's not possible, Zhao Wujin said directly. I am Qingshuan's knight, and I must continue to protect her and see her through this. Ling Yu clenched his fists, threatening, if you don't cooperate, I won't be able to treat Qingshuan. But Zhao Wujin remained unmoved. Ling Yu's eyes trembled with excitement, but he quickly understood. Could it be that Zhao Wujin didn't want Lin Qingshuan to survive? If he truly loved Lin Qingshuan, he wouldn't choose to hide when she was in a critical condition, only to bring people on New Year's Eve once he learned she had awakened. What was his true purpose? Ling Yu didn't have the leisure to guess now. Zhao Wujin didn't want Lin Qingshuan to survive, but he needed her to live. Step aside. Ling Yu pushed aside the female medical staff Zhao Wujin had brought, starting to examine Lin Qingshuan's condition in front of everyone. Her complexion seemed much better than before. As he checked her pulse, Ling Yu's expression became even more peculiar. Lin Qingshuan's pulse was obviously stabilizing, much more stable than the day after the surgery when she had already woken up. Why was she unconscious now? Dr. Ling, how is Qingshuan? Zhao Wujin asked politely with a smile. You've always been her exclusive doctor, and no one understands her better than you. Ling Yu didn't want to respond to Zhao Wujin but looked at Liu Rushui instead. She was Lin Qingshuan's family. Dr. Handsome, just say it straightforwardly. I'm prepared. Liu Rushui smiled flirtatiously. Ling Yu still didn't dare to reveal the truth. Perhaps Lin Qingshuan's physical condition was still far from being able to get out of bed, but she might be awake now. She was pretending to be asleep. Mrs. Lin, I need to further examine Qingshuan. It's inconvenient with outsiders present. Could you please ask the others to leave? Ling Yu couldn't drive away Zhao Wujin, so he had to go through Liu Rushui. Liu Rushui's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment, but she quickly smiled charmingly and walked over to Zhao Wujin. Master Wujin, tonight is New Year's Eve. I want to have a chat with Aunt Lin. Is that all right? After some consideration, Zhao Wujin looked at the woman in front of him, who looked like a fox spirit but was actually quite savvy, and nodded slowly. All right, I'll contact Aunt Rushui right away. That's great. I also want to be able to marry into the Zhao family and climb high up the social ladder. Hehe. Liu Rushui's eyes flirted with Zhao Wujin. Just as Ling Yu began to relax, thinking he could be alone with Lin Qingshuan, Zhao Wujin approached Lin Qingshuan's bed. He leaned over, with one hand holding Lin Qingshuan's small hand and the other gently stroking her hair. Waiting for you to wake up, my princess. What a heartwarming and touching scene. Everyone thought it was a prince and princess love story. Ling Yu didn't pay much attention at first, until he saw Lin Qingshuan's eyelashes trembling slightly, a surge of unnamed anger suddenly rising. Zhao Wujin was actually using dark power, pinching Lin Qingshuan's delicate hand as if to crush her tender bones. What a despicable guy. He wanted to use pain to force Lin Qingshuan to wake up voluntarily. Get out. Ling Yu's heart burned with rage as he threw a punch directly at Zhao Wujin. But Zhao Wujin had anticipated it and stepped aside, causing Ling Yu to miss. He truly was a skilled fighter. Ling Yu gritted his teeth inwardly. Zhao Wujin was indeed more formidable than he had imagined. Ling Yu, your profession can't afford such emotional outbursts. Zhao Wujin taunted Ling Yu after dodging his punch, but then extended his hand very gentlemanly. Madam Liu, please. All right. Liu Rushui gently linked her arm with his and walked out. Before leaving, she stole a glance back at Ling Yu. Ling Yu pondered the meaning of her gaze and, once everyone had left, swiftly removed the hidden camera from the room. King Xuan, Ling Yu gently called out. The next moment, Lin Qingshuan slowly opened her eyes, her expression pained as she murmured, "My hand." Ling Yu quickly checked and found that 3 finger bones in her left hand had been broken by Zhao Wujin. "You despicable scum." Ling Yu's murderous intent surged again. He even regretted not killing Zhao Wujin in the hall just now. "Ling Yu, don't be angry. We're running out of time. Can you hold my hand and talk?" Lin Qingshuan smiled with a touch of melancholy. Ling Yu quickly held her hand gently, feeling a chill. Although her heart surgery was successful, her body's functions couldn't recover to normal levels. In a short time, and her hands and feet were almost devoid of warmth. "It's so warm. Lin Qingshuan sighed with satisfaction. This was the meaning of her coming back to life. "Qingshuan, do you know, Zhao Wujin may not want you to wake up. Your situation is very dangerous." Ling Yu knew time was limited and quickly told Lin Qingshuan the important information. I already knew." Lin Qingshuan's eyes showed no fear, even revealing an incredible piece of information to Ling Yu. "I even knew that night. The person he wanted to kill the most wasn't Qin Mingyu, nor you, but me." Ling Yu's eyes widened in shock. That night, he could see the affection Zhao Wujin had for Lin Qingshuan. Did he misinterpret it, or could Zhao Wujin really fake such emotions? "Qingshuan, why would he want to kill you? You're the woman he likes." "Yes, he does like me, but not purely." After returning from the dead, Lin Qingshuan's eyes had more insight into the world. With a touch of sorrow in her smile, "He's a very clever man, fond of curiosity. He's attracted to unusual things, and I happen to be that kind of woman." Ling Yu tightly held her hand, silently listening to her speak. "Since birth, my body has been different from ordinary people's. It's said that it's because Aunt Lin Fei brought something back that affected my mother's body. It sounds strange to say, but I believe it's true." "What do you think, Ling Yu?" Lin Qingshuan asked Ling Yu's opinion. She believed in him. Ling Yu didn't know, this was the first time he had seen Lin Qingshuan as such a peculiar woman. And today was the first time he heard her speak of the origin of her strange illness. What exactly did Lin Fei bring back to the Lin family? Ling Yu asked in return. "I didn't dare say it before, but now that you're with Qin Mingyu, I think I can tell you. It seems to be a semi-finished energy product developed by the Qin family, called the Sun Heart, indeed." Hearing Lin Qingshuan's words, Ling Yu became even more curious about what the Qin family's thing was. What exactly was that product? "Before, I thought Zhao Wujin was interested in me like any other man, because of my looks and temperament, but later, I realized, with his status and position, finding 100 women better than me wouldn't be difficult, so I guessed it was my body that attracted him. He wanted to marry me and study me thoroughly," Lin Qingshuan continued. "That night, I thought he wanted to kill you, but in the instant I blocked the bullet, I suddenly understood. He actually counted on me blocking the bullet for you in his calculations. The person he wanted to kill was actually me. He likes to destroy what he can't get. He didn't want me to be someone else's woman, then study me thoroughly. He knew I liked you, something he couldn't change, so my being alive was a humiliation for him, a thorn in his soul." Ling Yu's eyes gradually reddened as he tightly held Lin Qingshuan's hand and nodded. "I understand. I won't let him kill you. It was my appearance that made him have the idea of destroying you. He's just a lunatic." Lin Qingshuan smiled with a bitter curve, responding, "Lunatic may not be a good word to describe that man. He's a beast in human skin, a wolf in sheep's clothing." Ling Yu smiled bitterly and nodded. Indeed, Lin Qingshuan was the one who understood Zhao Wujin the most. "Since Zhao Wujin doesn't want you to live, then I'll kill him." Ling Yu's murderous intent rose again. Just now, he was deceived by Zhao Wujin's words, saying that there was no mortal enmity between them. But wanting to kill Lin Qingshuan, that was mortal enmity. "No." Lin Qingshuan quickly dissuaded. "The Zhao family's power is overwhelming. My father became the general of Yuncheng with the support of the Zhao family. If you kill him, it will be mortal enmity between my father and the Lin family, and the Zhao family will definitely kill you. I don't want that. I have no choice." Ling Yu gritted his teeth. "If I don't kill him, he will definitely kill you. He brought those women to monitor you and doesn't want you to survive. I'll continue to pretend to be dead, so I can continue to exist." Lin Qingshuan smiled and said, He doesn't want me to be your woman, but he still wants to have me. So if I never wake up, maybe he won't destroy me. I understand him the best. He's very obsessed with victory. Ling Yu believed Lin Qingshuan's speculation, but still gritted his teeth and said, he will try to test you crazily. What you're doing is very dangerous, and sooner or later, you won't be able to hide it from him. Zhao Wujin is very clever, and this is something both of them know. Lin Qingshuan's idea of pretending to be dead to deceive him is simply not realistic. Dr. Ling, don't you have a way to help me? Lin Qingshuan looked at Ling Yu, her eyes filled with trust. I know you will be able to defeat Zhao Wujin, even if not now. Ling Yu fell into silence. He's not in the Northern Territory now, nor is he the lone Wolf King he used to be. He's destined not to seek revenge against enemies swiftly as before. He is Ling Yu, he has family and friends in Yunchuan. If he rashly kills Zhao Wujin, it will inevitably bring immeasurable disaster to them. The suffering Qin Mingyu endured before serves as a warning. All right, Qingshuan, I promise you, I will definitely completely rescue you. But before that, you should rest assured and sleep for a few days. Ling Yu didn't come prepared today, but as long as he's given a little time, even if it means kidnapping Lin Qingshuan from the Lin family, he cannot let her be exposed defenselessly in front of Zhao Wujin. Lin Qingshuan nodded with a smile and closed her eyes again. Ling Yu sighed, took out two silver needles, and slowly pierced Lin Qingshuan's brain until the needles disappeared. Soon, Lin Qingshuan fell into the death-like slumber again. See you next year, Ling Yu said with a heartache. Ling Yu walked out of the room, and the steward of the Lin family had already brought people to wait outside. Lin Qinglan was even more excited and rushed over, grabbing Ling Yu's shoulder tightly. How is my sister? Has she regained consciousness? Ling Yu looked around before shaking his head at Lin Qinglan. Not yet, you should go in and see her first. Since he knew Zhao Wujin's intention was to prevent Lin Qingshuan from waking up again, Ling Yu couldn't afford to be careless. With Lin Qinglan present, at least Zhao Wujin's men wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The steward then said to Ling Yu, Dr. Ling, Mrs. Lin asked you to report back to her as soon as you came out. Ling Yu nodded and followed the steward out. Passing through several corridors, they arrived at an equipment room. Inside, Liu Rashui was chatting via video call with a wealthy woman on a large screen. They were exchanging pleasantries, a typical high society manner. When Ling Yu entered, he glanced at the screen. The woman on the screen wasn't the flashy type who flaunted her wealth. Instead, she exuded an innate elegance. Ling Yu could only describe her as dignified and refined. Zhao Wujin, at this moment, stood behind Liu Rashui like a well-behaved child, wearing a gentle smile, listening to the conversation between the two women. If Ling Yu hadn't fought against him before, he might have mistaken him for a bookworm or a scholar. Lao Chuai often said that true demons were hidden in seemingly harmless exteriors. Ling Yu understood this well now. Ah, Dr. Ling is here. How is Qingshuan? Liu Rashui didn't end the video call, but stood up immediately and approached Ling Yu with a twist of her graceful waist. Not good, Ling Yu replied directly. She may not wake up again. What? Liu Rashui trembled all over, and tears welled up in her eyes like spring water. The next moment, she emotionally pounded Ling Yu's chest. Liar! You promised to save my daughter. If Qingshuan dies, I will make you accompany her in the grave. Ling Yu frowned slightly, feeling a little pain. This Liu Rashui seemed like a delicate fox, but she was surprisingly strong, and she seemed to be acting like a shrew, hitting and scratching him as if he were her enemy. However, he didn't have time to stop her. His gaze inadvertently met Zhao Wujin's. Zhao Wujin adjusted his glasses with a set expression, whether genuine or not. How could this happen? Wujin, go check on Qingshuan quickly and make sure she survives. She's the best daughter-in-law candidate for Mom. The wealthy woman in the video screen urged Zhao Wujin anxiously. Okay, Mom. Zhao Wujin hurriedly agreed, behaving like an obedient child. As he was about to leave the room, he sneakily glanced at Liu Rashui and Ling Yu again. After he left, Ling Yu thought about how to convey the information to Liu Rashui. After all, Lin Qinglan, despite his physical strength, wasn't very sharp mentally, so relying on him to protect Lin Qingshuan wasn't realistic. You liar! I'll fight you. Suddenly, Liu Rashui went crazy again at this moment. wildly tearing at Ling Yu. The new clothes Ling Yu purposely wore tonight were torn to shreds by her, and there were even traces of blood on his chest and neck. Frustratingly, this woman was incredibly strong in combat. Did she mistake me for a third party in their relationship? Just as Ling Yu was about to stop her, Liu Rushui suddenly pounced on him, tiptoed, and leaned close to his ear, her red lips near his ear, emitting a warm fragrance as she whispered softly, "Dr. Handsome, do you have something to tell me secretly?" Ling Yu was instantly electrifying. Upon checking the equipment, he realized that their movements were completely out of the surveillance camera's range. He understood that Liu Rushui had done this intentionally to avoid the scrutiny of the wealthy woman on the video call. He knew this woman wasn't simple. Had she already seen through Zhao Wujin's intentions? "Madam Lin, someone doesn't want King Xuan to wake up." Ling Yu cut to the chase. Liu Rushui looked slightly surprised but continued biting his ear and said, "He doesn't not want King Xuan to wake up. He doesn't want her to live as someone else's woman. Unfortunately, he knows he can't change the facts, so he wants to ruin everything for the sake of his pride." Ling Yu furrowed his brows thoughtfully. Underneath Liu Rushui's seductive appearance hid a clever and intricate mind, indeed. Women, none of them are simple creatures. "Dr. Handsome, then wait for my signal before coming back to the Lin family. King Long and I won't let King Xuan die." After exhaling her fragrant breath, Liu Rushui suddenly went crazy again, tearing at Ling Yu just like before. Damn, this woman's acting skills are too good. If she doesn't enter the entertainment industry and compete for the Best Actress Oscar, it's a waste of talent. Ling Yu's clothes were all torn by her, and after finally leaving the room, this woman still clung tightly to him. "Get out of here now, incompetent quack." "Trash!" In anger, Liu Rushui shouted, and Ling Yu was forcibly driven out of the villa by the Lin family's bodyguards. Without even a car, he could only leave on foot with his torn clothes. Zhao Wujin happened to be standing at the window of the Lin family villa, watching Ling Yu's figure under the lights, contemplatively. After a moment, he turned and walked into Lin Qingshuan's war. Lin Qinglan was still anxious, murmuring constantly, "Why won't she wake up? What's wrong? She looks fine to me. Big brother Qinglan, I have a way to wake King Xuan up." "Really?" Lin Qinglan turned around in surprise to look at Zhao Wujin. He had known Zhao Wujin for many years, even asking him for help with homework when they were kids. So he still trusted Zhao Wujin. However, the next moment, Zhao Wujin walked up to Lin Qingshuan and gently held her hand. Lin Qinglan was all ears, thinking that Zhao Wujin had some medical method, but he didn't expect him to forcefully break his sister's fingers. Crack, the sound of bones breaking was crisp. The jade finger, broken at a 90-degree angle, was shocking to behold. "What are you doing?" Lin Qinglan was dumbfounded on the spot, his blood vessels bulging. The next moment, he wanted to punch the lunatic to death, but he didn't expect Lan Ji to suddenly jump out from the side, wrapping her arms around Lin Qinglan's waist. Taking advantage of the moment, she bent 90 degrees at the waist and slammed Lin Qinglan hard onto the floor. Crack! Zhao Wujin broke Lin Qingshuan's third jade finger. He at once praised that Lin Qingshuan's index finger was like an angel's magic wand, capable of conjuring up the flourishing summer of the years. Now, he had personally destroyed it, not even blinking an eye. However, Lin Qingshuan's expression remained calm, and she showed no reaction even though 3 of her fingers had been broken. She appeared as peaceful as if she were dead. How interesting! Zhao Wujin guessed that Ling Yu had intervened, finally releasing Lin Qingshuan's hand slowly and walked out. After leaving Lin Qingshuan's war, Zhao Wujin left the villa directly. He knew the personalities of everyone in the Lin family. By openly doing such a thing, General Lin and Madame Lin might not dare to openly confront him. But if he continued to stay in the Lin family, Lin Qinglan would definitely seek his life. Zhao Wujin didn't want to kill Lin Qinglan yet, so he could only temporarily leave. "Young Master Wuji, your calculation from an hour ago was accurate again. Madame Zhao Weiyi did indeed come looking for you." Just as Zhao Wujin got into the car, Lan Ji sat beside him, holding an iPhone 14 Pro, her tone full of admiration. She was devoted to Zhao Wujin not for money like other mercenaries such as Gu de Shifu and Hao Gui, but purely captivated by Zhao Wujin's personal charm. Zhao Wujin, however, didn't even answer the call, simply hanging up. He then tapped on the screen, accessing an encrypted URL stored in his phone, and sent it to Zhao Weiyi. Finally, he placed the phone back into Lan Ji's soft chest and gently patted it. That was her designated spot for holding his phone. On the other end, Zhao Weiyi's eyes were still bloodshot, unable to sleep even in the quiet of the night. Her precious son had been so humiliated. She didn't want to wait a moment longer, not even a second, to let the Qin family off the hook. She was determined to avenge her son. Despite several attempts by assassins sent by the Liu family, none had managed to kill anyone from the Qin family. She knew that the only ones who could help her were the Zhao family in Yanjing. She immediately called her nephew, but to her surprise, Zhao Wujin hung up on her. Just as she was about to explode in anger, she received a message. Opening it, she saw the URL and her eyes widen immediately. Without hesitation, she clicked on the link, and her phone displayed a member login page. Underneath the message, Zhao Wujin had provided her with a username and password. Logging in, she was greeted with a horrifying sight. In the dead of night, seeing something so terrifying made Zhao Weiyi's pores open wide. The screen showed blood and a bloodthirsty spider crawling. It looked alive. Upon closer inspection, it was a leaderboard of blood spider assassins, with each assassin's performance data and the minimum commission for each task listed. Because Zhao Wujin had provided her with a VIP account, this time she could even see the information of the third-ranked assassin. Zhao Weiyi was dumbfounded, greedily browsing the information on the screen. 33 missions executed, 33 successful, 0 failed. Success rate 100%. Zhao Weiyi murmured silently. This assassin wasn't the one who executed the most missions, nor was he considered a top performer, but his success rate was an astonishing 100%. And looking at his commission for a single task, it was a whopping 80 million. That was equivalent to the value of a branch company under the Liu family. In reality, not a novel, General Lin had offered a reward of only 5 million to save his own daughter. Now, killing one person would cost as much as giving away a branch company. It might be hard for Liu Qianqi or Liu Yejian to bear. Unfortunately, Zhao Weiyi was a woman. Her son had been humiliated, and even if she had to sell the pot and sell the iron, she would send the culprit of his humiliation to hell. Meanwhile, after leaving the Lin family, Ling Yu went straight back to his own home. He had burned firecrackers to welcome the New Year at midnight and then hurried to bed, knowing that his schedule would be packed with New Year's programs. Having slept for less than 5 hours, he heard someone gently tapping on his door. "Xiao Yu, wake up! Xiao Yu, wake up!" It was Chen Ailin's voice, sounding a bit anxious. Ling Yu, his eyes bloodshot, opened the door with a sleepy expression. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Xiao Yu, hurry up and freshen up. We're going back to the countryside to celebrate the New Year this year." Back to the countryside. Ling Yu was stunned. They hadn't discussed this plan as a family before. "I almost forgot. Isn't there an ancient rule in our hometown? When a son-in-law gets married, he must bring his wife back to pay respects to our ancestors during the first New Year. If your second uncle hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten," Chen Ailin said, and Ling Yu remembered. There was indeed such an old rule in the countryside, but they had been living in the city for over 10 years now. And Ling Yu had never considered whether he could even get married, so he hadn't paid much attention to this ancient rule. "Mom, are we really going back?" Ling Yu didn't answer directly, but instead asked. Chen Ailin shook her head firmly. "Returning to one's roots, it's a rule set by our ancestors. How can we, the descendants, not abide by it?" "Well, there's no other way. Let's go back to the countryside first, and I'll figure out a way to bring Mingyu over by daylight." Ling Yu could only take it step by step. He didn't dare to tell his mother the truth, fearing that she would worry even more. Moreover, although the iceberg girl seemed difficult to communicate with, he foolishly believed that Qin Mingyu would definitely come. After the family of 3 finished washing up, they prepared to set off for the countryside after celebrating the New Year at home. The Ling family's countryside, named Hero Village, was a large village where people from all walks of life lived together. It would normally take 3 hours by car from Cloud City. The family of 3 was in a hurry to return for the New Year and couldn't wait for Ling Yu to go back to the Yunshan district to drive his Maserati, so they had to take a taxi arranged through an app to the countryside. However, they didn't expect that after so many years of not returning, the road conditions had changed. When the ride-hailing car arrived at a small road that it couldn't pass through, despite Ling Yu offering more money, the driver refused to continue and even left them by the side of the road. The family of three was speechless. Being stranded in the mountains and wilderness on New Year's Day was definitely not a pleasant experience. Chen Nailin was about to make a phone call to see where her second uncle Ling Woken's family had gone so they could hitch a ride back to the countryside. They had planned to return to the countryside together on the first day of the Lunar New Year, to pay respects to their ancestors and greet the villagers. At that moment, a mountain bike suddenly appeared behind them. Although it had been refurbished, it was obviously an old model of over 10 years, adorned with quite a few fancy decorations. The mountain bike skidded to a stop in front of the Ling family, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ling Ruoxu frowned in annoyance. Was this driver crazy? Trying to show off his driving skills? Or picking a fight? Hey, isn't that Aunt Chen? In the next moment, a round head popped out of the window of the mountain bike, calling out to Chen Ailin. It was a chubby guy. Then, his gaze fell on Ling Ruoxu. Ling Ruoxu was wearing gray stockings today, which accentuated her shapely legs. She wore a stretchy skirt underneath, and a mink coat outside, giving her a striking appearance. The chubby guy's mouth slightly opened, as if about to drool. But suddenly he froze, then excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, so your sister Ruoxu. Hey, it's Chubby." Ling Ruoxu also recognized this round head. Wasn't he her little brother's junior martial brother? What was his name again? She couldn't recall it for a moment. Oh well, she just called him Chubby. Ling Yu had a good memory, so he immediately went forward to greet him. "Little hero, is it you? You've grown so much over the years, I didn't expect it." "Ha ha, what are you saying? Can't handsome people grow up?" "Yushe, you're still as straightforward as ever." Chubby opened the car door and jumped out. He tried to show off his agility, even striking a pose upon landing. Unfortunately, with his height of around 1.5 meters and his round body, dressed in green clothes, he looked like a big watermelon. What does straightforward mean? Chen Nailin, seeing her children ignore this cute little guy, couldn't help but ask. "Ha ha, straightforward means for divided by 2 is still 2, subtracting 2 is still 2, truly to plus 2, minus 2 is still 2. Ah, Auntie, am I talented?" Chubby laughed, raising his eyebrows in a manner that suggested he was expecting praise for his wit. "Ling Yu. Ling Ruoxu." Chen Ailin also chuckled awkwardly. "Chubby, you're still as cute as ever." "Auntie, although what you said is true, it's not entirely accurate. Just because I'm cute doesn't mean you should ignore my handsomeness." Chubby straightened his new clothes, tapping his shiny shoes. The clothes were brand new, but made him look like a child wearing adult clothes. Ling Ruoxu couldn't bear it anymore and sternly said, "A cheap person for a lifetime, a cheap pig with a knife. Chubby, stop showing off in front of me. You've kicked up dust all over us. I won't hold it against you, but you must hurry up and drive us into the village." Oh, surprisingly, Chubby obediently followed Ling Ruoxu's instructions. Ling Yu wasn't surprised, as he knew Chubby very well. He was an orphan raised by the village drunkard, and Ling Yu had learned some martial arts from the old drunkard when he was young. He was also Chubby's senior brother, and Chubby had called Ling Ruoxu big sister since he was young, often sticking to her. Chubby had never been serious since he was young, always attracting attention with his antics. But after so many years apart, he had become quite arrogant. "Yushe, why did your family suddenly come back to celebrate the New Year this year? It's been many years since you've been back, hasn't it?" Chubby asked as he drove. Without waiting for Ling Yu to answer, he answered his own question, "Could it be that you got married?" Then he glanced at the rearview mirror, confirming that Ling Yu had only come back with his family of 3, and shook his head. "Impossible. With your clumsy mouth and mediocre appearance, how could you possibly get a wife?" Ling Ruoxu giggled, thinking Chubby's intelligence was normal. She used to think her little brother wouldn't be able to get a wife with his dumb mouth, but then Chin Maimei dropped from the sky. Wouldn't Chubby be jealous if he knew? Hehe, Yushe did indeed get married and came back to the countryside to pay respects to her ancestors. Chubby was thunderstruck, looking unbelieving. Life so unfair. Besides being a little taller and better looking than me, and slightly better at martial arts, what else does Yujie have that's better than me? Even I don't have a girlfriend. Pa. What I mean is, there are too many girls who like me. I don't know which one to choose, so I'm still single. Why did Yujie get married first? Ling Yu just smiled and said nothing. Ling Ruoxu listened to this chatter all the way, feeling like she was watching a solo performance on New Year's Day. Chen Nalin, on the other hand, was very happy. This kind old lady used to worrying about Chubby's livelihood, but now it seemed he could support himself just fine. Thanks to Chubby, the three of them finally arrived at Hero Village around 8 o'clock in the morning. The road conditions outside had changed a lot, but Hero Village hadn't changed much in the past 10 years. The village was simple and ancient, with half of the houses made of bricks and half made of mud bricks. The roads were clean, a world of difference from the villages in Dongxing Mountain. Because Hero Village valued patriotism, there had been countless soldiers from the village who went to the battlefield over the past century, producing many heroes. The village had many stone statues and even bronze statues. Most of the villagers were simple and wore cotton-padded jackets with buttons, and some farmers wore headscarves. Most of them had dark skin, tanned from working in the fields. Very few people in the village had cars, so chubby driving in attracted a lot of attention. When the car stopped, and it was seen that the Ling family had emerged from the car, someone immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, Ling Yu, you've finally come back to celebrate the new year in the countryside." Ling Yu looked over, also somewhat surprised. "Lin Fan, why is it you?" They had grown up together in the same village, so their relationship was quite close. Ling Yu thought that Lin Fan's family, like theirs, had settled in the city, so they wouldn't come back to the countryside for the new year. Especially since Lin Fan was still single. "Ha, I only came back this year to go on blind dates. They say village women are more sincere, and I don't want to look for gold diggers outside anymore." Tired of it, Lin Fan patted Ling Yu's shoulder. Ling Yu hadn't spoken yet, but Chubby immediately teased. "Lin Fan, listen to you. It sounds like you're tired of playing with those girls outside, and want to come back to the village to find an honest man to take over. And don't think the requirements of village women are low. Your style and their standards might still have a bit of a gap." Snicker. Ling Ruoxu was amused by this annoying Chubby again. Lin Fan's face immediately turned green, pointing at Chubby and cursing, "If it wasn't for you not being fat enough, afraid I couldn't beat you, I would have hit you already." The banter and bragging here attracted more and more nearby villagers. "Ah, are the Ling family back? That looks like Ailin. Are those tall men and women her children? Or is her son bringing his daughter-in-law back?" Some gossipy neighbors began to gather around, as if there were new people in the village, enthusiastically discussing. Chen Nalin also greeted each of these rural elders one by one, and introduced Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu to them. After all, when they moved out of the village with their father, they were still young, and Chen Nalin was afraid they wouldn't remember. Ling Ruoxu indeed didn't remember and wasn't very enthusiastic. Ling Yu's memory, on the other hand, was astonishingly good. Without Chen Nalin prompting, he was able to call out the names of the elders he had met before one by one. Oh my! Little Yu's memory is still so good. At this moment, Lin Fan's grandmother came out and invited Ling Yu's family to her house. Chen Nalin declined the offer, saying she needed to tidy up the old house. Ling Ruoxu also didn't want to engage in gossip with these nosy neighbors, especially knowing they would ask a lot of questions. So, it was better to avoid them and follow her mother back to the old house. Ling Yu, however, was pulled into Lin Fan's house. Inside Lin Fan's house, it was full of relatives and neighbors. "Lin Fan, when do you plan to get married?" "Yeah, you're 29 already, right? When I was your age, I already had 2 kids. Do you even have a partner?" As Ling Yu listened to the elders urging Lin Fan to get married, he felt a bit sympathetic towards his old friend. This was also his past experience. This was also why he didn't dare to return to the countryside for the new year. Dealing with these relatives and elders, who kept pressuring and questioning him, was too difficult. However, Lin Fan raised his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Then, he unexpectedly took out a laptop and a projector from his bag. Opening the laptop, There was even a prepared PowerPoint presentation. A report on why I haven't gotten married yet. Chubby looked bewildered as he read the title of the PPT and then said, "This is a bit over the top. Turning marriage into a formal presentation just to deal with pressure." Ling Yu was also a bit stunned. This was a move he didn't expect from his buddy. "Have you all listened to my report?" Lin Fan continued. "In summary, high housing prices, low wages, and unreasonable betrothal gifts in the city are the reasons why I'm not getting married now, and this situation will continue. I probably won't be able to marry a girl from outside until I'm 36, so please stop asking." Lin Fan's unconventional approach left the relatives and friends in the house dumbfounded. It was like they had been struck by enlightenment but remained unenlightened. Ling Yu was speechless too. Lin Fan actually used a PowerPoint projector to give a presentation to the rural relatives. Did he think these old-fashioned folks were corporate bosses or hospital superiors? But, unexpectedly, the effects seemed quite good. "Ha ha. Lin Fan, you've been playing mysterious for so long. But in the end, it's just because you can't find a partner and can't afford to get married. It's ridiculous to come up with a report like this. I really despise you for it." A mocking laugh rang out. Looking over, it was a man about the same age as Lin Fan, accompanied by a female companion. "Ah, Runa is here. Is that his wife?" "TSK. Wearing a suit, it seems he's been doing well these years. The kid from the Liu family has made something of himself." The elders in the house began to comment. Hearing these words, the man in the suit proudly raised his head, enjoying the praise. Spending the new year in the old village was the best time to show off, wasn't it? Let the rural folks see who was the successful young man. "Come on, uncles and aunts, let me introduce you. This is my fiancée, Wang Yuxian. She works in a big company in Yun City, with an annual salary of over 100,000. Runa introduced proudly. With this, the surrounding elders praised even more, thumbs up all around, applauding him for being successful. Lin Fan, on the other hand, looked displeased. Runa was his childhood playmate. He had always been competitive since childhood, crying if he lost in games and boasting if he won. Unexpectedly, now even in finding a wife, he had to come and show off. "Runa, to be honest, your woman is quite ordinary, but she still outshines you." And Yuzhe, Chubby, seeing Lin Fan's black face, added another jab. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Was this how it was going to be? Did this guy really think I had no shame? And to show off a wife of this level in front of my best friend? When I help my buddy show off his wife, I'll turn you to dust in an instant. Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, another couple walked in through the door. The woman was dressed elegantly and exuded a strong feminine charm that captivated men's attention. Even Ling Yu was taken aback by her presence. "Lin Fan, Ling Yu, you've finally come back to the countryside for the new year this year. Have you been doing well outside? Have you both settled down?" The woman spoke gently, with a refined aura. "Runana, it's you. How?" Ling Yu's words trailed off. As the saying goes, women undergo a great transformation as they age, and it seemed the ancients weren't wrong. The chubby little sister from before had now transformed into a stunning beauty. Ling Yu looked surprised, not because he had any feelings for Runana, but because her change was truly remarkable. Compared to Qin Mingyu, Runana still lacked something. However, to others, it seemed like he was struck by her beauty. "Ha ha. Ling Yu, isn't my sister much prettier now? But I advise you not to daydream. Although we played wedding games when we were kids, and my sister played your bride, you're not worthy of her now." Runa laughed loudly, not hiding her contempt for Ling Yu. Runana also looked Ling Yu up and down, her eyes showing a hint of disappointment. She used to have a soft spot for Ling Yu, her childhood playmate, but it seemed he hadn't fared well after growing up. Returning to the countryside on New Year's Day, he was dressed so plainly, covered in dust. "Runana, it's not fun if you say it like that, right? Do you think you're doing well? Do you know how capable Ling Yu's wife is? He's still not worthy of your sister." Lin Fan couldn't bear to watch anymore and stood up for Ling Yu. But Ling Yu wasn't one to seek attention. Moreover, marriage was about mutual affection. What was there to boast about? So, he quickly pulled Lin Fan back. However, his action led to a misunderstanding, with people thinking that Lin Fan was boasting about him. Runana looked Lingyu up and down again and smirked. Lingyu, you're married, aren't you? Oh, this year. Did you bring your wife back to pay respects to our ancestors? Then where's your wife? Why didn't you introduce her to us first? Lingyu calmly replied, she didn't come with me. Runana burst into laughter. Didn't come? Or didn't even exist? I've only heard of imaginary friends, but imaginary wives. The surrounding elders began to discuss. It was indeed difficult for rural men to find wives, but they hadn't seen anyone shamelessly claim to have one when they didn't. Runana, stop talking nonsense. Runana quickly stopped her brother. Chubby Ann Lin Fan thought she didn't want to embarrass Lingyu. But Lingyu felt differently. Women change a lot as they grow older, and the Runana before him no longer gave him the innocent and carefree feeling from their childhood. Instead, she seemed as deep as a lake. Oh, Nano, is this guy next to you your boyfriend? Yeah. Did you bring him home for the new year this year? The young man looks quite energetic. A group of elders from the countryside were always interested in something new and curious about new people. In the next moment, they surrounded the two of Runana. Lingyu also assessed the man next to Runana. To be honest, he had an ordinary appearance, but his demeanor and speech were quite polished. Shen, who was also known as Chubby, quickly whispered to Lin Fan. This guy looks like a show-off. If he wasn't afraid of breaking the rules, I think he'd want to show off the price tags on his clothes to everyone. Lin Fan nodded. Chubby, even though I really wanted to stab you just now, I'm standing with you now. Based on my years of experience in judging people, this guy is probably a nouveau rich, afraid that others won't know he's wealthy. Trash. Chubby suddenly looked proud. Yeah, this kind of person lacks depth, unlike us. Lin Fan nodded again. Exactly. Although we're not wealthy, we have depth. We're not the same type of person as him, and he can't play with us. Right, I don't like playing with this kind of person. They echoed each other, unaware that the focus wasn't on them at all. Lingyu couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. These two guys felt superior even without money. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Jukafu. Runana smiled as she introduced the man beside her to everyone. He's the regional manager of the Dongmenzi group. Wow, so young and promising. You became a regional manager at such a young age. I've heard of Dongmenzi, that's a big company. We can't find such high-quality men in our village. A group of elders complimented Jukafu. Where, I've only achieved a little through hard work, nothing to be proud of. Jukafu was also humble, modestly deflecting praise while secretly enjoying the atmosphere. Later, he took out a stack of red envelopes from his pocket, giving one to everyone regardless of age or gender. Oh, he's really not short of money. Everyone praised him, impressed by his generosity. Finally, the red envelopes were handed to Lingyu and his two friends. HMPH, what's so great about having some money? Do you think I don't have any? I don't like making friends with people like you. Shen despised Jukafu, but skillfully pocketed a red envelope and even handed to Lingyu and Lin Fan. Lin Fan initially felt that it was wrong to accept money from such a person, but seeing Lingyu refuse, he followed suit. Shen was stunned, whispering, "Doesn't this make me look spineless?" Without waiting for their response, he quickly put the two red envelopes back in his pocket. Since that's the case, I'll hold on to them for you until you decide whether to take them or not. 2 words, sneaky. 3 words, shameless. But Lingyu firmly said, Chubby, return my red envelope. According to tradition, I shouldn't accept any red envelopes after getting married. Shen was surprised. Do you really have a wife? Are you sure it's not a made-up story? Lingyu nodded. Runana couldn't resist but taunt, haha, really married? Then I'll wait to see how much of a goddess your wife is when we go to pay respects to the ancestors today. It was an obvious mockery. In his eyes, if Lingyu really had a wife who could hold her own, why wouldn't he dare to bring her out for everyone to see? He must have married someone who couldn't afford a dowry, couldn't buy a car or a house, and ended up with a fat and ugly woman. Maybe even someone with a disability or intellectual deficiency. Lingyu remained silent. He married Chen Mingyu without any intention of flaunting her in front of others. And his wife was his. There was no need for anyone's approval. But Lin Fan couldn't bear it anymore and retorted for him, Runo, stop being so arrogant. When you see Ling Yu's wife, I guarantee you'll start doubting life. Who knows, she might even be better than the person next to you, who's divorced. Runana was stunned. So was her husband. Runana shivered slightly. Was Ling Yu's wife really that perfect? Ha ha ha, then I'll wait for Ling Yu to make me doubt life. Some people are so stubborn, they suffer to save face. It's ridiculous. Runana also dropped the facade. She was also angry. If Ling Yu couldn't find a wife, why bother being so stubborn? If he didn't relent, it would be hard for them to get along. Runana, watch your words. Runana stopped her brother, but didn't continue. Instead, she said to Ling Yu, let's go home first, and pay respects to the ancestors after lunch. See you then. With that, the two couples left Lin Fan's house one after the other. This is so infuriating. Lin Fan was angry when he saw the expressions of those two siblings. They clearly looked down on him, thinking they were so impressive. Not only did they look down on him, but they also looked down on Ling Yu. He really wanted to slap them in the face for Ling Yu. Shen also said to Ling Yu, according to statistics, there's a gender imbalance in Longguo, with 30 million men destined to be unable to find wives, and millions of women choosing not to marry. Plus some rich men and corrupt officials keeping mistresses. In short, tens of millions of men can't find wives, so there's no shame in it. Yuhi was speaking, and the surrounding matchmaker's eyes also looked over. But before Chubby finished speaking, Ling Yu turned around and left, not wanting to explain too much. When did he marry or not marry, that he needed to prove to so many people? After leaving Lin Fan's house, Ling Yu walked back to his ancestral home. It was a brick house, not small in size. His grandfather had been awarded this house by the army for his merits on the battlefield, and the cadre specifically built it for his family. Although no one had taken care of it for many years, it wasn't too bad. When Ling Yu returned, Chen Ailan and Ling Ruoxu had already cleaned up the house. Not only that, but Mrs. Zhu from the neighboring house had just left after chatting with his mother for a long time. Xiao Yu, is Mingyu coming today or not? Chen Ailan was also very anxious about this matter. She had already mentioned it, and if her son's wife didn't come to visit on New Year's Day, she wouldn't know how to face others. I'll call her to confirm. Ling Yu didn't want to guess anymore and quickly called Qin Mingyu. Hello, came Qin Mingyu's slightly cold voice from the other end. From her tone, it seemed like his wife was still angry. Ling Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he still asked, Mingyu, can you find your way to Hero Village? What did you say? I can't hear very clearly. The signal on your end is bad. Deep beep. The call disconnected. Ling Yu quickly checked his phone signal. The iceberg woman hadn't lied. Hero Village was in a remote location, and the signal was indeed unstable. When he tried calling again, it forcefully disconnected, and he couldn't get through. How is it, Xiao Yu? Chen Ailan was extremely worried. Mom, don't worry. Mingyu is very smart. She definitely find her way to our house. Ling Yu tried to reassure his mother, but he was also a bit anxious himself.
Would the iceberg woman come after all? Goodness, Hero Village is indeed living up to its name. Qin Tiangang leaned on his cane, stepping out to breathe the fresh air. Having lived in the city for so long, he was practically greedy for this kind of air. With closed eyes, he opened his mouth and took in several deep breaths. The elder Bai had also heard about the remarkable people of Hero Village, having produced many great generals and heroes. He had long wanted to come and visit. Unexpectedly, their daughter from the Qin family had married into such a place. It was indeed fate. Moments later, Qin Mingyu stepped out of the Bentley. She was dressed in black sharkskin pants, which accentuated her long, slender legs, giving the visual effect of being even longer, reaching a height of 1.8 meters. She wore a white pearl-colored tight-fitting thermal suit as an inner layer, topped with a white down jacket. The black and white combination seemed simple, but it exuded the effect of a top model. Combined with her innate icy demeanor, the male bodyguards around couldn't help but steal glances, completely captivated. Such a woman could only belong in heaven.
Feeling a bit cold, Qin Mingyu took out a red scarf and wrapped it around her neck, adding to the festive atmosphere of New Year's Day. Grandpa, let's go. Qin Mingyu walked over and draped another red scarf around Qin Chang'an's neck. The elderly man in tan costume, with the addition of this festive scarf, was even more fitting. Ha ha. Let's go. Let's pay a New Year's visit to our in-laws. Chin Chang'an was also in a great mood today. Choosing Hero Village as the first stop for New Year's visits was beyond words for him. But this grand New Year's visit procession scared the surrounding villagers. Was this New Year's visit or an invasion by the enemy? Many people secretly followed, watching and discussing whose family had come to visit. Since the younger generation kept immigrating out, Hero Village hadn't been this lively during the New Year for many years. After many years, the Ling family's return to the countryside for the New Year was bound to be lively. With more and more people asking about his wife, Ling Yu didn't know how to respond. Even Chen Ailan didn't know much about Qin Mingyu. Could he just casually tell these people? At this moment, Luna and his wife appeared again, laughing out loud. Ling Yu, did Lin Fen suddenly boast about you, and you weren't prepared, so now you can't back down? It's really nothing without a wife. Why make up lies on the spot and stubbornly stick to them? Others chimed in with agreement. So what if there's no wife? At most, people would say a few words of contempt. But lying is a matter of character. You'll be looked down upon by the entire village. I really am married. Today, I plan to come back with her to visit our ancestors in the village. Ling Yu insisted once again. Stop talking nonsense. Luna couldn't bear it any longer and spat at Ling Yu. I've always looked down on trash like you, who refuse to face reality and are destined to. Before he could finish, someone outside suddenly exclaimed, New Year's visit. Someone's here to pay a New Year's visit to the Ling family. The place fell silent as if dead. Is this really Brother Yu's wife? Shen Xiaopeng was the first to exclaim in shock. At first sight of Qin Mingyu, he thought she was a celestial maiden descending to earth. Shen Xiaopeng was actually a keyboard warrior who spent a lot of time commenting on beautiful women on the internet. Gradually, he became extremely picky about women, believing that a true beauty must possess both looks and temperament. However, even with his discerning eye, he couldn't find any flaws in the woman before him. It wasn't just him, seeing the envy in everyone's eyes. Even Chen Ailan momentarily felt like she was seeing things. How would she describe her daughter-in-law? To beautiful, to pure, to unique, to generous and elegant. Chen Ailan was ecstatic, but couldn't help feeling worried. Could her ugly son really be worthy of such a girl? Mom, Happy New Year. Grandpa and I are here to pay our respects to you, said Ling Ruoxu, timely reminding Chen Ailan. Chen Ailan, finally coming to her senses, exclaimed, Ah, Mingyu, you've finally come. I've been looking forward to this day. Qin Chang'an then burst into hearty laughter. Sorry for making you wait, dear mother-in-law. Mingyu and I were preparing some New Year gifts, so we're a bit late, haha. With a wave of his hand, White stepped forward and gestured outside. Immediately, a row of men in black suits enter, carrying boxes of gifts of all sizes. The whole crowd was left dumbfounded. Please make way. Ling Ruona and her husband were pushed aside. Chen Ailan realized there were so many people outside. She nervously said, Mr. Chen, this doesn't seem appropriate. Just you and Mingyu coming to pay respects would make me happy enough. We really can't accept so many gifts from you. Chen Ailan couldn't help but feel worried. Her son's status was clear to her. Going on 18 blind dates and finally finding a wife was a blessing. Her son came from such a humble background. How could he enter a wealthy family? Haha, Ruona, still think I'm lying. Do you think you're ridiculous? Lin Fen looked at Ruona, who had been pushed aside, with a smug expression. Even though he was still a single dog. Shen Xiaopeng also chimed in, whispering to him as his wife was pushed aside. You better hide your wife quickly, or the whole village will compare her today. You'll lose face. Damn it. Damn it. Ruona was instantly overwhelmed, shouting, It's fake. It's all fake. You can't fool me. All eyes turned to him. Did they think he was stupid? Even though Ling Yu's wife was prettier than his, did he have to react like this? Ling Yu, come clean. With such a beautiful woman, did you hire her from a face company? Ruona pointed at Ling Yu and shouted. Ling Yu was confused. What was this guy talking about? What face company? Since Ling Yu didn't respond, Ruona continued yelling, Don't think I don't know. Nowadays, there are many face companies that specialize in setting up scenes, providing actors and props to help losers like you show off when they come home. You've been away for 10 years. Now that you're back, You suddenly have a wife who's like a celestial maiden, a daughter of a wealthy family. Do you think I'll believe that? You must have paid a professional team to play along. This kind of trick may fool the simple villagers of Hero Village, but it won't fool me. I've been around in the city. I've seen it all. Ha ha. Ling Yu was speechless at his self-righteousness. How could someone be so arrogant? Unfortunately, many people believed him. Even Shen Xiaopang marveled quietly. Are there really such companies? If I had known, I would have hired one too. It's good for showing off in front of the villagers. As more and more people crowded in upon hearing about the big red envelopes, especially the children from the village, the scene was like hungry people suddenly being given food after 3 years of starvation. Qin Mingyu saw Ling Yu's family, who were excited beyond measure, and couldn't help but smile. She had never been so ostentatious before. Firstly, there was no need. Secondly, she didn't feel it. But today's atmosphere made her feel comfortable showing off. It seems that marriage is not just a terrible thing after all. Ling Yu knew that Qin Mingyu liked tranquility. Thinking she wouldn't enjoy the crowded environment, he found an opportunity to take her hand and walk out from the back door, heading upwards until they found a quiet place. Qin Mingyu stood at a high point, admiring the scenery of Hero Village. It couldn't be described as a paradise, but the environment was clean and comfortable, perfect for living. Mingyu, thank you for coming, Ling Yu said sincerely. My mother is very happy. I've never seen her smile so happily before. Qin Mingyu turned her face away deliberately. HMPH, didn't I promise you? Did you think I wouldn't keep my word? No. I knew you would, Ling Yu replied, and Qin Mingyu's eyes showed a hint of delight. This man really understood her. Ling Yu continued. I was just worried you were angry about last night. Qin Mingyu's expression turned cold as she suddenly fixed him with a glare. What? Do you think I'm so petty? Didn't I tell you I don't know what jealousy feels like? Ling Yu, fearing his wife's anger, quickly responded, I know you'll understand. You'll trust me. My relationship with Qing Zhuan isn't. What kind of relationship do you have? Qin Mingyu interrupted timely, an art in itself. A friendship, Ling Yu confessed. And us. Qin Mingyu continued, her heart feeling a bit sweet, but not showing it on her face. Husband and wife, Ling Yu said. Didn't you just acknowledge it in front of everyone earlier? We're a married couple, in-laws. You might even be buried in my family's grave in the future. Humph, who wants to be buried with you? Qin Mingyu retorted, turning away again. It was only in such situations, in front of Ling Yu's relatives and friends, that she would openly acknowledge their relationship. But in the city, in the commercial sphere, she dared not openly acknowledge it. As for why, she couldn't explain it at the moment. Today, she was satisfied with what she said to Ling Yu. This idiot was gradually making her feel like a wife. Mingyu, I still need to apologize to you, Ling Yu said solemnly. Last night, I had no choice but to make you feel embarrassed. What embarrassment do I have? Qin Mingyu turned to him again. The embarrassment is yours, isn't it? My family doesn't approve of you. You can't enter the Qin family's door. That's not my problem. It's your own fault. Ow. Ling Yu was stunned. Qin Mingyu's words made him feel uncomfortable. After taking a deep breath, he said seriously, Miss Qin, a husband and wife are a union. One speaking like this hurt the feelings between us. Qin Mingyu also responded seriously, you've done things that hurt our relationship. Do you still expect me to actively repair it? Well, Ling Yu sighed. I'm sorry. Then, it looks like I'll have to figure something out. I genuinely like you, and I want to be with you, grow old together, and be buried in the same place. Qin Mingyu, who suddenly confesses like that. It's really unexpected. Qin Mingyu blushed slightly, feeling satisfied with this idiot's attitude. She didn't want to continue making things difficult for him and quickly changed the subject. Now that my grandfather and I had come to pay respects to your family, what's next? Of course, Ling Yu said. We're going to see our village's ancestor. Our ancestor. Qin Mingyu furrowed her brows, feeling a bit annoyed. In Hero Village, there's a special place called the Ancestral Temple. A long time ago, it used to be the village's school, but as time passed, it gradually turned into a temple for worship. Since the school's teachers were unemployed, and the schools were replaced by state-funded ones, The school was transformed into a temple for incense burning and worship. The teacher, respected by all, was addressed as the ancestor. Ling Yu's grandfather had once been a student of the teacher, so Ling Yu's father also referred to him as the ancestor. In Ling Yu's generation, they simply called him the ancestor. In other families in the village, the situation was probably similar, so gradually, that teacher became the ancestor of the entire hero village. On the way to the temple, Qin Tiagang was curious and asked Ling Yu about the ancestor's information. He was surprised to hear that the ancestor of Hero Village was over 100 years old and had participated in a war 80 years ago. You mean the ancestor of Hero Village is over 100 years old and participated in a war 80 years ago? Qin Tiagang nodded. In that case, he's indeed a venerable old man worthy of respect. He wanted to meet this legendary figure. After all, he himself was quite aged, and there were very few people in the world who he could regard as seniors. Bai Lao walked alongside Qin Tiagang without speaking, but his slightly narrow eyes betrayed a hint of curiosity. Qin Mingyu, on the other hand, remained silent as they walked. She couldn't help but feel a bit distracted by all the attention directed at her. Although she had been revered as a star since taking over as CEO of Chiagang Group, the feeling of being adored today was different. Those who had admired her before had no connection to her and only sought to flatter her, for their own interests, which she found distasteful and even repulsive. That the villagers of Hero Village, apart from some of the men, had a pure look in their eyes when chasing her, making her feel like a true star encountering genuine fans. "Look, Ling Yu and his wife are coming to the temple," someone shouted. As Ling Yu's group arrived at the open space in front of the temple, it was God Tubby. Tubby always liked to be in the limelight. After all, he was Ling Yu's junior brother. If his senior brother was so imposing, he could bask in his senior brother's glory a bit, right? In the open space in front of the temple, many people were devoutly waiting for the old ancestor. Upon hearing God Tubby's call, they all turned to look at Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu. Suddenly, Qin Mingyu received a gaze full of hostility and subconsciously looked over. The woman staring at her was Ling Yu's childhood sweetheart, Luna. The tradition in Hero Village during the New Year is for young people to come to the temple to kowtow to the ancestors. The open space in front of the temple is prepared for these young people. So, Qin Tiagang, Chen Ailin, Bai Lao, and others did not enter the area for the young people but instead chatted with other villagers on the side. Luna saw Ling Yu and his wife enter the open space and immediately walked over with a smile. "Ling Yu, is this your wife? She's truly as beautiful as everyone says, making others feel ashamed just by looking at her," Luna said, smiling with her hand covering her mouth. However, Qin Mingyu did not smile, remaining as cold as usual. Although Luna's hostile gaze just now was fleeting, Qin Mingyu believed she hadn't misunderstood. Did this woman have some special relationship with Ling Yu again? Otherwise, why would she view her with hostility? Yes, that's right, Ling Yu nodded. He wouldn't boast about marrying Qin Mingyu in front of others, but for some reason, he felt fortunate to have her when facing Luna. "Hello, I'm Luna, Ling Yu's childhood sweetheart. When we were kids, he even played the groom for me and held me. But when we grew up, he didn't choose me as his bride. Maybe I'm not pretty enough." Luna extended her hand towards Qin Mingyu, adding a self-deprecating remark. But Qin Mingyu looked at her coldly, showing no intention of shaking hands. As for Zhu Kefu next to Luna, Qin Mingyu didn't even glance at him. This was her character. She wouldn't bother with people she didn't know and weren't relevant to her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luna looked at Ling Yu and jokingly complained, "Ling Yu, your wife seems quite cold. Is she difficult to get along with?" Before Ling Yu could respond, Qin Mingyu scoffed, "You don't have to get along with me, so what does it matter?" This immediately made Luna look a bit helpless and embarrassed. Some villagers around couldn't help but speak up for her. Luna took the initiative to talk to her, but Ling Yu's wife seems quite impolite, doesn't she? She might be beautiful, but a wife still needs to be respectful and virtuous. Such a wife isn't good. I wonder how Ling Yu deals with her. Could he be enduring his wife's bullying at home without daring to speak up? Hearing these discussions, Chen Ailin suddenly felt uncomfortable. She had been the most excited and happy one when Qin Mingyu came to Hero Village, but now her mood was greatly dampened. Because these discussions weren't face-to-face, and they were too chaotic. Although Ling Yu heard them, he couldn't respond to these people. He just lightly held Qin Mingyu's hand and said, "Mingyu, don't mind them." Qin Mingyu responded indifferently, "As long as you don't mind, I don't neither." She and these people in Hero Village had no further interaction after leaving, so why should she care? Besides, she indeed wasn't easy to get along with. That was something everyone in Yun City knew, and there was nothing worth explaining or hiding. Humph. Turns out he's a kept man, living off a woman. Luna, who had been lurking on the side, finally spoke disdainfully. Having been driven away from Ling Yu's home by his wife, she finally found an opportunity to attack Ling Yu. And her brother, Juked, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke up. Just forget it. Luna immediately looked a bit embarrassed and awkward. In Lin Fan's eyes, it wasn't that Qin Mingyu was difficult to get along with. It was Luna, who was seeking trouble. What was her motive for saying that Ling Yu had married her and hugged her in front of Ling Yu's wife? If Ling Yu's wife had slapped her, wouldn't that have been reasonable? He was relieved for his friend, realizing that Qin Mingyu cared about him. It seemed like the Ice Queen truly cared about him. What bothered Ling Yu was Ju Kefyu's reaction. Luna's words didn't seem to affect him at all, and he didn't act like a husband at all. What was going on with Luna and her brother? Why did they both find such strange partners? "The ancestor is coming out." At this moment, someone exclaimed. The open space in front of the temple immediately fell silent. This scene alone showed how high the ancestor's status and prestige were in Hero Village. But because he was too old, over 100 years old, his movements were unsteady, and he even looked a bit unpleasant. Finally, he needed the young man to lift his feet before slowly helping him up. Qin Mingyu frowned slightly, feeling a bit impatient. As someone accustomed to being the center of attention everywhere she went, watching others slowly serve an old man while she had to wait below, her sense of time couldn't help but make her a bit impatient. Once the young man helped the ancestor, he looked down and spoke to Ling Yu with a slightly different expression. "Ling Yu, long time no see. You've finally come back, huh?" "Yeah, I'm back, Yuan." Ling Yu nodded in response to the man's words. The man's name was Yuan Shi, and like Lunana, he was Ling Yu's childhood playmate and even his desk mate back then. Not only that, but the old man once wanted to take both of them as his disciples, teaching them both literature and martial arts. Unfortunately, Ling Yu still left Hero Village with his father afterwards. Living in Cloud City and later in the Northern Territory for over a decade, and the two finally met again today. Yet, Yuan Shi nodded with a smile. His smile had a strange impact on people. Firstly, Yuan had a scholarly temperament from learning under the old man since childhood. Secondly, he was recognized as a handsome man in Hero Village, with attractive facial features and even to dimples when he smiled, which had a great charm on women. After all, neither of us married Lunana. After nodding, Yuan Shi continued with a smile. "Do you remember when we said back then, let's see who'll eventually marry her?" The villagers around them immediately became restless, discussing the matter fervently. Lunana blushed and lowered her head shyly, her cheeks turning red. Qin Mingyu, originally already cold and impatient, became even more aloof. Ling Yu immediately tightened his grip on the ice-cold woman's hand. Smiling it off, "Kids say the darndest things, no need to bring up something that'll make others laugh." He was quite calm about it. After all, they were only 6 years old back then. They played house, and a bunch of woes just discussed it, but he really was just a part of it. Just happened to play the role of Lunana's husband in the game. He really never had any feelings for Lunana, and he quickly forgot about such things after the game. However, Qin Mingyu forcefully withdrew her hand, her face showing signs of anger. Ling Yu gave a wry smile, feeling something amiss. It seemed the Ice Queen was angry again. Seeing this scene, Yuan Shi smiled again and said, "Now is not the time for chatting. Both of you should give our ancestor a New Year's greeting." "All right." Ling Yu nodded and remained composed. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was flushed with anger. This Yuan Shi, just like Lunana, was a scheming man and woman. They deliberately brought up such matters just to ruin Ling Yu's relationship with his wife, right? How despicable, yet both of them mentioned it as if it were just casual conversation, and neither Ling Yu nor he could retaliate. Moreover, the traditional loyalty and filial piety ceremony in Hero Village had already begun, and everyone's attention had shifted. The younger generation lined up, waiting to kowtow to the ancestor. Qin Mingyu also accompanied Lingyu in line, observing this unique ritual in the village. The individual ceremony didn't have much reference value. She watched the couples kneel and kowtow, which had its own intricacies. First, they had to put on special clothes with a filial piety or loyalty badge on their chests. Secondly, the posture for men and women kowtowing was different. It was fine for men to kowtow, but for women, they even had to bury their heads on the ground, waiting for the ancestor to tap their heads a few times, symbolizing opening up their wisdom, and assisting their husbands in spreading their branches and leaves, thus flourishing. Although the tapping wasn't painful and was done in the name of blessings, the dignified Qin Mingyu couldn't possibly do the same as those women, smearing dirt all over her face. Who was she? The #1 ice-cold female CEO of Cloud City? No way. Kneeling and kowtowing? Absolutely not. Lingyu, it's your turn. Lunana and Jukefu had already kowtowed to the ancestor, waiting on the side for Lingyu and his wife. When they saw them coming up, their eyes seemed somewhat expectant. Lingyu nodded and took the horse goat handed over by Yuan Shi, handing one to the Ice Queen. Unexpectedly, Qin Mingyu didn't take it. Lingyu was slightly stunned. The next moment, Qin Mingyu walked directly to the ancestor, calmly saying, "Happy New Year, ancestor of Hero Village." Seeing this woman disregarding the village customs, the villagers around them were shocked, looking at each other in panic. How dare she be so disrespectful to the ancestor? There was a buzz of discussion. Lingyu also wore a bitter smile, thinking this might be trouble. Indeed, Yuan Shi immediately warned Qin Mingyu excitedly, "How dare you be so disrespectful?" Instead, the elderly ancestor stopped him, smiling at Qin Mingyu. "Oh, Happy New Year. Who are you?" "Little girl, I'm Qin Mingyu. I got married to Lingyu this year, so I'm here to pay my respects to you, old sir." Qin Mingyu replied calmly, showing no pressure from the angry gazes of the villagers or Yuan Shi's warning. Qin Changgang watched this scene in the crowd, somewhat intrigued. He knew his granddaughter wouldn't follow the customs of Hero Village. "Oh, so you're the wife of that little rascal Lingyu. Ha ha. Good, good." The old ancestor laughed a bit excitedly. Another Lowland brave family is about to grow. Hero Village is fortunate. Qin Mingyu remained silent, quietly watching him. After a while, the old ancestor finally continued, "Since you're that little rascal Lingyu's wife, why don't you kowtow to me?" "There's no need for that." Qin Mingyu replied directly, feeling the villagers' anger. Lingyu was frightened and quickly walked to Qin Mingyu's side. Speaking for her, "Ancestor, I'm Lingyu. This is Mingyu's first time in Hero Village. She doesn't understand our village customs. Please forgive us." The old ancestor waved his hand, his previously gentle expression turning somewhat frightening. He stared at Qin Mingyu for a long time, but she showed no signs of fear. Then, he forcefully leaned on his cane and asked loudly, "Why is there no need? Paying respects to the ancestor is a tradition of Long Kingdom for thousands of years. Have you outsiders forgotten about loyalty and filial piety? Do you know that loyalty and filial piety are not only the ways of being human, but also the foundation of the nation?" It must be said that the old ancestor of Hero Village still had a very imposing presence. Seeing him like this, Qin Changgang and Bai Lao, the two old men as his descendants, were somewhat disadvantaged. After all, the other party was over 100 years old, 30 years older than them. And if the other party asked them like this, they wouldn't know how to respond. Qin Mingyu remained expressionless, neither agitated nor afraid. To quote the words of the Ming philosopher Yuan Kelly, "Loyalty is to serve the king and the country, and filial piety is to serve one's parents." Sir, you were Lingyu's grandfather's teacher, and for me, there is actually no blood relation between us. You're neither a king nor my parents, so I don't need to be loyal and filial to you. Qin Mingyu continued, "But Long Kingdom does indeed uphold the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young. I respect you as my elder and have come specifically to pay my respects for the new year, offering you this red envelope. Please accept it with a smile." With that, she stared at the anger in the old ancestor's eyes and placed the red envelope in his hand. Everyone in Hero Village was stunned by her actions. Who didn't know that the old ancestor hated receiving gifts, especially red envelopes? However, this time, the old ancestor held on to the red envelope, neither putting it away nor throwing it, just staring at Qin Mingyu. Staring at this unconventional, young woman. Bold, Yuangxi couldn't help but point at Qin Mingyu and rebuke angrily. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Since the old ancestor is Ling Yu's grandfather's teacher and also Ling Yu's mentor, he's the father of the Ling family. Since you admit to being Ling Yu's wife, then the old ancestor is your ancestor. Not kneeling or kowtowing is an act of unfilialness. Hero Village has its rules. If you don't gain the approval of the old ancestor, you are not worthy to enter Hero Village, let alone become the wife of the Ling family. He was recognized as a talented scholar in Hero Village, and everyone trusted his words. After his speech, everyone's expressions exploded, thinking that Qin Mingyu was lacking in manners and not worthy of joining Hero Village. Lunana's mouth curled up into a smile, but quickly suppressed it. Lin Fan was extremely worried for his friend. After finally marrying his wife and achieving a positive outcome, would it be ruined because of opposition from the villagers? Ling Yu was also a bit worried because he knew the icy personality of his wife. Huing Yun City dared to speak to her like this besides Qin Chonggong. Indeed, Qin Mingyu's gaze gradually became angry, coldly responding to Yuangxi. Whether it's customs and etiquette or anything else, it should evolve with the times. You're using ancient rules from thousands of years ago to dictate modern young people. What's the difference between that and using a sword from a previous dynasty to execute an official in the present? Even the monarchy has been abolished in modern times, let alone the customs of your village. Her words were reasonable and well-founded, but more importantly, she exuded a strong and icy aura, making many people involuntarily shiver. Ling Yu's wife was not only proud and stubborn but also sharp-tongued. Although Miss is speaking with reason, this is still Hero Village after all. Bai Lao couldn't help but sigh. Qin Chonggong also sighed. The Ling family didn't accept Qin Mingyu, and the people from Ling Yu's hometown didn't accept her words either. It seemed like there was still a long way to go for the young couple to achieve acceptance. Goodbye. Indeed, after rebuking Yuangxi, Qin Mingyu directly took her leave, not wanting to stay and see anyone's expression. Mingyu. Ling Yu hesitated for a moment, bowed to the old ancestor 3 times, and then chased after his wife, leaving the scene behind. How could this happen? Yeah. Ling family's big wedding should have been a happy occasion. Why did it turn into this? Not even giving the old ancestor a bow. This woman is too arrogant. She's not worthy of joining Hero Village. Not worthy. Not worthy. They should just break up and find someone else. The villagers murmured to Chen Ailin, causing her considerable distress. Mom, don't listen to them. Let's go home. Fortunately, Ling Ruoxu was by her side, forcibly pulling her mother away. Regardless of whether these people were envious, jealous, or just giving friendly advice, Qin Mingyu wasn't their family, so they could easily speak without feeling the pain. They wanted to break up the relationship between his brother and Qin Mingyu. Not only the door, but they wouldn't even have a window left. Mingyu. Ling Yu chased after her, and they came to a small hill where the couple had just been chatting. He caught up with Qin Mingyu just then. Qin Mingyu shook off his hand and continued walking. Ling Yu grabbed her hand again. What do you want? Qin Mingyu was a bit angry. Do you want to drag me back to bow to your old ancestor? I've said it. I won't go along with this. If you think I'm unreasonable, you can. Before she finished speaking, her beautiful eye suddenly quivered. This idiot, Ling Yu, had directly pulled her into his arms forcefully. Bold. Qin Mingyu's vermilion lips pressed against his chest, and for a moment, her heart raced like a deer. Mingyu. Don't be angry. Ling Yu didn't intend to drag her back to bow. Instead, he was trying to calm her down. This is where I grew up, and some customs indeed clash with your world. If you don't like it, you don't have to follow it. I know you mean no harm. A strange warmth flowed into Qin Mingyu's heart. This idiot, he wasn't as simple as she thought. His words of love flowed one after another. Damn it, but in the end, Qin Mingyu still wriggled out of his embrace. In such a place, embracing intimately like this, what if someone passed by? It would be embarrassing. After all, she was the iceberg lady. Sure enough, a moment later, came calls from behind. Xiao Yu. Mingyu. Xiao Yu, Mingyu. The two looked in the direction of the voices and saw Ling Roxu and Chen Ailan coming up, jogging. Chen Ailan had been eagerly waiting, fearing that she would leave. Chen Mingyu felt her trembling all over and knew how much she cared about her. She nodded immediately. Hehe. What were you two doing just now? Mingyu. Why is your face so red? Ling Roxu noticed the detail and teased deliberately. Nothing. Nothing. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu almost simultaneously shook their heads. Ling Roxu still wouldn't let them off, raising her eyebrows and pointing at her brother's neck. Nothing. Then why is there lipstick on this idiot's neck? Which woman did it? Come on, confess. Oh. Ling Yu's face turned red instantly. Chen Mingyu clenched her jade fist, wishing she could punch this idiot to the ground. Look at what you've done, forcibly hugging me just now. Chen Ailan, on the other hand, misunderstood that the two had just been intimate and was overjoyed. It seemed that there was hope for her son to have children, and hope for the Ling family to prosper. The next moment, Chen Ailan tightly held Chen Mingyu's hand and said, Mingyu, come with me. I'll take you to burn incense for the ancestors of the Ling family. There's no need for any formalities. I'll just say a few words to Ling Yu's deceased father, telling him that his daughter-in-law has returned, and that's enough. Well, Chen Mingyu hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist Chen Ailan's enthusiasm, so she nodded in agreement. While the two of them left, Ling Roxu stood on tiptoe, forcibly hooking her arm around Ling Yu's shoulder, and mischievously asked, Little brother, how far have you and Mingyu progressed? Mom is waiting to hold her grandchild. When will you fulfill her greatest wish? Ling Yu smiled bitterly. Before, his mother's greatest wish was for him to get married, so how did it become about having grandchildren now? Every one of his mother's wishes was difficult to fulfill. No matter how Ling Roxu asked, Ling Yu kept evading the question. Firstly, he didn't understand matters between men and women very well. Secondly, he hadn't performed the traditional rites with Chen Mingyu, so what could he say? Just go with the flow. Ling Yu always believed that such matters would happen naturally, and the time was right. If the timing wasn't right, then forcing it wouldn't work. The two siblings were chatting intimately as they walked back home. When they reached the door, they heard a gentle and sweet voice, Brother-in-law. Ling Yu immediately looked up and was stunned to see Qin Yushuan. Qin Yushuan had a beautiful smile and asked, Is this the older sister? You're such a tall and beautiful lady. Ling Roxu was also surprised. She didn't know the complex relationships within the Qin family. But as soon as she heard Qin Yushuan calling her brother-in-law, she quickly understood her role and hurried over, warmly shaking her hand. Oh, stop it, little sister. Your legs are not shorter than mine. After saying that, she even measured them for real. This was a way to bond, of course. Ling Roxu actually wanted to compare her legs with Qin Yushuan's, to see whose were longer. She even thought about lifting the other's clothes to see where her waistline began. Ling Yu was scratching his head, feeling dumbfounded by his sister's lack of restraint. He quickly interrupted, Yushuan, how did you find your way here? Qin Yushuan smiled and replied, Brother-in-law, did you forget? When we returned from Bixing village, you mentioned letting me help with the arrangements for the Zhang family. Little Swallow wanted to come out and see, so I brought her along to wish you a happy new year. Ling Yu slapped his forehead, recalling that he did say that. However, he still asked, But how did you know I was coming back to the countryside for the new year? And about Little Swallow? I heard that grandpa and sister were coming here to pay respects, so I inquired and found out. Qin Yushuan answered before pointing in another direction. Zhang Yan was squatting by a pond, curiously observing a large turtle hibernating inside. Little Swallow, Brother Yu is back. Qin Yushuan quickly went over to call Little Swallow. Who's that? Ling Roxu asked curiously. She didn't expect such a lively scene when returning to the countryside for the new year. She's the younger sister of a brother who has faced life and death situations. She's been a bit affected mentally. Ling Yu briefly explained Little Swallow's story to his sister. Ling Roxu also sympathized with the Zhang family's situation. And as she was about to greet Little Swallow, an unexpected scene unfolded. Qin Yushuan walked over to Little Swallow, who was still staring at a large turtle digging in the mud in the pond, and said with a smile, Little Swallow, do you like that turtle? I'll catch it for you. Yes, please. Little Swallow was excited, but then she bit her finger nervously. But it's crawling so far. Can you catch it, sister? Let's try. Hold my hand. Qin Yushuan was determined to catch it. Little Swallow gladly held her hand, and together they reached into the pond. Suddenly, with a splash, both of them fell into the water. Ah! Help! They both shouted for help, flailing in the water, clearly unable to swim. Ling Ruoxu was shocked. Luckily, in the next moment, Ling Yu swiftly ran over from beside her and, with a thud, jumped into the pond, managing to rescue both women at the same time. What's happening? What's going on? At that moment, Zipang, who was rushing over from somewhere, appeared. He had been sent by his master to find Ling Yu. The old man wanted to see his apprentice, but little did he expect to hear girls calling for help upon arriving near Ling Yu's house. Zipang often dreamed of being a hero saving damsels in distress, so could his dream finally be coming true today? However, upon reaching the pond, he saw that Ling Yu had already rescued both girls. Ling Ruoxu helped pull them out of the pond, while Ling Yu lifted the two women up. Seeing Qin Yushuan's plump butt sitting on Ling Yu's shoulder, Zipang was stunned. How envious he was. That soft feeling must be so comfortable, right? When Qin Yushuan stood on the bank, Zipang couldn't help but feel his nose bleed as he stared at her. Miss Qin's figure was exquisite, her wet clothes clinging to her body, outlining her curves perfectly. Which normal man could resist such an impact? Looking at Qin Yushuan's face, as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water, Zipang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What day is it today? Why are so many goddesses falling into this hero's village? Brother-in-law, thank you. Achu. Qin Yushuan thanked Ling Yu while wringing out her clothes, still coughing a bit, as she had swallowed quite a bit of water earlier. Ling Yu didn't notice earlier, but he subconsciously guessed that it was Little Swallow who pulled Qin Yushuan into the water, otherwise both of them wouldn't have fallen in. It's okay. When you take care of Little Swallow, be careful. She's not quite right mentally, so her actions are different from normal people's, Ling Yu said. I know. Achu. Qin Yushuan said this to Ling Yu, then suddenly sneezed, spraying saliva and mucus all over Ling Yu's face. Even though it was quite gross, Zipang was envious. The bodily fluids of a goddess. Ambrosia and nectar. He really wanted to taste them. Oh, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. It's okay. You and Little Swallow need to change into dry clothes quickly. Otherwise, in this cold weather, you might catch a cold. Ling Yu wiped off the saliva and mucus from his face as he spoke. Okay, brother-in-law, do you have any clothes that would fit me? Qin Yushuan's question actually stumped Ling Yu. They hadn't been home for the new year in many years, so there were no spare clothes at home, let alone ones that would fit Qin Yushuan. Ling Ruoxu subconsciously scanned the surroundings and happened to see Zipang nearby. Perfect. Zipang, come here and help find 2 sets of clothes that would fit these 2 girls. Me? Zipang pointed to himself, a bit reluctant. I didn't push them in, and there are no women in my family. Why should I go find clothes? Where am I supposed to find them? Ling Ruoxu wasn't angry either. She walked over to him with her long legs and whispered softly in his ear. They're both unmarried, you know. Don't you want to impress them? This trick indeed worked. Ling Ruoxu originally thought that Zhang Yan wasn't bad looking, and she was about the same age as Zipang. It's just that she had mental issues, which might suit Zipang. But Ling Ruoxu still didn't understand men. Zipang didn't even look at Little Swallow. His eyes were fixed on Qin Yushuan, drooling. Upon hearing Ling Ruoxu's reminder, Zipang immediately became as energetic as if he'd been injected with chicken blood. Running and shouting, "Wait, ladies, I'll find dry clothes for you right away." Seeing the huge contrast before and after Zipang's reaction, Ling Yu couldn't help but give his sister a thumbs up. You're amazing. Ling Ruoxu proudly raised her head, but quickly reminded, your clothes are all wet. Come inside and warm up by the fire, or you'll get sick. So, the group went into Ling's house. At this time, everyone was still gathered at the temple, so no one would come visiting. Achu, the 3 of them warmed themselves by the fireplace. Qin Yushuan gave up her spot to Little Swallow, while she herself kept sneezing, with mucus continuously flowing out. This won't do. Ling Ruoxu felt uneasy and quickly advised, Yushuan, you should take off this outfit. Otherwise, you'll definitely get sick with it sticking to your body like this. But Qin Yuxuan looked a bit hesitant. It would be fine if there were just the three of them women in the house, but Ling Yu was a big man. How could she undress in front of him? I'll go out, lock the door and warm yourselves by the fire. The clothes will be here soon. I'll have my sister bring them in. Ling Yu stood up immediately and said, Brother-in-law, you'll catch a cold like this. Qin Yuxuan expressed concern for Ling Yu. It's okay, I'm healthy. I can handle it. Ling Yu didn't even turn his head and left the house directly. Qin Yuxuan watched his tall figure leave, her eyes shimmering with an indiscernible emotion. Wow. Yuxuan, what have you been needing? After Qin Yuxuan took off her soaking wet clothes, Ling Ruoxu was envious to death. Maybe her legs were just a tad longer than Qin Yuxuan's, but when it came to the chest size, there was no comparison. It seemed like they were in different leagues. At first, she thought that Miss Qin from the Qin family had gotten enhancements done, but upon touching them, she realized they were all real. Well, Qin Yuxuan felt a bit sensitive, subconsciously hugging herself, shyly saying, I don't eat anything special, just occasionally drink some papaya milk, and the results are pretty good. Ling Ruoxu quickly made a mental note. She also wanted to grow up. Grow up. Here it comes, the clothes are here. Soon, the voice of Zipeng came from outside. Ling Yu was surprised to find Ling Yu standing at the door. He was stunned. Yuzhe, what are you doing? Are you playing the role of a doorgong? Ling Yu had no other thoughts and said directly, my little sister-in-law's clothes are soaking wet. And there are no dry clothes to change into inside, so of course, have to avoid going in. What? All off. Zipeng was immediately excited. He had just barely restrained his nosebleed, but now the fantasy was about to come back. Tsk, what would it be like to see her body without clothes? A perfect ice sculpture, or a piece of flawless jade? What are you thinking? Hurry up and bring the clothes. Ling Yu was about to take the clothes, but Zipeng refused to give them to him. Of course, he wanted to impress the goddess. If he gave the clothes to Ling Yu, wouldn't it be all in vain? What are you doing? Hurry up and give them to me. My little sister-in-law is still naked. Ling Yu was getting a little anxious. If she didn't put on clothes soon, Qin Yuxuan might really catch a cold. Zipeng knew he couldn't win against Ling Yu, so he quickly smiled and flattered. Brother-in-law, you're already married. Even the best resources won't do you any good. Just leave them for me, a single guy. What? Brother-in-law. Ling Yu was taken aback and grabbed his ear directly. Zipeng, what did you just call me? Who's your brother-in-law? Are you trying to hit on my little sister-in-law? Ouch, it hurts. Brother-in-law, please have mercy. Zipeng struggled while yelling. You've already married my sister. Let me have a chance to be your brother-in-law, okay? If I make it, I'll definitely remember your kindness and worship you like a god in the future. Pa. Shameless. Ling Yu let go of his ear and said seriously, if you want to fantasize, I can't control you, but don't even think about bringing the clothes in. I'll call my sister out to get them. Zipeng looked disappointed. If he couldn't bring the clothes in, he wouldn't have a chance to please the goddess directly or even come into contact with her. Moreover, knowing that there was a big beauty like the goddess in the house, he couldn't help but have some thoughts. He had to sneak a peek accidentally. No, he had to find a way. Sister, the clothes are here. Come out and get them. Ling Yu started calling for Ling Ruoxu. Zipeng panicked and his eyes rolled around, suddenly lighting up. Hey, he had an idea. Brother-in-law, I mean, senior brother, I think I saw your mom fall down just now, over there. You should go check it out. What? Ling Yu was half believing, half doubting, a bit nervous because he knew his mom wasn't in good health. Really, she seems to have gone to the ancestral grave of the Ling family to pay her respects. You know the road there is not good. Zipeng said convincingly. Ling Yu thought there might be some credibility to it, considering that his mom had taken Qin Yuxuan to pay respects to his father. He felt a little nervous and quickly ran towards the grave. But halfway there, he felt something was wrong. Zipeng had clearly come from another direction just now, so how did he know that his mom had fallen down? That little brat, so sneaky. Ling Yu guessed what Zipeng was up to and couldn't let him do something bad. He quickly turned back. At this moment, Ling Ruoxu had already opened the front door, but found no one outside. Strange, did I mishear, Ziyu? Ling Roxu called out at the front door. Zipeng had already come around to the back door with the clothes, thinking he was so clever. What would the fairy sister look like without clothes? Knock knock knock. Zipeng knocked hard on the door, pretending he didn't know anything, loudly calling out, "Is anyone there? Wife? Out. Sister-in-law's little sister, out. Is she here? I'm here to bring you clothes." Hearing the commotion at the back door, Qin Yuxuan quickly looked around and could only use her soaking wet clothes to cover herself, considering whether to go to the back door to open it. With this nose, brother-in-law shouldn't be at the back door, right? Hey! Hurry up and open the door. Don't you want the dry clothes? Zipeng became more and more anxious. If the fairy sister didn't come to open the door, Ling Roxu would come back from the front door. Seeing a crack in the back door, he couldn't help but itch to peek through. After all, what man could resist the temptation of seeing the fairy sister naked while she was warming herself by the fire inside? But just as he was about to do so, a big hand grabbed his ear from behind and pulled him out. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Who the hell? When he turned around, he saw it was Ling Yu and quickly grinned. Senior brother, what a coincidence. It's you again. Get lost. Ling Yu angrily shoved him aside. This guy could have earned some major credit by helping bring the dry clothes. But who would have thought he'd be so sneaky, trying to peek at his little sister-in-law naked? Seeing Ling Yu's black face, the clever Zipeng quickly ran away. Ling Yu picked up the clothes he had thrown away and was about to take them back to the front door when he heard hurried footsteps from behind. Ling Yu suddenly had a bad feeling and looked up, only to see his wife, Qin Mingyu, striding over. She and Chen Ailin were back. Ling Yu, who is she? Qin Mingyu just saw this girl without clothes and was about to question her. But when she walked up to Ling Yu and looked inside, she saw her own sister, who was also without clothes. What's going on? Has the world gone crazy? Qin Yuxuan also turned back and saw Qin Mingyu's freezing gaze, causing her delicate body to tremble. She quickly grabbed her wet clothes to cover herself. Sis? Qin Yuxuan exclaimed anxiously. Qin Yuxuan, what are you doing here? Qin Mingyu's expression was icy as she strode into the room. This older sister. So terrifying. Little Swallow was frozen by Qin Mingyu's demeanor, trembling all over. Ling Yu was at a loss. How did it happen that his wife saw such a scene? Originally, it would have been difficult for Qin Yuxuan to explain her presence here, but now it was even more complicated. Sister, I came to wish my brother-in-law a happy new year, Qin Yuxuan explained with a bitter smile as she backed away. Wish him a new year? Do you need to strip naked to do that? Qin Mingyu sneered. She was not as naive as Ling Yu. How could she not understand Qin Yuxuan's intentions? Was this woman trying to seduce her husband by any means necessary? What was her ultimate goal? Just liking her man, wanting to take what belonged to her. Qin Mingyu found it unlikely. Xiao Yu, what's going on? Who are they? Chen Nailin was also very anxious. She was worried about her son and daughter-in-law's conflict just now. How could it be that she left with Qin Mingyu for a moment, and her son was with two unclothed women? This was outrageous, Mom. She's Mingyu's younger sister. Ling Yu didn't know how to explain, so he had to tell the truth. What? Chen Nailin felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. It was bad enough that her son was with a naked woman, but that woman turned out to be his own sister-in-law. If this got out, her son's reputation would be ruined. Mom. Ling Yu quickly helped Chen Ailin and pressed her chest, worried she might faint. Vixen. Qin Mingyu didn't want to stay for another second in such a scene. She gave Qin Yuxuan a slap across the face. Snap! Qin Yuxuan didn't dodge and took Qin Mingyu's angry slap. Her once fair cheek turned crimson with the imprint of the 5 fingers. She couldn't help but shed tears of grievance. Mingyu, why are you hitting people? Ling Yu quickly stopped her. Qin Mingyu's gaze turned cold as she swept it towards him. Ling Yu shivered all over, feeling a sense of foreboding. Oh? The look on his wife's face meant she was really angry. Hey, fine. Your heart is already with her, isn't it? Then stay behind and comfort her. I'm leaving, Qin Mingyu said coldly before leaving like a cold wind. Mingyu. Ling Yu wanted to go after her, but seeing his mother faint, He had to support her and carry her into the house. Otherwise, if someone passed by the back door, things would get worse. After closing the door, Ling Yu used the 9 suns finger pressure technique to revive Chen Ailin. When Chen Ailin's condition stabilized a bit, he sighed and looked up, only to see that Qin Yuxuan had already put on her clothes and was standing in front of him. The clothes brought by the chubby god were very ordinary, but they still couldn't conceal her beauty like a lotus emerging from water. However, her cheeks were still swollen from the slap. "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Did I cause you trouble again?" Qin Yuxuan said with a look of aggrievedness. "I just wanted to bring Little Swallow to wish you a happy new year. I didn't expect something like this to happen." She looked pitiful, as if seeking sympathy. Ling Ruozu sighed and comforted her, saying, "Yuxuan, don't cry. How could you and your sister have such a deep misunderstanding?" Mingyu was also too heavy-handed. Ling Yu, who thought Ling Ruozu would share the same opinion, was surprised when Ling Yu said directly, "Sorry, I don't have time to talk to you right now." With that, he ran out. Qin Yuxuan watched his back, biting her lower lip lightly, her cherry lips tightly pressed together. "Mingyu. Mingyu." Ling Yu called out Qin Mingyu's name all the way, ignoring the strange looks from others. However, when he arrived at the small hill, he didn't see Qin Mingyu's figure. He tried calling his wife, but her phone was still unreachable. Contacting Qin Chang'an, Ling Yu was told that Qin Mingyu hadn't returned to the village entrance to leave by car. Qin Chang'an angrily questioned, "Ling Yu, what have you done? How could you let your wife disappear under your nose? Let me tell you, if anything happens to Mingyu, you'll be held responsible for it all." "Grandpa, don't worry. I'll find Mingyu as soon as possible." Ling Yu became increasingly anxious. Where could his wife have gone? She couldn't have walked back to Yuncheng from Hero Village. Knowing that Qin Mingyu was missing in Hero Village, Lin Fan and the chubby god quickly joined in the search. Many enthusiastic and simple-hearted villagers also joined in to help. Mingyu, Miss Qin, Ling Yu's beautiful wife, Dig's sister-in-law. However, despite almost searching the entire village, Qin Mingyu's whereabouts remained unknown. This celestial beauty seemed to have vanished from the earth. Qin Yuxuan was also puzzled. Where could her sister have gone? "Senior brother, Master is looking for you. He said he might be able to help you find your wife." As night fell and Ling Yu became increasingly anxious, the chubby god panted heavily and ran up to him. Ling Yu was torn, but considering that the drunkard master was one of the most familiar people in Hero Village and he was at a loss, he had to trust his master. Ling Yu quickly ran to a thatched house to the west of the village. That was his master's peach blossom hut. Although the house was simple, it was spacious, and the backyard was over 100 square meters, filled with peach blossoms. Every spring when the peach blossoms were in full bloom, the master would get drunk under the peach blossoms every day. That's how he got the nickname Drunkard. It had hardly changed in the past 10 years since Ling Yu last visited. Ling Yu pushed open the door and shouted, "Master, where are you? Come out quickly." As expected, a voice came from the backyard. Ling Yu hurried to the backyard and saw a middle-aged man with a long beard, reeking of alcohol, half lying on a bamboo chair, drinking heavily from a porcelain bowl. He looked almost the same as when Ling Yu first met him many years ago. In fact, almost every time Ling Yu came to see his master, he would find him drinking alone in the backyard. When Ling Yu was a child, he once asked his father, "Why does Drunkard Master drink every day? Is it to increase his internal strength?" At that time, his father told him that Drunkard Master used to not drink, and he had a wife who loved peach blossoms, but she died tragically. Since then, Drunkard Master planted many peach blossoms, and every time they bloomed, he would get drunk under the peach blossoms. "You kid, you're really unbelievable. You rarely come back to Hero Village, but you only care about your wife. You don't even come to accompany your master for a few drinks." The old drunkard, with his beard soaked in alcohol, pointed his finger at Ling Yu in reproach. Ling Yu smiled bitterly. "Master, please don't scold me. Do you happen to know where Mingyu is? Please tell me quickly." "I don't know." The old drunkard looked like he was going mad from the alcohol, grinning widely. "I haven't even seen your wife. How would I know where she is?" Ling Yu was suddenly struck speechless. Why did he even bother coming here if you didn't know? Wasn't he wasting his precious time looking for his wife? Wasn't it clear how worried he was about his missing wife, almost going crazy with anxiety? Ha ha. I always thought only Chubby here would prioritize women over his master. But it seems you're the same. The old drunkard burst into laughter. Ling Yu thought his master was scolding him, but then the old man clapped his hands and shouted, "Great. Just great. The disciples I've taken in are truly not wrong. Just like me, all like me. Brothers are like limbs, women are like hearts." Ha ha, ha ha ha, he laughed hysterically. Everyone in Hero Village knew that the old drunkard loved women and alcohol the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 20 years immersed in them for the sake of a woman. It was said that the old drunkard used to be a remarkable figure, both cultured and skilled in martial arts. But he had fallen into his current state, reeking of alcohol and looking disheveled, all because of a woman. Ling Yu sighed softly, feeling a pang of pity for his master. But in the next moment, the old drunkard took a sip of his drink, slightly sobering up, and pointed his finger at Ling Yu, saying, "Just now, Chubby took 2 sets of women's clothes from me. They should be for your house, right?" Ling Yu nodded, his eyes fixed anxiously on the old drunkard, hoping for useful information. "Master, I have some butterflies, look." The old drunkard pointed to the peach blossom tree. In early spring, there were butterflies fluttering around, which was quite rare. And those butterflies were strange, varying in size, all species Ling Yu had never seen before. "So, I am a drunken butterfly." The old drunkard hummed a few lines of a song before grinning. "Today, you guys came back to Hero Village. And my butterflies, they were so excited, I could feel that 3 abnormal women entered the village even without leaving my peach blossom hut." 3. Ling Yu's eyes widened, and he immediately thought of Qin Yushuang. He had already sensed something unusual about that woman. She had no reason to stand deliberately in a place where he could see her without any clothes on. And there were the photos and videos taken last time on Dongxing Mountain. They were probably taken by her. Ling Yu considered himself quite perceptive, yet he hadn't noticed how she managed it. "Yes, one smelled very fragrant, my drunken butterflies loved her, she should be your wife, right? Then there's one who made my butterflies both love and fear her. And the last one simply terrified my butterflies." Ling Yu didn't quite understand what the old drunkard meant. He wasn't familiar with the concept of drunken butterflies, but he did know that the old drunkard liked to raise butterflies. He never imagined that he would have reached such a level. Could he communicate with butterflies? But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he could help find his wife's whereabouts. After a moment's thought, Ling Yu immediately excitedly fell before the old drunkard, gripping his hand nervously. "Master, since you know the fragrant one is my wife, then you must know where she is, right?" The old drunkard smiled. "Well, she should be safe for now. Go to the woods to the west of Hero Village and hurry to find her back, so your master can see her." Ha ha. Whoosh. Before the old drunkard's words could even settle, Ling Yu dashed out of the peach blossom hut. This stinky kid, just like me, too much like me, prioritizing women over his master, ha ha. The old drunkard laughed to himself before gradually calming down. It had been 10 years since they last met, and Ling Yu had, indeed, made progress. Too bad he still had a long way to go compared to his grandfather in terms of cultivation. Mingyu, where are you?" Ling Yu sprinted to the western forest, hands cupped around his mouth as he shouted. On an early spring evening, darkness descended rapidly. It was only 5 in the afternoon, yet the sky was already turning dark. The woods were desolate, and Ling Yu's shouts echoed around. "Ling Yu!" Beneath the trees, Ling Yu heard the faint sound and crawled up from the snow. The dignified and aloof CEO of Chiagang Corporation appeared a bit disheveled at the moment. After slapping Qin Yushuan in anger, she left Ling's house. Being unfamiliar with the area, she originally intended to walk back to the village entrance to catch a ride, but somehow ended up in the western woods. Just as she thought of retracing her steps, a red snake suddenly appeared in her path, startling her. The snake was completely red, as if covered in blood. Not only that, it seemed to have some kind of sentience, blocking the path back for Qin Mingyu. Reluctantly, Qin Mingyu, who never yielded, had to give way to this cold-blooded creature for the sake of her own safety. But in doing so, she completely lost her way. When she tried to make a call for help, she found that there was no signal coverage in this area. It was too remote. To make matters worse, as darkness fell, snakes kept appearing along the path. What kind of place is this? Even Qin Mingyu, who was usually courageous, began to feel uneasy. Fear of snakes was a natural instinct for many girls, and seeing so many snakes made even her a bit nervous, with goosebumps all over her body. Lost in her thoughts, she slipped and fell from the hillside, landing in a pile of snow, feeling extremely cold and uncomfortable. This is a snow tomb. In the deserted woods below the slope, someone responded to Qin Mingyu's earlier mutterings. It was chilling. Who's there? Qin Mingyu broke out in a cold sweat instantly, but she remained outwardly calm as a lake. The courage of a female CEO was evident. Indeed worthy of being worth 80 million. Not even losing composure at a time like this. Not bad. The voice came again. Qin Mingyu still couldn't determine the speaker's location, so she placed her hand in her pocket. 13 years ago, her father bought her a military knife from abroad as a birthday present. And he instructed her, girls will encounter countless dangers in their lives, especially pretty girls. You must learn to protect yourself. This knife is called Empress's Blade. When I'm not around, it may be able to protect you. Qin Mingyu had rarely used it. But today, she knew she had to bring it out. After all, someone was willing to pay 80 million to get rid of her. Mingyu, where are you? Ling Yu's voice came again from above the hill. Qin Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as that idiot was by her side, she would have a strong sense of security. This was also one reason she didn't want to leave him. Unfortunately, before she could speak, the ethereal voice came again. Miss Qin, I advise you not to shout randomly. There are small snakes the size of earthworms in the snow, and they hate noise. If you shout, they will bite you and suck your blood. What? Qin Mingyu was instantly scared stiff, her pores opening wide, as she quickly jumped out of the snowdrift. The other party wasn't lying to her. When she jumped out, some tiny heads emerged from where she was just now, making her scalp tingle. Snakes emerged slowly, spitting out crimson venom. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound was hair-raising. I must be hallucinating. Qin Mingyu had heard of snake charmers, but seeing it with her own eyes today, she realized that these people were 100 times more terrifying than she had imagined. Mingyu, Mingyu, where are you? Answer me. Ling Yu called out loudly as he turned in different directions in the forest. He hadn't seen Qin Mingyu yet, but he had a strong premonition that his wife was nearby. The drunkard master's butterflies were still leading him. There shouldn't be any mistake. The next moment, a bit of snow fell in front of him. Ling Yu looked up, seeing nothing on the tall tree. He felt a strong sense of danger, a feeling that seemed very familiar. Could it be that someone was trying to assassinate his wife again? Swoosh! A red figure suddenly darted toward him. Within the red figure, there was a cold gleam, a dagger. Ling Yu dodged to the side, using a grappling move to catch the red figure. Since you're here, show yourself openly. Ling Yu attempted to subdue the opponent to the ground. But the red figure was more agile than he had expected and suddenly slipped into his embrace. Startled, Ling Yu quickly used his other hand to control the person. Suddenly, he felt warmth in his chest, accompanied by soft sensation and a strong orchid fragrance filling his heart. Giggle, you're holding me so tightly. I'm very comfortable, but aren't you afraid your wife might see? The red figure was a woman with a devilish figure, dressed scantily despite the cold weather, looking quite improper. It's you. Ling Yu didn't let go, knowing clearly that this was a top assassin from the Blood Spider organization. If he let her go, it would lead to endless trouble. Of course, it's me. You're holding me so tightly, I can't struggle free, so I'll let you do as you please. The woman in red closed her eyes, tilting her head back in a submissive posture. Get lost, Ling Yu, fearing this shameless female assassin, forcefully threw her away. The red-clad assassin fell to the ground, then provocatively lifted her legs and lay sideways, giggling, her chest heaving. Where is my wife? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you right now. Ling Yu's whole body exuded a murderous aura. The last time, in the valley, this red-clad woman had conspired with others to assassinate Qin Mingyu. Encountering her again today, he wouldn't show any mercy. Oh my, your skills have improved so much. I can't beat you now, I'm so scared. The woman in red feigned weakness, a tactic sure to soften most men. But Ling Yu had no sympathy for her. He knew this was a necessary skill for a female assassin. He used a dragon capturing technique to lift her from the ground, single-handedly gripping her smooth neck. "Speak, or I'll kill you right now." Ling Yu tightened his grip, repeating his threat. The woman's almond-shaped face turned a liver-red color from the pressure. Yet she kept her red lips sealed, her eyes showing a stubborn defiance. If not for that look, Ling Yu might have killed her. But he felt there was something strange about her, a mysterious resentment towards him. What was going on? Eventually, Ling Yu loosened his grip slightly and threatened again. "Are you going to talk or not?" Giggle. The woman in red laughed smugly, knowing Ling Yu wouldn't kill her. She boldly extended a jade-like hand, gently caressing his cheek. "I'll tell you, but you have to promise me one condition." Ling Yu lightly slapped her hand away, wary of her tricks. "Spit it out." Giggle. "Wolf King is so strong and cool. I really like you. What should I do?" The red-clad woman said dreamily, revealing Ling Yu's identity. Ling Yu frowned. Why did so many people know about his identity as the Northern Territory Wolf King? Was he hiding in vain? "I'll tell you if you kiss me." The red-clad woman pointed to her fair cheek, speaking with confidence. "Are you crazy?" Ling Yu rolled his eyes. He had thought she would ask him to cut off a hand, cripple his martial arts, or even kneel down. For his wife's life, he would accept anything. But asking him to kiss her, what kind of threat was that?
Who threatens like this? Heh, I am sick. Do you have a cure for me? The red-clad woman looked at Ling Yu's expression, feeling somewhat pleased and delighted. "I don't have time to play with you. Are you going to talk or not?" Ling Yu tightened his grip. The defiant look returned to the woman's eyes as she smirked. "Cough. Just kill me. My life has been yours for a long time anyway, but if you kill me, your wife is as good as dead. Joining her in the afterlife wouldn't be a loss for me. The King of Hell might even think we're sisters." "What do you mean by that?" Ling Yu was both furious and helpless, not knowing how to deal with this demoness. The red-clad woman's red lips curved into a smug smile, her thoughts drifting back to over 4 years ago. She was 15 then. Due to her exceptional talent, she gained her master's favor and underwent specialized assassin training, quickly becoming a rising star in the Blood Spider organization. She didn't disappoint, successfully completing 10 missions in a row. Just when she was at her peak, she encountered the greatest failure of her assassin career. That time, she and dozens of elite seniors from the Blood Spider organization formed a team to assassinate a high-ranking official in the Northern Territory. She thought it was an overkill since she had assassinated many such officials before. What was so special about this one that it required so many elite assassins? Unexpectedly, that high official was drinking with a Northern Territory soldier that night. Despite being dozens of elite assassins, they were all defeated by that one man. The red-clad woman was utterly shocked, feeling both admiration and hatred for that man. How could there be such a powerful man in the world? To her surprise, after he killed all her companions, her mask accidentally slipped off, revealing her young age.
The man shouted coldly, "Get lost. You're too young to sell your soul to the devil. Take care of yourself, and don't let me see you again." She laughed, glancing back at that godlike man while running away. She swore to herself that she would either kill this man with her own hands to avenge her comrades or marry him. Only a powerful man deserved to be her husband. Later, she learned that the man was the Northern Territory Wolf King, an undefeated legend. However, what she didn't expect was that years later, when she saw him again, he had forgotten her. This infuriated her, and she silently vowed that she would make him remember who she was and make him kiss her. Now, she knew her opportunity had come. She threatened Ling Yu. "Someone pay 80 million to hire my senior brother, the third-rank super expert of the Blood Spider organization, to assassinate your wife. If you don't save her soon, she might have all her blood sucked dry by snakes." What? Ling Yu was terrified. If Qin Mingyu died, his mother would be devastated. And so would he. "So, do you want to kiss me or not?" The red-clad woman smugly threatened again, "Kiss me, and I'll tell you where she is right now." At this moment, Ling Yu felt a strong sense of déjà vu. The nightmare of the Northern Territory Wolf King was being forced to make an impossible choice. If he went left, his comrades in the War Wolf unit would be annihilated. If he went right, it would mean a strategic defeat for the Northern Territory, branding him a historical traitor. Back then, Ling Yu chose to go right because he couldn't let his brothers, who had gone through life and death with him, die in front of him. Today, he was faced with another such choice. "Come on, give me a kiss, or your wife will die." The red-clad woman leaned her cherry-red lips closer to him. She desperately wanted to kiss Ling Yu. This was a vow she made for years ago. She had to get this man. However, seeing the pained look in Ling Yu's eyes, her body trembled, as if something had pierced through her heart. Ling Yu didn't kiss her. She took advantage of his inattention and pecked him on the lips. Ling Yu quickly shoved her away forcefully and frantically wiped his mouth, fearing it might be poisoned. Hehe. The red-clad woman, thrown mercilessly to the ground, felt a sharp pain in her palms, which were blooded, but she still laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I didn't poison you. It's tough dealing with a big virgin." He turns red just from a woman kissing him. "Shut up." Ling Yu did feel his cheeks flush a bit. How could there be such a shameless demoness in the world who would forcibly kiss a man? Hehe, if you want me to shut up, then I won't tell you. I was about to tell you where Qin Mingyu is. The red-clad woman deliberately taunted. "Hurry up and tell me." Ling Yu threatened her again, his killing intent growing stronger and stronger. He had lost all patience. "HMPH. So fierce, I wonder if you're this fierce with Qin Mingyu," the red-clad woman said coquettishly and resentfully before pointing in a direction. Ling Yu quickly looked over and, indeed, saw some traces. In the next moment, he ran over like a madman. Watching his back, the red-clad woman felt a mix of emotions and sat down in the snow, staring at her blood-stained hands as they turned the snow ray. In the end, I was still too late. There's already another woman in his heart. She murmured to herself, then gritted her teeth fiercely. Assassins shouldn't have feelings. Damn it, Ling Yu no longer had time to worry about the red-clad woman. Even though he noticed that she seemed a bit different from the other Blood Spider assassins. The Blood Spider organization was so feared that even some high-ranking officials in the Northern Territory listed it as extremely dangerous. The Blood Spider assassins were the elite among global assassins. The third-ranked assassin was the elite of the elite. Ling Yu vaguely remembered that even the 10th-ranked Blood Spider assassin had hundreds of leads to their name. How terrifying must the third-ranked one be? Mingyu. Ling Yu arrived at the edge of the slope and noticed signs of someone falling, making his heart leap to his throat. At the entrance of Hero Village. Having waited a long time without news of his granddaughter, Qin Chang'an was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The Qin family had many enemies in the business world, and if anything happened to his granddaughter, the Qin family would collapse. "Master, I found some information." Old Bai suddenly came up to him holding a tablet. "That Zhukov, he's been dead for a long time." Qin Chang'an trembled slightly. Because Luna had specifically talked to Ling Yu and his granddaughter in front of the temple square. Qin Chang'an remembered the names of that couple. Luna's husband was Zhukov. Like Ling Yu, he also thought that man was a bit odd. If the real Zhukov had been dead for a long time, then who was the man beside Luna? This is bad. Qin Chang'an, having weathered countless storms in his life, immediately guessed what was happening. Assassins must have targeted his granddaughter long ago, meticulously planning to kill her. "Quick, send out everyone, even if we have to turn Hero Village upside down. We must find Mingyu," Qin Chang'an urgently commanded, his anxiety palpable. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the slope, Qin Mingyu was surrounded by countless disgusting little snakes. Although she wasn't a martial arts expert, being from the Qin family, she had heard some things from Old Bai and roughly guessed what kind of assassin she was facing. Snake spirit. It was said that this person could control all kinds of snakes at will. He was the spirit of the snake clan. Such a person was extremely rare in the world. For someone to hire such a person to kill me, they must really hate me. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but mock herself. In the next moment, the blood snakes, as small as earthworms, leapt towards her, attacking like a barrage of arrows. It was over. Qin Mingyu knew her capabilities weren't enough to break through the encirclement. But sitting and waiting to die was never her style. She swung her amper's blade mercilessly, cutting down to small snakes. The smell of the foul blood further incited the other snakes, making them madly bite at her. As she cut and retreated, Qin Mingyu quickly found herself with nowhere to go. Desperation spread within her. She had imagined 100 ways she might die, but she never thought it would be by feeding the snakes. Hiss! A few more snakes hissed and lunged at her. Qin Mingyu was exhausted. Her arm wielding the blade was weak. Just as she was about to give up, a familiar shout reached her ears. Mingyu. Looking up, Qin Mingyu could hardly believe it. Ling Yu descended from the sky. Was he Superman? Boom! Ling Yu landed beside her, the powerful impact scattering the snakes surrounding her. Seizing the Empress blade from Qin Mingyu's hand, Ling Yu swiftly turned the countless small snakes into bloody pulp. He was so strong. By the time Qin Mingyu processed what had happened, most of the snakes that had surrounded her were dead, and the rest were quickly fleeing. Mingyu, are you all right? Ling Yu, now planting the Empress blade into the ground, nervously supported Qin Mingyu's shoulders. Seeing the anxious look on his face, all the frustration in Qin Mingyu's heart instantly vanished. Was this what people meant when they said couples argue at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of it? Qin Mingyu knew she wasn't someone who forgave easily, but with Ling Yu, her anger came quickly and disappeared just as fast. How infuriating. I'm fine, but it seems I've been targeted by the snake spirit. Qin Mingyu calmly stated, showing no trace of her earlier panic. I know, someone paid 8 million to hire him to kill you. But don't worry, I'll find him now and cut him down with one strike. Seeing that his wife was all right, the burden in Ling Yu's heart finally eased. Qin Mingyu nodded, found a rock to sit on quietly, and then asked Ling Yu, do you need my help? No. Leave this to the men of the house. Ling Yu smiled warmly. Just sit quietly, and no matter what you see, don't be afraid. Trust that your husband will protect you. Watch out! Qin Mingyu cried out in alarm. Ling Yu had already looked up, staring at the strange creature before him. It had human eyes, but the rest of its facial features were vastly different from those of a human. Its mouth was huge, and there was a peculiar pattern on its face, giving it a very sinister appearance. At this moment, the creature's mouth curved into a grin, making its entire face seem like it was about to split open. He knew he had won. All martial artists share the same vulnerability when they exhaust their move. There's a brief moment of defenselessness, the greatest opening. This is when their defense is at its weakest. He was called the Snake Spirit, and his skill in clinging to trees was naturally exceptional. In the trees, his mobility was even freer than on the ground. He had suddenly dropped from a high branch without making any noise, silent and ghostly, catching his prey off guard. Although losing 100 snakes was a heavy prize if he could achieve victory, and add a brilliant achievement to his record, it would all be worth it. He wanted to rip open Ling Yu's skull and use his brain to feed his snakes. He acknowledged Ling Yu's strength. This man's brain matter and blood would surely breed an unparalleled Snake King. However, just when he thought he had victory in hand, an unexpected and astonishing scene unfolded. Ling Yu suddenly smirked. You finally showed up. You finally showed up. The snake spirit felt a chill run down his spine at these words. This one sentence held immense implications. For Ling Yu to say this meant he had been anticipating this moment all along. Could this be a trap? Although Ling Yu was emotionally insensitive, he was undeniably a combat genius. The snake spirit had not shown himself the entire time, and Ling Yu knew killing countless snakes was futile. From the beginning, he had been on guard against the snake spirit. The inner energy he had infused into his military knife to draw a circle on the ground was indeed for preparing to battle the snake swarm, but it was also to guard against the snake spirit hiding underground. After all, no matter how the snake spirit concealed himself, if releasing the snakes failed, he would ultimately need to launch a direct attack to defeat his enemy. Having ruled out the possibility of an underground attack, the next most likely approach was an attack from above. Where evil rises a foot, virtue rises 10. After this move, it was a matter of seeing who would embrace virtue and who would succumb to evil. The snake spirit did not alter his attack trajectory. His hand was about to tear open Ling Yu's skull. Even though Ling Yu had discovered him, what could he do in response? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ling Yu pivoted on his waist, spinning his entire body around. He looked like a drunkard, spinning once and then returning to his original position, just in time to dodge the snake spirit's claw. Simultaneously, he used his head to strike the snake spirit's wrist. Crack! The bones in the snake spirit's hand snapped under the impact. This seemingly casual move contained unimaginable power. Drunken fist. The snake spirit gritted his teeth, never expecting to encounter such an opponent. As he landed on one hand, the snake spirit attempted to clamp Ling Yu's neck with his legs, only to find his legs immobilized. Ling Yu had anticipated his attack, grabbing his ankles and pressing his fingers into the Sanyin Geo acupoints, causing his legs to go numb and rendering him immobile. The snake spirit could hardly believe the demon he was facing. In front of this man, every move he made seemed to be anticipated. This was something he had never encountered in his entire career as an assassin. The snake spirit's expression fluctuated, eventually settling into a look of vicious malice and ugliness. Who are you really? Snake spirit asked in a hoarse voice. Qin Mingyu was very close, staring at snake spirit's hideous face, the evil pattern on it, and his slippery snake scales, feeling disgusted and nauseated. She couldn't believe there existed such an ugly person in the world. Ling Yu, however, understood more. To become a snake spirit, commanding thousands of snakes, one must attack the heart with poison, and soak in venom, making oneself more poisonous than any snake. Only then could one become the Snake King. Because of the long-term exposure to poison and living with snakes, his body gradually took on some characteristics of venomous snakes. Such an assassin, with his deadly skills, would frighten ordinary people to death just by his appearance. Losers don't deserve to ask questions, do they? Ling Yu said with a smile. He wouldn't casually reveal his identity, especially in front of his wife. If even his wife knew, then he truly had nothing left to hide. Crack! Ling Yu suddenly exerted force, crushing one of Snake Spirit's legs. Despite being a globally renowned assassin ranked third in the Blood Spider organization, with a body full of poison, Ling Yu wouldn't be careless and give him any chance to counterattack. The Wolf King never suffers a setback. Ah! Snake Spirit screamed miserably, but his eyes remained cold and ruthless. He suddenly opened his mouth, spewing a gush of red blood toward Ling Yu. As a battle-hardened assassin, Snake Spirit knew very well that when a person thinks they have achieved a complete victory, they are often at their most relaxed. In this world, the determination of strength and weakness lies in the final victory, not the level of martial arts. The survivor is the victor. He considered his hand-to-hand combat skills average, but his expertise lay in killing with poison. An assassin's job is to kill the target, with relentless sneak attacks being their essential skill. He had even used this method to kill a grandmother. Who would have thought he could launch a deadly attack with his mouth? Yet, Ling Yu had anticipated this. He threw Snake Spirit aside just in time. Snake Spirit's head crashed heavily against the rocks on the hillside, making his vision black out and his head spin. The toxic blood he spewed landed on himself like red rain. His clothes began to corrode rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Worse still, the toxic blood burned his skin, turning it red, then quickly black and foul-smelling. Qin Mingyu felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for Ling Yu's foresight, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Snap! Before Snake Spirit could regain consciousness, Ling Yu had already stepped on his throat. With just a bit of force, his snake head would be separated from his body. Tell me, who paid 80 million to send you? Ling Yu asked from above. Snake Spirit sneered. The Blood Spider organization has a rule: never betray the employer's information. Impressive, quite principled. Ling Yu respected his professionalism, and didn't continue to press him, but instead lifted his foot. The woman in red hiding in the shadows was instantly alarmed, hesitating whether to go out and save her senior brother. Wait! Snake Spirit shouted loudly. Ling Yu chuckled, afraid of dying after all. Ready to betray your employer's information to save your life? No. Snake Spirit firmly denied, then coldly laughed and asked back, if I tell you who the employer is, will you spare me? Ling Yu shook his head honestly. No. Qin Mingyu immediately frowned slightly. This big fool, couldn't he lie to get the information first? So honest. Snake Spirit laughed silently again, so I won't say it, even if you take my life. Then why did you ask me to stop? You're just wasting time. Ling Yu was about to step down again. At the critical moment, a red figure flashed from the side. But her strength was vastly inferior to Ling Yu's current abilities, making it difficult for her sneak attack to succeed. Ling Yu dodged to the side and grabbed her by the neck with one hand. "Don't kill her," Snake Spirit shouted in alarm. Even Qin Mingyu noticed that Snake Spirit clearly cared more about the red-clothed woman's life than his own. "I already spared her once," Ling Yu said, indifferent to the woman as his wife was right behind him. With no sympathy for the opposite sex, Ling Yu continued, "You tried to kill us, so there's no reason we can't kill you in return, right? That's only fair." As he spoke, he gradually increased the pressure on his grip. The red-clothed woman's face turned red from suffocation, unable to even beg for mercy. "Wait," Snake Spirit called out urgently. "Please, spare her. I can offer you something valuable, something you will definitely be interested in." "Oh?" Ling Yu was mildly curious. "Let's hear it." Qin Mingyu also thought he might reveal the employer's information or make some threat to save his life, but that wasn't the case. Snake Spirit gritted his teeth and said, "The one you have in your hands is my own sister. I became what I am today because of her." Ling Yu remained silent. Snake Spirit continued to tell their story. "We were born into a poor family, and our father was a drunkard. We often went hungry and were frequently beaten by our drunken father. One day, my sister killed our father in a fit of rage." Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyu felt some sympathy for the siblings' plight. But she wouldn't easily believe their story. "Our mother sold us to an organization to survive. That organization then sold us to the Blood Spider organization. Blood Spider subjected us to assassin training from a young age. Those without talent or with weak constitutions were eliminated, sometimes even dying in training. My sister had talent, but she was too weak from malnutrition and nearly died in training. To keep her alive, I agreed to become a biochemical test subject for Blood Spider. You can guess what kind of biochemical experiments those were. The pain I endured to become Snake Spirit is unimaginable, but I did it all to keep my sister alive." As he spoke, Ling Yu suddenly felt his hand growing warm. It turned out the red-clothed woman's tears had fallen on his hand. "That's touching." Ling Yu remained expressionless. "Unfortunately, that doesn't make it a bargaining chip for me to spare you. Having undergone rigorous training and conditioning in the Northern Frontier's Battle Wolf camp, Ling Yu knew better. If he spared an enemy just because they spun a sob story, he wouldn't be fit to be a Battle Wolf." "I understand." Snake Spirit gritted his teeth and reached into his own body. Ling Yu's brows furrowed, and his eyes were full of caution. This time, Snake Spirit dared not attack, knowing his sister's life was in Ling Yu's hands. He pulled out something strange and ugly. Green object covered in foul-smelling liquid and connected by several odd tubes. A curiosity killed the cat, and Qin Mingyu, thinking she was brave enough, took a closer look. She immediately regretted it. She regretted seeing such a hideous thing. It was the stuff of nightmares. It turned out to be a fresh gallbladder. Connected to Snake Spirit's body, it was a giant, emerald green snake gallbladder. "Is this your snake gallbladder?" Ling Yu was somewhat incredulous. He was a doctor and thought he had a vast medical knowledge, but the scene before him was beyond his comprehension. It seemed there were many ambitious people in the world who were researching anti-human projects with notable results. The terrifying part was that the world was still unaware. "That's right." Snake Spirit's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his face, making him appear extremely pained. "The most powerful aspect of a snake is its venom, and the gallbladder is the organ that stores the venom. It's also the snake's vital point. Today, I will use it to exchange for my sister's life. What use do I have for it?" Ling Yu asked, amused. "Good question." Snake Spirit pulled out a strange needle from his body and ruthlessly inserted it into his gallbladder. His already hideous face became even more ferocious, his eyes bloodshot with visible pain. Watching from the side, Qin Mingyu felt goosebumps and a chilling sensation in her limbs. "This is a micro-bomb. Now I will give you the remote control. As long as you press the button, my gallbladder will explode." Snake Spirit threw a black object to Ling Yu. Ling Yu caught it through his clothes, confirming it was non-toxic before holding it in his hand. "Now, I entrust my life to you. With my blood, I swear to be your snake slave. From now on, whatever orders my master gives, I, the snake slave, will follow without hesitation." Snake Spirit swore with blood and tears. Ling Yu stared into his blood-red snake eyes, not seeing any signs of deceit. However, with his wise wife by his side, he turned and asked, Mingyu, what do you think? Why don't we test that thing? Qin Mingyu pointed directly at the detonator in Ling Yu's hand. Snake Spirit's face turned a ghastly purple-blue, looking very grim. Good idea. Ling Yu was really about to press the button. He knew Qin Mingyu's intention was to test Snake Spirit's reaction and verify the authenticity of the device. Wait, Snake Spirit quickly raised his hand to stop him, his face fierce with blood in his mouth. I've given you my gallbladder. If you want to kill me, I'll accept it. But you must spare my sister. Otherwise, I swear by the name of the King of Snakes, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. So ruthless, I'm scared. Ling Yu said mockingly, his expression showing no fear. In the end, he loosened his grip on the red-clothed woman. The woman was shocked, never expecting that this man would spare her a third time. She was a professional assassin, never expecting to survive after failing once. But here she was, having failed 3 times and still alive. Mingyu, let's go, Ling Yu said, walking towards Qin Mingyu. Okay. Qin Mingyu nodded, understanding and supporting Ling Yu's decision. She could tell Snake Spirit wasn't lying, and the siblings were quite pitiful. If they could deceive her with a story, they deserved to live. Senior brother, are you okay? Are you all right? The red-clothed woman hurried to help Snake Spirit, still calling him senior brother. Many in the organization didn't know about their sibling relationship. If not for saving his life, Snake Spirit wouldn't have revealed she was his sister. Sister, I'm afraid I won't survive much longer. Snake Spirit looked despairing. Failing this mission would tarnish his reputation in the organization. According to Blood Spider's rules, the bigger the mission, the harsher the punishment. Even if he managed to survive, he wouldn't be entrusted with important tasks again. Brother, don't be so hopeless. There's always a way out. We're still alive, aren't we? The red-clothed woman sighed deeply, then looked at Ling Yu's back. She had tried to persuade her brother not to take this mission in the first place. At the time, she didn't know Ling Yu had regained his strength. She was just worried that her brother might kill Ling Yu. She followed her brother to plead for Ling Yu's life, to repay a favor from years ago, but she never expected things to turn out this way. Ling Yu no longer concerned himself with the siblings. His thoughts were solely on his wife. Although Qin Mingyu walked shoulder to shoulder with him as they left, she quickly sped up and distanced herself from him once they had walked a short distance. It was clear that with just the two of them left, the prideful and aloof side of this icy beauty was surfacing again. Mingyu. Ling Yu caught up to her and grabbed her hand. Don't touch me. Go see your Qin Yuchuan. She doesn't even wear clothes in front of you. So beautiful, with her curves and smooth skin. Qin Mingyu coldly shook off his hand, obviously still holding a grudge. Ling Yu could only smile wryly. His wife was jealous of her sister-in-law again. Mingyu. Listen to me. Yuxuan saved the sister of a fallen comrade for me. She brought the comrade's sister to visit me for the new year, but accidentally fell into the pond. Her clothes were soaked, so she had to take them off. Don't get the wrong idea. Nothing happened between us. Ling Yu hurriedly grabbed Qin Mingyu's hand again, explaining everything in one breath. Qin Mingyu still shook off his hand and snorted coldly, muttering, that snake demon. She must have done it on purpose. Snake demon. Ling Yu was slightly startled. He hadn't thought of associating Qin Yuxuan with snakes before. Seeing so many snakes today, wasn't it all caused by Snake Spirit? Qin Mingyu suddenly glared at Ling Yu with cold eyes, angrily saying, to you, that snake demon girl must be more important than I am. If you didn't come out to chase me right away, why are you doing it now? I don't need your protection at all. I can protect myself. Don't flatter yourself. After saying this, she tried to shake him off again. Ling Yu grabbed her for the third time, refusing to let go. Their commotion attracted the attention of Bai Lao, who was searching nearby. Bai Lao silently traversed the high trees, and in the dim evening light, he saw the eldest lady from afar. Overjoyed, he was about to rush to her side, when he noticed Ling Yu tightly holding her hand, causing him to halt and smile slightly. Forget it, I should go back and tell the master so he can be at ease. Bai Lao jumped down from the high tree, left the scene without a trace in the snow. Mingyu. Don't be so prickly. Listen to my explanation, Ling Yu said urgently. When you ran out in a fit of anger, my mother fainted from the shock. I had to ensure her safety before coming to find you. Who knew you would run so far? I couldn't find you anywhere. Chen Mingyu paused slightly. She hadn't known that Chen Ailin fainted. She was just furious at the time, waiting for Ling Yu to come out and explain, but when he didn't, she became even more irrationally angry. Damn love, it turned her, a highly rational and almost emotionless woman, into someone no different from an ordinary woman. Mingyu, can we go back now? Don't be so quick to lose your temper in the future. Ling Yu felt relieved when she didn't shake him off again. Chen Mingyu had actually forgiven him, but as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she couldn't let go of her anger so quickly. Wouldn't that make this man think she was easy to coax? Absolutely not. HMPH, I get angry because of you. If you dare to make me angry again, I'll hurt myself. Chen Mingyu shook off his hand this time, but didn't walk away. That harsh. Ling Yu was slightly shocked. He remembered how Ziyang Qi once got angry and stabbed his cousin with a knife, thinking that was already harsh. But his wife was even harsher, willing to hurt herself when she was angry. I forbid you from hurting yourself. I will. Ling Yu, holding Chen Mingyu's delicate hands with both of his, felt a pang of heartache as he looked at the traces of her fall down the slope. But he was so tongue-tied that he couldn't say the words to express his pain. Chen Mingyu watched him stammer for a long time without finishing his sentence, feeling both anxious and angry. How could she, Chen Mingyu, a woman of great renown, have married such a fool? In her frustration, she turned her head away with a cold snort. Is it bad if I hurt myself? If I die, you can rightfully inherit my fortune. That's something countless people dream of. Shut up. I forbid you from saying such things. Ling Yu interrupted her angrily and domineeringly. He knew Chen Mingyu was speaking out of anger, and he didn't like hearing it. Miss Chen, I've told you 100 times, I didn't marry you for your money. Saying that is an insult to my character and to my feelings for you. Finally hearing something decent, Chen Mingyu's lips curved slightly, but she deliberately kept her demeanor cold. She turned back to him and stared. What feelings do you have for me? I can't feel them at all. You're even calling me Miss Chen again. Ling Yu was exasperated. Fine. Miss Chen, if you insist on speaking like this, don't regret it. Driven by his explosive emotions, he forcefully cupped Chen Mingyu's pretty face and kissed her. This fool, how bold. Chen Mingyu's eyes widened in surprise as she realized she was being kissed forcefully. She symbolically struggled a bit and hit Ling Yu's chest a few times with her fists. But when it proved ineffective, she had no choice but to let him have his way. Little did she expect, the good moment didn't last long, as an urgent shout suddenly came from behind. Mingyu. Mingyu. Qin Qianggong, upon hearing from Bai Lao that his granddaughter was here, hurriedly brought bodyguards and rushed over. He was worried about her safety. To his surprise, under the dim light, he saw Chen Mingyu and Ling Yu embracing and kissing. Even with her usually calm demeanor, Chen Mingyu had never experienced such a situation before. She quickly pushed Ling Yu away, her hands trembling slightly as she turned around. Grandfather, embarrassment, extreme embarrassment. Chen Mingyu felt like she could dig a 3-room, 2-hall house right there with her toes, and it would be a snow-covered house. Qin Qianggong was also wide-eyed, not responding to his granddaughter. The bodyguards behind him were all equally stunned. Is this really the eldest daughter of the Qin family? My goodness, the woman with a fear of men is actually kissing a man. Ahem. It's too dark. I didn't see anything. Let's go back. Qin Qianggong recovered, immediately turning around and leaving with the bodyguards. Congratulations, sir. Looks like having a great-grandchild is just around the corner. Bai Lo followed, quietly offering his congratulations. Ha ha ha. Qin Qianggong laughed like a 3-year-old child. Finally, he saw Ling Yu acting like a man. Bo, you should seize the moment and show your prowess. For the first time, Chen Mingyu felt her cheeks burning intensely. After her grandfather and the others left, she turned around angrily, glaring coldly at Ling Yu. There was a murderous aura. Ling Yu felt a bit scared seeing his wife like this. It's all your fault, you fool, kissing me like that, bullying me. Chen Mingyu, acting out of character, started hitting and kicking Ling Yu. The more she hit him, the faster her heart beat, and the stronger that strange feeling inside her grew. Ling Yu, who could easily defeat Snake Spirit, was now being single-handedly beaten by his wife, not daring to fight back at all. "Are you leaving yet?" Qin Mingyu was tired, but she actively wanted to go back with him again. "Oh, okay." Ling Yu's level of happiness increased this time, tightly holding Qin Mingyu's hand without letting go. The sweet feeling of love made him feel relaxed both mentally and physically. This is torture. In the distance behind the two figures, a woman in red was carrying her limping brother on her back. She watched the backs of the couple with a smile on her face, but her heart felt like it was bleeding. She had sworn to marry that man. However, that man already had a wife, and he still loved his wife deeply. What should she do? After everyone else had left, Qin Yuxuan slowly walked out from behind a big tree, picking up a puddle of blood-stained snow from the ground, murmuring to herself, "Brother-in-law is so amazing, he's not even a match for the Snake Spirit." The Ling Yu family returned from Hero Village, slept for a while, and on the second day of the new year, their cousins and relatives all came to their house to pay New Year's respects. "Second brother, where's second sister-in-law? Why haven't we seen her?" As soon as Ling Jiawei entered the door, he didn't care whether his wife would be jealous or not, and immediately asked Ling Yu about Qin Mingyu's whereabouts and whether she would come today. Ling Woken was the same. They, father and son, came to Ling Yu's house today to pay New Year's respects, mainly because of Ling Yu's wife. They had also moved out of Hero Village. They had heard about what happened in Hero Village yesterday. Ling Yu's wife went to Hero Village to pay New Year's respects and gave out more than 500 red envelopes worth 2,000 each. Goodness gracious, that's over 1 million. With this kind of financial power, Ling Yu's wife was no ordinary woman. They had already guessed that Qin Mingyu was the young miss of the Qin family. They just lacked confirmation. "Mingyu had other things to do today, so she won't be coming over," Ling Yu responded casually, taking out several large red envelopes from his pocket and giving one to each of his relatives. When they opened them, they found they were all worth 5,000. "Xiao Yu, when did you strike it rich?" Ling Guoken's family was fairly well off, so they were just surprised, but Ling Shitan was trembling with excitement. 5,000 was his monthly income. He and Xiaowei received these two big red envelopes, totaling 10,000. Which meant they wouldn't have to worry about living expenses for the next few months. "These are from Mingyu. She couldn't come today, so she asked me to pass on her regards." Ling Yu explained. Qin Mingyu gave each villager 2,000, so the red envelopes for Ling Yu's family naturally couldn't be stingy. 5,000 was nothing to the Qin family's billions in assets. Ling Yu had helped the Qin family resolve an energy business crisis, so this was just a small token of gratitude from her. These red envelopes are too much. How can we accept them?" Ling Shitang trembled as he spoke. Ling Jiawei was the same. He had originally prepared several 1,000 red envelopes, intending to impress Qin Mingyu today, but never expected her to give out 5,000 each. He felt a bit embarrassed to take them out now. Ling Shitang, on the other hand, remained calm, taking out two red envelopes worth 500 each, and handing them to Ling Yu. "This is a token of my brotherly love. Mingyu is celebrating her first year of marriage, so as her older brother, I want to give you both red envelopes. Please don't think it's too little. Thank you, big brother." Ling Yu accepted them. Giving out red envelopes was a custom, and the amount didn't matter. It was the thought that counted. Moreover, given his older brother's financial situation, 500 was already a heartfelt gesture. "Oh right, Xiao Yu, there's something else I want to ask you." Ling Shitang took the opportunity to pull Ling Yu aside. "What's the matter, big brother?" Ling Yu guessed that Ling Shitang must have something important to discuss. After all, he had asked him earlier if he had time. So he was curious. "Xiao Yu, it's like this. Teacher Ting Ting wants to help Xiaowei shoot a video, hoping to have parents participate, but I feel too ugly to show my face on camera. So the teacher asked if you could help." Ling Shitang started speaking, and Ling Yu was stunned. "What are you talking about? You are Xiaowei's dad. Your son is so handsome, but you, as a dad." Ling Yu paused subconsciously. Indeed, he had never realized this issue before. Xiaowei looks clean and handsome, while his cousin looks a bit unkempt, and their features are not at all similar. People used to say he looks like his mom, Zikion, but shouldn't there be a bit of resemblance to his dad as well? However, now is not the time to think about these things. Ling Shitang noticed halfway through his speech and showed self-awareness and self-deprecation, saying, "It's not the teacher's fault. After all, this video is for recruitment promotion. My unkempt appearance will indeed affect the effect, so can you help? Let's go shoot the video with teacher Ting Ting today. Don't let her wait too long." Ling Yu sensed something amiss and joked, "Cousin, it seems like you care a lot about teacher Ting Ting." Ling Shitan's face turned red instantly. Seeing this, Ling Yu also froze. Could it be that he inadvertently hit the nail on the head? Heh, second uncle, my dad must like teacher Ting Ting. Xiao Wei suddenly interrupted, causing a commotion. "Get lost, you brat. Stop talking nonsense. Go cool off on the side. How could your old man have the qualifications to like her?" Ling Shitang blushed deep red, all the way to his ears. Seeing this scene, Ling Ruoxu and Chen Ailin on the side also felt something amiss. Chen Ailin took quick steps over, laughing, "Shitang, do you like a girl? That's a good thing. Pursuing her on your own is better than letting the matchmaker arrange blind dates for you. Auntie, don't make fun of me. She's a young, single woman, and I'm an older divorced man who looks like this. How could she possibly like me?" Ling Shitang shook his head, unable to muster the courage. Seeing him like that, Ling Ruoxu was at a loss for words, encouraging him, "Cousin, you don't understand girls. What they want is someone who truly loves them, not just someone who talks sweetly, but is selfish and self-centered in reality. If you can touch her heart, you have a chance." But no matter how much she and Chen Ailin try, Ling Shitang remained stubborn due to his deep-seated feelings of inferiority. Helpless, Chen Ailin pulled her son aside and whispered, "Xiao Yu, why don't you go? Meet teacher Ting Ting today and try to connect your cousin. It's not good for Xiao Wei to grow up without a woman in their household." Ling Yu understood the logic, but he wasn't cut out to be a matchmaker. Unable to go against his mother's wishes, Ling Shitang reluctantly agreed to stay home and help greet relatives, and Ling Yu could only steel himself and go. Hearing the doorbell ring, Yu Ting Ting went to open the door as usual. They're here. When she opened the door, she was surprised to see Ling Yu and Ling Xiaowei. She immediately became excited. Ling Yu came to shoot a video today, so he dressed up a bit, wearing a more casual suit style that exuded masculinity and a touch of dignity, effortlessly outshining the young and trendy male celebrities. Ling Xiaowei was young but very mature, and he saw the light in his teacher's eyes, just as his dad did when he saw the teacher. "Uncle Xiaowei, it's you. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? I wasn't prepared." Yu Ting Ting felt a bit flustered. She hadn't expected Ling Yu to come. Otherwise, she would have dressed up nicely. "Teacher Ting Ting, sorry to bother you. I'm here to shoot the video." Ling Yu smiled. "Great, please come in." Yu Ting Ting was a bit flustered, torn between being warm and reserved. She wanted to touch Ling Yu but hesitated. It got awkward. "Uncle Xiaowei, please have a seat. I'll be right back." After ushering Ling Yu and Xiaowei inside, Yu Ting Ting said, "All right." Ling Yu believed the woman's promise of "I'll be right back," but ended up waiting for over half an hour. Growing impatient, Yu Ting Ting finally emerged from the room. Ling Yu was stunned at the sight. Yu Ting Ting not only wore a new dress, but also donned high boots with stockings. And she had even put on makeup, completely transforming herself. Was that necessary? "Wow, teacher, you look so beautiful." Xiaowei complimented, easing the atmosphere. "Thank you." Yu Ting Ting smiled beautifully. A hint of shyness, she glanced at Ling Yu. She was simply infatuated. The room was full of posters of male celebrities, and she had changed her husband numerous times, reflecting her fondness for Ling Yu's appearance. As for anything else, she hadn't considered it. "Teacher, can we start shooting the video now?" Ling Yu asked seriously. "Yes, we can." Yu Ting Ting liked men with such pose and maturity, finding them appealing. The video shoot went smoothly. Yu Ting Ting noticed that no matter from which angle Xiaowei's uncle shot, he exuded a commanding presence, looking extraordinary from every angle. "Uncle Xiaowei, thank you for your cooperation. We've finished filming the video." Yu Ting Ting was pleased but also a bit nervous because she had planned to invite Ling Yu to dinner. However, To her surprise, Ling Yu checked the time and proactively said, "Teacher Ting Ting, you've worked hard. It's meal time now. If you don't mind, we can have a meal together." "Oh my, am I dreaming?" Yu Ting Ting was overjoyed. Did Xiaowei's uncle just invite her to dinner? Could it be that he's interested in me? Should I respond reservedly or be more proactive and generous? Is it okay? Ling Yu's gaze was calm. He simply wanted to seize the opportunity to fulfill his mother's task. It was also his own desire since he saw Ling Shitang as a brother, hoping to help him and Xiaowei have a complete family. In the brief interaction, he found teacher Ting Ting quite naive and different from Zhang Milin, more suitable for his cousin. Of course, the precondition was whether she would like his cousin. Of course, Yu Ting Ting was momentarily too excited, revealing her infatuation. Fortunately, at this moment, her phone rang, preventing her from revealing her infatuation more. Unable to hide her romantic enthusiasm, she walked away to answer the call. "Hello, Mom. Oh, do I have to go? All right. I got it." Having a brief conversation with her mom, Yu Ting Ting returned with a worried expression. "What's wrong?" Ling Yu noticed her drastic change in demeanor and asked in concern. "Uncle Xiaowei, can you help me with one more thing?" Yu Ting Ting suddenly looked at Ling Yu, clasping her hands and blinking her watery eyes. Ling Yu generously said, "You're Xiaowei's teacher. If it's not too troublesome, just tell me, and I'll help." Yu Ting Ting immediately looked delighted. "It's not too much trouble. I just want you to be my boyfriend for a day." "What?" Ling Yu exclaimed, his jaw dropping. Wasn't this supposed to be not troublesome? Ling Xiaowei on the side laughed knowingly. He had long known that teacher Yu Ting Ting liked his uncle, and his uncle wanting to play matchmaker for his dad might involve him, teacher Ting Ting. "This might be inconvenient for me." Ling Yu wanted to tell her that he was already married. Unexpectedly, Yu Ting Ting didn't care at all. Without waiting for him to finish, she pleaded, "My mom is forcing me to go on a blind date now. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend, have a meal with me, and as long as you are willing, we don't even have to speak a word. Please, even a tough guy has a soft side." Besides, Ling Yu knew the pain of being forced into blind dates. Both of them were drifting souls in this world, so he decided to help out. "Fine, but as your boyfriend, I only have time for one meal, and I have one condition." Ling Yu stated his terms up front. "Sure. No problem." Yu Ting Ting thought Ling Yu would ask her about the condition. But to her surprise, this infatuated woman didn't ask anything and immediately took the lead. She walked intimately with him, clinging to his arm, pressing her chest against his arm, looking as happy as a bride. Seeing her expression, Ling Yu felt a bit reluctant to push her away. However, he still withdrew his hand, smiling and saying, "Teacher Ting Ting, your mom isn't here right now. We don't have to get into character immediately." "Oh, sorry. I got carried away." Yu Ting Ting blushed a bit. "Teacher Ting Ting, shoo, have a good time." Ziwei was also clever. Knowing he wouldn't fit into the upcoming situation, he offered to stay at teacher Ting Ting's house and would wait for them to finish before being picked up. Ling Yu made a plan too, informing his cousin to come pick up Ziwei later, which would give him a chance to interact with teacher Ting Ting. Suddenly, he felt quite clever sometimes. On the way, Yu Ting Ting kept chattering with Ling Yu. Ling Yu struggled to find a moment to ask, "Teacher Ting Ting, you have good conditions, why are you going on blind dates?" Yu Ting Ting smiled awkwardly and said, "Ziwei Shu, don't laugh, but I've always been infatuated. My eyes are only set on male celebrities, none of the men around me catch my interest." She wanted to add, "except for you." Unfortunately, she felt too shy to say it out loud. Ling Yu responded seriously, "That won't do. Reality is not like novels, especially not like TV dramas. Those male celebrities rely on packaging for their looks. Off-screen, they are just regular people. Reality doesn't have male leads like in idol dramas." Yu Ting Ting nodded in agreement, thinking to herself, "But you are." Ling Yu, seeing her approval, continued, "For girls, finding a reliable man is the most important thing. Character and sincerity matter the most, looks are least important. My cousin has a good character." Yu Ting Ting wasn't stupid. She knew what he meant and quickly interrupted, "I understand. I didn't know before, so at 27, without even a first love, my mom is worried." And she has been arranging blind dates for me these past few months. Previously, I rejected them with various excuses, but this time, she found a returnee who not only has a high education, but is also a second-generation rich guy, a typical golden son-in-law. If I dared not to go, she threatened to break my legs. Yu Tingting wasn't afraid of her mother's threats. After graduating, she had been drifting away from home and hardly stayed there. Also, her mom had made similar threats many times, none of which she actually executed. Today, Ling Yu was there, so she took the opportunity to make this request. First, to have a handsome guy as her boyfriend for a date. Second, to let the guy know it's not feasible. And third, to prevent her mom from forcing her into blind dates again. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Soon, they arrived at the Longfang Grand Hotel. This was a 5-star hotel in Yun City, patronized mostly by the wealthy and prestigious. It was said that many elites of Yun City often dined here. Ling Yu was also amazed by the splendor of the hotel. It seemed that Yu Tingting's blind date today was not simple. The interior design of the hotel was also quite unique, with creative partitions, windows, and mostly glass doors that gave it a high-end feel. Yu Tingting casually held Ling Yu's hand and walked into a room, causing both families who were exchanging pleasantries to immediately stop. Yu Tingting's mother, Ma Li, was particularly shocked. She had arranged this blind date for her daughter, and her daughter was entering with a man holding hands. So could she face this situation? How could she explain to the potential partner? Before she could react, Yu Tingting's blind date partner stood up at the table, exclaiming, "Aren't you Ling Ruoxu's brother? What are you doing here?" The man was dressed in a luxury suit, his hair well-groomed, shining with hair wax. He was none other than Zhou Din, who had given gifts to Qin Mingyu before the new year. He had seen Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu at Ji's wedding. Ling Ruoxu had taken advantage of him earlier, taking away his 3 million good wine, and he still held a grudge. Who would have thought that Ling Yu, today, would be helping Yu Tingting as a shield? Ling Yu's reaction was similar to Ling Ruoxu's, pausing before asking, "You know me?" He was concerned that Zhou Din might find out about his marriage, which would ruin the act of being Yu Tingting's pretend boyfriend. Fortunately, Zhou Din didn't know. He just sneered. "What? You? This kind of man also wants to steal my blind date partner?" While Yu Tingting wasn't on par with Qin Mingyu, she was still well-dressed and had good looks. Zhou Din didn't expect to climb up to someone like Qin Mingyu and was now just looking for a beautiful lady to talk to, maybe more intimate things. Ling Yu ignored his remarks and sat down with Yu Tingting. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became tense. Feeling the unfriendly gazes from both families, Yu Tingting was nervous, trembling slightly, and tightly holding Ling Yu's hand. "Tingting, who is he?" Ma Li was the first to inquire. This blind date was initiated by her, and the Zhou family held quite some power and wealth. Her family couldn't afford to offend them. She had to give the other side an explanation. Things had escalated, and Yu Tingting summoned her courage, smiled and said, "Mom, he is my boyfriend, Ling Yu." She was confident that Ling Yu was outstanding, surpassing Zhou Din by a mile. Her mother, however, covered her forehead, not knowing how to respond. Clatter! The teacup in the hands of Zhou's father fell lightly on the table, spattering tea everywhere. Yu Tingting was startled. She was just a kindergarten teacher and had no experience mingling with the upper class. Not knowing the meaning behind Zhou's father's actions, she simply clung to Ling Yu's hand. Zhou's mother also had a gloomy expression. "Mrs. Yu, didn't you say your daughter was pure and had never been in a relationship? What is this now?" Mrs. Yu quickly smiled apologetically. "Mrs. Zhou, there might be some misunderstanding." "Humph, a misunderstanding," Mrs. Zhou said proudly and sharply. "Are you trying to mock us for amusement? Do you know how many business deals we pushed aside from our family for this blind date? Now that it has turned out like this, can you compensate for our losses?" Mrs. Zhou's face turned slightly pale. She knew the Zhou family was in business, and her family was small and couldn't afford this. She quickly turned to Yu Tingting and Ling Yu. "Tingting, I've never heard about your boyfriend before. What does he do? Do you want him to leave?" "I know him, Ling Yu. He used to be a doctor at Renai Hospital and part-time legal counsel for Chiagang Group. Unfortunately, he's now unemployed, a poor guy." Zhou Din immediately showed disdain and sarcasm. He didn't know what Ling Yu did before, but that day Ling Ruoxu took his good wine, making him hold a grudge. So he discussed Ling Ruoxu's family with his father. Unexpectedly, he encountered Ling Ruoxu's younger brother a few days later. What a coincidence, what a small world. Zhou Din felt that if he didn't humiliate Ling Yu severely and make him lose face, he couldn't let go of the fact that his sister took away his 3 million worth of good wine. What? Unemployed drifter. Molly immediately exploded in anger. Ting, I don't care if he's your boyfriend or not. Right now immediately cut ties with him and make him leave. Yu Ting looked conflicted, as she had invited Ling Yu to be a shield. How could she let him leave in such humiliation? Are you not going to listen to your mother anymore? Molly's face darkened, putting pressure on Yu Ting. Yu Ting had always been an obedient girl, listening to her mother's words, but this time, she was defiant. Seeing this, Zhou's father tried to mediate. Mrs. Yu, don't be angry. Miss Yu is still young. Maybe she prefers independent dating and dislikes arranged blind dates, so she deliberately found someone to sabotage. After this reminder, Molly suddenly realized and said, Yes, my daughter confirmed with me a while ago that she doesn't have a boyfriend, so I arranged this blind date. This man must have been paid a few $100s by her to be a shield. Zhou's mother chuckled. See, Mrs. Yu's daughter is quite attractive. Why would she go for an unemployed man? Yu Ting heard them humiliating Ling Yu this way, feeling angry and helpless, shaking all over. Ting, stop causing trouble. Quickly give this man a few $100s as acting fee, and make him leave. Molly continued to pressure her daughter. Zhou Din, on the sidelines, found it amusing, realizing that even Yu Ting's mother was siding with their family. Wasn't Ling Yu just asking for trouble by coming today? Ling Yu remained silent. He really had come to be a buffer. But he didn't like the Zhou family trio, acting high and mighty just because they had a little money, looking down on people. Little did they know, there were many more wealthy and powerful people in the world than them. Mom, I don't want to, he is my boyfriend. I don't want a blind date. Yu Ting was already not familiar with the Zhou family, but she didn't expect her mother to humiliate Ling Yu like this. Yu Ting was angry, openly defying her mother for the first time. Molly was momentarily at a loss. Seeing Yu Ting trying to lead Ling Yu away, Zhou's father quickly intervened. Ting, don't be upset. Whether he's your boyfriend or not, since everyone is here today, let's just have a meal together and make friends. If Yu Ting left with Ling Yu, what benefit did it bring to the Zhou family? Ultimately, it would be a loss of face for them. Of course, they had to keep Yu Ting around, make her see that their son was 1,000 times better than Ling Yu. Then let her willingly dump Ling Yu and establish a connection with their son. That way, the Zhou family would have face, and their son would feel accomplished and superior. Yes, Ting, let's eat first. Seeing his father's gaze, Zhou Din also understood the logic and quickly started the meal gathering. Ling Yu thought that experience really mattered, and Zhou's father was quite scheming indeed. He actually wanted to walk away, but if Yu Ting and Zhou Xin's blind date were successful, his cousin wouldn't have a chance. However, Yu Ting still dared not confront them directly, so she reluctantly went along with it, even though she knew that staying with Ling Yu would make this meal quite unpleasant. Sure enough, as Ling Yu picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat, Zhou Din sneered. Oh, I didn't expect someone like you to be quite selective. That double-headed abalone is a premium item. Eating one is equivalent to your 1-month's salary. A blatant show of contempt. Yu Ting didn't find Zhou Din impressive at all. In fact, she was repulsed by his behavior. She knew Zhou Din was trying to belittle Ling Yu by eating extravagantly. Ling Yu, however, seemed unfazed, focusing on enjoying the abalone. Just as he took a sip of red wine, Zhou Din coldly remarked, "That's an 80-to-law fight. Finishing one glass costs more than your blood." Ling Yu simply downed the wine in one gulp and smiled. Are we going Dutch for this meal? The males from your side can't even pay for a meal while on a blind date. Zhou Din was left speechless, his cheeks slightly flushing. Hey, no matter how expensive it is, we can afford a matchmaking banquet. Zhou's mother quickly jumped in, even more sarcastic and superior than her son. Unfortunately, Ting has a boyfriend now. We're just casually having a meal together. Can't a boyfriend even pay for his girlfriend's bill? Giving Ling Yu a taste of his own medicine. Ling Yu couldn't help but shake his head, seeing how petty Zhou Din was being. Zhou Din thought Ling Yu was intimidated and became even more pleased with himself. If you can't afford it, you might as well not eat. I don't understand where you get the courage from. Did Fish Leng give it to you? Daring to pretend to be Tingting's boyfriend and disrupt my blind date. You've lost your job. How do you plan to eat? Can you still afford a car? Can you afford a house? What can you offer Tingting for happiness? The more Zhou Din spoke, the more agitated he became, spit flying everywhere. Yu Tingting trembled all over, feeling guilty for having Ling Yu act as a buffer and getting humiliated like this. Ling Yu just smiled and was too lazy to respond. Unexpectedly, Zhou's father added another kick, showing off. My Zhou family has our own company and is a partner of Chiagang Group. My son is a returned graduate, and his cousin is the president of Dragon Honor Bank. What qualifications do you have to compare with my son? Ling Yu almost sprayed salt soda out of his mouth. What a coincidence! The Zhou family was a partner of his wife's company, and Zhou Din was the manager's cousin. Seeing Ling Yu's reaction, Zhou Din thought he was too ashamed to speak, and prepared to give him the final blow to make him slink away in embarrassment. What? Now you know how pathetic you are, right? If you have any face left, you should leave. No money, no power. You want a girlfriend? You should be single for life and not come out to ruin women. The insults grew more heated. In the end, Yu Tingting, trembling all over, couldn't take it anymore and coldly rebuked, "You're going too far. Your family only talks about money. No manners, no depth. It's you who's embarrassing yourselves." Ling Yu looked at Yu Tingting with renewed respect, realizing she was completely different from Ziyang Qiu. He really wished he could help her and his cousin get together. "You. How dare you?" Zhou's mother was a bit furious. This woman didn't know what's good for her, even knowing the capabilities of the Zhou family. She still protected that poor kid and criticized their family. Molly couldn't believe her ears. Her obedient daughter was so angry at the Zhou family because of this man. "You guys are the ones acting recklessly." Ling Yu also stood up, supporting Yu Tingting, and sternly faced the Zhou family of three, saying, "Yes, money can buy houses, but not a home. Money can buy women, but not love. Money can buy education, but not cultivation. I believe any man who can make Tingting happy deserves to be her man." These words left the Zhou family of three speechless. Yu Tingting was trembling, wondering if her dream man truly appreciated her. Did he want to make her happy? Little did she know, Ling Yu was paving the way for his cousin all along. How? All talk and no action. You can use all these flowery words, but is it because your pockets are empty? Zhou's father wanted to retort, but suddenly someone pushed the door open. The restaurant had glass walls, so people outside could observe the commotion inside. The debate attracted a man from outside. "Oh, Chief Zhou, it's you." Zhou's father immediately stopped, revealing a sycophantic smile towards the newcomer. Zhou Din hurried over to greet and shake hands with the man. Molly was surprised. Edwol was this man who had entered unexpectedly. He exuded elegance and was well dressed, clearly from the upper echelon of society. The man was none other than the general manager of the Dragon Respect Bank, who Zhou's father was proud to have connections with. Working at a bank was a prestigious profession, and an ordinary bank manager in Century City held a respectable position, let alone the general manager of Dragon Respect Bank. The connections of such a figure were unimaginably powerful. Families like the Zhous dreamed of associating with manager Zhou to gain other connections and prove their social status. Yet, to become a VIP client at Dragon Respect Bank, one needed at least tens of millions in savings. They didn't have that, so they had to rely on the Zhou family name to establish relationships. Today, for his son's blind date, Zhou's father had purposely invited manager Zhou for dinner, or there would be no need to choose such an occasion. However, in an unexpected turn, while Zhou Din greeted with a smile, manager Zhou paid no attention and went straight to Ling Yu. Zhou Din was left awkward standing in place. "What's going on? Mr. Ling, what a coincidence. It's really you. I thought I saw you outside, and was worried I was mistaken." This scene left the Zhou family of three dumbfounded. What was happening? The man they were trying to impress was now ignoring them, and trying to please Ling Yu voluntarily. "Yes, Please. Joe's father was experienced in the business scene and had pleased countless people, so he fully understood Manager Joe's current attitude. It was all about pleasing. How could this be? Was Ling Yu some kind of big shot? Ma Li, taken aback, couldn't believe this unexpected turn. Since her daughter was with Ling Yu, she was delighted with his appearance and physique. Din, a skinny guy, couldn't compare at all. However, marriage wasn't about love. It required practicality to choose a man who could provide a good life and material comfort for his daughter. But now, things had changed. If Ling Yu was some high-profile figure, Ma Li was sure he would shoo away Zhou Din, preventing her daughter from falling in love. Ling Yu was also surprised. Didn't expect Manager Zhou to appear at this time, and thought it was a coincidence. With the others' warmth, he couldn't be cold, so he politely shook hands with Manager Zhou. Ha ha. Mr. Ling, it's great to meet you. I've been wanting to treat you to a meal for a long time. Manager Zhou eagerly shook Ling Yu's hand. He wished to establish a solid relationship with Ling Yu, a super VIP with over 5 billion in savings. The Zhou family stood awkwardly by. Manager Zhou paid them no attention, rendering them unable to sit or stand. They felt utterly embarrassed, with their faces turning red. After a meal with Ling Yu, Ma Li left promptly. She was extremely pleased with her future son-in-law. Although Yu Tingting was happy, she felt a great deal of worrying and reluctance as she left with Ling Yu. She knew that once they returned home, she would return to being Cinderella. She couldn't be with this handsome prince forever. How was she going to explain it all to her mother? Tingting. Ling Yu noticed her distracted state and called out to her as they disembarked. Ah, Xiao Weishu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Yu Tingting realized, quickly withdrawing her hand from Ling Yu's arm, and apologized repeatedly. She was a contented dreamer who had been able to be a couple with a handsome guy for a day, so how could she back out now? Furthermore, she actively said, "Thank you for being my boyfriend today. By the way, do you have any conditions? Just tell me, I will agree to anything, even if it meant sacrificing herself." Of course, this was perhaps another wishful thinking of hers as a daydreamer. Ling Yu has been staring at Yu Tingting all along. Yu Tingting quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. How could her idle husband look at others like this? It's so embarrassing. However, Ling Yu remained calm, as he could tell that Yu Tingting was a pure and good girl. Therefore, he decided to speak up even if he might get rejected, saying, "It's like this. My cousin wants to be friends with you. He hopes you can have a meal with him and get to know each other." Hud. Yu Tingting was truly surprised. After a while, she stammered. "Little Wei's dad. Doesn't he have a wife and a son?" "Oh, he's divorced now. He's a single dad taking care of his child, which is quite tough," Ling Yu explained honestly. Yu Tingting's expression naturally turned sour. Little Wei's dad and Little Wei's second uncle, one crawling on the ground and the other flying in the sky. Although she knew she was not good enough for Little Wei's second uncle, she never thought about being with Little Wei's dad. "If you're not willing, then forget I said anything, okay?" Yu Tingting interrupted, still enthusiastically agreeing. "Since I promised you, I will definitely do it." Seeing her sweet smile, Ling Yu couldn't help feeling complex emotions. Things seemed to have gotten a bit complicated. At this moment, there was a sudden call from not far away. Ling Shitang had already arrived at Yu Tingting's rental house to wait for her. Seeing two people getting out of a taxi nearby, he guessed it might be teacher Yu Tingting. Approaching to take a closer look, it was indeed her. As Ling Shitang approached with a smile on his face, Yu Tingting's smile slowly faded, and she politely greeted him. "Little Wei's dad, are you here to pick up the child?" "Yes, teacher Yu Tingting." "Thank you for taking care of Ziwei for me," Ling Shitang chuckled. Yu Tingting's feelings were truly complicated. Glancing at Ling Yu and then at Ling Shitang, she lamented how there could be such different brothers in this world. She knew, as a kindergarten teacher, she was no match for a man like Ling Yu. If she wanted to continue seeing this man regularly, the only way was to become related to him. But Ling Shitang was also far from her standards. Feeling confused, she completely ignored Ling Shitang and walked straight to her rental house. Oh. Well, Ling Shitang felt somewhat disheartened. Did teacher Yu Tingting really look down on him? Ling Yu, unsure of what Yu Tingting was thinking, simply patted his cousin on the shoulder, trying to offer him some comfort. Back at home, Ling Yu's mind inexplicably drifted to Qin Mingyu. This kind of feeling was something he had never experienced before. The kiss he shared with Chin Mingyu yesterday kept replaying in his mind. As he thought quietly about the Ice Queen, he couldn't help but smile, feeling a lingering sweetness in his heart. Dialing Chin Mingyu's number. Lingyu heard her professional tone. "Hello, what's up? Nothing. I just wanted to know what you're up to," Lingyu replied hesitantly. Instantly realizing how silly his query sounded, and considering Chin Mingyu's no-nonsense attitude, he was worried she might get angry if she was busy. He was just making a mountain out of a molehill. However, he was unaware that Chin Mingyu was indeed in the midst of an urgent meeting at the company headquarters and happened to receive his call at a break. If it were anyone else speaking like this, an employee might get fired, and a pursuer might get blocked immediately. But since it was Lingyu, there was a sudden sweet taste lingering in Chin Mingyu's heart. "I'm in a meeting." Upon hearing Chin Mingyu's response, Lingyu quickly tried to back off. But to his surprise, the Ice Queen said, "By the way, since you called, I have something to ask you." "What's the matter?" Lingyu, feeling a tad guilty of being a troublemaker, was worried she might be asking about the fake boyfriend of Yutinting she made up or something similar. Feeling a bit nervous, Chin Mingyu, however, cut straight to the chase. "Lin Family Energy Company is once again competing with us for the market, showing a clear intent to confront us head-on." "What? How could this be?" Lingyu was both shocked and angry. Though General Lin could be a bit arrogant and view himself highly, Lingyu always respected him as a man of his word. Who would have thought that after just a short pause in hostilities, he'd come back for more trouble? Had he misjudged the man? "Well, I initially thought it was General Lin breaking his word. But Shouty has found information indicating that the Lin Corporation has been speedily acquired by someone else. The boss is no longer from the Lin family," Chin Mingyu continued. "I see." Lingyu realized that things were probably more complex than they seemed and told Chin Mingyu. "I remember visiting the Lin family on New Year's Eve, and General Lin wasn't there. It's possible he was taking care of the acquisition deal at the time. I'm curious to know who could be so wealthy and influential." Chin Mingyu massaged her temples, sounding a bit weary. "We haven't found out yet. Not only the energy market, but there are also significant acquisitions of our downstream energy product suppliers, indicating a planned encirclement against the Chin family to make us give up the energy industry." Lingyu was surprised. "There's a force capable of controlling the entire industry. It's unlikely to control the entire industry," Chin Mingyu explained slowly. "But regarding companies connected to the Chin family's energy business, they might succeed in controlling those." As they conversed, a person suddenly popped into Lingyu's mind. Zhao Wuji. He had been eyeing two objects from the Chin family. Those must hold immense value. Maybe the mastermind behind these commercial activities was the Zhao family. Lingyu resisted drawing conclusions about their true motives for now. "Mingyu, thank you for telling me all of this." Lingyu felt truly grateful to Chin Mingyu for sharing these matters with him, showing that she didn't see him as an outsider and not underestimating his ability to help. "If you told me, I will definitely try my best to assist you," he added. "Silly," Chin Mingyu chuckled. "How do you plan to help me? I'm in a meeting on New Year's. I haven't even thought about a strategy yet." Lingyu chuckled too, not wanting to force his assistance. Instead, he advised her, "Mingyu, if you need anything, just ask me. And please take care of yourself. Don't attend meetings on an empty stomach." "All right," Chin Mingyu agreed before hanging up. With a slight curve on her lips, she felt a bit better with that fool's concern. Turning around, she noticed Zia Shouty and Chin Ruhan standing behind her, looking like they had a joke up their sleeves. "What are you two up to?" Chin Mingyu immediately put on a cold face. Zia Shouty shrugged, staying quiet. Chin Ruhan, however, teased, "Oh, the sour smell of love. Even a simple phone call can make you so happy. How envious." The news of her sister and brother-in-law embracing had spread throughout the Chin family manor. At the moment, the source of the news had not been uncovered, but Chin Ruhan was convinced it was their grandpa, the old fox, as who else would dare spread gossip about her sister? "Seems like my sister and brother-in-law are deeply in love. That must feel good, right?" Chin Ruhan continued playing with her sister until a cold chilling glare silenced her, and she quickly shut up. Before her sister could speak, she stuck her tongue out, saying, "I'm quite busy. Can't hang around here. I'll immediately contact our suppliers to see if they still want to collaborate with us after changing ownership. Regardless of who the current enemy is, I will help my sister defeat them." After Ling Yu hung up the phone, his sweet mood gradually faded away. Two things were very important and urgent. First, he must help his wife resolve the crisis. Secondly, he needed to quickly rescue Lin Qingshuan from the Lin family, or else he didn't know when Zhao Wuji would harm her. Contacting DUA again, the response was quick, ready to act at any time. Ling Yu put down his phone, ready to quietly leave home. Unexpectedly, as soon as he left, he received a text from Liu Rushui. "Come quickly." What a coincidence. Ling Yu couldn't wait for Liu Rushui's signal to act, especially since he had also received a message from Lin Qinglong, stating that Zhao Wuji, that heartless guy, had actually broken 3 of Lin Qingshuan's jade fingers to test if she was awake. Just as he was about to act alone, Liu Rushui sent such information. The timing was indeed perfect. Soon, Ling Yu arrived at the Lin family's home by himself. "Who are you?" The guard raised his hand to stop him. "I am Ling Yu, here to treat Qingshuan." Ling Yu explained his intentions directly. "Wait, let me inform Madam first. It was already late in the day, and the guard needed permission from the owner of the Lin family in order to let Ling Yu in." Ling Yu was puzzled. It seemed General Lin was not at home again tonight. What exactly was the situation at the Lin family now? "Heh. Dr. Lin, it's you who came. Please come in quickly." Soon, Liu Rushui personally came to welcome Ling Yu, accompanied by several servants. Ling Yu found it even more strange that the people around Liu Rushui were mostly unfamiliar faces, whom he had not seen when visiting the Lin family before. However, he remained calm and followed Liu Rushui into the Lin family home. "Dr. Lin, today is the 2nd day of the new year. You took time to come and treat my daughter. This really deserves a big red envelope from me." Liu Rushui suddenly warmly approached Ling Yu and handed him a big red envelope, flirting with him. "Thank you." Ling Yu accepted the red envelope, unsure of Liu Rushui's intentions. "Heh. Dr. Ling, your hand is worn and your fingers are long. I really like it." Liu Rushui continued to flirt with Ling Yu, making him very uncomfortable. "Sorry, Madam Lin, I think I need to use the restroom." Ling Yu quickly excused himself to avoid her teasing. "Heh, so shy." Liu Rushui remained bold. Ling Yu went to the bathroom and discovered that 2 men followed him, indicating that his every move was being monitored. The Lin family was really acting strange. "I need to use the toilet. Are you going to follow me in as well?" Ling Yu turned to the 2 bodyguards coolly. The 2 bodyguards just turned around and stood still. Ling Yu furrowed his brows, walked into the bathroom, and locked the door. With his keen senses as the War Wolf King, he quickly confirmed that there were no surveillance devices inside. He then secretly opened the red envelope from Liu Rushui, finding a note inside. "General Lin has been suddenly transferred out, and the Lin family's security system is now under the full control of the Vice General Huang Yixian. He is a spy planted by the Zhao family in the Lin family, monitoring every move inside the Lin family villa, including the electronic systems." Seeing this, Ling Yu finally understood why Liu Rushui used this method to provide him with information. However, he didn't know how she managed to send that short message without being detected by Huang Yixian's electronic surveillance. As for General Lin being suddenly transferred, was it also Zhao family's doing? Ling Yu temporarily couldn't figure out these mysteries and didn't have time to investigate. He had come to the Lin family tonight with the sole purpose of rescuing Lin Qingshuan. The west side gate of the Lin family is the weakest in terms of security. You can take Qingshuan and leave from there. With this information, the note ended. Ling Yu tore up the note, flushed it down the toilet, and casually walked out, following the Lin family soldiers and bodyguards to the room where Lin Qingshuan was being held. At first sight, Ling Yu's heart sank. Lin Qingshuan was pale, lifeless, with Zhao Wuji and the 4 women guarding her still present. "Get out!" Ling Yu pushed the 4 women away without hesitation. He knew that these 4 women were not there to save Lin Qingshuan but rather to harm her. He was worried that Lin Qingshuan might be dead already, but upon investigation, he found a faint breath and the machines were still operational. Did Zhao Wuji hesitate to kill Lin Qingshuan openly, Or did he still have reservations about harming his beloved woman? Dr. Ling, from our observation, Miss Lin's condition is worsening. If she doesn't wake up by tomorrow morning, it may be too late for her to wake up, a female medic said with concern. Ling Yu was taken aback. It seemed these women indeed had good medical skills. In fact, if Ling Yu hadn't come to remove the 2 silver needles from the back of Lin Qingshuan's head tonight, she really wouldn't have survived another 24 hours in her current condition. I'll try to wake her up now. You all should leave, Ling Yu ordered coldly. However, the 4 women remained unmoved. They knew who they were supposed to listen to. Ridiculous, I am the chief physician appointed by General Lin. If Miss Lin has an accident, are you all capable of taking responsibility? Ling Yu deliberately tested the 4 women. Regardless of his anger, the 4 women had no intention of leaving. Their mission was clearly to monitor Lin Qingshuan. Dang! Just then, a loud noise came from outside the building, causing the room to tremble slightly. The 4 women showed signs of nervousness, unsure of what was happening outside. Ling Yu, on the other hand, smirked, realizing that Due had brought people to assist him. Outside, there was suddenly a commotion. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ling Yu suddenly attacked the 4 women with the silver needles. Be careful, one of the female medics shouted. Unfortunately, at such a close distance, the women had no chance to evade Ling Yu's surprise attack. In an instant, each of them was pierced with several silver needles. Humph, just a little trick, the female medic showed a look of disdain, thinking that Ling Yu's silver needles were just coated with a tranquilizer. However, to their surprise, a strange energy circulated through their veins, causing them intense pain. The needles are not poisoned. I just injected a bit of internal energy to disrupt your meridian system, Ling Yu explained with a smirk. Thanks to his master's teachings, his meridians were in better condition now, so dealing with a few women was really simple for him, given his past status as the War Wolf King. Ling Yu then removed the 2 silver needles from the back of Lin Qingshuan's head almost simultaneously. At the same time, an alarming sound rang out from outside the villa. Someone has broken into the Lin family villa. Get rid of them quickly. The commotion outside grew louder and it seemed like the Lin family guards were mobilizing extensively. Ling Yu temporarily ignored the outside turmoil. He shook Lin Qingshuan, anxiously saying, Qingshuan, wake up. Qingshuan. Unfortunately, Lin Qingshuan's body was too weak and had been unconscious for too long, making it impossible for her to wake up instantly. Crack, crack, Lin family's villa courtyard. There were continuously bodyguards being knocked to the ground. Humph, the Lin family's military-style mansion, their defense force is only at this level? A tall and proud man said. He was the manager, Huan Quan, who previously received Ling Yu in the Spa City. He was one of Duyu's trusted men and a top-notch fighter in the underground world of Cloud City. Behind him, Song Dali, Du Qing, and many other skilled members of the War Wolf Society had also arrived. Due had not made a move yet, her gaze fixed on a building, looking slightly nervous. Why hasn't her big brother brought Miss Lin out yet? How dare someone be so arrogant in the Lin family? At the next moment, the Lin family steward arrived with a large group of strong bodyguards, surrounding Due and the others. Hey, that's more like it, Huan Quan sneered, readying himself for a fight. Are you from the War Wolf Society? The new Lin family steward, with keen eyesight, quickly recognized the origins of the people before him, and couldn't help but feel wary. The Lin family and the War Wolf Society have never interfered with each other. Why are you attacking the Lin family tonight? If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, you won't leave here alive. General Lin retired from the front lines, and now worked in Cloud City, overseeing soldiers and resources. He was wealthy and powerful, and no one dared to provoke him. However, the War Wolf Society was not to be underestimated, with thousands of members and a substantial arsenal. Of course, the steward did not know the true reason why General Lin dared not provoke the War Wolf Society. He only thought that General Lin was afraid of mutual destruction. I heard that the Lin family villa is particularly sturdy. Today, I felt like tearing it down a bit, Due said coldly. Damn it, although the steward didn't want to fight with the War Wolf Society, they had crossed the line. Attack together, capture them, and hand them over to Cloud City authorities. Yes, the bodyguards moved in unison. Their coordinated attacks showed they were highly trained experts. Ha, this is getting interesting. Huang Quan and the Werewolf Society members, all forged in the underground world of Cloud City, were not afraid of strong opponents, but dreaded the lack of challenges. DUA still had no intention of joining the battle. Ever since Ling Yu entered the Lin family, she had not received any further information, unsure of her big brother's current situation. Because General Lin was absent, the Lin family still had some reservations, and they dare not initiate aggressive actions until the Werewolf Society declared a death match. But as the battle continued, and both sides became enraged, the Lin family guards would surely resort to using lethal force. Huang Quan, Du Qing, I leave this to you. Yes, big sis. After giving orders, DUA left amidst the chaos. The Lin family bodyguards tried to stop her, but she easily knocked them down with a whip, determined to break into the mansion and assist her big brother. Meanwhile, Ling Yu carried Lin Qingshuan and rushed towards the west gate. The Werewolf Society members distracted the Lin family guards elsewhere, leaving their defense forces weak. Ling Yu believed that Liu Rushui's information was accurate. He knew about the close relationship between Liu Rushui and Lin Qingshuan, meaning Liu Rushui genuinely wanted Lin Qingshuan to survive. But as he opened the gate towards the west, Ling Yu was stunned to find Vice Commander Huang Yixian with armed soldiers waiting for him. Ling Yu, surprised, unexpected? Huang Yixian locked his gaze on Ling Yu, waving a phone in his hand. Smirking, the Infinite Lord is unmatched in intelligence. He knew long ago that you tampered with the Mrs. condition, preventing her from waking up. And you plan to secretly take her away. Humph, you won't get away with it. Ling Yu was indeed surprised but felt that everything was within reason. If Zhao Wuji was so easily deceived, he wouldn't be praised as a brilliant strategist among the Dragon Nation's saints. Ling Yu quickly raised his hand. Vice Commander Huang, Zhao Wuji wants to kill King Xuan. I was forced to do this. If you are loyal to General Lin and Madame Lin, you should let me take her away. Nonsense. Huang Yixian didn't believe him at all, shouting. Who doesn't know that Lord Wuji's deepest affection is towards the miss? He's the most loyal knight to Princess King Xuan. You, trying to forcefully take the miss away after your love advances failed. Do you dare to spout these lies? Put down the miss immediately, or you will be responsible if anything happens to her. Ling Yu chuckled, realizing reasoning with this guy was futile, but charging in while carrying the unconscious Lin Qingshuan would be unwise. Any mishap could lead to Lin Qingshuan's death. Retreat. Ling Yu made a quick decision. However, as he turned around, he found his escape route cut off. Dr. Ling, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect Lord Wuji to be so cunning. He actually outsmarted us. A voice came from behind him. The Lin family guards cleared a path as Liu Rushui walked over, looking helpless. Madam Liu, did you set me up? At this point, Ling Yu couldn't help but suspect that Liu Rushui had set a trap for him to fall into. Dr. Ling, you're hurting my feelings by saying that. King Xuan is my daughter. Even if I wanted to harm you, it wouldn't involve her. Liu Rushui was like a cunning fox, her words flawless, making it hard for Ling Yu to distinguish between truth and lies. But that was no longer important. The reality was that he was now trapped. Put down the miss quickly. Huang Yixian took out a gun and aimed at Ling Yu's head. You'll be held responsible if anything happens to the miss. Ling Yu chuckled, sensing the danger posed by Zhao Wuji. However, he, the former Werewolf King, was not one to easily admit defeat. If there was a fight to be had, let it be. Just as Ling Yu prepared to break through forcefully, a giant figure suddenly swept away the Lin family guards beside Liu Rushui. Whoa, like a giant, the figure swiftly knocked down all the guards next to Liu Rushui. Young master, Huang Yixian felt a little panicked because the newcomer was Lin Qinglong, the Lin family's eldest son. Ling Yu, take my sister and go. I'll hold them off for you. Lin Qinglong exuded a fierce aura, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. And after not seeing him for a few days, he was covered in a beard, reflecting his unsettled state during the Chinese New Year holidays. All right, Ling Yu didn't have time to inquire about the situation with this big man. His top priority was to take Lin Qingshuan and leave the Lin family. Other matters could be resolved later. Humph, thinking of leaving? Not that easy. Huang Yixian raised his gun, intending to shoot, but Lin Qinglan stood like a mountain in his path. "Young master, are you out of your mind? Ling Yu is the Lin family's enemy, and he's trying to harm Miss Lin," Huang Yixian shouted in agitation. Lin Qinglan smirked, gripping Huang Yixian's wrist firmly, exuding dominance. "Ha, a traitor planted by the Jia family, and you dare to claim you're part of my Lin family. I am the Lin family. I call the shots here." Boom! As Lin Qinglan's words fell, he sent Huang Yixian flying, crashing through a wooden wall. In that moment, there was a deafening silence in the scene. "Ling Yu, why aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Qinglan faced away from Ling Yu, but he also knew Ling Yu had paused, and his angry voice roared out. Ling Yu smiled knowingly. "Big guy, I didn't expect you to be so reliable. When I have time, I'll definitely treat you to a drink." With that, he directly carried Lin Qingshuan and dashed off. Lin Qinglan smirked, thinking Ling Yu, this kid, truly was his lifelong enemy. "Quick, fire, we must not let that man leave alive." Huang Yixian spat blood, still loudly commanding. He was clear that the person young Master Wuji wanted dead was Ling Yu. Lin family guards drew their guns. Lin Qinglan, however, abruptly stood in Ling Yu's path, towering with a commanding presence. "If you want to shoot, shoot me first. This is the Lin family. Have you considered who you are selling your life for?" Lin Qinglan roared like a dragon, deafeningly loud. Lin family guards were all in confusion, looking at each other but not daring to act rashly, all turning to Huang Yixian. "Damn it!" Huang Yixian gritted his teeth, not expecting that at a critical moment, Lin family's eldest son would come out to help Ling Yu, causing his plans to fall apart. On the side, Liu Rashui watched silently, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. The members of the War Wolf Society were drawing fire towards the front gate of the Lin family villa, while the west gate was sealed off. Ling Yu had no choice but to carry Lin Qingshuan and leave through the nearest south gate. Up to now, he still couldn't figure out whose side Liu Rashui was on. If even she was helping Zhao Wuji, then he might be in serious trouble tonight. The powerful families in Yanjing were truly unfathomable. The Lin family stood among the top in Yuncheng, and even from such a distance, they could directly control the actions of the Lin family. If it was truly the Zhao family scheming behind the scenes to deal with the Qin family, he wondered how his wife and the Qin family would respond next. The escape went smoothly as Lin family guards had been moved elsewhere, allowing Ling Yu to leave the Lin family villa carrying Lin Qingshuan. However, before he could relax, he suddenly found himself face to face with someone he knew very well. "Ha! Ling Yu, you are quite skilled indeed. I didn't expect you to bring Miss Lin to this place," Lanji sneered coldly. "Too bad. You insist on opposing young Master Wuji. Even if you are strong, it's like hitting a rock with an egg." Ling Yu didn't back down. A smirk on his lips. "You, a defeated subordinate, have the audacity to say such things to me?" Lan Ji's blue lips curled up with confidence, just on account of being ruthless. Clap, clap. She lightly clapped her hands twice, and several agile female disciples appeared around her. "These are all my disciples. While individually none of them can match you, when it comes to a group fight, as the saying goes, even a fierce tiger cannot stand against a pack of wolves. And on top of that, you have to protect Miss Lin, don't you?" Lan Ji said, her eyes suddenly cold. "Let me remind you, Ling Yu, we received orders from young Master Wuji to kill both you and Miss Lin. If you let go of Miss Lin, we won't show any mercy towards her." Ling Yu smiled again, but this time with a bitter edge. Things were really getting complicated now. "Attack," Lan Ji commanded, and the 5 female disciples moved towards Ling Yu. They truly lived up to Lan Ji's training, each displaying agility and fierceness in their attacks. Ling Yu, burdened with carrying Lin Qingshuan, found it hard to defend himself. In just a few moves, he was scratched by the long nails of the female disciples, drawing blood. "Ling Yu, a bit worse for wear, aren't you?" Lan Ji sneered, as young Master Wuji said, "The world doesn't belong to the physically strong, but to those who can strategize and plan for victory. Is that so?" Ling Yu suddenly released a powerful aura, showing his disdain for her words. The female disciples closed in again, but Ling Yu used his inner strength to knock them away. Clap, 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 several female disciples fell to the ground, wounded. "Miss Lan Ji, I have also said before, Showiness ultimately is not the way. It's the combination of strength and will that can triumph over everything. Ling Yu spoke earnestly. HMPH, talk is cheap. Lin Ji's mouth twitched slightly. Then she personally launched an attack on Ling Yu. Her martial arts skills were indeed excellent, and last time, Ling Yu defeated her in 3 moves by sheer strength. But now, burdened with the barely conscious Lin Qingshuan, Ling Yu couldn't afford to go all out against her. Come and face your death. Lin Ji pulled out a dagger and aimed it at Ling Yu's head. Whether she killed Ling Yu or Lin Qingshuan, she would consider the mission accomplished. Ling Yu felt cold sweat on his forehead. What to do? In the nick of time, he felt a surge of energy behind him, and sensing who it was, he relaxed. Clap! A black whip knocked Lin Ji's dagger away. Lin Ji was shocked, and with a flip in the air, she retrieved the dagger, landing in a cool pose. Lin Ji didn't expect that Ling Yu would have such a powerful elite knight. You are not worthy to be my opponent. I'll deal with a woman like you with ease, under the cover of night. Due walked towards them, holding a black whip, exuding a heroic aura. Lin Ji ground her teeth, her eyes full of fury. She remembered saying similar words to Ling Yu before, but today, she was on the receiving end of those words. Leader, you should leave first. Due stood in front of Lin Ji, facing away from Ling Yu. Thanks, Xiao Yu. Ling Yu wasted no time and disappeared openly in front of Lin Ji, carrying Lin Qingshuan with him. Although Lin Ji was a formidable martial artist, he trusted Due to hold her own. Woman, do you realize the consequences of interfering with my mission? Lin Ji directed all her anger towards Due. Due sneered disdainfully. I never liked trash talk, especially in front of a dying person. Leaving the Lin family not far from the south gate, Ling Yu felt movement in the woman he was holding in his arms. Qingjuan, are you finally awake? The moonlight was good tonight, and through the dappled light of the trees, Ling Yu saw that Lin Qingjuan's eyelids were moving. In the next moment, Lin Qingjuan slowly opened her eyes and looked around the environment. She didn't ask where they were but instead furrowed her brow slightly. Ling Yu, did you bring me away from the Lin family? But we can't go this way. Why? Ling Yu was taken aback. Why? Water. I want to drink some water first. Lin Qingjuan's voice was a bit hoarse, her lips dry. Clearly the medical staff taking care of her had been very negligent. But in another sense, they were also competent. Ling Yu was a careful doctor and had already thought of giving water to Lin Qingjuan. When she woke up, so he took out a bottle of water from his body. After slowly taking 2 sips, Lin Qingjuan's speech became clearer. Ling Yu, you should know, the Lin family villa is a military building, right? Ling Yu nodded, although compared to the fortress-style villas he had seen while on missions in the Northern Territory, there were still many differences, but in Cloud City, this villa was definitely the most professional military building. The front gate of the Lin family villa is in the north, adjacent to the main road of Cloud City, and the east and west side gates have paths that lead directly to Cloud City's military camps. Except for this south gate, it's a dead end. What? Hearing Lin Qingjuan explain this, Ling Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Yes, if you keep going a little further, you'll see a cliff. Lin Qingjuan continued. Ling Yu didn't want to find out if there was a cliff ahead, he just wanted to turn back while holding Lin Qingjuan. The sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. He was already very aware of how terrifying the enemy he was facing right now was. They had been lured to this place step by step. Lin Qingjuan's face was pale, but she had a content smile on her face as she nestled in Ling Yu's chest. How she wished that Ling Yu could carry her along this road forever. Unfortunately, happiness always felt so fleeting. Ling Yu had only taken a few steps before stopping and slowly retreating. A young man pushed his glasses up and, along with a few others, approached Ling Yu and Lin Qingjuan step by step. They were all familiar faces to Ling Yu. Ling Yu. Happy New Year. Zhao Wuji smiled. If you didn't know him, you would think he was a docile scholar greeting a friend for the new year. Ling Yu smiled faintly. I did have a pretty good new year, until I saw you. That is when things started to go downhill a bit. Hey, that's quite hurtful of you to say. Zhao Wuji still had a harmless smile. I put in quite a bit of effort to see you this new year. Ling Yu nodded. Indeed, this place must be where you most wanted to see me, right? Yes. Zhao Wuji admitted candidly. Don't blame Ad Ruxu. She likes men whose future and fate are controlled by the Jia family. If she doesn't cooperate, her general won't be a general anymore. Ling Yu fell silent. Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up again and asked, "If it were you, would you be willing to do harm to others for the one you love?" Ling Yu thought for a moment and nodded sincerely. "I once killed Lin Baihu for the one I loved. And today, I might kill others for another important person." Lin Qingjuan in his arms smiled even more happily, nestled against his chest. She knew she could never replace Qin Mingyu in Ling Yu's heart, but occupying an important place in Ling Yu's heart was satisfying for her. "I'm not afraid," Zhao Wuji smiled gently, "because I am not Lin Baihu, and I believe in my deductions. Since I can lead you step by step to this place, I believe the outcome will be as I deduced." "Oh?" Ling Yu smiled and asked, "And what is the result of your deduction? Can you give me a spoiler?" "Of course," Zhao Wuji said with a smile. "You will die tonight and vanish from this world." "What if I don't die?" Ling Yu masked all his emotions, a hint of killing intent in his furrowed brow. Zhao Wuji remained confident, pointing to the woman in Ling Yu's arms. "Then she will die. Are you really willing to kill her?" Ling Yu's gaze became increasingly sharp. "Yes. Didn't I prove that already?" Zhao Wuji moved his 3 fingers slightly, his eyes becoming somewhat ruthless. "Let me tell you something. I broke Qingjuan's 3 fingers alive. I only like my princess, not someone else's princess." "Scum." Ling Yu's companions couldn't help but curse. "I really despise fake gentlemen like you, who speak of love for Qingjuan but commit such cruel acts against her. You're worse than a beast, Ling Yu. Are you angry?" Zhao Wuji still appeared refined. "Shouldn't I be the angry one? You're the one who took away what belongs to me. You ruined Princess Qingjuan. Precisely you. Zhao Wuji, you are so clever. How can you say such stupid things?" Lin Qingjuan, who had been silent, finally spoke. "When was I ever yours? Not in the past, not in the future. No, you have always been mine," Zhao Wuji said firmly. "I will show you that you can only be mine." With that, he waved his hand, and 3 experts jumped out, surrounding Ling Yu, a triangular formation. Old Master Gu, Black Bear, 2 defeated henchmen, and 1 guy who's not even as good as Old Wu. "Do you think you can defeat me together?" Ling Yu swept his gaze around, intentionally taunting. Old Wu couldn't contain his anger. "Brat, last time you got lucky. Tonight the 3 of us will work together to crush you down the cliff into tiny pieces of bones." Rumbling, he let out a fierce roar like a soaring eagle. Another falling petal palm struck, even more difficult to defend against in the darkness. The Black Bear and another expert had already ambushed Ling Yu in his blind spot, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The 3 of them believed Ling Yu had no chance of survival. What surprised them, however, was that Ling Yu's footwork and speed had qualitatively improved since their last encounter. Even with his hands still holding Lin Qingjuan, he quickly escaped the opponent's attack area before the Old Master Gu's palm force landed. "What?" Old Wu's face was filled with surprise. In their previous confrontation, he had already acknowledged Ling Yu as a genius, a young martial artist who slightly surpassed him despite his young age. Little did he expect that in such a short period of time, Ling Yu's realm had reached another level entirely, completely leaving him behind. Who exactly was this freak? Don't panic. Attack together. Tonight, Ling Yu will be defeated. Only Zhao Wuji remained confident. Even though Ling Yu's strength had increased again, he believed that tonight's victor would definitely be him, Zhao Wuji. Outside the south gate, the battle between 2 women, although without an audience, was extremely intense. Lane Jie exerted force as snapped Yu's wrist with a click. The black whip in her hand fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yu struggled and delivered consecutive elbow strikes to LNJ, finally forcing her opponent away. As LNJ fell to the ground, she displayed a proud arc towards Yu and said, "From childhood till now, I have never lost to a woman. With a broken wrist, unable to use the lawn whip, I wonder how you plan to defeat me." Yu remained silent, quietly observing LNJ, twisting her right wrist. Each movement caused piercing pain. Truly worthy of being a special grade instructor at the 7 Emotions Army, her close combat skills were indeed formidable. "I, Colonel Lening, never cared for killing nameless soldiers. State your name before meeting your demise, LNJ slowly walked to where her dagger had dropped, flicked it up with her toe, and gripped the sharp blade in her hand once again, a winning hand. Do you remain silent? Her eyes as resolute as cold steel, emitting a faint chill, like a wolf in the night. You called Ling Yu big brother. It seems you were also a member of the War Wolf unit before. Lane J approached you step by step, licked the dagger in her hand, and raised it with a high arc. War Wolf members indeed have strong fighting will, not showing despair even in such times. So let me push you a bit further into despair. Swish. LNJ directly swept the dagger across. In the darkness, it flashed like continuous lightning. Du was skilled in using the long whip, her close combat proficiency not lacking. But unfortunately, her opponent was stronger, with joints different from ordinary people, attacking from unexpected angles, making her unable to defend. Snap, snap, snap. Several bloody gashes appeared on Du's body, as if she was being torn apart. In the next moment, a fatal light pierced towards her heart. At the critical moment, Du dodged sideways, but suddenly felt intense pain in her lower abdomen. Lane J ruthlessly struck her left chest with her knee, making her feel as if her entire left side was falling apart, sending her flying out and rolling on the ground. Yet, she quickly got up on one knee. Heh, I must commend you. Among all the women I've encountered, your resilience is top-notch. LNJ brandished the dagger arrogantly, suddenly sharpening her gaze. That the more resilient you are, the more painful your death will be. Swish. Once again, she slashed with the dagger. Du quickly leapt back, focusing on her opponent, but heard noises of a fight behind her. What's happening? Are there people ambushing their leader? Distracted, she gained 2 more bloody wounds. Lane J sneered, you're still concerned about others. Or do you think someone will come to save you? Stop daydreaming. After I kill you, I'll go after Ling Yu immediately. You're all going to die. Taking the opportunity, while she spoke, Du quickly leapt back, darting into the thickets. Damn it! Trying to escape? Lane J sniffed the air for the scent of blood, slowly advancing. She knew there was a cliff ahead, and Du had no chance of survival. At the edge of the cliff, Ling Yu was forced to retreat by the trio consisting of the ancient master. Ling Yu, put me down, otherwise, we will both die at this rate. Ling Qingzun's eyes held clear tears as she spoke solely. The tears were not of despair, but of a satisfied kind. No, I won't let go, Ling Yu replied to the woman in his arms. You said it yourself, in windy times, we must strive to survive. I won't give up easily. You little brat, go to hell. A furious roar came from ancient Wumao. This time, he must cleanse the humiliation of being slapped in the restaurant by bathing in Ling Yu's blood. The black bear's hatred towards Ling Yu wasn't any less than ancient Wumao's, as he charged towards Ling Yu from another direction like a buffalo. With Qingzun in his arms, Ling Yu tried his best to handle the ancient master, but was still hit by the black bear, causing Qingzun to fly out of his arms. Ow! Ling Yu clashed head-on again with ancient Wumao, a fist striking the black bear. Boom! The black bear, strong but lacking internal strength compared to Ling Yu, was directly sent flying by a punch. After exchanging several blows with Ling Yu for a moment, ancient Wumao found himself outmatched in internal strength and couldn't endure it, retreating continuously. Under the impact of the two forces, Ling Yu had to leap aside to avoid falling off the cliff. As soon as he landed, the man who had been waiting for an opportunity came at him with a dagger. Ling Yu used a grappling hand technique to capture the attacker and flung him 10 meters away. Facing 3 enemies, Ling Yu surprisingly held the upper hand. Ancient Wumao couldn't accept this reality and almost went mad. Why? Why is this young man's cultivation so much higher than mine? The feeling was like studying hard for 12 years every day, only to fail to pass a test against a child not even 10 years old. How could one bear such humiliation? Master Ancient, don't panic, maintain composure. In the night, the comforting voice of Jiaowu suddenly sounded. Still calm. Ling Yu felt a sense of unease and immediately turned around, discovering that Jiaowuji had already taken Lin Qingshuan, who was barely conscious, as a hostage. This world judges heroes by victory and defeat. Those with lower strength can still pull off a surprise win if they remain composed and use their wits. Although seeing this scene surprised Master Ancient greatly. The last time he followed Jiao Wuji to the restaurant to fight Ling Yu was because young Master Wuji had a liking for Miss Lin. But now, was Jiao Wuji about to use Lin's life to threaten Ling Yu? He, a figure known as a grandmother, couldn't really appreciate such a victory. But Jiao Wuji couldn't care less about his thoughts, adjusting his glasses and smiling at Ling Yu. Do you want her to die, or yourself? His smile was pleasant, yet gave off a demonic vibe. Ling Yu also smiled in response. Of course, I want you dead. At the same time, he moved lightly. I advise you not to act rashly. Jiao Wuji stepped forward, using Lin Qingshuan as a shield in front of himself. Warning, Ling Yu, this is the first time I hear you joke, but your joke isn't funny at all. Moreover, it could easily lead to Qingshuan's death. Ling Yu had to stop his actions. At this moment, he would rather fight 10 ancient masters than engage in a battle of wits with Jiao Wuji. This man's every step was calculated to perfection. Ling Yu, I'll give you 5 seconds to surrender, or Qingshuan will die. Jiao Wuji held Lin Qingshuan's neck with one hand. His expression remained gentle, for he didn't need to look fierce, nor did he need to exert too much force. Lin Qingshuan, even without further harm, could die at any moment if left in silence for too long. Ling Yu, don't surrender. If I die, just remember to make Jiao Wuji accompany me in death. Lin Qingshuan smiled like a pear blossom, without a trace of fear. Jiao Wuji remained unfazed, even satisfied, and said with a smile, very good. Princess Qingshuan, since I am your knight, I am ready to die with you at any time. He then used one hand to move Lin Qingshuan to the edge of the cliff. No. Don't, Ling Yu hurriedly shouted to stop him. Since childhood, Ling Yu had always heard people talk about angels and demons in this world, but he had never seen one. In his understanding, if there were demons in this world, they must surely be terrifying, with sharp horns and fangs that would make people afraid at first sight. However, tonight, he finally saw what a real demon looked like. Jiao Wuji, while not particularly handsome, exuded an air of refinement and gentility, with a distinct air of a gentleman. Ling Yu could not tell if it was an act or simply the result of being raised in a prominent family. At first glance, many people would want to befriend him, but who would have thought that he was capable of sincerely loving a woman, and yet would be able to gruesomely break her fingers, even choke her with her own life to threaten another man. Moreover, his demeanor was so calm, his tone so gentle, that was what made him truly terrifying. Who could kill a beloved one with such peace of mind? And if she wasn't truly beloved, why was there no flaw when he confessed his love to Lin Qingshuan? Perhaps, this was the true form of a demon. 5, 4, 3. Jiao Wuji had already begun the countdown, fully prepared for everything. No. Ling Yu raised his hands directly. I surrender. I surrender. At this point, Ling Yu could only surrender. He couldn't let Lin Qingshuan die. If this was a rescue mission, and Lin Qingshuan died, it would mean a mission failure. The resolve of a war wolf was to be willing to sacrifice oneself at any time to complete the mission. Of course, he had not given up yet, and he was still searching for an opportunity in his heart. No, Lin Qingshuan shouted with all her might, but found that the voice that came out was meek. She didn't know if Ling Yu had heard her or not. Jiao Wuji waved his hand, and the black bear, despite being heavily injured, charged at Ling Yu once again. Gu Wumao was even faster, with a strong palm strike sending Ling Yu flying with a powerful aura. Crack! Ling Yu's will to survive allowed him to cling onto the edge of the cliff with just one hand. Let go! Jiao Wuji ordered forcefully. Yet, Ling Yu would not release. Even as fight for their lives. If he let go, it would be equivalent to committing suicide. Not only did he not let go, but he also secretly grabbed a few small stones with his free hand, ready to counterattack at any moment. He knew very well that when a person believed they had won, that was the biggest flaw. His show of weakness was preparation for a counterattack. Help him! Jiao Wuji ordered again. Hehe. The black bear's foot stomped heavily on Ling Yu's hand. Ling Yu endured the pain, gritting his teeth. Due to the darkness, he didn't know just how high the cliff was, but he had a sense that it was a bottomless abyss. Gu Master was ready to reach out and break Ling Yu's fingers. Ling Yu knew that his enemies were most vulnerable at this moment. so he prepared to strike back at Gu Master and take down Zhao Wuji in one move. Though risky, at this juncture he had no other choice. However, at that moment, a commotion came from Zhao Wuji's side. King Xuan. Zhao Wuji subconsciously shouted. Unbelievably, Lin Qingshuan took advantage of his distraction and suddenly freed herself from his grip, falling off the cliff on her own accord. Qingshuan. Ling Yu also whitened his eyes and froze for a moment. Once again, he witnessed Lin Qingshuan sacrifice herself to save him. Her lips seemed to curve slightly. Didn't she say that when the wind rises, she must try her best to survive? Why was she giving up now? Gu Wamao, who had intended to break Ling Yu's fingers, paused momentarily due to this sudden turn of events. Once he recovered, he was about to resume his deadly action. Realizing that Lin Qingshuan had died, Ling Yu would no longer be restrained, making the three of them formidable opponents in a joint fight. Ling Yu, let's call it a night here. Our duel is just beginning. Sooner or later, you will die by my hands. Zhao Wuji, who understood the upcoming events better than Gu Master, left with these words, without a moment's pause. Ah, Zhao Wuji, I'll have your life. Ling Yu threw a rock that pierced Gu Master's arm and then jumped up in one fluid motion. Seeing the fury in his eyes, Gu Wamao was terrified and fled without daring to fight, clutching his bloody right hand. He had only been working for Zhao Wuji for the money. Who would put their life on the line for money? Another man, also terrified, hurried to retreat. Roar. Ling Yu, ignoring the others, in his rage, punched towards Zhao Wuji's back. Even at a distance, Zhao Wuji broke out in cold sweat at Ling Yu's rapid movement. Master Wuji, run! In a crucial moment, the loyal black bear selflessly blocked Ling Yu's punch. Crack, he thought his body was tough and proud, but Ling Yu's blow immediately shattered his bones. The black bear spewed blood towards Ling Yu. Without hesitation, Zhao Wuji ran in a state of disarray. In the face of life and death, even an intelligent person like Wuji would disregard his image when necessary. Damn it! Ling Yu tried to shake off the black bear, but the 200-kilogram man clung tightly to his fist. Ling Yu always valued loyalty, and though the black bear was his enemy, his heroic and fearless act was worthy of admiration. In the end, Ling Yu chose not to continue beating the black bear, opting to slowly pull his fist away. The black bear's body went stiff, already lifeless. Meanwhile, Lan Hui was searching in the night for Dua when she heard the sound of someone falling off the cliff. Ha ha, it looks like Lin Qingshuan is dead. In the next moment, she saw Zhao Wuji hastily rushing back. Master Wuji, has your divination concluded? It seems you have another resounding victory. Lan Hui admired Zhao Wuji endlessly. Having witnessed Zhao Wuji's strategic brilliance many times, regardless of the opponent being the self-proclaimed Northern Wolf King Ling Yu, she believed that Master Wuji would surely emerge victorious. Zhao Wuji completely ignored her, rushing past without a word. Ha! Master Wuji. Lan Hui was quite surprised, having never seen Master Wuji so flustered. Could something unexpected have occurred? Swish! At that moment, a shadow appeared behind her. Oh no! Lan Hui realized her carelessness and immediately turned to defend herself. But it was too late. Dua tightly wrapped her legs around Lan Hui's neck, using her weight to push her to the ground. Crack! Lan Hui suddenly felt difficulty breathing, as if her neck was about to snap. Let me tell you what a wolf is. Dua gritted her teeth, increasing the pressure with her legs. A wolf is the most patient beast. For the sake of hunting, it can lie in wait for 7 days and nights. It can feign weakness, it can get injured. It can even risk breaking every bone in its body. But it will never give up its goal, enduring a long and painful process for victory. And I am a war wolf, Dua finished excitedly. With one final roar, she broke the prey between her legs with all her strength. Lan Hui's eyes bulged, her face turning purple, her expression blank. She didn't understand why, despite having the upper hand, she was still overpowered by the opponent. Nor could she comprehend how a talented man like Master Wuji could lose to another man. Zhao Wujing hurriedly entered the Lin family villa. Although in this situation, he didn't believe that Ling Yu would dare to follow and kill him, but he still felt uneasy. Ling Yu was currently angry, and it was difficult to predict what actions he might take. Suddenly, an elegant woman appeared in front of him, with a respectful greeting. Madam Qin, originally planning to leave the Lin family villa, Zhao Wujing decided to stay for a while. The woman in front of him was Lin Fei. After completely breaking ties with the Qin family, she had returned to her maiden home for the new year. Zhao Wujing had never had a good chat with her. Why the rush, Lord Wujing? Lin Fei intended to ask about her older brother's whereabouts, but it wasn't a good time now. It's a bit urgent, Zhao Wujing replied politely, then smiled. Madam Qin, I've heard that the Qin family members have been unfriendly to you and even collaborated to take away what was originally yours. Have you taken it back? Lin Fei was a bit surprised that the young master from Yanjing knew about her affairs. You're joking, Lord Wujing. Family matters can sometimes be hard to distinguish. Well, Madam Qin makes a good point, but if Madam Qin retrieves what belongs to her, I'm very interested in making a purchase. 100 billion, 200 billion. Madam Qin can set the price. Lin Fei was intrigued. She was focused on money, as she believed power was always controlled by capital and money, and relationships were fundamentally based on interests. If Madam Qin encounters any difficulties, feel free to ask for help. Lord Wujing is happy to assist. Thank you, Lord Wujing. Lin Fei nodded, feeling more confident. I'll take my leave. Zhao Wujing walked away from Lin Fei. Many people had commented on Zhao Wujing's ability to read people's expressions and hearts, and he was certain that Lin Fei would help him retrieve the items from the Qin family. After Ling Yu left the Lin family, he didn't dare to return home, afraid his mother would worry upon seeing his injuries. Since his wife would be staying at the Qin family for the new year, he decided to go back to the Yunshan Poetic District alone. In the quiet, sadness began to spread. He thought he could save Lin Qingshuan, but in the end, he watched helplessly as she died for him. The pain felt like a deep cut on an old wound. Ling Yu lay on the sofa, sleepless, heartache making it hard to breathe. The lyrics and melody of the song Lin Qingshuan once sang, "The Wine Rises," kept playing in his mind. In your eyes, there's a mix of brightness and darkness, a smile that blooms. I will give her back her youth, along with the summer days she played on her fingertips. Will you still be willing to love in the name of love? Is the end of love death? If life could start over, Ling Yu wished he never met Lin Qingshuan and that she never fell in love with him. In the dawn light, the door suddenly opened. Who? Ling Yu, in sadness, quickly sat up from the sofa. Seeing who it was, he froze. Mingyu, why are you here today? Qin Mingyu didn't reply, walking swiftly toward him. Seeing the redness in his eyes and the empty wine bottles beside him, she felt a sudden tang of pain. Lin Qingshuan is dead. Qin Mingyu spoke directly. The police have opened a case. Ling Yu nodded silently. Tears he held back all night finally falling in front of the woman he loved. As he tried to wipe them away discreetly, Qin Mingyu approached, gently embracing him, pressing her cheek against his neck, showing rare tenderness. Stop blaming yourself. She must have left this world with happiness. The person who knows you best is often your enemy, especially a romantic rival. I didn't see how Lin Qingshuan died, but I'm sure she left with a smile. Qin Mingyu's words pierced Ling Yu's heart, easing his extreme sorrow. When he last saw Lin Qingshuan, she was indeed smiling. The past couldn't be changed, and now she vowed to work together to avenge Lin Qingshuan. Qin Mingyu's simple sentences healed Ling Yu's pain and helped him move on from deep sorrow. Mingyu, you know everything? Ling Yu was surprised. It had only been one night since the incident, yet his wife seemed to be aware of everything. Qin Mingyu nodded. Shouty has found a lot of information about the Lin family for me. General Lin has been summoned again, and even shifted from Yuncheng, with the Lin family business mysteriously acquired. Although we still don't know who the mastermind behind this is, it's certainly connected to the Zhao family from Yanjing. Qin Mingyu cautioned Ling Yu about Zhao Wujing's intentions towards the Qin family's Intalysis energy map and the heart of the sun. Hearing these names from Ling Yu's mouth, Qin Mingyu grew more alert. Could this marriage not be solely for his grandfather's billions, but also for something bigger? After seeing Qin Mingyu's reaction, Ling Yu felt a little sad. Unexpectedly, the aftermath of their flash marriage was still continuing 3 months later. But then again, having only known each other for a little over 3 months, who could fully trust someone? Especially since Qin Mingyu was still in such a high position. If you still don't trust me, then don't talk to me about business matters in the future. I don't want these things to affect our relationship. Lingyu sighed lightly. You big fool. When did I ever say I don't trust you? Qin Mingyu pursed her lips and at the same time revealed an expression that Lingyu had never seen before. Hurt? Yes. A hint of hurt appeared in the depths of the iceberg female CEO's eyes. And wow, this expression was so powerful. Lingyu smiled casually, feeling that the emotional relationship between them was entering a sensitive period. Qin Mingyu didn't continue discussing business matters, but reverted to her cold attitude. Yet with a hint of tenderness, hurry up and take a bath. I'll apply medicine for you later. Lingyu nodded and headed towards the bathroom. Regardless, Qin Mingyu's sudden appearance eased a lot of his inner sadness. After bathing, Lingyu came out wearing a gray long bathrobe. Qin Mingyu directly took off his upper garment. Lingyu was still a bit uncomfortable, even though the other party was his wife, and subconsciously wrapped the bathrobe a bit more. Qin Mingyu couldn't help but mock. What are you hiding? Really, what's so great about a man's body? I don't even want to look when you show me. Miss Qin, isn't it a bit demeaning to say that? Lingyu got angry, and subconsciously changed how he addressed her. I'm not a cold person. I can't be shy. HMTH. Shy in front of me. How come you were not shy when you undressed to apply medicine for Qin Yu Shuang last time? Qin Mingyu sprinkled the medicine on his wound and directly smacked him in anger. Ouch. Lingyu gritted his teeth, feeling that his wife's slap was more powerful than the ancient five-mouth falling petal palm. A wife fiercer than a tiger. This statement was no exaggeration. Mingyu, why are you bringing that up again? Besides, my attire is different this time. Last time, I was wearing tight pants, but now I only have this bathrobe on my entire body. He wouldn't dress like this even in front of his sister-in-law. Oh? Qin Mingyu's eyes slightly lit up upon hearing this. She suddenly had an impulse and pulled hard on the bathrobe. As a result, Lingyu was left stark naked. Hey! Lingyu's face immediately turned red, snatching back the bathrobe to cover himself. Has this woman gone mad? Didn't she have misandry? Could she really do such shameless things? Even Qin Yu Shuang didn't dare do this, right? She had just said she didn't want to look even if shown, deceiving people. Ha ha, you're blushing. Qin Mingyu covered her mouth, continuing to mock Lingyu. She herself didn't understand why she was acting this way, acting on impulse. Either he would let her see his body, or he wouldn't see her body. Qin Mingyu never liked being taken advantage of. I can't be bothered with you. You didn't really mean to apply medicine for me. Lingyu was trying to be angry but looked rather helpless. This was the first time Qin Mingyu saw him in this state, and surprisingly, she found it a bit cute. Heh, she normally didn't like this type of man, but how did he end up being bullied by her like this? Alright, can I apply the medicine for you now? Qin Mingyu said, as she picked up the medicine ball. However, Lingyu's face turned even redder. Unintentional words, suggestive meanings. Did his wife really talk to him like that? This straight man was starting to think in a twisted manner. In the past, he wouldn't even think about such matters, but perhaps it was the influence of countless encouragements by Qin Chuangan that made him have impure thoughts. Why are you so hot? Qin Mingyu also felt something was off and curiously asked. Nothing. Lingyu stiffly shook his head, thinking that she had undressed him and come so close, not to mention her teasing words. How could he not feel hot? She was clearly igniting a flame, then pretending not to notice it. Qin Mingyu wasn't a fool either. She immediately recollected what she had just said, and blushed as well, then fiercely smacked Lingyu's wound again. Humph. Consider yourself warned. If you don't want to die, stop thinking inappropriately. I didn't mean it that way. Lingyu jumped up, excitedly calling out, Miss Qin, are you trying to help me or trying to kill me? You can say twisted things, but I can't? How domineering. Qin Mingyu coldly snorted and turned her face, thinking it was all Lingyu's fault. Fortunately, at that moment, Lingyu's phone rang. He quickly answered the call to escape from the iceberg lady. Otherwise, he feared he'd be pummeled to death by her slap after slap. Hello, Mom. Xiaoyu, why didn't you come home last night? On the other end, Chen Ailan asked a bit worriedly, as her son didn't return home without informing her. "Mom, I'm with Mingyu." Lingyu, who had just been avoiding his wife, obediently walked back to Qin Mingyu's side. Qin Mingyu clasped her hands, looking proud, as if to say, "See, aren't you coming back like a good beau?" "Oh, I see. Then it's fine." Chen Ailin chuckled. "You two better hurry up and give me a grandchild." Hearing this, Qin Mingyu stared coldly at Lingyu, gesturing with her mouth. "Dare to do something, I'll kill you." "Mom, these things can't be rushed." Lingyu still had a strong sense of survival, mainly because Qin Mingyu's delicate hands were lightly pinching his wound. "Fine. Don't make your mom and Mingyu's grandpa wait too long. By the way, will you attend John Milan's wedding banquet tomorrow?" Chen Ailin moved the conversation to another topic after this, not wanting to disturb her son and daughter-in-law anymore. After hanging up the phone, she sighed lightly. Lingyu had already told her about the attitude of Yu Tingting before, and it seemed like there was no future in it at the moment. Chen Ailin also knew that young single girls would definitely have a psychological rejection towards a divorced man with a child. After all, which woman would want to marry a man and then take care of another woman's child? So, she could only continue to worry and find a new wife for Ling Shitang. She learned that John Ryu, the cousin of John Milan, was also in a divorce state. Maybe she wouldn't mind Ling Shitang and would be willing to form a family with him. Tomorrow at John Milan's wedding banquet would be a good opportunity for the matchmaker to step in. Following Chen Ailin's instructions, Ling Shitang had already spent the Chinese New Year with her and Little Wei since the second day of the Lunar New Year. He knew that Chen Ailin was putting in a lot of effort to find him a new wife. He knew that his own conditions were not good, and if it weren't for Little Wei, he wouldn't even want to go on blind dates to avoid embarrassment. Now that Chen Ailin was so enthusiastic, he had no choice but to passively accept being set up on dates like Ling Yu used to. Early in the morning of the second day, Chen Ailin took a new suit and knocked on Ling Shitang's door. "Mom, why are you up so early?" Ling Shitang chuckled, gradually getting used to calling Chen Ailin mom. "Shitang, why are you dressed like this?" "We're going to a wedding today." Chen Ailin was not satisfied with Ling Shitang's outfit. Ling Shitang smiled wryly. "Mom, this is my most formal outfit. Besides, I'm not the groom today, just there for the food. No, change into this suit quickly." Chen Ailin handed the suit to Ling Shitang, treating her nephew as the protagonist of the day. Ling Shitang was shocked. "Mom, this suit is from Yagir, very expensive, right? Isn't it wasted on me?" "Don't talk nonsense, quickly put it on. Today, I'm introducing you to a potential partner, you need to look good," Chen Ailin insisted. Ling Shitang reluctantly agreed, worried that he might look like a joke in a white suit. As he walked out wearing the outfit, Ling Ruoxu, who was sitting in the hall with crossed legs eating Oreos, burst into laughter. "Cousin, is this the latest black and white trend? It looks like the Oreos I'm eating." Ling Ruoxu's teasing embarrassed Ling Shitang, who wanted to take off the white suit immediately. "Ruoxu, stop talking nonsense," Chen Ailin approached, giving her daughter a quick slap on the butt and scolding her. "Your cousin looks good in this outfit, haha. I didn't say he doesn't look good." Ling Ruoxu laughed, unable to contain herself. In her eyes, Ling Shitang didn't suit the white suit. It was more fitting for a tall and handsome man like her brother. Ling Shitang, with his dark complexion and average looks, seemed like a chocolate bar dipped in milk in that white suit. "Let's go since you have free time today. Accompany us to the wedding and put in a good word for your cousin," Chen Ailin urged, encouraging her daughter to change into a different outfit quickly. Ling Ruoxu willingly complied and changed into a deep pink dress along with a fur coat, receiving compliments from the bystanders. Later, Ling Shitang was given praise for his appearance, which boosted his confidence, but also introduced some insecurities. Ling Shitang's concerns were overshadowed by the impending wedding, where unexpected encounters and tensions ran high. Chen Ailin was a bit embarrassed. Ling Shitang was not very articulate and didn't know how to speak up for his cousin. Ling Ruoxu, on the other hand, sneered, "Haha, completely the opposite. My brother looks down on your sister, thinks she's too low, so he doesn't give her face." Yu Zhongwu was not as sharp-tongued as Ling Ruoxu and was tempted to hit someone out of anger. Luckily, at that moment, his mother Wei Shufen also came out. "Oh, isn't this Chen Ailin? I just casually mentioned it before, And you actually came. Wei Shufan's words were even more piercing. She made it sound like Chen Ailin was a beggar asking for food. Chen Ailin was an honest woman. Although she was angry inside, she didn't know how to fight back. Ling Ruoxu rolled her eyes. We were just passing by and decided to take a look. If you don't welcome us, then we'll leave, and you can save the red envelopes too. With that, she really tried to pull Chen Ailin away. Of course, Chen Ailin wasn't willing. Being insulted by a couple of comments meant nothing to her. The main thing was to help Ling Shitang with his marriage. But she also knew that insisting on staying would embarrass her daughter, so she had to reluctantly turn and follow. Wait, Wei Shufan, who was more impatient than Chen Ailin, immediately stopped them. Since you're here, come inside. We didn't say you're not welcome. They could get more money from an extra guest. Why let it go to waste? Zhang Wu gritted his teeth and said, that's right, other than us. You probably don't have such good relatives and friends that can hold a wedding in a 5-star hotel, right? Will you regret missing out? Ling Ruoxu sneered. The hotel belonged to the Qin family, of course. It was nice that the hotel owner was a relative of her Ling family. If Zhang Wu knew about this arrogant fool, it would be quite a sight. Of course, Ling Ruoxu didn't like women who flaunted their wealth, so she would never say it out loud. Well then, congratulations to the Zhang family for their joyous occasion. Chen Ailin gave Wei Shufan a red envelope, taking the opportunity to bring Ling Shitang inside for the blind date. Ling Ruoxu pursed her lips, not giving the Zhang family a good look. Ha ha, come in. Sorry for the lack of hospitality. Wei Shufan casually threw the red envelope to the person at the entrance and didn't bother to look. How much could they get from this poor family's token money? Unexpectedly, the woman responsible for registration exclaimed, Aunt Wei, this is a 5,000 yuan red envelope. What? Wei Shufan was stunned. Zhang Wu also had a newfound respect for the Ling family. Whether it was showing off or pretending to be generous, they were indeed quite generous. It's acceptable. I'll arrange for a new table for you. Wei Shufan grumbled, not because she was generous, but because of propriety. She was afraid that if the Ling family sat at someone else's table, Chen Ailin might gossip around. And the one who would lose face would be her own Zhang family. Ha ha, thank you, Chen Ailin said with a smile. She didn't expect Wei Shufan to be so suspicious. The family's financial situation had improved recently, so she wasn't stingy. By the way, since you sent such a big red envelope, why not call Ling Yu over as well? He doesn't need to pay another token money. Zhang Wu added. It wasn't generous at all. If Ling Yu didn't come, he and his brother would have one less target to mock. Ling Yu had previously attached himself to a rich woman and even flaunted a Maserati. But now that he was dumped by the rich woman and lost his job, Zhang Wu didn't want to publicize it and make his sister angry. Ha ha. Let me ask him again. Chen Ailin was innocent and had no idea of the good intentions of Zhang Wu and his mother. Wei Shufan and Zhang Wu didn't bother to continue dealing with them. Zhang Wu was sure that Ling Yu would come. As a poor guy, why would he miss out on such a good meal? The Ling family of four entered the banquet hall, which was indeed luxurious and high-end. Seeing Chen Ailin about to call her younger brother, Ling Ruoxu advised, Mom, Ziyu said he would accompany Mingyu today. What's the point of him being here? If she were the younger brother, she definitely wouldn't come. But Chen Ailin still called him to ask. Ling Yu did indeed say he was busy. At that moment, Ling Yu was indeed in the Yunshan poetry community. Chen Mingyu was busy with work and was working from home, so he stayed at home to cook a hearty meal for his wife. What's wrong? Hearing Ling Yu talking to Chen Ailin on the phone, Chen Mingyu asked with concern. My mom called me to attend the 18th wedding. Ling Yu answered honestly. Chen Mingyu's expression changed slightly. She was a bit sensitive to the mention of the 18th. She was Ling Yu's 18th blind date, the one who became his wife. Although she knew that Ling Yu and Zhang Milin were no longer involved, she still felt like she was being invited to the wedding by her husband's ex. If her husband didn't go, would it be a bit disrespectful? At that moment, her phone rang too. Hello, Grandpa. What's up? Mingyu, can you come to our Yunzun Grand Hotel to make an appearance? Oh, why go there? Chen Mingyu was curious. Ling Yu was also surprised by this. Wasn't this the hotel where Zhang Milin was getting married? Turns out it was her family's property. Do you remember the former boss of Dongcheng Hotel, Gao Jianbo? Today is a big day for his nephew. He said he had offended you and Ling Yu before, so he wanted to take this opportunity to host a banquet at our hotel to apologize. Hoping you could grace us with your presence, Qin Chang'an explained directly. Qin Mingyu frowned slightly. In the past, she wouldn't have gone to such an event, but now she didn't want to refuse outright. First of all, the Qin family had been hit hard in the business world recently, unlike before when they could make friends easily. It would be best not to make more enemies. Secondly, Ling Yu's 18th blind date partner happened to be getting married there. Could it be that it was the wife of that fellow, Liu Yuan? Mingyu, if you don't want to go, I'll refuse him directly. It's no big deal. Qin Chang'an maintained his domineering attitude. He knew best how solid the foundation of the Qin family was, and people like Gao Jianbo had little influence on them, whether they were friends or foes. Grandpa, tell him I'll go, just for a short while, no more than 30 minutes. Qin Mingyu unexpectedly agreed, surprising Qin Chang'an as well. After hanging up the phone, Bai Lao reported behind him, Sir, the bride at our hotel's wedding banquet today is Ling Yu's 18th blind date partner, Zhang Milin. Qin Chang'an suddenly realized, then laughed heartily, ha ha, so that's it. The young people these days might have a lively event today. After Qin Mingyu put down her phone, she stood up directly and said to Ling Yu, let's go. Ling Yu didn't know what Qin Mingyu was thinking, but since both his mother and his wife wanted him to go, he agreed. After all, what could that weird Zhang Milin family do to him? Inside the Yunzun Grand Hotel, there was a heavily made-up old woman. She was around 45 years old, about 5'5" tall, and slightly chubby. Lacking in looks and figure, she dared to wear a super short skirt and high heels, making all kinds of strange gestures in front of people, looking particularly eye-catching. It was fortunate that Chen Ailin easily found her in the crowd, walked over with a smile, and said, "Mei, I've brought my godson here, please arrange for him to meet the girl quickly." With that, she discreetly slipped a red envelope into the other person's hand. Mei immediately smiled warmly, took her hand affectionately, and said, "Don't worry. There's no matchmaking arrangement that I can't handle. But whether he can seize the opportunity depends on your godson." For Mei, Chen Ailin was her VIP client, having given her 18 big red envelopes in the past. It was said that her son mistakenly talked to the wrong table during a blind date last time, and ended up marrying the wrong woman in a daze. Mei was worried about losing a big client, but Chen Ailin unexpectedly showed up again. Soon, Mei swayed her big buttocks over to another large round table. Zhang Aryu was touching up her makeup at the banquet, completely ignoring anyone and focusing on her bright red lips in the mirror. Today, as one of the bridesmaids, she was wearing a white dress with a plunging neckline. "Oh, Mr. John, Mrs. John, Miss John, hello." Red makeup with interlocking rings, the azure pond blossoms with lotus flowers. The connection of 10,000 miles of marital fate rests on a single thread. I, and Mei, have brought you together. Mei had only met John Ru's family twice, but they seemed so familiar as if they were long-lost relatives. Speaking of that man, he has a great figure, excellent character, stable job, owns a house and a car. Mei chattered away. Thankfully, Ling Shitang wasn't present. Otherwise, he would never admit that Mei was talking about him. Enough of that, talk is useless. It all depends on how much dowry he's willing to give our family. Zhang Ru's father waved his hand impatiently, getting straight to the point. Zhang Ru's mother had the same attitude. Their daughter had been dating since she was in her teens, had multiple boyfriends with two-digit numbers, and even got married once, only to divorce within a month. They didn't care who their daughter would marry in the future, as long as the dowry was abundant. Well, that's for sure, but as for these details, it's up to your families to discuss. Mei was there to make money by matchmaking. If she could bring the two families together, she would earn her fee, regardless of the outcome. In her heart, she hoped it wouldn't work out so that Chen Ailin would have to give her another big red envelope next time. Soon, Mei ran back to Chen Ailin with a smile, saying, "Ailin, it's done. The girl wants you to meet her now, Make sure your godson seizes the opportunity. It sounded as if it were true. Chen Ailin also immediately said, Thank you. Thank you, Mia. Shatang. Let's go. Let's go over there. Seeing her mom acting so humbly, Ling Ruoxu couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. Mom, why didn't they just come to us with the matchmaker? Why do we have to go over specially? That was a massive dowry from the man's side. He didn't want to be treated like a little lamb and disrespected. Ruoxu, don't talk nonsense. The man should take the initiative in blind dates anyway. Chen Ailin quickly called out to her daughter. Ling Shatang was also straightforward. Knowing his own qualities, how could he have the nerve to make a girl come over to meet him? He walked over confidently and made his position clear. Ling Shatang quickly instructed Xiaowei to sit still and not run around recklessly, and followed Chen Ailin and Ling Ruoxu. After all, going on a blind date with the girl and bringing a tag-along would decrease the success rate even more. The three arrived at Zhang Ru's table. Zhang Ru was still applying makeup and didn't even look at Ling Shatang. Before they even sat down, Zhang Ru's father interrupted the matchmaker's introduction and said, Let's not talk nonsense. I have only one demand, a dowry of 500,000 yuan. If you can afford it, you can take my daughter immediately. What? A 500,000 yuan dowry? Ling Shatang was shocked. He glanced at Zhang Ru. Her makeup made her look similar to Ziqian before. But he had only given Ziqian a 100,000 yuan dowry, and she hadn't been married before. Why should he give this woman 500,000 yuan? Ling Ruoxu was close to laughter. Nowadays, it seemed like people didn't consider the market price when selling daughters. Did everyone go crazy over money? Can't afford it? Zhang Ru's mother spoke up, bragging even more. My daughter is 5'4", beautiful, and talented. Any man who wants to marry her should consider himself lucky. You're so plain looking. Why should I marry my daughter to you for 500,000 yuan? That shut Ling Shatang up immediately. He indeed wasn't worth Zhang Ru visually. We can discuss the dowry later. Can we let the young people chat first? Chen Ailin bit her lip and said, If Ling Shatang really liked Zhang Ru, and she recognized this godson of hers, she would bite the bullet and find a way to negotiate the dowry. At that moment, Zhang Ru suddenly looked up upon hearing this. When she caught a glimpse of Ling Shatang, her expression changed instantly. Seeing Chen Ailin and Ling Ruoxu, she trembled. Oh, it's you guys. Ling Ruoxu gave a cold smile. Indeed. We know each other. Why beat around the bush? Your cousin Zhang Milan also asked for a 500,000 yuan dowry initially. Do you think you, an aging woman, are worth 500,000 yuan? With one sentence, the mood turned tense. Zhang Ru angrily retorted, What do you mean? I'm not worth 500,000 yuan. A guy like your brother with that gloomy face and dragging a third wheel. Unless he is 1 million, she won't marry him. Tell him to stay far away. The ante was raised to 1 million. Ling Ruoxu was furious. Ling Shatang didn't want to continue the discussion. 1 million? Did he have to sell his kidneys for that? That's right. Zhang Ru's mother also defended her daughter, excitedly saying, You don't seem capable enough. If you don't have money, why should I marry my daughter to you? Close enough. Ling Ruoxu couldn't take it anymore. If she didn't speak, these people didn't realize how far they were pushing her cousin. Your daughter is 5'2". Let her stand up next to me. I'm 5'9". She barely reaches my shoulders. Who's the winner now? That made Zhang Ru feel uneasy. In reality, she was only 5'7" tall. Moreover, have her remove her makeup. Her skin looks like a disaster, doesn't it? And what about being gentle? After her feisty attitude just now, she still dares to claim she's gentle? Is there anyone left in the world who isn't gentle? And as for being talented, is it a talent to serve men? I've heard that Miss Zhang Ru has been in over a dozen relationships and even divorced once. Seems like a real talent. Ling Ruoxu was merciless, firing 18 shots at Zhang Ru. Ling Shitang's confidence was also brought out by her. In the end, he was indeed worthy of this woman in front of him. In front of the entrance of Yunzun Hotel, a Maserati suddenly stopped. A group of security guards immediately rushed out of the hotel to escort. A red carpet unfolded from inside to the car door. Even the hotel general manager personally came out to greet. Wow! Who is this big shot coming? As members of the bride's family, John Woo and Wei Shufen were taking the place of the bride at the entrance to collect red envelopes and receive guests. Of course, the entrance they were at was just one of the side doors of the hotel, but they could still see the extravagant scene at the main entrance. It was simply like those scenes of the CEOs in novels. Yeah, we've been stationed here all morning, and we've never seen such a big show before. Wei Shufen was also curious because even when the groom from the Liu family entered, the hotel did not have such a grand welcome. It was evident that the person who had just arrived had a very high status. "Mom, I'm going to take a look." Zhang Wu tossed what he was holding to his mother and excitedly ran towards the main entrance. Is it possible that he's here to attend his sister's wedding banquet? If there are any super important figures and big celebrities attending, then their family would really have some face. At that moment, someone opened the car door for Qin Mingyu. She stepped out of the Maserati. Wow, what beautiful legs! Zhang Wu hid behind the crowd, seeing Qin Mingyu's slender legs, following his gaze to her perfect body curves and her unparalleled temperament. His eyes lit up, and even drool started to flow. She was definitely a super wealthy beauty. Could he have a chance encounter with a rich man's daughter like in the novels, leading to a marriage proposal? Just the thought of it was a bit exciting. But just as he tried to get a clearer look at Qin Mingyu's face, two security guards heartlessly pushed him back. "What are you doing? Don't make a scene here. Is it possible for a rogue like him to cause trouble in front of Miss Qin?" Zhang Wu was angry, but he had no choice but to sulk and return. As a commoner, he almost had the chance to see a super wealthy beauty of Yun City. But in the end, he was pushed back, leaving him feeling itchy. He wondered how a rich man's daughter was different from an ordinary woman. Are their body structures the same? Next, Ling Yu also got out of the car and said to the security guard who approached to help park, "Thank you." The hotel security also knew his identity. He was the man from Miss Qin's evaluation period. Mr. Ling, please." The hotel general manager approached with a bowed waist and led the two into the hotel. Reporting to follow behind Qin Mingyu, Chairman Gao and Mr. Liu Yuan have arranged the hotel president's suite, waiting respectfully for Miss to arrive. "Okay, understood," Qin Mingyu coldly stated, then turned to Ling Yu. "Do you want to go to the wedding banquet? After all, you were one of my 18 blind date candidates, and you were even pursued by me. Go and give your blessings." Ling Yu slightly smiled and nodded. After spending more than 3 months with the iceberg CEO, he had a better understanding of Qin Mingyu. Her words carried a hint of jealousy. Could she be feeling jealous again? But he and John Milan had always maintained a professional relationship. The general manager walked with his head down, and upon hearing Qin Mingyu's words, he couldn't help but be puzzled. How could someone like Miss Qin, a delicate lady, choose a man who had been on 18 blind dates? This kind of scenario, even a brainless romance novelist wouldn't dare write about, but it was happening in reality. Ling Yu didn't care about what others thought. He walked through another corridor towards the wedding hall. Meanwhile, Zhang Wu and Wei Shufen returned from the entrance, preparing to go to the banquet hall. "Hey, Mom, are our relatives stingy?" The largest red envelope was only 5,000, while on the groom's side, there were plenty over 10,000. Zhang Wu complained, looking disappointed at the gift money registration form. He had agreed with his sister that the red envelopes received today would be given as support for his future marriage. "Yes, it's a bit embarrassing. The largest red envelope was actually from your sister's former blind date candidate's family. If others knew, it would be even more embarrassing," Wei Shufen sighed. "Haha, that's how it goes. The richer they are, the stingier they become, and the poorer they are, the more they like to boast." Zhang Wu laughed. "We still don't know the economic status of Ling Yu's family, right? They don't even have a car and offer only 5,000 as dowry for marriage. Do you think Ling Yu still can't forget about my sister?" Wei Shufen agreed with her son's reasoning and chuckled. "Your sister must be the prettiest among his blind date candidates. He must regret not bringing over 500,000 as betrothal gifts back then, right?" "Ha. I guess so," Zhang Wu grinned. "But that poor fellow with an annual income of 80,000 didn't come to freeload that year. I was quite surprised too." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Wu froze. Immediately afterward, he rubbed his eyes. Upon a closer look, he was slightly startled. Guess what? A man appeared in the hallway ahead, and it was Ling Yu. Wasn't he faster than the wind? Ling Yu had evidently overheard the conversation between the mother and son, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth in exasperation. The Zhang family was really a bunch of troublemakers. Ha ha. Mom, didn't I just say that this man would come to freeload? Zhang Wu immediately laughed and walked up to Ling Yu. What? Scared of losing face, so you didn't dare enter through the main door and instead wanted to sneak into the wedding banquet to eat? What do I have to be embarrassed about? Ling Yu chuckled. It was your sister who passionately pursued me back then, and I rejected her. Today, she has finally found someone else, so I came to give my blessings. Besides, the dowry my family gave, wasn't it the largest one you received? Ow. Zhang Wu's smile immediately stiffened, suddenly feeling like a fool. Ling Yu sneered and simply bypassed this second-rate man, not bothering to deal with such a troublemaker. Zhang Wu was furious. Was there anything more frustrating than this? Clearly planning to avenge his sister against Ling Yu, only to be defeated by the enemy at the first encounter. This grudge, the more he avenged, the more he felt aggrieved. Mom, how can there be someone so shameless in the world? He doesn't even have the guts to enter through the main door to eat at the banquet openly. Yet he had the nerve to taunt me. Zhang Wu vented out all the frustration he felt towards Ling Yu. How can such a poor fellow have such audacity? Doesn't he know how well off my sister is now? Zhang Wu was shouting and venting all the anger he felt towards Ling Yu. All right, Wu. Don't stoop down to that man's level. Wei Shufen quickly comforted her son. Even if he didn't know before, now that he's here, he'll surely know how well your sister has married. When we get the chance, we'll publicly belittle him. Let's see how arrogant he can be then. Exactly. That's right. I'll go find my sister now and have her cooperate with us. This can't be tolerated. Zhang Wu took action immediately and headed towards the bride's makeup room. In the makeup room, Zhang Milan was dressed in her wedding attire, adorned with gold and silver. Despite being dressed in her bridal gown, the Chinese gold and silver jewelry on her didn't match at all. But she didn't care and put on every piece of her bridal attire. She had the typical appearance of a nouveau riche. Oh, Ling Yu is here? Upon hearing her brother's excited words, Zhang Milan also chuckled. I didn't expect him to have the courage to come. It's perfect, I can finally settle the score with him. Zhang Milan would never forget why she had left Yun City in the first place. It was all because of Zhang Ru's stupid advice that she publicly confessed her love to Ling Yu. Not only was she rejected, but she also became the laughingstock of her classmates. Later, she learned that the man was just a kept man by a rich woman. It was utterly embarrassing. Today was the perfect opportunity to let all the family and friends know how well she was doing now and how badly off Ling Yu was. She had been waiting a long time for this glorious turnaround. Yu Tingting is the bridesmaid of Zhang Milan, but today she is not acting as the bridesmaid but as a classmate, sitting at a banquet. Hey, isn't that Zhang Milan's ex-boyfriend, Ling Yu? Yes, he's here today too. Haha, his ex-girlfriend is getting married. If he doesn't come, people might say he's petty and can move on, right? He's here, we're in for a show today. Ling Yu entered the wedding hall, and immediately some young men and women recognized him. After all, the confession of Zhang Milan caused quite a stir. Who among Zhang Milan's classmates and friends didn't know about it? Yu Tingting heard these voices and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She had known about the love-hate story between Zhang Milan and Ling Yu, but it wasn't Ling Yu's fault at all. It was Zhang Milan being wishful back then, and they were never actually in a romantic relationship. But she also knew Zhang Milan's personality. Now that she is marrying a rich second generation in Dongcheng and he's throwing a lavish banquet for her, she will surely use her husband's influence to strike back at Ling Yu. What to do? Quick, 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 find a way to call the bride over. Yes, we've been waiting for so long and nothing's starting. We're all bored. Let's arrange for something exciting. I heard Zhang Milan's current husband is a wealthy second generation in Dongcheng and has a bad temper. I wonder how he'll deal with Ling Yu once he knows about the story between him and his wife. A group of young people, fearing a lack of excitement, quickly started gossiping about Zhang Milan. Your former Prince Charming is here. Make sure your husband doesn't see him, or they might fight. How scary. Do you still love him now? Or do you love your husband more? A group of classmates and friends eager to stir up trouble, kept adding fuel to the fire. If they could see Zhang Milan's husband physically confront Ling Yu, that would be truly thrilling and exciting. Zhang Milan, seeing these messages, was clearly furious, clenching her phone so tightly that her knuckles were visible. "Fine. You guys just wait for a good show." Zhang Milan also replied to a message in the group. Wow. On the classmates' table, a group of students looked excited, rubbing their hands together, their anticipation levels at an all-time high. Yu Tingting was even more nervous and couldn't help but run towards Ling Yu. "Hey, what's going on with Tingting? No way. Is she involved with Ling Yu too? Is she betraying Zhang Milan, betraying us old classmates?" A group of classmates and friends all expressed surprise. Regardless of what others were saying behind her back, Yu Tingting whispered to Ling Yu. "Ling Yu, Zhang Milan is preparing to unite with her husband against you. It might be best for you to leave early, don't you think?" Ling Yu was slightly taken aback. However, it didn't matter much to him. He had anticipated this long ago. After dealing with characters like Zhao Wuji, a top-tier wealthy heir, his animosity towards the Zhang family seemed trivial. These kinds of people typically act directly, and he was prepared for that. "Since I'm here, there's no rush to leave. Don't worry about me." Seeing that he wasn't listening to her advice, Yu Tingting had no choice. A group of students worried about missing out on the drama quickly pulled her back. Ling Yu ignored these boring people and planned to find his mother first to make an appearance and prove he had attended. After scanning around, he saw Ziwei playing alone on the side and quickly went over. Meanwhile, Zhang Milan suddenly stood up, biting her lip lightly, and instructed Zhangwu, "Ziwu, have your friends get ready." Later, in front of hundreds of people in the banquet hall, narrate Ling Yu being kept by a rich woman, then dumped, losing his job with an annual salary of 80,000 in 3 parts. Zhangwu was stunned for a moment and then became excited. "Sis, wouldn't it be too much to do this? People might say we're not righteous, why should we be afraid?" Zhang Milan felt triumphant. "Who doesn't know that I married the rich second generation in Dongcheng? At an event like today, who would dare offend me? They will stand with us." Zhangwu laughed heartily. "Sister, you are mighty and domineering." Zhang Milan expanded her pride even more. "I'll go find your brother-in-law now and have him arrange in advance. If that rude Ling Yu can't bear the humiliation and dares to act, I'll have him beaten to a pulp, making him ashamed and humiliated. Only in this way could she wash away the shame of her failed love pursuit and the ridicule from relatives and friends." Internally, Zhang Wu sighed. A woman's heart is as venomous as a snake. His brother still had a lot to learn. He couldn't believe how ruthless his sister was. However, after some thought, he reminded her, "Sis, Ling Yu's cousin seems to be still looking for a match for him. His cousin will surely reject him. Should we ... Good. Include these matters as well, like Ling Yu coming to our house to propose before and failing to provide a dowry. Sing it all out." Zhang Milan clenched her fists tightly. Understood. I'll go arrange right away." Zhang Wu, as if injected with chicken blood, ran out. Zhang Milan, still wearing her wedding dress, needed to maintain her graceful demeanor in front of her husband's family. After a little adjustment, she gracefully proceeded towards the hotel's presidential suite. Unexpectedly, as she reached the top floor, she came face to face with a woman who was both beautiful and elegant. Zhang Milan was greatly shocked. The moment a woman becomes a bride is the most beautiful. However, even in her current state, facing such a woman of a higher class, she was overshadowed. Who was this woman after all? Zhang Milan thought for a moment, then turned around and shouted at the beautiful woman, "Stop right there." She remembered. Back in Dongcheng when Lu Yuan proposed romantically to her on the main road, there was a woman who directly disrupted the scene by driving through. Wasn't this woman standing in front of her now? How could she be in Yun City? Zhang Milan didn't know Qin Mingyu, but Qin Mingyu knew who she was. Initially puzzled by Ling Yu's 18th trip to the top floor of the hotel, she had no intention of interacting with Zhang Milan. After all, their status differences were too great. However, this woman dared to address her with such an attitude, displaying immense courage. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Milan walked over, pointing at Qin Mingyu with a conceited smirk. "You are dressed very tastefully. Are you here to be a mistress for men at the hotel? I must say, You have quite a nerve. You directly disrupted the scene when young Master Lu proposed to me that day. And today, you dare show up at our wedding venue. Chen Mingyu disdainfully smiled, didn't even turn her head, and walked straight into the presidential suite. Oh, this arrogant woman. Seeking death, I'll teach you a lesson. Zhang Milin was so angry she was close to madness. How could someone at the hotel today dare disrespect her in such a manner? Doesn't she realize she's the leading lady? She wanted to barge into the presidential suite, but found the door wouldn't open. She didn't have a key card. She ended up shouting and screaming outside the door. Milin, what are you doing here? Suddenly, Lu Yuan's voice came from behind. Zhang Milin turned around and saw her husband and his big boss uncle had arrived. Gao Jianbo had a stern face and was not pleased with the lack of manners displayed by Zhang Milin. Still, his nephew had been enchanted by this woman, and he couldn't oppose the marriage. Hello, Uncle Gao. Zhang Milin wasn't stupid. She politely greeted Gao Jianbo before clinging to Lu Yuan's arm and acting coquettish. Honey, you've arrived just in time. You must stand up for us today. Ha, as your husband, I definitely have to stand up for my darling. Lu Yuan was very fond of Zhang Milin. Otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to enter the tomb of love for this woman. Firstly, Zhang Milin is attractive. Secondly, Zhang Milin has education and capability. Being able to become a director of a big company like Cloud Construction Group at the age of 27 is proof of that. Thirdly, this woman is very good at being charming. Lu Yuan is often rendered powerless by her charm. Darling, do you remember the last time someone disrupted your proposal ceremony? Zhang Milin asked as she lightly bit her lip. At the mention of this, Lu Yuan was startled, and he quickly glanced at Uncle Gao Jianbo. I remember, of course I remember, Lu Yuan nodded. It was because of this incident that he was severely scolded by his uncle. It was also because of this incident that they decided to hold the wedding at this hotel, specifically to apologize to Miss Jing from the Qin family. Gao Jianbo suddenly had a bad feeling and stared aggressively at Zhang Milin. Could this fool have just insulted Miss Jing from the Qin family? Unfortunately, Zhang Milin was unaware of this and was focused on how to seek revenge. She tightly held Lu Yuan's arm, her cheeks pressing against him, and coquettishly said, "Just remember, that woman seems to want to disrupt our wedding again today. I saw her earlier, and she quickly hid in her room. You should drag her out and teach her a lesson." What? Lu Yuan was starting to get irritated. Gao Jianbo discreetly glanced at Uncle Gao. Gao Jianbo's face immediately turned as hot as a boiling kettle. Zhang Milin, this fool, had really offended Miss Qin from the Qin family again? Zhang Milin had not noticed Gao Jianbo's presence beside her. Seeing her husband so agitated, she thought he was also angry, and continued to add fuel to the fire. HMPH, that woman is probably a vixen. Dressed in high-end clothes, definitely the type to be a mistress, relying on rich and powerful men to spoil her. I'm not afraid of her. As soon as I see her, I'll definitely give her a good slap. She said this with a strong and commanding tone, thinking she was giving face to her husband. Little did she know that Lu Yuan was trembling. Darling, what's wrong with you? Are you scared of a woman? Zhang Milin finally sensed something was wrong. Lu Yuan wanted to warn her, but it was too late. Shut up, Gao Jianbo roared, startling Zhang Milin. Just as she was about to turn and look, she saw a big slap coming towards her. Smack! Gao Jianbo's slap landed on the bride's face. Dumbfounded, Zhang Milin was completely dumbfounded. Although she was filled with anger, she dared not act out at that moment. Milin, you've caused trouble again. The woman inside was specially brought here for us. She's not someone we can offend. Lu Yuan finally revealed the truth to her. Zhang Milin was stunned. She finally understood why she had been slapped. But she was more curious about the identity of that woman. Even the prestigious boss of the city hotel had to fear her. Bring her in quickly and apologize to Miss Qin. Gao Jianbo wasted no time, instructing Lu Yuan coldly. Zhang Milin's expression of shock froze on her face, her mouth wide open. It turned out that woman was the legendary ice-cold female CEO of Cloud City and the heiress of the wealthiest family. She had long heard of Qin Mingyu's reputation, but being of a lower social standing, she had never met her in person. She had hoped to meet her one day and gain favor, but little did she know that she had inadvertently offended her. Oh my, She truly was a fool, and now she had dug herself into a hole. Shortly after, Gao Jianbo rang the doorbell and entered, after being granted permission. As for Lu Yuan and Zhang Milin, they stood outside like students punished for speaking during class. Qin Mingyu was quietly seething with anger, but she didn't say anything. It was truly the first time someone dared to say in front of her that her judgment was poor. Zhang Milin thought that maybe Qin Mingyu also thought Ling Yu was terrible, that's why she seemed angry. Zhang Milin continued energetically. Fortunately, I heard that after that rich woman got tired of him, she dumped him. I wonder if it's because the hospital found out about him being with a rich woman and ended up firing him. Speaking of that man's previous profession, it was truly one word: perverted, an obstetrician-gynecologist, specialized in examining women's bodies. I've been to the hospital for a checkup, almost got stripped bare by him. Luckily I was sharp. TSK. How perverted must a woman be to be seen bare by such a man? Swish. Suddenly, a chill enveloped Zhang Milin. The more excited Zhang Milin became while speaking, the more she felt like she was in an ice house. She momentarily found it difficult to even breathe. What's going on? The aura of young Miss Qin's was so powerful. Even stronger than her previous boss. Why was she so angry? On the side, Gao Jianbo was also frightened with goosebumps all over, thinking that this time, he would be done in by Zhang Milin's nonsense. What was the point of blabbering so much? Doesn't he know there's a saying about speaking too much nonsense? Qin Mingyu suddenly stood up, projecting a cold glare at Gao Jianbo. Mr. Gao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Gao Jianbo only realized now as if waking up from a dream. As a person in the business world, he knew very well how to converse with important figures, often not knowing where you would end up. But he was still smart, quickly trying to recall what Qin Mingyu had said. She only asked if the Zhang Milin outside was arranged by them. Gao Jianbo regretted it now. He just denied it directly or had Zhang Milin thrown out directly. Anything would have been better than letting this foolish woman come in and talk nonsense. Now he didn't know what had made Qin Mingyu so angry. After realizing, Gao Jianbo quickly bowed and hurriedly said, Miss Qin, sorry. Letting this woman disturb your grace, I'll immediately have her thrown out. Men, come outside the door. Li Yuan also understood that it was over. Zhang Milin, this fool, didn't know young Miss Qin's temper. She hated it the most when people talked nonsense, but you just had to be like this. Soon, Gao Jianbo's two subordinates came in and directly took hold of Zhang Milin. Miss Qin, did I offend you again? Weren't you just forgiving me earlier? What happened now? Zhang Milin was still bewildered, unsure if she had become Gao Jianbo's scapegoat or if young Miss Qin was mentally ill. Unpredictable moods, right? Unfortunately, Qin Mingyu couldn't be bothered to look at her again, let alone speak a word to her. Throw her out, Gao Jianbo ordered coldly. Yes, boss. The two subordinates carried out the order, throwing Zhang Milin out of the door. Zhang Milin was still wearing a wedding dress. Rolling on the ground for 2 rounds, her forehead bruised, she looked as disheveled as can be. Qin Mingyu finally sat back down. Gao Jianbo also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it seemed young Miss Qin disliked Zhang Milin, not him. He closed the door. With only 2 people left in the room, Qin Mingyu calmly asked, Mr. Gao, do you have any other business? Yes, Gao Jianbo hurriedly said. Miss Qin, since we are both in the hotel industry and have cooperated in the past, getting along well, I see that recently the Tiagang Group may not be so well off financially in the energy market. Does Miss Qin need some financing? I happen to have some money in my pocket, so that was it. Qin Mingyu understood Gao Jianbo's intentions. The apology was just a pretense. The wedding was probably just a convenient way to exploit the situation. And the real goal was to seize the opportunity to cooperate with the Tiagang Group and enter the energy market. Mr. Gao, if you are so sincere, I would like to hear how much you plan to invest. Qin Mingyu remained composed. After the fierce battle with the Lin and Liu families, the Tiagang Group indeed suffered some setbacks, but the Qin family had a deep foundation. Qin Chang'an had increased investment by nearly 5 billion, and with the Lin family withdrawing from the market fight, Tiagang Energy made a strong comeback, even exceeding its market share before the conflict. Therefore, Chia Gang Group could now choose to either seek financing and continue to stabilize the market or step back to a more conservative strategy. Miss Chin, Mr. Gao's funds may not compare to the wealth of the Chin family, but I can come up with 2 billion. What? 2 billion? Chin Mingyu was slightly surprised. The number Gao Jianbo mentioned did pique her interest and was somewhat unexpected. It seemed that the Gao family had made quite a bit of money in the hotel industry over the years. While the Chin family was the richest in Yun City, the Dragon Kingdom was vast, with many families across the country stronger than the Chin family. Since she was the helm of the Chin family enterprises, she naturally wanted to further elevate the Chin family's status. Mr. Gao, what are your conditions? Chin Mingyu quickly calmed herself and maintained her composure. Ha. If Miss Chin is interested, I just want to follow the normal business process, exchange 2 billion for equity, and allow me to qualify for a seat on the Chia Gang Group's board of directors. Gao Jianbo straightforwardly stated his terms. It was quite reasonable. Chin Mingyu, being in a high position and a woman, naturally had suspicions. If Gao Jianbo's conditions were too lenient, she would doubt his intentions, and if they were too strict, she might flatly reject. These conditions were something to consider. Mr. Gao, I understand. I will go back to discuss with my grandfather. Chin Mingyu didn't agree outright. Ha. Then I'll wait Miss King's good news, hoping that we can not only cooperate in the hotel industry, but also join hands in the energy market. Miss Chin, please take care of me. Gao Moran, Gao Jianbo said with hopes of success. He even thought to present a gift to Chin Mingyu, a dragon and phoenix carved in white jade. I heard that Miss Chin likes the works of Master Zhuo and already has a lover. This dragon and phoenix, white jade carving, is a token of my goodwill. Wishing Miss Chin success in both love and career. After speaking, he respectfully handed it over. Chin Mingyu's eyes trembled slightly, smiling as she said, Mr. Gao, such a precious gift, I dare not accept. A glance revealed that this gift was definitely worth a fortune. Ha. Miss Chin jests. The phoenix and dragon jade carving you wear is a 2 billion treasure. Compared to that, this gift is indeed humble. Miss Chin, if you don't accept it, that would mean not giving me, Gao Moran, this little face. Gao Jianbo chuckled. Chin Mingyu looked into his eyes for 2 seconds and eventually accepted it, saying, Then thank you, Mr. Gao. Please arrange to have it sent to my office. Ha. Certainly. Miss Chin, please. Gao Jianbo was elated. If Chin Mingyu was willing to accept his gift, then the cooperation this time would likely be secure. To be able to cooperate with the Chia Gang Group in the energy industry was what many aspired to. Gao Jianbo knew his timing was just right. As Chin Mingyu stepped out of the presidential suite, she put the collaboration aside for now and wondered what that fool Ling Yu was up to. Zhang Milan had such a poor character that she didn't even want his blessings. Wow. How could this happen? Zhang Milan, supported by Lu Yuan, returned to the dressing room with a tear-stained face. What did she do to deserve this? She is the bride today. She was turned into this by her own family. Okay. Darling, stop crying. Lu Yuan still liked her very much, and quickly comforted her. Quickly touch up your makeup. We will go to the banquet hall to entertain the guests. It's a joyous occasion, so cheer up. He could only dryly comfort her. In the past, if anyone dared to bully his woman, he would have gathered his men and taught the other party a lesson they wouldn't forget. But today, this is Cloud City, not East City. The one bullying his wife is none other than the miss of the Chin family. In one word, troublesome. The makeup artist also did a great job, quickly redoing Zhang Milan's makeup. Throughout the process, Zhang Milan still couldn't understand why she told Chin Mingyu about Ling Yu, and she suddenly became so angry. HMPH. Ling Yu, that jerk, truly is my jinx. Zhang Milan finally came to a superstitious conclusion and believed in it firmly. Darling, you must teach that freeloader a lesson later. Speak up for yourself. Don't worry, no problem. Lu Yuan quickly patted his chest. He didn't have the strength to deal with the miss of the Chin family, but for a freeloader, he was more than capable. At this moment, in the banquet hall, a lot of people were drawn to a quarrel at a table. Why are they quarreling? A woman asked. Ha, I heard they came for a blind date, but it didn't work out. So the two families started arguing. Quite a sight. A man laughed. The onlookers were also very interested. After all, the bride and groom had not appeared yet, so this drama was more exciting than anything else. Some even suspected if this was a real-life show organized by the event organizers. Yu Tingting was also curious and took a glance, but then froze. Wasn't that Ling Sitang? How could he come to such an occasion for a blind date? And it seemed like the blind date partner was John Meelan's cousin. You shameless woman, spreading nonsense again? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Go $% hashat. Zhang Aryu pointed at Ling Roxu and scolded her with vulgar language. Chen Nailan didn't expect to go on a blind date, only to have it turn out like this. She could only sigh on the sigh, wanting to leave. But Ling Roxu was not afraid at all, unwilling to be bullied, and sneered. What? Can't win so you resort to vulgar language? Am I hitting the mark with everything I said? F***ku. Zhongru's mother scolded again. Realizing there were many onlookers, she boldly said, Let's reason together. My daughter is so beautiful. How can this man, who is so ugly, have the face to come for a blind date with my daughter? Everyone nodded. Indeed, Lin Sitang was not a match for Zhang Aryu based on appearance. Seeing this scene, Yu Tingting felt inexplicably heartbroken for Ling Sitang. Yes, Ling Sitang was ugly, but this man had a kind heart. Now being ridiculed in front of so many people, it was not something that an ordinary man could endure. On the other hand, Ling Roxu was not weak at all, smiling directly. Oh, your daughter is beautiful. Let her remove her makeup. Take out her padding. If the powder doesn't fly everywhere, and the padding doesn't hit the floor, I lose. Let's go. Laughter erupted. Everyone thought, based on looks and figure, Ling Roxu definitely outshone Zhang Aryu. But this beautiful woman, speaking so rudely, gave off an air of authenticity, which many men in the crowd seemed to like. And women with such characters typically mirrored the fierce female protagonists in online novels. You shameless. Zhang Aryu scolded in anger again. You're the shameless one. Your whole family is shameless. You, who have been in over a dozen relationships and divorced, dare to demand $1 million dowry. Let's reason together. She's asking for $1 million dowry, and she still expects us to have a civil conversation. What would you do in our place? Ling Roxu immediately counterattacked methodically. In a one-on-one confrontation, she had the upper hand, not afraid to take on two at once. And her words hit close to home, causing a buzz among the spectators. Is this woman crazy? $1 million, I might consider it in Vietnamese dong. I don't even want Vietnamese dong. Been in over a dozen relationships, divorced, marrying back to raise someone else's child. Sigh. Moral decline. Blame it on the rise of the feminist movement. Women nowadays can't even see themselves clearly. Yeah, gender imbalance. Men are just meant to be marriage slaves, right? Hearing the overwhelming response, Zhongru's family was furious. Ling Roxu, on the other hand, wiped her nose with her thumb, her eyes seemingly saying, Dare to argue with me. I'll make sure you die rhythmically. You wretched woman, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Aryu couldn't respond, and slapped Ling Roxu. Little did she know, Ling Roxu wasn't one to be trifled with. Her arm was longer than Zhongru's, and she retaliated with a slap. Dang. Impressive. There were many men present who cheered for Ling Roxu. In this day and age, beautiful women held privilege wherever they went. Zhang Aryu exploded on the spot. Damn woman, how dare you hit my daughter, we'll kill you. Zhongru's parents also joined the confrontation. Ling Sitang, seeing this, quickly stood in front of his cousin to shield her, not retaliating. Many thought this man was too cowardly. His sister was arguing with someone on his behalf and he just hid. Ling Roxu also wondered, why was her cousin so timid? But Yu Tingting, who was watching from the side, felt that this ugly man was actually reliable. Violence may be satisfying, but consequences would follow. His current behavior might be the most sensible approach. At that moment, Zhang Wu arrived with his brothers. He was ready to broadcast Ling Yu's embarrassment into 3 parts live on the scene. But upon seeing the fight break out, he immediately rushed over with his men. Damn it, dare to hit my cousin. I'll kill all of you. He was looking for a reasonable excuse to teach the Ling family a lesson, Now it was the perfect opportunity. Ling Ruoxu felt a little panicked, fearing that her mother would get involved. Zhang Wu's prime target was Ling Ruoxu. He had long been eyeing her figure. A model's figure at over 1.7 meters tall must be fun to fight with. After being caught by the cops afterward, at most, he would be charged with fighting. Spend a few days in custody and be released, still a hero. Better than being charged with nastiness. His fist was aimed at Ling Ruoxu's chest. Excitement surged through him. He was looking forward to the retaliation, but before he could even land a blow, his fist stopped. His whole body froze, not moving at all. In the next moment, he even floated in place. Ling Yu. Zhang Wu looked at the man lifting him effortlessly with a single hand, his eyes full of fear. This guy had a heavy aura of killing. Dare to touch my sister. Have you written your will yet? Ling Yu looked displeased. He had seen everything clearly. Zhang Wu, that bastard, was clearly here to take advantage of his sister. Despicable scumbag. Damn, ouch, 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 let go of me. Zhang Wu grimaced in pain, his teeth chattering as he let out strange cries. His brothers all rushed forward to deal with Ling Yu. They all thought they were like tigers facing a pack of wolves, not realizing that Ling Yu was the true tiger while they were nothing but rabbits. Ling Yu casually threw Zhang Wu towards them, and a large group of people all fell to the ground with a thud. The whole scene was shocked. Yu Tingting watched Ling Yu, her eyes turning into heart shapes. Goodness, how could there be such a handsome man? I want to have a baby monkey with him. Xiao Yu, just protect your sister. How could you use such force? What should we do now? Chen Nailin quickly stepped in to talk to Ling Yu. This was someone else's wedding, and her children's behavior was going to be hard to resolve. Ling Yu knew his mother was kind and compassionate, so he just smiled helplessly. He had already shown mercy, or else Zhang Wu and the others would not be writhing on the ground but would be rushed to the hospital immediately. Mom, what are you saying? Ling Ruoxu did not agree with Chen Ailin's words and said excitedly, Zhang Wu is a thug. Little brother, you did well. If it were me, I would have directly disabled him. Humph. Xiaowei also joined in, loudly supporting, right? Little aunt is right, second uncle did well, feisty. Many men present liked women like Ling Ruoxu, very spirited. Of course, if it weren't for Ling Ruoxu's beauty and figure, maybe they wouldn't like her so much. What's going on here? Why is everyone gathered here? At this moment, the voice of Lu Yuan suddenly came from the back of the crowd. The next moment, a group of bouncers cleared a path, and Lu Yuan and Zhang Milin arrived at the scene. The bride and groom are entering. This is getting interesting. Failing at a blind date and then beating up the groom's younger brother, that family is in big trouble. Some people enjoyed the spectacle, finding it more and more interesting. Indeed, those present were relatives from the Lu and Zhang families, naturally siding with the Zhang family and encircling the Ling family. As long as the bride and groom gave the order, they would disperse, dealing with Ling's family. Sister, brother-in-law, you've come at just the right time. Please help me out. Zhang Wu cried and complained to the two of them. The Ling family is trash. His brother got upset after a failed blind date and got violent with our family. I tried to stop them and they unreasonably beat me up like this. Look, my nose is bleeding. Zhang Milin, upon hearing this, was instantly furious. Ling Yu. Zhang Milin rushed towards Ling Yu, pointing at him and scolding angrily, You scum. Is it because of the failed blind date we had? You've come here now to disrupt my wedding. I can't believe how uncouth you are. How dare you? I would never be interested in someone like you. Forget about me, she said confidently, as if it were true. She wanted to cover up the embarrassment of her previous confession in front of relatives and friends, making them believe that Ling Yu had always been chasing after her. Ling Yu, with his personality, really couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman about such trivial matters, but Ling Ruoxu was there. She immediately turned into a fiercely protective sister, coldly retorting, Ha ha, Zhang Milin, are you having amnesia? Or did you forget to take your medication today? It was clearly you who relentlessly pursued my brother, and now you're venting your anger at him, right? I still have screenshots of your nauseating confessions to my brother. Do you want me to show them to refresh your memory? Is your skin made of steel? Friends and classmates around them immediately started whispering. Yeah, I have them saved too. Why is John Milan speaking like this today? John Milan's face turned even redder. However, her thick skin was truly remarkable, as she immediately coquettishly turned towards Lu Yuan. Honey, they're framing me. They've been bullying my whole family. You must speak up for them. Help me rid myself of this shameless past blind date partner. Yuan. Others didn't believe her, as long as Lu Yuan believed her. But Lu Yuan stood still. He felt like the name Ling Yu sounded familiar to him. What's going on? He rarely visited Yun City and shouldn't know anyone here, right? Xiao Yu. What do we do now? Let's apologize quickly, hope to resolve this peacefully, and leave. Chen Nailin panicked, shaking in fear. Firstly, she didn't know how her son managed to take on so many people there. Secondly, she didn't want her son to fight again, afraid he'd end up in a police station. Thirdly, this was someone else's wedding, and their destruction was really ruining their reputation. Ling Yu nodded, also preparing to protect his family and leave. He had initially wanted to congratulate John Milan, but it seemed unnecessary now. Humph, you want to leave? Not so easy. Stop them, John Milan shouted sharply. A group of relatives and friends immediately blocked Ling Yu's family's way out. Ha ha, ugly ducklings, let's see how you handle this today. John Ru also gritted her teeth in anger at Ling Zitang and Ling Ruoxu, gearing up to severely harm Ling Ruoxu. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Who dared to touch my family? The voice was not loud, but the aura it emitted absolutely surpassed everyone there. The arrogant John Milan was instantly shocked by it. Lu Yuan saw Chen Mingyu stepping out from the crowd and suddenly realized. Ling Yu. Yes, it was Ling Yu. Wasn't he the man Senior Miss Chen brought back from the East City with hundreds of people last time? Oh my, how did he and John Milan have this connection? He had once again stepped right into a trap, hadn't he? The spotlight was all on the Ice Queen CEO, whose imposing presence was no joke. Everyone gave her their attention, watching her walk up to Ling Yu. The commotion quieted down as she walked step by step towards Ling Yu. Ling Yu. Let's go. Okay. Ling Yu nodded and was about to follow Qin Mingyu out. But Zhang Wu extended his arms, blocking Qin Mingyu, and grinned. Hey, beautiful lady. You're not dreaming. You actually want to leave just like that. TSK. This woman was even more high-class than Ling Yu's sister. She was simply the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Her skin was so smooth and fair. A touch might make one feel like they were in a dream. At that moment, Lu Yuan also strode over. Zhang Wu thought his brother-in-law was there to support him, but to his surprise, Lu Yuan directly slapped him hard across the face. Zhang Wu was instantly dumbfounded, holding his cheek and staring at Lu Yuan, frozen in place. Brother-in-law, what ... Get lost. Lu Yuan gave him another kick, sending Zhang Wu tumbling to the ground. John Milan still stood there dumbfounded, speechless and unmoving, as if she had been cursed. Xiao. Wei Shufen rushed over from the crowd to help her son up, at the same time scolding her son-in-law. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Why are you hitting your younger brother-in-law? Lu Yuan didn't know how to explain for a moment, and in his annoyance, he kicked Zhang Wu again, muttering, I should have beaten you. It's you. The two families present today, one was from the East City and the other from the bottom runs of Yun City. Who among them would recognize Qin Mingyu? So as they witnessed this dramatic scene, they were all left dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Let's go. Qin Mingyu showed no intention of staying, taking long strides as she coldly left. Ling Yu's family followed suit. No one dared to stop them. What? What is going on? Others may not understand, but John Ru had just met with Ling's family, and was very curious about the suddenly departing woman who brought Ling's family away. She quietly followed behind Ling Yu's family, running out of the wedding hall. At the other end of the hotel corridor, the hotel manager rushed over with a group of security guards. Going respectfully before Qin Mingyu, he said, Miss Qin, are you okay? We received a notification that there was a disturbance at the wedding, and I was so worried. Watching this scene, Chen Ailin did not yet know the identity of her daughter-in-law, while John Ru felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Miss Qin, her aura was still so aloof. Could it be that she was Qin Mingyu, the chief beauty and CEO of Yun City? Oh my goodness! After John Ru understood the truth, she was petrified in place, feeling like both she and John Milan were fools. John Milan had mentioned to her before that when she went to offer herself to Ling Yu's family. Ling Yu had said he was married and referred to someone as his wife Mingyu. If at that time they couldn't connect Ling Yu's wife with the CEO of Yun City, then later when they found out Ling Yu was kept by a rich woman. And there were explosive tabloid news about Yun City, saying the female CEO of Yun City was looking for a husband throughout the city. Based on this series of clues, they should have realized long ago that the wife Ling Yu married was Qin Mingyu, right? Had they known that Ling's family was the in-laws of the wealthiest family in Yun City, she should have agreed to Ling Shitang earlier. Marrying into the Ling family, wouldn't it be a worrying-free future? Unfortunately, with the situation being so tense now, if she were to go back to offer herself, it would be embarrassing. She had to figure something out later. It's okay, I have to go, you arrange things here. Qin Mingyu instructed lightly. Yes, Miss Qin. The manager immediately arranged for a car in advance. Ling Shitang also knew that Ling Yu's wife was extraordinary, but witnessing the scene today still shocked him. Ling Yu's wife, had she been promoted again? What was her exact status now? Chen Nailan, on the other hand, remained indifferent, thinking her daughter-in-law was a high-level executive in a big corporation with widespread connections, so it was normal for everyone to respect her, right? She had never interacted with the upper class before, so she didn't know. She wasn't interested either. She was only concerned about when her daughter-in-law would have time to give birth to a baby for the Ling family. Wait. Qin Mingyu stared at the uniformed woman, her tone cold and domineering. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The woman also locked eyes with her, and after a few seconds, her cherry lips curled slightly. My name is Zia Zhu, a newly assigned third-level inspector in Yunchang. Miss Qin, do you doubt my identity? Qin Mingyu's expression became even more guarded. The Qin family's connections permeated the entire Yunchang. As the new generation leader of the Qin family, she knew important personnel in relevant institutions and departments like the back of her hand. She remembered Yan Shan, the previous third-level inspector of Tima, who had helped her deal with the warehouse explosion incident. When was he replaced? How did she not know? At this sensitive time, why did the Yunchang authorities dispatch an outsider as a third-level inspector to investigate the case? What was the story behind it? Let's go. Do you want to resist arrest? Zia Zhu's gaze shifted to Ling Yu. Ling Yu had just thrown off two uniformed men, and at this moment, he looked at Qin Mingyu. Go. I will ensure your innocence, Qin Mingyu then said to Ling Yu. Ling Yu nodded and followed the three of them. Only after his figure disappeared did Qin Mingyu cancel her plan to go home, walking directly out of the Yunsan residential area. Outside, the driver Ziwan had already swiftly arrived at the entrance with the Bentley. Qin Mingyu opened the car door herself and got in, urging, Go to the Qin family estate at the fastest speed. Yes, Director Qin. Half an hour later, Qin Mingyu was in a room with Qin Qianggong, the two discussing matters in secret. Even Uncle Bai was only guarding outside the room. Mingyu, have Zidai investigate the background of that Zia Zhu. Rest assured, this is Yuncheng, and no one dares to easily touch our Qin family members, Qin Qianggong. Knowing that Ling Yu had been taken away, responded powerfully to his granddaughter. Qin Mingyu wanted to hear those words from her grandfather, which was why she had returned to the Qin family. In fact, she had already arranged for Zia Shaodi to investigate. Deep down, she knew that even the influential families in Yanjing could only easily transfer second or third-level inspectors. Anything higher would be beyond their capabilities. Grandfather, Gao Jianbo wants to invest 2 billion in our Qianggong Energy and Zhongyas. Qin Mingyu brought up the second important matter. I see. Qin Qianggong nodded. He had long guessed the other party's intentions, so getting confirmation now was just a formality. Mingyu, this is something you should decide yourself. Huh? Qin Mingyu was slightly taken aback. She never expected her grandfather to respond this way. Ha ha, I trust you. Qin Qianggong leaned on his cane, slowly stood up, and said. At that moment, Qin Mingyu realized a problem. Perhaps her grandfather was truly growing old. The Qin family will eventually be passed into your hands. This old man, can make decisions on everything for you. Qin Qianggong's words made Qin Mingyu feel the weight of her shoulders that were already heavy become even harder to bear. Unexpectedly, Qin Chang'an suddenly burst into laughter. But there is one thing you must listen to me about. When will Yuan Ling you have a baby for me to see? Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyu stood up on the spot. Grandfather, I need to go handle things first. Qin Chang'an was exasperated by his granddaughter. However, he also understood her temperament. No matter how hard Qin Mingyu pushed this matter, it would be more effective for Lingyu to feel the pressure. Qin Mingyu left the room. After White Butler greeted the young lady and entered the room, Master, it's time for your medicine. Qin Chang'an nodded as he sighed. I wonder if this old bone of mine can hold on until my great-grandchild is born. Master has always been blessed with good fortune. Surely you can, White Butler replied, while preparing his medicine, trying to reassure him. Qin Chang'an didn't have much reaction to this statement, still looking deeply concerned. For Lingyu to truly enter the Qin family, there might be a long road ahead. Moreover, from the looks of it, until he gained recognition from the upper and lower levels of the Qin family, Qin Mingyu probably wouldn't consider having that kind of relationship with him. Time was of the essence, and pushing things forward might solely rely on Lingyu's determination. Mingyu, when did you come back? We didn't even know. Qin Mingyu walked out of the hall and found several aunts and younger cousins still celebrating the new year at the Qin family estate. Seeing Qin Mingyu, all the women quickly gathered around as usual. Mingyu, I heard Lingyu was taken away. What exactly happened? Qin Honshu directly asked the question everyone was concerned about. Knowing that many in the family looked down on Lingyu and not wanting to discuss the matter with them, Qin Mingyu responded casually. It's nothing. Just cooperating with an investigation. He'll be out soon, Mingyu. Don't lie to us. Deep down, she knew that even the influential families in Yanjing could only easily transfer second or third level inspectors. Anything higher would be beyond their capabilities. Grandfather, Gao Jianbo wants to invest 2 billion in our Jianggang Energy and Zhongyas. Qin Mingyu brought up the second important matter. I see. Qin Chang'an nodded. He had long guessed the other party's intentions, so getting confirmation now was just a formality. Mingyu, this is something you should decide yourself. Huh? Qin Mingyu was slightly taken aback. She never expected her grandfather to respond this way. Ha ha. I trust you. Qin Chang'an leaned on his cane, slowly stood up, and said. At that moment, Qin Mingyu realized a problem. Perhaps her grandfather was truly growing old. The Qin family will eventually be passed into your hands. This old man, can make decisions on everything for you. Qin Chang'an's words made Qin Mingyu feel the weight of her shoulders that were already heavy become even harder to bear. Unexpectedly, Qin Chang'an suddenly burst into laughter. But there is one thing you must listen to me about. When will Yuan Ling you have a baby for me to see? Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyu stood up on the spot. Grandfather, I need to go handle things first. Qin Chang'an was exasperated by his granddaughter. However, he also understood her temperament. No matter how hard Qin Mingyu pushed this matter, it would be more effective for Lingyu to feel the pressure. Qin Mingyu left the room. After White Butler greeted the young lady and entered the room, Master, it's time for your medicine. Qin Chang'an nodded as he sighed. I wonder if this old bone of mine can hold on until my great-grandchild is born. Master has always been blessed with good fortune. Surely you can, White Butler replied, while preparing his medicine, trying to reassure him. Qin Chang'an didn't have much reaction to this statement, still looking deeply concerned. For Lingyu to truly enter the Qin family, there might be a long road ahead. Moreover, from the looks of it, until he gained recognition from the upper and lower levels of the Qin family, Qin Mingyu probably wouldn't consider having that kind of relationship with him. Time was of the essence, and pushing things forward might solely rely on Lingyu's determination. Mingyu, when did you come back? We didn't even know. Qin Mingyu walked out of the hall and found several aunts and younger cousins still celebrating the new year at the Qin family estate. Seeing Qin Mingyu, all the women quickly gathered around as usual. Mingyu, I heard Lingyu was taken away. What exactly happened? Qin Honshu directly asked the question everyone was concerned about. Knowing that many in the family looked down on Lingyu and not wanting to discuss the matter with them, Qin Mingyu responded casually. It's nothing. Just cooperating with an investigation. He'll be out soon, Mingyu. Don't lie to us. Qin Zimai interjected swiftly, we're not fools. We already know what we need to know. Ling Yu is probably implicated in Lin Qingshuan's death, and Lin Qingshuan was the childhood sweetheart of the Infinite Master's son. The Lin family will definitely not let Ling Yu go. Her words provoked various worries among the Qin family women. Yan, Mingyu, we don't need to oppose the Zhao and Lin families for a man, right? I really can't see what's so great about that man. Mingyu, with your qualities, you can find someone 100 times better than him, right? Mingyu, you are recognized as the smartest woman in Yuncheng. You should be able to handle this kind of situation easily, right? Draw a line and move on. Qin Hanshu saw Qin Mingyu clenching her fists and quickly scolded the women. Shut up. All of you shut up. Are you doubting Mingyu's abilities? Do you think she needs your guidance on what to do? This was something Qin Mingyu couldn't say but could convey. As the leader of the Qin family, Qin Mingyu needed to unite the family. She couldn't say things that were overly arrogant. The Qin family women quieted down. Qin Mingyu relaxed her fists discreetly, smiled, and said, "Thank you for your opinions. I will consider them as appropriate." She then quickly left the Qin family. She wasn't sure when it started, but she had begun to feel a bit resistant to the atmosphere of the Qin family. Previously, she had hoped Ling Yu would achieve something to earn recognition from the Qin family, to be accepted, but now she wondered what she could do to help that man shine. On the other side, Ling Yu arrived in a small room. The dim lighting and oppressive air made the blood vessels feel strained. The iron door of the room opened with a click, and Xia Zhu walked in with a tablet in hand, sitting opposite Ling Yu. Xia Zhu was focused on operating the tablet, not even looking at Ling Yu, and said, "We are now starting the investigation into the cases of Lin Qingshuan and He Shang. Please truthfully answer each of my questions." Her tone was cold, with a strong warning. Ling Yu guessed that He Shang was Black Bear's real name. Ling Yu. Ling Yu answered expressionlessly. "Why did you go to the Lin family the night before last?" To save someone. Xia Zhu's cold smirk deepened upon hearing Ling Yu's response, a natural derision without any pretense. "You said you went to save someone? Who?" "Lin Qingshuan." Ling Yu earnestly answered all of Xia Zhu's questions. However, Xia Zhu's smirk grew even more pronounced, her eyes filled with mocking disdain. After Qin Mingyu left the Qin family estate, she went straight back to the company. She didn't want to stay in the atmosphere at the Qin family. And without Ling Yu, in a house at Yunshan community, she didn't want to go back there either. General Qin, Xia Shaodi was a single workaholic. Just a few days after the new year, she was already back at the company. Seeing Qin Mingyu back at the office, she quickly walked in. "What's wrong?" Qin Mingyu rarely saw Xia Shaodi with such a worried expression, so there must be some bad news. "Indeed," Xia Shaodi hurriedly said. "The Xia Zhu who was transferred here is actually my cousin. She is also one of the passionate female fans of Zhao Wuji." Qin Mingyu's eyes trembled slightly. Although she had never directly dealt with Zhao Wuji, the man, known as one of the four elites of Yanjing, she was still familiar with his reputation. Once bestowed the title of Zizan by Longguo Shengru, Zhao Wuji had a very high personal cultivation, exuded a gentlemanly demeanor, and was a super elite who combined wisdom, elegance, and wealth. He was very good at socializing, traveled widely, and often appeared on programs, presenting an image of a super brain to the public, accumulating numerous fans nationwide. "Are you worried that she will lean towards Zhao Wuji and harm Ling Yu?" "Definitely," Xia Shaodi said with certainty. "I used to associate with her before. Her personality is very aloof, she looks down on all men. But she admires Zhao Wuji very much. Once someone doubted Zhao Wuji's abilities in front of her, saying he was all talk and no action. And she gave that person a harsh rebuke. She has very high martial arts talent, but has a rather hot temper. So in the team, people secretly gave her the nickname Female Tyrannosaurus Rex, with her questioning Ling Yu. I'm afraid Ling Yu might suffer." After listening to Xia Shaodi's report, Qin Mingyu clenched the jade pieces on the table into fists involuntarily. It's obvious that someone wants to deal with Ling Yu. Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes emitted a faint cold light. "That's for sure," Xia Shaodi affirmed. "The Southern Zone Bureau not only transferred Xia Zhu to Yun City, but also a male superior officer of the Inspector Level 2. "I see," Qin Mingyu nodded. And after some thought, she directly ordered, "Shouty, help me call the chief captain of the inspector level 1. Yes, General Chin." Zia Shouty immediately took action, but found that no one was answering the phone. "General Chin, what should we do? The chief captain might be busy." Zia Shouty was slightly anxious. If they delayed taking action, Ling Yu might suffer a lot. And even worse, something unexpected might happen. "Get the car ready. I'm going to the bureau." "Yes, General Chin. ... In a small room at that time, Zia Zhu sneered at Ling Yu. "The clues and evidence I've gathered. How did you take Miss Lin away by taking advantage of medical treatment? You could have rescued Miss Lin by directly saving her at her home, right?" "No," Ling Yu said seriously. "Someone wanted to harm Miss Qingshuan at the Lin house." "Huh. This excuse is the funniest I've heard in my career." The sarcasm in Zia Zhu's tone grew stronger. She was actually very beautiful, but this expression made Ling Yu quite disgusted. "Since you say so, then let's hear who you suspect wanted to harm Miss Lin at the Lin house." "Zhao Wuji," Ling Yu blurted out. Smack! Zia Zhu slammed the pen in her hand on the table fiercely. The metal table shook violently, making Ling Yu's eardrums ache slightly. Ling Yu frowned slightly. This woman's martial arts were probably not weak. "My temper isn't great. I'll warn you one last time. Stop spouting nonsense." Zia Zhu's gaze was intimidating, as she exerted pressure on Ling Yu. Almost everyone in Longguo knows that Master Wuji is a faithful man and his favorite is Miss Lin from the Lin family. To protect her, he came all the way from Yanjing to Yun City with people. How dare you slander him for planning to kill Miss Lin? Ling Yu just silently watched her. Her chest heaved quickly, and it was quite impressive. Ling Yu only observed her with normal consciousness for a moment, not expecting that such a detail would completely anger Zia Zhu. "You jerk!" Zia Zhu directly threw a punch at Ling Yu. Ling Yu was sitting on a metal chair, with his hands shackled. He could only dodge to the side. Unwillingly, Zia Zhu let go of Ling Yu's collar, turned around, and, with both hands and feet working together, launched a frantic combination at Ling Yu. Ling Yu kicked the chair away, stepping back, using his legs to block her punches and kicks. Zia Zhu became more and more furious. Who was she? The 3-time consecutive champion in women's combat in the army for 3 years. The 2-time reigning national champion in women's freestyle combat. This year's newly crowned national women's Sanda champion. How could she not defeat a suspect? What made it even more unacceptable for her was that Ling Yu's hands were still shackled. If this got out, where could she put her face? Zia Zhu launched another kick, intending to knock Ling Yu down with force. Ling Yu hurriedly dodged. Zia Zhu's kick actually deformed the iron chair behind him, as if an ordinary person had stepped on an aluminum can. Ruthless, Ling Yu was also secretly surprised. This woman couldn't be underestimated. Judging by her age, she should be around 20, a few years younger than himself, yet she had such skills. The evaluation could only be summed up in 4 words: extraordinarily talented. Zuer. What's going on? The commotion in the small room alerted the people outside. A sturdy man, accompanied by 2 subordinates, walked in. "It's nothing. This jerk is not cooperating with my interrogation, talking nonsense. I have to teach him a lesson." Zia Zhu had a fiery temper. Even in front of her new superiors, she spoke bluntly. "Zuer, calm down." The sturdy man glanced at the deformed iron chair and advised Zia Zhu not to continue. "You go out first, I'll take over here." Young Inspector, Zia Zhu was a bit reluctant. She still wanted to personally teach this rogue Ling Yu a lesson. "Out," the sturdy man ordered firmly. Being a higher-ranking officer, as a newly assigned Inspector Level 2, even if Zia Zhu was proud, she had to obey orders. "You just wait." Before leaving, Zia Zhu warned Ling Yu fiercely. Ling Yu chuckled. "You want to bully me, but you couldn't, and now it seems like I'm the one at fault." Zia Zhu's anger flared up again, yelling "bastard" and launching another attack. On the way to the police station, Red Bentley was speeding ahead. "Chief Chin, Captain Sun is returning your call." Zia Dai, sitting next to Qin Mingyu, suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "Got it." Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes gleamed slightly as she calmly instructed. "Yes. Chief Qin." Zia Dai answered the phone. "Hello, Miss Qin. Happy New Year. What do you need from me?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "Captain Sun, Happy New Year. Are you at the station? I need to talk to you about something urgent. The situation was critical, so Qin Mingyu had to be brief. She knew Ling Yu was very capable, but once inside a place like that, with restricted movement, she would definitely be at a disadvantage in the long run. Oh, what a coincidence. I just retired before the new year. What? You retired? Captain Sun's response left Qin Mingyu and Xia Zidai very surprised. Wasn't Instructor Yi only 51 years old? How could he retire so soon? Qin Mingyu was even more worried. Did the Zhao family in Yanjing really have such power to control everything in Yuncheng? Ha, that's right. Captain Sun laughed. Those of us in this line of work risk our lives. Our bodies can't compare to average people's. Once we reach our 40s and 50s, full of injuries, our abilities no longer suit these positions. It's time for the younger generation to take over. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyu quickly asked, Captain Sun, if you are retiring early, who will take over your position? The Qin family usually had contacts every year. Because of intense business competition before the new year and Captain Sun's early retirement, they had not yet made contact with the new captain. Oh, speaking of that man, he's quite something. Captain Sun's tone suddenly changed. The new captain is only 30 years old. But his experience and skills far surpass my. Qin Mingyu and Xia Zidai exchanged a glance, their breathing becoming somewhat heavier. His name is Yi, a retired member of a mysterious unit. People call him the Jade-Faced Wild Beast. I heard that he has killed enemies multiple times on the battlefield, exuding a terrifying aura all over his body, especially skilled in interrogation. He once scared a big shot from the underground into becoming a fool just by his momentum. Captain Sun's tone was full of admiration and respect, showing his genuine approval of Yi. Xia Zidai became even more nervous and instinctively looked at Qin Mingyu. Although Qin Mingyu did not show any outward change in expression, a hint of unease was evident. Instructor Yi, thank you. Qin Mingyu personally hung up the phone and fell into silence. It was unknown whether this new captain was a friend or foe. If he was an enemy, Ling Yu might be in big trouble. Meanwhile, in a small room, Yan Duo shouted, Stop. Although Xia Zhu was filled with anger, she ultimately relented and left the room angrily. Ling Yu felt innocent. He had cooperated honestly with the investigation. So why did he offend someone, thinking that this Yan Duo was a good person? Little did he know that after Xia Zhu left, Yan Duo gestured to his two subordinates. One closed the door, and the other turned off the surveillance. Ling Yu instantly had a bad feeling. Could this man's words before be just for show? Pretending to dissuade him without surveillance only to reveal his fangs later on. Before he knew it, two of Yan Duo's men were by Ling Yu's sides. One grasped his hand, and the other pressed his fingerprints directly. The documents were already prepared. How could Ling Yu follow such a procedure? He immediately used his shoulder to knock the man grabbing his hand aside. The other subordinate had not reacted yet when Ling Yu kicked him away. Damn it! Looking to die, Yan Duo reacted and fired his gun directly. Bang! The gunshots were piercing. Outside the door, Xia Zhu was startled, then bit her lip lightly. Although she wanted to beat Ling Yu, it was only because he was speaking nonsense, defaming Zhao Wuji. She never thought of ending Ling Yu's life. Was this Yan Duo guy crazy? Just as she was about to rush in, another man arrived outside the room alone. You are Instructor Yi. Xia Zhu recognized the man, first surprised, then delighted. She happily walked over, wanting to give Yi an enthusiastic hug. Since she was young, she looked down on other men, admiring only two. One, being the extremely wise Master Wuji, and the other her former military instructor, the jade-faced wild beast, Yi. He was the most powerful man she had ever met. Being someone who loved martial arts, she admired Yi even more. Zuer, it's you. Yi had clear-cut features and a handsome face, not one to smile often. The only regret was a long scar on his face from multiple battles he had been through. At that moment, he rejected Xia Zhu's hug. Xia Zhu was not embarrassed and, a complete contrast to her attitude towards Ling Yu, earlier, smiled and said, Instructor Yi, it's me. I heard you were transferring to become the captain of Yuncheng, so I applied for a transfer there as well, just to follow you. Yi nodded, not responding to that topic. and directly asked, "Who is handling the interrogation of Miss Lin inside?" "Correct, the murderer Ling Yu has been captured and brought in," Ziazu nodded in response. Hearing the name Ling Yu, Yishao's expression turned a bit peculiar. Walking over and opening the iron gate. Finding it locked from the inside, he didn't knock and just kicked it open. Dang! The iron gate burst open. Ziazu once again looked at him with admiration. Kicking open the iron gate, Instructor Yi was still so mighty and imposing. Ha! That bastard Ling Yu dared to be arrogant. He was in trouble tonight. What? What on earth is happening? Following Yi into the small room again, Ziazu was shocked. Just now she heard gunshots, thinking that Ling Yu was killed by Yongdu, and even if not, he must have been shot and injured. However, that was not the case. "Did I mishear just now?" Ziazu murmured softly, looking at the three men lying on the ground. They were all knocked unconscious. Yi, however, was looking at the bullets on the wall, deep in thought. "Instructor Yi, be careful of this madman. He's not simple." Ziazu finally recognized Ling Yu's true strength and reminded Yi. Instructor, hearing this title, Ling Yu, who was standing in place, was also shocked. Seeing the scar on Yi Zhao's face that was more than 10 centimeters long, he trembled slightly. It was him. It was actually him. "You, this guy. Knock them out." Ziazu coldly rebuked Ling Yu, being wary and ready for him to attack them at any moment. I didn't mean to. They were trying to force a confession just now, and I accidentally bumped into them, and that's all." Ling Yu deliberately shivered, pretending to be scared. Seeing him act this way, Ziazu was furious. What does this jerk mean? Just now he was acting all high and mighty, and now in front of Instructor Yi, he's like a mouse seeing a cat. Although she felt that Ling Yu was definitely intimidated by Instructor Yi's presence, the stark contrast made her feel disrespected. Thinking of this, Ziazu walked over angrily and coldly said, "You, look at me." Ling Yu refused to lift his head, looking very afraid. "What are you pretending for?" Ziazu didn't believe Ling Yu to begin with, and seeing his current behavior made her even more convinced that he was playing tricks. She couldn't resist the urge to attack him. "What? That's it." Yi interrupted Ziazu, staring at Ling Yu with a slight frown. Did he make a mistake? Ling Yu, could he really not be the one from the Northern Territory? While the information about the Northern Wolf Division was classified as S-level, information about the Wolf King was even more highly classified as SS level. But he and that person had once been brothers who went through life and death together. How could he not know that person's name? "Well, that's it, Captain Du, can I go now? My wife is waiting for me at home." Ling Yu continued to pretend to be an ordinary person, even changing his voice intentionally. However, after hearing him say that, Yi remained silent for a long time. Ling Yu felt a burning gaze shrouding him, making him feel uneasy all over. "Can you lift your head?" Yi asked slowly. "Captain Du, I'm not a beauty, why bother looking?" Ling Yu had to continue the act to hide his identity, as more people knowing would surely affect his future mission to eliminate the enemy country's demon. But Yi eventually discovered clues, walking slowly towards Ling Yu. As a first-class detective captain, he had solved countless cases and had a keen sense of touch. How could Ling Yu deceive him? Ziazu was left dazed by the scene in front of her. Why was Instructor Yi treating that scoundrel with such respect? She had followed Instructor Yi for 3 years and had never seen him being so courteous to anyone. To her surprise though, Ling Yu still refused to lift his head, and Yi did not force him to do so. Instead, he took the initiative to kneel on one knee, looking up to see Ling Yu's face. What was going on? Ziazu was completely shocked. However, Yi Zhao's eyes lit up, filled with joy. Yes, it must be him. It's definitely him. The man in front of him was the person he had been searching for 3 years. Although he didn't understand why Ling Yu didn't acknowledge him, he was certain he hadn't mistaken the identity. Greedily cruel on the battlefield, like brothers supporting each other. Yi couldn't contain his excitement and said the motto they used to say during missions in the Northern Territory. When faced with enemies in the cruel battlefield, one must be fierce. The Wolf can never be tamed. However, Ling Yu just sighed helplessly. His decision back then had already failed to title of the War Wolf, because his decision had caused the team to fall apart eventually. To this day, he still felt guilty, so at this moment, he could only pretend to be foolish and upset. What nonsense is this? Are you showing off your literary skills? Can I go home now? I want to be with my wife and son. What kind of place is this? Who wants to stay here overnight? Big brother, you can't hide it. Stop pretending. Yizi stood up directly, grabbed Ling Yu's shoulders with emotion. Why won't you acknowledge me? I'm the Night Wolf, don't you remember me? The Night Wolf. Xia Zhu was still in utter shock, never blinking her eyes. What on earth is going on? The scoundrel she despised turned out to be the big brother of her most admired instructor. Ling Yu still rolled his eyes, looking at Yizi as if he was looking at a lunatic. Yizi didn't doubt that he had mistaken someone else, gradually calming his emotions. The more perfectly Ling Yu behaved now, the more sure Yizi was in his heart that the person before him was his big brother, the Wolf King of the Northern Territory. Could it be that his big brother had a special mission, so he couldn't reveal his identity? Xia Zhu, take the others out. I will handle this case personally, Yizi suddenly instructed Xia Zhu. Oh. Yes, sir. Xia Zhu reacted, saluting and complying. She still didn't understand why Yizi called Ling Yu his big brother. Yizi ignored the others, and after Xia Zhu dragged the three men out, he immediately relocked the iron door. Ling Yu smiled bitterly. It seemed that this time, he had no choice but to acknowledge his brotherhood. Big brother, with no one else around, if we are truly brothers, can you please stop pretending? Yizi fixed his gaze on Ling Yu, his expression full of pleading. I'm sorry, you have mistaken me. I really don't know what you're talking about, Ling Yu still refused to admit. No. I will never make a mistake. I could mistake the entire world, but I could never mistake you. Yizi grasped Ling Yu's shoulder tightly again, his expression full of excitement, revealing his true feelings. Do you remember the scar on my face? That time on the battlefield, we ran out of bullets and engaged the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. I took down 28 enemies, but ended up with 7 bullet wounds and a slash on my face, covered in blood and flesh. I thought I was a goner. It was you, big brother, who swooped down from the sky to save me, using your unique medical skills to pull me back from the brink of death. My life belongs to you. Can you really say you've mistaken me? Ha! Watching his brother so emotional and angry in front of him, Ling Yu finally let out a sigh. Big brother, why won't you acknowledge your identity? Have you stopped seeing me as your brother? Yizi continued to roar, his face showing hints of a wild beast, but revealing his true feelings. Despite being a handsome man, he had become a battlefield beast. Ling Yu's heart clenched. How could he not see his brother as his brother? After all, he had chosen to give up a mission for his brother's life, but now, accepting the mission once again, he didn't want to reveal his identity to anyone before completing the mission given by the old commander. Even though they were once brothers, 3 years had passed, and anything could have happened. Especially considering the painful betrayal he had experienced from his brother, something he had faced before. Especially now, he knew that Zhao Wuji had sent people to deal with him. However, the next moment, Yizi suddenly looked pained, clutching his chest and dropping to his knees. Sweat beading on his forehead, his strong body trembling uncontrollably. Hey! What's wrong with you? Ling Yu was shocked. Yizi struggled to dig out a bottle of medicine from his person, trembling as he opened it and consumed half of it like food. Gradually, his body stopped trembling, but his face remained extremely pale. Snatching the bottle from him to sniff, Ling Yu's face turned panicked. Who allowed you to take the medicine like that? It's a strong painkiller. Are you trying to kill yourself? Is your body still not fully recovered? Ha ha, have you finally shown your true colors? Yizi, scolded by Ling Yu, laughed excitedly. If you weren't my big brother, how would you know about my physical condition and be so concerned? Ling Yu knew he couldn't keep pretending and quickly helped his brother to a chair to sit down. Outside the door, Xia Zhu was eavesdropping. Although the small room had good soundproofing, she could faintly hear Instructor Yi's laughter multiple times. Just who is Ling Yu exactly? She had been with Instructor Yi for 3 years and had never heard him laugh so many times. Hearing some movement at the iron door, Xia Zhu quickly slipped away to avoid being caught. Xia Zhu. Ling Yu's interrogation is finished. Escort him back for me. What? I have to escort him back? Zia Zhu could hardly believe her ears. Not only did instructor Yi want to let Ling Yu go, but he also wanted her to escort him. What? Any problem? Isn't he the one you brought here? Yi Zi furrowed his brows. Zia Zhu immediately saluted. Yes, sir. The awe she had for her instructor over the 3 years was deeply ingrained in her, especially now that Yi Zi was her superior. Goodbye. Yi Zi waved to Ling Yu. Just before leaving, Ling Yu had told him not to call him Big Brother when there were outsiders present. Although Ling Yu hadn't revealed the mission he was undertaking to Yi Zi, given their experiences together, Yi Zi understood his unspoken words. After arranging everything properly, Yi Zi hurried to the reception hall. He received a report from his subordinates that Miss Qin from the Qin family had personally come to the police station to meet with him. After retiring from the North Territory and impressing with his resume, Yi Zi had been directly appointed as a second-level supervisor. In just half a year, he had solved several major cases and was promoted to first-level supervisor. Initially, he had been nominated for a promotion to the commander level in another city. But upon hearing of the death of the Ghost Villa in Cloud City, he had actively requested a transfer here and retained his current rank. Having served in multiple cities, Yi Zi understood the ways of being an official, which required both acting in accordance with the law and having some personal relationships. Otherwise, no matter how capable you were, you would find it increasingly difficult to make progress. As a newcomer, he was already aware that the Qin family was the leading aristocratic family in Cloud City. Miss Qin unexpectedly coming to visit him made him curious. Upon reaching the reception hall, he was surprised to see 2 breathtakingly beautiful women. As a first-level supervisor, Yi Zi had frequented many high-class locations over the past 3 years and had met many so-called socialites. However, none of those prominent heiresses could compare to the Miss Qin standing before him. Her beauty was so striking that the single Yi Zi was immediately smitten. Captain Yi. Hello. Zia Shaodi quickly stood up and introduced. This is Miss Qin Mingyu, the female CEO of our Chiagang group. Qin Mingyu also politely stood up and nodded slightly. Everything was for Ling Yu. Otherwise, she would never have taken such an initiative. Miss Qin, hello, I'm Yi Zi. Yi Zi walked over with a smile, extending his hand. Can I help you with something, Miss Qin? This was the first time he actively extended his hand to shake a woman's hand. As a single man of 30 years, he could almost hear every heartbeat at this moment. Oh no! Was this what infatuation felt like? Was he really smitten with Miss Qin at first sight? Captain Yi, I came to understand the progress of the Lin family case. Qin Mingyu also shook Yi Zhao's hand gently and directly explained her purpose. Since marrying Ling Yu, her misandry had unknowingly been cured. I see. I will handle this case impartially and will surely find the real murderer of Miss Lin. Please rest assured, Miss Qin, Yi Zi said before unconsciously asking, is Miss Qin a friend of Miss Lin? Knowing Lin Qingshuan's identity, he thought the 2 young ladies of the major families were close friends. That's why Qin Mingyu had come urgently to inquire about the case and even pressured him to quickly prosecute Ling Yu. But even so, he would not do so. You could say that. Qin Mingyu smiled slightly. Being as intelligent as she was, she had already detected the meaning behind Yi Zhao's words that the person who killed Lin Qingshuan was not Ling Yu. Therefore, she relaxed a little, but she continued asking, so, Ling Yu can go home any time now. Of course, both he and Due acted in self-defense. Yi Zi replied directly. Zia Shaodi breathed a sigh of relief on the side. She hadn't expected this young new captain to be so decisive. Qin Mingyu also relaxed but maintained the same expression and sneakily glanced at Yi Zhao's hand. Ah, sorry. My mistake. Yi Zhao's old face suddenly blushed. He had lived for 30 years and for the first time, he had made such a fool of himself by holding a woman's hand and forgetting to let go. Goodbye. Qin Mingyu remained expressionless. Let me escort you out, Miss Qin. Yi Zi wanted to show gentlemanly behavior. Qin Mingyu didn't refuse either, understanding the need to maintain this relationship for future favors. On the other side, Zia Zhu, after receiving the command, walked past Ling Yu with a stern face. Follow me. Ling Yu wasn't going to be fooled by her act and directly said, Miss Zia, if you don't want to escort me, I can go back by myself. After all, no one liked dealing with someone with a poker face. Zia Zhu coldly turned back and stared at him, I advise you to be wise and not play any tricks with me. She was convinced that Ling Yu was doing it on purpose. This kind of person treats anything as a joke. If she didn't escort him, this man would definitely report her in front of the captain. Ling Yu was truly speechless. Miss Zia, it's really not necessary. I can go back on my own. With that, he simply walked away. Damn it, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Zia Zhu was convinced that he was deliberately playing tricks. She had wanted to hit him just now, but now she didn't hold back and grabbed his collar. Ling Yu hadn't expected this woman to attack him, and he was caught off guard. Quickly struggling, his shirt got torn. There goes a shirt button, falling to the ground. Ling Yu's calm face gradually showed signs of anger. Earlier that day, he had attended a wedding and had deliberately worn a suit. It was the one Chen Mingyu had given him when she took him to a music concert. It was his most cherished outfit. Yet now, it was torn by this unreasonable woman. Zia Zhu also noticed his change in demeanor. Instead of being afraid, she seemed pleased, refusing to drink a toast and instead drinking a forfeit. Just because a shirt got ruined, you're this annoyed. Are you poor, or just narrow-minded? Apologize to me. Ling Yu didn't argue with her. This woman had torn his favorite shirt, so she had to apologize. Zia Zhu treated it as a joke and simply ignored his words. Since you don't want me to escort you, just leave on your own. But Ling Yu wouldn't let her go. He placed a big hand on her shoulder. How daring of you! Zia Zhu got angry too. She tried to use her skills to escape but found that even a slight movement caused her pain. This damn man was strong. And what kind of grappling skill was this? Let me say it again. Apologize to me. Ling Yu insisted. Zia Zhu grit her teeth. Nobody had dared to threaten her like this from a young age. And this man didn't even realize where he was. He was asking for trouble.